eyes, can't see through my eyes. Can't see through my
Okay, we're getting the initial pick'ems here live from Monacy. We've got the Falcons hanging out in the lobby. Okay, wow. Okay, he's opened up with Vitality 0-3. Oh, some serious confidence.
Experience. Так, Aurora. Aurora.
I'm trying to get the microphone in front of his face.
8 teams to go through, yeah?
But really?
I don't, yes.
No, but I have to put everything else.
Most people start the other way around and do like, yeah. He's doing the hard part first.
I don't look.
Okay, come on. There's got to be a little bit of love for G2.
They're not going FURIA, no?
They're going 3-1.
You cannot have 3 teams 3-0, Ilya.
You know they made this?
Oh, gosh, that was scary for a second.
Сука! Привет! They're just, I like minimalist. Wait, what? 9Z, what can you do, guys? You can actually go through that. How many teams go through this here, guys? 8. Okay. 8?
Use your brain. There's 16 teams, Ilya. Come on, you can do it, Ilya.
Why is big?
Come on.
Hey, guys,
Is this his first major or something?
I don't know. I think he's trolling. There's big.
Good point, well made. That's on me. That's on me. I think it was made by Germans, you know? The German staff have just been trying to slip big in. Does that mean we're missing a team or have we got everyone? It's good?
Who's 8 you're missing? No, you're missing someone.
one extra.
One extra.
Wait, we should have 16, right? Yeah? Okay.
So you have to miss someone if there's big.
8. Yeah, I think 8.
Ah, you mean the 17? Okay.
8 and 8.
It's 8 and 8. I'm glad some of us can count. Okay, great.
wait, no.
Yeah, can we talk about that one? No, Ilya, let me just hear it. I need to ask you a question. What have they done recently that makes you think they're about to 3-0 the hardest stage at the major?
Repeat the question, please.
What have Paravision done recently that gives you so much faith?
Nothing.
Okay, but there's a reason. What is the reason?
There is no reason. I just put randomly.
Just because you like.
It's because it's very how to say it, minimalism, you know.
Yeah, okay. Like it
Minimalism.
synchronizes with it.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay,
To be
yeah.
honest, I did a lot of bullshit here, but I think
It looks okay.
it can be. I just shuffled, you know. In the game, you have button shuffle.
Yeah, okay.
Just shuffled the pick'ems.
And you got a bit of respect for Foot as well with their performance in stage 2.
Yes. And also, it's very beautiful.
Yeah, I see what you've done here. Okay, so it's arts and crafts more than anything. It's serious.
Exactly.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
We're on the same page.
Yeah, we are. I'm just going to bother your teammates for 5 seconds. I know it's lunchtime, boys. I'm not going to be taking too much of your time. Just one question is, how's this guy doing? Is he doing all right?
He's fine. Yeah. He's fine. Yeah, he's got some experience that should help us. Yeah.
First major for me.
Sorry, what was that?
First major for me. I'm nervous.
Oh, yeah, gosh, how is that? How has it been returning to work with this boy? Like it's a familiar voice in your ear, no?
Yes. It's been good. It's been good so far.
I imagine a lot of hard work. I mean, it's all been building up towards, in a short space of time, trying to make something compete with teams that have been, in the lab for 6-12 months. It's not parallel. How's that process been? You been working your butt off again?
I think I'm used to this point. I think I work 24/7, but this team is exciting. The new challenges, the new things, new ideas. I love it. It makes my brain work in a different way. So just looking forward to keep working and keep playing. So it was good to have 20 days on the road, but also be home and work a little bit more again on the details.
Yeah. And just last question, because I know it's lunchtime, and I want to talk about your hunger. Not that type, but you genuinely, at least from the outside looking in, haven't lost that hunger at all. Like you still are chasing, the to be on the top of the Counter-Strike world, to put your Counter-Strike on display, and you've got all the pieces you need to do it. How do you stay so hungry?
I think it's about goals in life, right? I think from the first time I won the major, or for the first time I lost the major, I just wanted more. I want to achieve greatness, sacrifice so many years of my life, and this time is no different. So I got good support at home and make me chase my dreams and actually push me to do this. And it's good. I'm just hungry. Yes, and meeting new people, play with new people is what I also love to do after 5 years in FaZe. Meeting new players and an old friend as well.
Yeah, must have been tough to walk away from such a long project for you as well.
Yes and no. I think this team has great expectations, and I like great challenges. And this is probably the toughest challenge in my whole career, and I love it.
Yeah. You got to overcome. Big dog's got to eat. All right. Thank you, Carrigan. Thank you very much. Last couple of questions. I'm just coming to you because you're my favorite. You're my favorite. You're like, everyone talks about this guy. Everyone's like, oh, Kiyosuke, I love him. And then everyone's like, oh, Carrigan joins Falcons. It's all about Tessus, the fucking soldier, bro. You're doing all the bullshit. You're the fucking, you're still the soldier, man. And I'm so close to winning that insane clutch on Nuke, whichever event that was. You know what I'm talking about? The one where he goes back up top side, he's planting.
I plan to heaven like a noob, man.
I was about to lose my marbles, mate. I thought, honestly. So, how are you?
I'm good. Finally made the time. I've been waiting for it.
Yeah.
We saved the trophies for this one, so.
Yeah. Do you watch the first couple of stages, or do you kind of like just focus on your shit?
Well, we've been boot camping, so most of the focus has been going to that. But of course, watched a few games here and there.
Just check the results occasionally, see if everyone's doing okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And best of threes from the start. That's the first time that's ever happened. Is there like a general consensus? We all love that. That's a double thumbs up from Falcons. Double thumbs up. Yep. I don't know why I'm pointing a mic at his hand.
W.
It was a thumbs up. It was a thumbs up. All right. I'm disrupting you. You are going to go eat. I can already detect a kind of aura of fuck off, Alex. I want to go eat my dinner. So that's Falcons, baby. Good luck at the major. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Grayson, what's up, brother? I'm gonna show you a video here.
You're cheating.
We need you.
Okay.
We're doing pickings for stage 3, and since you are the best picking player,
So this is Furia's analyst. Apparently he's very good at pick'ems. So Fallen has called in for backup.
he's a 100% win rate so far. Diamond core incoming.
Okay. So where do we start? Do you want to start with the sad side or the good
That's
side?
the master. Where we start? We're getting the 3-0 right. We're getting the old 3 right. What do you think?
What do we do?
Okay, 3-0.
Yeah.
Vitality Falcons.
Vitality Falcons.
He has a method.
Yeah.
Trust him. Who's Falcons playing first?
Yeah, who's Falcons playing first?
G2.
G2?
G2, yeah. I know all the matchups by heart.
Okay.
Okay.
Falcons, okay. Who put 0-3? 0-3 now, present.
Show me the teams. Okay, 0-3 are gonna be 9Z
Z?
somehow.
Okay.
And
Imagine he says us.
Legacy.
Legacy.
Let's do
Okay.
Legacy.
Thanks God it didn't put us there.
Whoa.
One more team, no? Or no?
No, I think it's just two.
Okay.
So one versus zero.
Where
Oh my God, bro. Other one.
How do you think we're gonna go, Christian?
What's it going to be?
What are the clouds saying?
No, don't put us. Wait. What to put 1-3? 1-3. Who go to 1-3?
Who you go 1-3, bro? Put you
No,
now, bro.
no,
Try your luck. Try your luck.
No,
I'll
I
put
don't want, bro.
Can
This
I put
is
one
bad
team
aura.
1-3?
This is
I'll
bad
put one
aura.
team 1-3, bro. You guys need to have the courage, you know?
This is bad aura.
But alright, if you have the courage to put the team here, have the courage to put it. Okay, I'm gonna go 1-3 here. I'm gonna go 1-3. I'm gonna go.
It's not easy. Ooh, interesting.
I have the other 1-3. The Bait is gonna win the opening match against us, and then they're gonna lose 3.
I see the logic. I see the logic.
For me, bro.
Okay. We got Molodoy in with the. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay, but I have to ask a follow-up question. Explain.
MOUZ?
Explain how MOUZ. Where does the faith come from? Why believe? Don't they have like a stand-in or something? It's like
How many of a team I need to put here?
6.
6? Okay.
And then we're gonna have Krisen review his work.
Make
Yeah.
sure it's all correct.
Foot. Ooh.
So eliminated Party Vision, Aurora, BetBoom 2-3.
What do we think?
Sounds fair, Christian?
I would put Paravision instead of G2.
Party Vision.
Ooh.
We go with Christian Color now.
You're familiar with their game. What do you reckon?
Well, the thing is, I feel like they are right now very different from what I remember back in the days. But
It's the team I've seen. Like we've done it with all of the new arrivals. They've been here, and here. Like no one knows what to do with Paravision.
yeah, that's the thing. But I believe that like if they have the time to prepare, I think they're gonna prepare well.
Yeah, and it's best of 3s. I think that helps, of course. Like no best of 1, funny business.
Yeah, exactly. So but I think all of these teams on the right here are very, very strong and very promising. For me, the only question is MOUZ G2 and then Paravision Aurora. Maybe BetBoom even. BetBoom showed very good, but I think in the very end, it's gonna be the stand-in situation for BetBoom that's gonna matter.
Yuri, what do you think about this so far? Does it look? Oh,
I'm thinking like this.
Change everything now.
yeah. Now it's still changed. Hang on a second. I mean, I see a lot of people are putting foot through.
For me, Mount instead Legacy.
Yeah.
Legacy, maybe they can.
I can't agree with
I don't know about Legacy 0-3. I feel like Legacy could win a best of 3.
They're good. So now for me it's good. Yeah.
Okay.
But you know, he used to work. He worked for Monte. He might be biased.
I see. I see. Okay, we got some biases here. But like, bro, I feel like one of these guys might do something.
Yeah, honestly, they can't even go through.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
For losing. It's my old job here. My job down. Yeah, my job down.
Okay.
Foot's gonna go through, bro. Foot's playing very good.
Foot through?
Yeah.
Not going through.
From all of these teams, Foot has the biggest chance.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think Foot is favored to go through.
Legacy 1-3.
Like one team is so
Yeah, and Party 2-3. Honestly,
close the
yeah,
pot.
What do we think? What do we think?
Fair. Maybe Party. I would change Party with Bates or something like that. But
Okay, yeah.
random. It's pretty random.
Okay. I mean, this stuff less
It
important.
depends on the matchup.
I'm just trying to visualize the playoffs. You know.
How does that look as a playoff?
How does it look as a playoff?
How does that look as a playoff? So
the seed. How do seeds work? I don't really know.
so it's 3-0 against 3-2s.
Oh, I see. So yeah, so it would be this versus like
Yeah, like the worst
bottom
3-2.
row.
Yeah.
Bait. Whoa. Snuck on in there.
Whoa.
Wait, hang on. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I don't know.
What did that?
Yeah.
Like this.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I see the logic.
So we're gonna be the nice team in playoffs somehow.
Yeah, somehow we'll make it work. Yeah.
Make it work.
Yeah.
Find a way
We'll
to
find a way.
squeeze us in.
We'll find a way.
Okay, so you said the MOUZ can be a bit of a doubt because
I mean-
of having a standing.
But then I feel like BetBoom have impressed. You guys have put them 2-3.
BetBoom impressed a lot. So I also have Mongols. So I was bold, huh? I was
Yeah.
bold to have
You were.
Mongols there.
Oh.
It's pretty random. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty random. I feel like
Okay.
anybody here.
Okay.
Can happen.
It could happen.
I don't know. It
I
could
don't like
happen.
games. I don't like
You don't like
games.
them?
No.
Okay.
He's afraid of jinxing. He's
Yeah,
afraid of jinxing.
Of course. But how has the preparation been? The vibes good in the tribe? Everyone's cool?
Vibes are awful. We're playing like
Yes, of our lives.
yeah, maybe we're CS of our lives.
Okay, cool.
But that's what matters because good boot camps normally equals bad results.
Exactly.
So we're very happy that our boot camp
You need to
went
lose
very
now.
bad.
You need to lose now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And so practice has gone terribly. Form is terrible. Anything else to add?
Individual very bad.
Oh, individuals.
Yeah, very bad.
Yeah.
Aim not good.
Aim's not good. Okay, right. And lastly, Mr. Fallen, you know this place very well. I'm sure getting to the Lanxess would be extra special.
Definitely. It's great to play here. I was able to play for SK, which is based on the city in the past. Alex, all the guys from SK.
You planted the Brazilian flag at the top of Counter-Strike in that arena.
Yeah. True. You know, it was amazing.
That was it.
We are, I think, the only team to win back-to-back as well here in Cologne, right? Who won the last one?
Great question.
I think it was Spirit.
Spirit, yeah.
Maybe they can do it again. But if it's up to us, we won't let you do it.
Okay, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice. Thank you, guys. That was some lovely energy. You brought a lovely energy. Okay, so up first, we have MOUZ analyzing Falcons pick'ems. I'm noticing one thing that I'm starting to notice. I think we have to start there.
I think we can easily fix it.
Yeah,
we
okay.
just like one switch, you know? We put this, and we put like this. Easy fix, I think.
Okay. And then we put this here. Oh, we're cooking here.
As we know, stage 3 is the best of 3, and I don't think Falcons, I don't think it's for their benefit, you know? It's underdog, so...
I see.
Yeah, we put them 0-3.
I mean, you guys are coming to this as somewhat of like an unknown entity, you know, like you've made these changes, things have been flowing. Should we give it a full reset and we get you guys fill it in for us?
Yeah.
Would you help that? Okay, cool. Give me a hand. And for some reason, by the way, German company ESL had Big Clan here for some reason. I'm just gonna, pop that around there. Okay, have you done yours in game yet, or is this going to be a sneak peek?
Of course we did our game. We are locked in,
Okay.
So guys.
Yeah. How do I use a microphone? How do I do this?
What do you want to say?
I don't know. I'm just gonna put it like around your mouth while you're talking.
Yeah. Okay. So where do we start? 0-3.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, let's start 3-0. It's easier.
3-0. Vitality. And MOUZ.
Okay.
We've seen that before.
Do you think Spirit is in a good form?
Oh yeah. Did you see Spirits? Did you see Spirit stage 2? That was.
Spirit is in a good form.
Yeah.
I think just they have the best coach in the game right now. Has to be.
How are you supposed to compete with adorable stuffed animals? That's the real question.
Yeah, I'm out of words for that.
Actually, I also put my pick'ems like this. It's a
Okay.
win-win situation. So
Right.
if we qualify 3-0, that's good.
Yes, but worst case, you can still go through on the 3-1.
Exactly.
And you don't want to put like the most.
I'm gonna give what explain to us, you know, the explanation. Because 3-0.
Okay. Next up.
I think you put Navi in 3-1 as well.
Navi,
Yeah, that makes
Falcons.
Okay.
Falcons is sure? Let's put them aside at the moment. We will think about it.
Okay, we're gonna think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think G2 will make it.
Yeah, was it their performance in the previous stages or just the pedigree of the team?
I think
like they're no slouch, and it's all best of 3s as well. I feel like they're a team that can
Much more interesting.
yeah. You guys are on. I mean, everyone I speak to, I assume, is happy with this best of 3 change.
I think,
Yes.
I think everyone is happy unless you're a big
underdog.
And then it's like, but it's fine.
But it sounds right for a stage 3. Fury is a good shout.
I would pick the Mr. Cologne here.
Yeah,
Fallen,
Mr.
yeah.
Cologne here, the professor.
Yeah, exactly.
Foot, my boy Coolio. I love them.
Okay, respect to Foot. I feel like
I think that's fair, actually.
yeah.
I think they are playing.
Looking
good
at what's left, I mean, I guess the question would be like your Mongols, your Paravision, your Auroras.
These 3 are question marks.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have question marks.
I'm putting G2 up there.
G2's already there.
I would put. For me, it's
Like if it was like out of all of these, how would you one of them taking that spot?
I mean, I think Falcons has to make it.
Oh, I forgot about those guys. They're hiding over there.
No one is guaranteed. No one is guaranteed.
Like if I have to pick between these guys, I think it's Paravision.
Yeah, really?
Yes. Or actually Legacy.
No, Legacy is playing the first game against us.
Yeah.
They are 0-1, so let's put Paravision.
Okay, lovely. I mean, we don't really need to do these ones, but I guess the 0-3. Let's be fair.
You like that?
I mean, yeah, they've been fighting tooth and nail. I was so impressed that Monty made it this far, to be honest. It was a really good...
Do you want my honest opinion?
Yeah, go on.
Aurora 3-1. One goes Legacy here. And I think...
You think this?
No, I think this.
You think 9-0
Yes. I trust more in BetBoom than 9C.
I thought more in Biovision than both of them.
Provaxi beat us last time, I'm just saying.
Did you play Dust 2 against them?
No, probably, yeah. Probably, yeah.
No, their Dust 2 is fucking nasty.
Yeah. I don't think it's about Zero Dust.
No, okay.
Actually, this is exactly the pick in my head.
Is it?
I would change these guys.
Yeah?
Yeah.
With, you'd swap BetBoom?
With anyone from here.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I like this. We've kind of, through democracy, we found the MOUZ pick'ems. Looks solid. But how have you boys been doing anyway? You coming into this one? What was the strat? You just did like 2 weeks boot camp, or what was the vibe?
Just like 5 days boot camp or
5 days?
6?
I mean, I guess 2 weeks is crazy, right? That's actually probably too much. You feel like you've done an event before you go to an event.
You need to have quality, not quantity.
This guy, dude, you missed it. There was such a look of pride on Cyclone's face there. I genuinely, like, involuntary. I just saw it wash over your face. Like, he's right. He listens. He listens. Yeah, but how was your 5 quality days? How was it spent? I mean, I imagine it's not anteing and stuff like that. That happens the day before, and it's just like procedures and fundamentals, or.
Part of it is actually that you want to be a step ahead. So you, of course, have to look, okay, when they observe us, what do they see from the last few tournaments, right? And try and be a step ahead of that. Okay. You don't want to be on the day before, like, oh, shit, we didn't really play B-splits. Maybe we should have something ready for that.
Right, okay. So you're filling your quiver with arrows that you're going to need. You know you're going to need.
Sure, but I mean, at this point with this team, we're not that detailed yet. Yeah. It's more making sure we are in sync and have good rhythm together, yeah.
And this Zelex, how is he as a character? I haven't really got to speak. I made eye contact with him, and he said hi, and I said hi. That's about as much as I've spoken to him. But you know, how is the new kid fitting in? I'm going to Spinks because I haven't heard from you. How is the new kid fitting in?
I think he's fitting in really good, to be honest. Yeah. We said it many times. He's a young prospect in the.
He was always hungry. Like, we kind of knew he was over there in the horizon.
Yeah. I think MOUZ kept him in NXT for a while to make sure, but waiting for the right timing. But yeah, he's a super young guy and super talented. Super, like, he's just nice. He has a good vibe, he's smart, he's playing really good.
How would I categorize his like in-game, you know, his character as a player? What kind of piece is he to the machine? Maybe I go to coach for this one actually.
I think coach is good.
Yeah.
Sure is. He likes
I'm
to.
Sorry, I'm not very good at this interviewing thing.
He likes to be a confident player. Yeah.
Confidence?
Yeah, he likes to play in front. That's also the role he has in the team. Yeah. He has a background in go-karting. And so he knows how to be on the fine line and be on the edge all the time. Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Yeah. Ooh, I like that. Yoink.
Yeah. Good at dealing with adrenaline, I think. Also, where he made an impression on these guys, that when the pressure is there, he's a fairly cool head still.
Oh, and I mean that's a valuable asset to your ranks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time, boys, but I appreciate you taking the time. And as far as watching stage 1 and 2, did you kind of, you know, I see BetBoom, you had some praise for them. I see Foot have managed from stage 2. You guys have got a lot of seeing them 3-0. I'm just trying to think of like dark horses coming into stage 3. Looks like you guys have put Foot as your dark horse as far as like name value.
I think also G2.
G2 also a little bit, I would say.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's valid.
I think they are doing pretty good with Nerds lately.
Yeah, it does look like a good pickup for them. Like he looks so much more comfortable. Do you speak to Nerds at all?
Yeah, a bit, of course.
Yeah. Like, I mean, he seems like he's feeling himself now he's in that jersey.
Yeah, I think for us it was obvious he will be good. He's a really good friend with Heavy God.
Yes.
And he's also been under coach in the past, so we knew he can show better than he did in Liquid. Yeah. And also I think G2 is the right fit for him. So.
Perfect. Back in Cologne, in the fancy hotel. Does it feel like a major when you rocked up? Does it feel like a major already, or is it you have to be in the Lanxess for it to feel like a major for you guys?
For me, it feels like Cologne at the moment, to be honest. Yeah, okay. It feels like Cologne, like the media, everything is the same. Yeah, you wait. So it feels like Cologne. I'm waiting for the switch for it to feel like a major, to be honest. I want it. Maybe it will happen in the studio. But yeah, for now, it's Cologne.
Yeah, I like that there's a crowd in the for the groups, for the stage 3. Yeah, well, that's nice. Yeah, which oh, I hope my microphone picked that up.
Yeah. We did get into the major vibe a bit watching the hype video.
Yeah,
for sure. Good job. Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know what to do with you guys. I was like, MOUZ have changed things right before the major. Let's see what happens.
we were joking that we had like 5 seconds there. I think we had the most highlights. Getting killed, yeah.
Oh God, yeah. You're in the kill feed at least.
We were up there. Yeah.
No, I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you for taking the time, boys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Say hold, but he's dealt with straight away. It's Myron alone, back at the site. Oh, trying to buy time. Oh, and he's doing a lot more than that right now.
He's putting that AK to great use. Scavenged and fragging. Now ZywOo, the last man, is dipped past in the smoke. They don't know it. There's a back turn. Makes it look effortless with an ace.
He's going to go unnoticed. Yakindar trying to play it to perfection will do exactly that.
My goodness.
Oh, closes with the triple.
Yeah, he's going to swing it. Oh, ZywOo quick on the draw. Now up to Cemetery. How's he done that?
There should be no winning this for Brolin. Will clear it. Info on the last. Knows that Nissim is bound for the heavens. Holding for it. Brolin shows that information is a powerful thing indeed.
Figaro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And the Opera's paradise, Monacy waits, Sampaio goes forward, and never a doubt in the clutch.
Welcome to the stage 3, day 2. Since yesterday, this is first at the major. We do have an audience here in Cologne, and we have a couple of people already going in so early. I want to ask you guys, welcome everyone. I want to ask you, where are you from? Were you here yesterday?
No, not yesterday. I'm from Stuttgart, first day here. So let's see how it goes.
Who are you cheering for today? There's a lot of good matches on the menu. Any particular one that you're cheering for, looking for?
Not really, no. No, not really.
Just good Counter-Strike?
Just good Counter-Strike.
He's just my +1.
You're +1? Yeah. Who are you cheering for then?
Actually, I went to see Vitality today. Got a bit screwed, not on stream. But MOUZ and G2 it is today then.
MOUZ G2, so we're staying true to the German roots, so to speak, as well?
Yep, of course.
All right. Anything that you wanna talk as well? Who are we cheering for today?
Yeah.
Yeah. What team? What team is your favorite?
Vitality.
Vitality.
FURIA, 100%.
I like the jersey. It's clear as day that we have a finally try-hard fan coming here with the FURIA.
Sure, Brazil is gonna win.
Brazil is gonna win. They're already setting up right there on the stage.
For sure.
Who's your favorite player on FURIA?
I think Acerato.
Okay, Serato, let's see how this one goes because
Clutches.
King of clutches. I like this. Okay, did you come all the way from Brazil?
No, actually I live in Hamburg.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I came from Hamburg to watch it with my fiance. Yeah.
This is so nice. This is socializing at its peak, and we will see how this one goes. And yeah, welcome to the major. Let's start the show.
Well, I've got the 12th of June in 2026 with Swiss Stage Round 2. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. My name is Trace. Down in the middle, we got YNK. Down on his left, we've got Ash, and we've got a full day of Counter-Strike ahead of us. The best the world has to offer. Gentlemen, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm just so happy that we got the best of threes, man. Some of those games yesterday, I mean, we got a few bangers. G2 Falcons was, I think, the highlight of the day, but a lot of series that went the distance. I think it shows the importance of having best of threes at this stage and really having the teams fight it out.
I think the quality shows when we get to 3 map as well. This is how it should be in best of 3. You should be dominant on your own map, lose your opponent's map, and go to a third map. And a good scene that yesterday. We saw some high quality stuff, some cinema going on in some of these series as well.
So what you're saying is we shouldn't have series that are like, hey, I'm going to get the 12 rounds, and then the other team, I'm going to let them get 16 more on top of that. That's kind of what you're getting at.
Yeah, unless you're really going for that comedic effect, which I know you North Americans really love, Trace.
Yeah, thanks. Shout out. I think we all watched Chevy Chase growing up. Let's talk a little about what we've seen thus far. A recap of day 1. Some of the positives, some of the negatives. You want to kick us off, Yanko?
I think, yeah, best of threes were great. Unless you're Navi, you probably would have preferred the best of 1 for it to be over quickly. The shellacking that was handed to him by the hands of Donk, but even the rest of Team Spirit, Shiro on that second map was great. But yeah, we had a ton of games to kick off the day. Some upsets. Not all Stage 3 teams had the upper hand, even in the first game of the day, with BetBoom taking down the Mongols.
Yeah, big win for BetBoom. That kind of some question marks still about them. Like, can they step up to the next level? And the answer was a resounding yes against Mongols, and they're never easy to put away, the Mongols as well. Nice to see Vitality having a test, going to 3 maps also, and the same with Falcons. So I think it's good sometimes to get off to kind of a difficult start. It warms you up, it gets you in the mindset, and then today kind of kick on from there.
MOUZ Legacy also one that a lot of people, you know, were looking out for, the teams that are probably evenly matched, or you would expect that at the very least, but MOUZ having no problems there, winning the game 2-0. 9Z taking down Paravision, also a little bit of an upset, right? I know Paravision isn't in the hottest of forms, but 9Z continuing that good run from stage 2 here into stage 3.
Yeah, and of course Luch as well. Luch, I've got to give him a shout out. This is a guy I was talking about. I've been bigging him up quite a lot so far, and he was having a day yesterday, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's up there on the ratings too, right?
Yeah, I think he had like over 2 rating, I think, for the series. It's pretty impressive in that game. I mean, I personally I'm not that hot on Paravision right now, but you've still got to put them away, and that's easier said than done.
All you need to know about Luchov is he's the highest rated player after day 1.
Yeah.
with the games that Zaiwo has been having, Donk has been having, Nico, Monesi, Shiro, Luchov tops them all.
Yeah, he definitely does, especially when you're only like 0.2 of a point right off of the next guy that we always talk about, who seemingly always finds impact, always finds the crosshair in the right place. He's Donk. I mean, does he need an introduction? I don't know. I probably need a Red Bull, though, if that's cool with y'all.
The thing is, I don't know what even to say about Donk, because you can't even say like he inflates his stats, because it just feels like he doesn't. Like yesterday, the first and second buy rounds just going in and blowing people's heads off. He kind of gets the team going when he's doing this, and on Anubis he wasn't having a good game at all. He was actually struggling. I think he said at one point like he hates the map, and he comes back and I think he has a 1.6 rating, so he probably felt pretty down after that one, thinking what a terrible performance from him.
His worst map so far at the major as well, and it's always funny to talk about Donk, because yes, we all know how unbelievably good he is, but then he does something or has the sort of a performance that still blows your mind somehow. I mean, the level of play that he's displayed so far in Cologne is absolutely unreal, and you're talking about 1.6 being his lowest rated map. This is against Navi on their own map pick, who's the second best team in the world. Like, first map was even more dominant from the side of Donk, so it's just crazy how good he's been to kick off the major. And I think the fans are reading well, man. After day 1, all the stars showed up. Zaiwo, Shiro, Flamesy, Nico, Monesi, everyone's having good games. Molodoi as well, so I think if this continues, we're in for one hell of a major.
That was a hell of a game, the Falcons G2, and I know you sat on the edge of your seat watching that. Is that right, Yanko? What'd you think?
Yeah, I think it was super entertaining, right? They definitely delivered on that end. A little bit sloppy, messy, as it sort of has to be, I guess, whenever Falcons play. But in the end, for me, it's the Kerrigan effect. They would lose this game 9 times out of 10 2-3 months ago, right? Anytime it gets close, you lose some rounds you're supposed to, the mental goes down the drain and they just don't have enough to bounce back. And here they were able to grind it out, especially on Ancient, where G2 had a strong economy in both halves, and it was actually a lot of gun rounds that you had to win again and again. So really a testament to some of the resilience that this new Falcons lineup has.
That for me was the key thing, the entertainment side of this. This was really high. It kind of had everything, people throwing rounds, people winning great rounds, the clutches were going on as well, individual performances. This was a real memorable series for me, and I love the fact that Falcons had that test at the end. They lost both pistols essentially because Heavy God has this ridiculous 3k in the Deagle, and they have to grind it out at the end. I really enjoyed this one. This was a great sign of two good teams brawling it out, and G2 is no easy team to put away as well. We talked about having their poor record against the good teams, but they still played pretty good. Nertz looks like he's back to his best. Heavy God was there as well. It was a good series.
Brawling out, brawling in. There's a lot going on around here, to say the very minimum. For us, the very least we could talk about is how well our pick'ems are going. I'd imagine you guys are having just a field day with yours. So how about you, Ash? How are yours looking?
I think I'm doing good so far. I know things that have killed them. So yeah, Monty and Paravision in 0-3. So I think seems like a good shout potentially there. Paravision in that first map, I think 13-1 they lost yesterday.
Yeah, and
yeah, looking
11 rounds on T side for 9Z. If you could redo them, would you put Spirit over Falcons in the trio?
Yeah, I think I would do now, yeah, after yesterday. I mean, the way Donk's playing, it's just unbelievable. Every time you watch him, it just feels like you're watching a different game to any other series you've watched before. It's, even when you're watching some of the best.
I'm feeling pretty good about my own. I think after I tweeted out, I said 7 out of 10 guaranteed. But it's just day one. Things can still go horribly, horribly wrong.
But it is good signs that, as we're saying, these guys showed up ready to play, right? Like some of these guys showed up, the superstars that we want to see all the clutch highlights from and all the sick montage packages. They definitely showed up yesterday. Yanko, you hit that right on the point. I think right after you called m0NESY out and said, hey, it's your time, little guy. And lo and behold, they did do that. They showed up.
Sick Deagle round, didn't he, on the first map?
Yeah, that in the round with Nico hiding dark on Banana or on B. Like that, there was just a lot going on in the game. There was a lot to keep up with, as well as our pick'ems. Now, who's got it better or worse? Yanko, what are you seeing?
You're okay still. Jacob's lost his damn mind, but putting Aurora as 0-3, Hugo as well, putting MOUZ. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's questionable.
What this guy, I think what they're thinking.
I think Chad's got the worst, actually. So I think 3 are already being eliminated in this one on the previous graphic. So he's struggling. Three in one day is impressive, even by stage 1 and 2.
Well, I had more. I lost 4 on day 1, I think.
That's the best of ones, though.
But yeah, thank you, Ash, for having my back. I mean, Chad just has to keep up with his persona with Aurora in the 0-3. You know, I like his embrace being the villain. Ooh, the Navi one, yeah, that stings. But still a chance. Still a chance.
It is impressive. You're right. To go down that bad off on day 1, you know, I think that you've actually overachieved in some ways, Mr. Birchill. So congratulations on that, and also a little bit about the storyline behind a redemption arc, which most of us probably need for our pick'ems, but is more prevalent in what we're seeing right here, right now on the server. Some of these players we've definitely seen in the past. If you think about sort of the tenure it takes to get to this level and this echelon of Counter-Strike, I think it goes without saying that some people get to stick around and some don't. Some are back, like we have the likes of, say, Bemis or Boomich, or hell, let's just start with Boomich.
Yeah, I think for Boomich, like, obviously he's been at the top of the world with Navi, winning that Stockholm major with Simple, getting him his, you know, first and only major so far. And obviously the way things went after Navi got a little bit rough, you know. He's like trying to figure things out. He joins that Cloud9 roster, CS2, once Shiro leaves with Electronic and Perfecto, and on paper it looks sick, but it never really works out, you know. And then from that point on goes back to BetBoom, sort of working with some of these younger players, lower tier players, gets back to the grind. I think, you know, much healthier now as well, out of the game. So just great to see him bounce back and be able to lead this young group of guys, play some really good Counter-Strike and make it all the way into stage 3, starting in stage 1, and who knows how far they can go.
Yeah, I gotta say as well, I love to see the fact that he's lost so much weight in that from that start of that. It looks like he's improved his health a lot, but also he's enjoying the game now. I see them playing the games, they're winning rounds, and he is shouting and screaming, and he seems really up for this. And even at the start of BetBoom, I think even last year, a lot of it felt like kind of a wasted project. He kind of was going nowhere. Maybe some of these players, when they get to like the big stages, they feel the motivation back again. He's gone from being one of the best teams ever to now coming back down to playing, like you said, with these young players and everything. This can be extremely demotivating at that moment, and he's come back now, and it seems like it's getting the best out of him. They're playing good Counter-Strike.
That's why I was following his name, like potentially for Spirit. When Spirit's looking for an IGL, I was like, what about Boomage? Like, why is everyone forgotten about this guy? You know, in-game leading, tier 1 level, winning a major. Yeah, things have been rough since, but I think he's definitely proving his worth to a lot of teams out there. Not saying he has to leave BetBoom or anything, but yeah, he was also the highest rated player of Stage 1, I believe.
Yeah, he had to prove himself as well, to be fair. Like, having been away from the top for that long, the Cloud9 stint went as far as it did, but they had no AWPer, no BetBoom, they have no 5th player. I don't know who the 4th player is half of the time as well, so he's doing a great job. And now, maybe at the end of the major, this could be an option for a team like Spirit if they don't go on to win it.
Yeah, a 7-man rotation over at BetBoom. Maybe not officially, of course, but it works out in a weird way like that. There's also other competitors, contenders in the same right that are making an appearance here in Cologne. I want to go with the side of Foot, with the side of Longs. What do we know about him?
I think for both me and Ash, like sometimes with these young players, man, you're so quick to write them off. Right, and forget about them. Longs played the Rio Major with Sprout, a couple of other familiar the names in there. You see Stair over there too, and you know, from this point on, couldn't really find his footing. I think definitely maybe some issues with being a little bit immature and this and that, but it's normal to some extent for such a young player. He was 17 when he was playing with Sprout, you know, and he was also a part of the original Falcons roster when they entered CS with MBK and Body and Boros. And
wow,
you know, if you've been to Bleed, things have gotten really dark there for a moment. So went back to, you know, Nexus, the Romanian team, and got an opportunity with Foot, and now you can see how crucial of a part he is for that squad. He's the heart and soul of the team. At 22 years old, he's the veteran somehow, but a completely different guy compared to what we've seen just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember his time back on Sprout. I think there was a moment where he was getting an offer from Ents with Snappy and Madden and some Pius, I think, at this moment. And that really looked like it was going to happen. And obviously, when you sign a contract, it's up to the organization if they want to sell you or not. They decided not to do it. And I think later on, he ended up moving to Falcons. And I think in this moment, he was extremely demotivated. And he's very close friends with Imma from Na'Vi. And Imma was trying his absolute hardest to try and take him more seriously, remotivate him again. And I think at some point, he lost his patience with that as well. And I think the immaturity of Lanx was really holding him back. And at some point, something has changed. He goes back to Nexus and he goes into the grind mode again. He performs for a while, and then he gets his opportunity on Foot. And it's love to see that. He seemed like we had lost a real good talent there for a while. He came back and got his motivation back. He's gone more professional, and now he's back in his team and is excelling.
And it's just kind of like the Boomage storyline here that we're talking about, and that what they're doing right now and some of the fruits of that labor, it's being shown. There's a reason they're in stage 3 of this major. Kind of like this next guy, though, but starkly different in that Bemis also played for FaZe. So what do we know about Bemis? Where the hell has this guy been?
Yeah, I think once we got him as a stand-in, you know, when Olaf retired mid-season, like he didn't even ever play tier 1 Counter-Strike, professional Counter-Strike even, you know, and I just loved his attitude, man. He was a kid who was super eager to just compete, to learn, to just play Counter-Strike on a high level. And also imagine for a guy like that, you're coming in and you're instantly playing with Nico and Coldzera, you know, and Rain, just some of the legends of the game. And after that, he went to MOUZ. Maybe I always felt like he'd be best used as sort of a pack player, utilizing his mechanics, and then an anchor on the CT side, sort of like your Flamesy. But he turned to playing Lurker, and that's MOUZ stint had its ups and downs, didn't pan out in the end. You know, short time with Into the Breach also wasn't really great, actually a full year almost. And you could see there then almost for a year he wasn't playing Pro CS. It was after playing with Lithuania, you know, for the national team, and Ryu was there that he was sort of recommending him after their time together to Monty, and now he's after a few years back at the major. And I think for me it's just so important, you know, to be for all of these guys, you know, you get a taste of it to an extent, and then things don't go your way, and just to stay persistent, to keep grinding, to keep believing that you can still have a shot at this, I think is so important. And I think important to also highlight at least every now and then.
Yeah, it's always very hard when you go from the top and you have to take a big step down. It's not just in Counter-Strike, it's anything in life. You go back down a few steps, it's hard to keep that motivation again. To grind back is phenomenal. I've got to say, if you're going through the Into the Breach period, and they had so many players, I think maybe even us three played for Into the Breach at some point. I'm not even sure at this point.
I'm glad you looked at my Wikipedia, Ash. I was wondering if you kind of did that. I imagine you've seen everybody else's.
You were our closer, Trace.
Yeah, closer, which is kind of what we can start to do right now. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me in the pre-show. Obviously, we have like a ton of Counter-Strike still to watch. And just for us, FURIA MOUZ on the other side of the break. And when we go into it, I can assure you that coming out on the other side, all of these games are adding up in the Swiss system. In case you don't know how it works, we might be able to give you a quick rundown when we come back. But when we do come back, FURIA MOUZ over on the B stream, Mongols Bait. And for you, it's the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Xelax is here with me ahead of your game against FURIA. First of all, congratulations on making the major. I didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday, and I also want to talk about that game yesterday. What were your emotions? This is where you popped your major cherry. It's a big deal, first of many majors, hopefully. So what were going through your head?
I mean, I was very happy that we managed to play it like that clean, to be honest, those two maps. And yeah, I wouldn't say that I was like very nervous in a way, because I'm not trying to think about like the whole major thing, I'm just trying to play it like it's the last two tournaments I played. So yeah, but I'm very happy overall that I can of course play here, and I'm just trying to enjoy the moment, and yeah, that's all.
Awesome mindset. And right now, another Brazilian team ahead of you. What are you expecting from this game, personally?
I mean, I think it will be a hard game, probably a little bit tough, but we will see. We are ready, I would say. So it's all on us. We have to play the game properly and be on our toes every round, so we are not getting caught off guard by some interesting rounds, and then it will go the way it has to go. So,
since you were added to the lineup, you played a couple of top 5 teams already. It didn't go always that well. Obviously, they're strong teams and they're like ready for pretty much everything. So, what is going to change today? Because in a lot of players' eyes and analysts as well, FURIA is a top 5 team. So what's going to be different?
I think the time that we played together since then again, because when we were playing Spirit, let's say in Astana, we were just not on the server, but we didn't even have that much time together. And yeah, we just played more practice, we are getting more used to each other, and yeah, it's just the time. More games we play, it will be better, game by game. So I think it will be good.
For you, what's the biggest surprise or biggest takeaway since you got promoted into the main lineup compared to academy teams? What's one thing that stands out?
Yeah, I mean, how detailed the CS is in Tier 1, it's like every move is with intention and everything makes sense. Like when you see a smoke maybe where you think it's a missed smoke, it has a reason why it's there like that, So I would say it's just the details, how much it's more detailed.
Yeah. You just made Twitch chat shut up thanks to that, so thank you for that, and let's see how this best of 3 goes. Yeah. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe. Well, we are certainly past day one now of Swiss Stage 3. This one boiling down to FURIA v MOUZ. MOUZ fresh off a victory versus Legacy 2-0 yesterday. FURIA having a bit of the same result over there versus Bait in what was the opening day of this stage. And in a major that has been highly sought after, and everyone just happens to be right here ready to get it going today. My name is Trey Saranthus, and alongside of me is going to be YNK. Alongside of him is going to be Ash, and in front of us is FURIA MOUZ. Gentlemen, this is a matchup that's got quite a bit of weight to it, especially when you consider that this is supposedly the last time we're going to see Fallen going for a Cologne title.
I would say definitely.
At this point,
it's such a contrasting place for both of these teams. Fallen obviously having the biggest success of his career 10 years ago, you know, lifting the trophy here, 2 trophies in the same year. The only team to win Cologne back-to-back is that SKLG core. And on the other side, you have MOUZ, who had the toughest loss of their careers, I believe, here last year, losing in the grand final 3-0 to Spirit after taking down Vitality finally in the semi-final, right? And it looked destined, like they were going to get over that hump, and it ended with disappointment. So a lot on the line for both of these teams.
And that's because, well, obviously a lot's on the line for both teams, but what I'm saying here is that this is going to be Fallen's last Cologne. And that's because he's announced his retirement back in Rio. He did it in front of the whole crowd. It's a pretty emotional thing right there, Ash.
Yeah, it's very emotional, and I think that this will be a motivation for the rest of the team as well. Like, it doesn't matter how frustrated you are, you're doing it now kind of for Fallen. You can see that unless they're the best actors of all time, they seem pretty affected by that. So I just feel like they really will want to do everything they can here to just give their best. Doesn't matter how kind of the games go, but just make sure you're fighting as much as possible to give him the send-off that he deserves.
Yeah, I don't think you had to have had direct contact with Fallen to sort of feel a little bit sad when he announced his retirement. He's been such a massive figure in the Counter-Strike scene in general, not even to mention what he's meant for Brazil, right? Almost, you know, single-handedly at times keeping that scene going and ushering in the golden era and being an example for the next generation of players, right? And, you know, guys like Casey Rauts and Yuri grew up looking up to him and his teams, and even Molodoi, young as he is, sort of, you see shades of Fallen in his play style and just that rite of passage in a way, and the knowledge that he's able to transfer over, I think all is really important for this FURIA squad.
If you are a young player like Molodoi and you've been privileged enough to be under that leadership, that tenure of Fallen, and then you see him announce his retirement, do you think it potentially could bring an upswing in performance? Do you think that there's something uplifting in that sort of otherwise sad reality?
I think if you're someone like Molodoi, and I think it's not unfair to say he's quite an emotional kind of guy anyway. I think what he can do, it can really hone in his focus on something else, and rather than it being kind of about his own performances so much, he's kind of doing it there for Fallen. He seems like the person most affected by this, and he almost seems like he's like a father figure for Fallen. I don't think there's really anyone better you can have, but not just like as a person Fallen coming in, but he also was the AWPer, and it seems like he's given a lot of feedback and information for him, and that experience as well. Like, it's really easy to see why he's connected so well with Fallen.
Yeah, I think for me it's really important also when we talk about Molodoi and the rest of FURIA, a change was made before Astana, right? Like, just in them, how are they going to approach the game? How are they going to play? They tried to change too much coming into this season, right? Coming into this year, and they've lost their identity to some extent. Their map pool turned on its head. Molodoi was nowhere to be seen. If we can bring that graphic up again, especially on that CT side, right? Like, he was a non-factor. And what made FURIA great towards the end of last year was really him being able to do whatever the hell he wants and him finding a lot of impact on CT side. I mean, hell, for a while there we're talking about, yeah, m0NESY is a better player than Molodoi, but is Molodoi just a better pure opper with how much impact he was able to find? And you can see the change in 2026 up until Astana. CT rating average against top 5 teams, he fell off a cliff. Top 10 also average, and then from that point on, in the one game they played here and in their run in Astana, this is the Molodoi that we, you know, saw at the tail end of last year. This is the guy who won Rookie of the Year, and I think that's super important for FURIA, and it's what can give you some faith in them having a run here in Cologne.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things that you notice when you play against a new unknown player like Molodoi is you're not sure what to expect. You can see what people are saying about the guy, but until you've experienced it, it's very difficult. And this is where you have to kind of evolve your game a little bit more. Molodoi came kind of well known for re-peeking angles of the AWP without the flashbang. He'd take the risk. If he sees nobody, it's great information. You can catch people as well. It's kind of difficult then. Can you keep evolving your game after people know you a bit more because they play against you so often? And so far, since Astana, it seems like he's kind of turned the page.
I think the bigger problem is, the bigger question is, like, do you need to evolve your game if teams don't have an answer for you? I think that was what happened. Like, it's sort of, oh, I need to do a better job of supporting and play off of your teammates a little bit more and do this and do that. And then he just had less impact and they weren't doing anything better. It's like, let him do his own thing until people figure out a way to stop it. And until you're losing games because of it, I think they get more out of it if they just free him up.
Yeah, I'm thinking doing your own thing is exactly what Gymfat's doing right now. Let's talk about MOUZ. Let's talk about what's going on in their camp and how they've had this change and they come into this major and now that there's a different sort of expectation on this team.
Oh, MOUZ finally realized what feels like everyone outside of their camp has known for a long time, that old roster wasn't going to win anything. And instead of pulling the trigger during the player break, they did it mid-season, which is why we have this whole conundrum of Zelex being there, and then they play 2 tournaments with JEL, but obviously they can only have 1 substitute for the major, so they have to bring Brolin back. Not as an IGL, though. Exertion is now the captain of this team, and Brolin is just slotting in as a player, which has its pros and cons. Obviously, he's familiar with the system, knows how they like to play, has to swap some of his positions around on certain maps, but the key thing is also, for MOUZ's POV, everyone still has a chance to be a part of this team. Like, Brolin isn't just standing in here, he can prove himself, be brought back as a player. As far as I'm aware, all options are open for this MOUZ squad.
Yeah, this is what he said as well. I think I kind of want to focus a little bit on Zelex, because this team is kind of in the Falcons bracket where they don't really have an anchor anymore. So it's kind of interesting to see, because he struggled on the CT side and T side has been fantastic so far.
Let's talk a little bit about round 9. Yanko, what did you see?
I think it's also, how does this team look under Exertion, right? And I feel like Nuke will be their pick in this one. And in their game yesterday against Legacy, they also picked it. Now they're down 5-3, their money is spent. You can see it's a mixed buy. So the call is to send the 2 rifles with 1 more player outside. They throw the entry smoke here because they just want to sneak behind red. And they've done actually a great job with Exertion in some of the mid rounds, manipulating rotations. Like, it's been looking still pretty solid for MOUZ despite all these changes that they have made. So they get into that position, going to have Exertion on ramps, pinks outside of door, throw this sort of weak fake that they want to split B down the vents, and this really triggers the outside guys to play. But once Sadzin gets the kill and sees the bomb, now they're like, oh, okay, they want to go secret. So this prompts the rotation from Art, which is a loud rotation. He's running down, even though his silent drops at the end. But then also Dumao behind him, who's also going to run down, which is something that Spinks hears, being close indoors, right? And then he's going to activate on the lurk. He's taking the spot over with the departure of Jimmy. Gonna find Lato here on top of Hut, sees Sadzin as well jumping out of heaven. That activates Exertion, who is able to get 1 more kill, and then the B players also come into effect, right? Dumao gets killed trying to make a play, Ari gets killed on the side, unaware of the B players downstairs, and this is just such a clean round, which is tough in freeze time because they have such a big disadvantage in terms of weaponry and utility, and very well called from the side of Exertion, very well executed from the side of the players, and they just show a lot of confidence and comfort despite all these roster changes.
Let's talk maps. Ash, best of 3. Nuke, Yanko's already called that we're getting Nuke, and there it is, the first pick.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'm kind of not expecting to see here is any Dust 2. because I think both teams are kind of struggling. There we go, it's the MOUZ ban. And I've seen so far recently, FURIA kind of have MOUZ's number a little bit, but it's kind of like if you have Yabievich behind Spirit and you take off his arms and legs, swap out his body, rip out his eyes, put a new body, paint him and everything, is it still really the same coach behind Spirit? This is kind of with MOUZ, everything's changed so much. I don't think that history matters so much.
I think it will still be a close game. I don't think there's surprises here in the picks. I like that FURIA didn't ban Overpass, right? I feel like if they're gonna have a good run in Cologne, Overpass has to be one of their maps. That's what made them dangerous at the end of last year, was being really good on Overpass and on Train, and we'll see if they can go into the 2-0 bracket.
Yeah,
today.
That's what this is, Yanko. It is one of those games where you find yourself in stage 3. You find yourself having won on the first day, looking to repeat on the second of the rounds that you need here to qualify for those playoffs in the Lanxess. So, without any further ado, I think we get this one underway. It's FURIA v MOUZ, a 1-0 game starting on Nuke.
Brazil has well and truly landed in Cologne. The FURIA fans in attendance for this one as they get ready to square off versus MOUZ. It's getting loud in here. It's early in the morning right now. This is a 1-0 game. MOUZ facing off against the top 5 squad in FURIA.
Yeah, you got German organization versus apparently crowd favorite FURIA making some noise in the building, and they're going to bring the energy in this pistol. MOUZ going fast out ramp, charging down to that B bomb site. Panic rotations here through the vent molly as FURIA have 2 in this B site. Only 1 remains.
One door swung open. Serato gonna pluck exertion out of the round. Just trying to stay alive now. He's got teammates closing in ramp side. With Molodoi causing chaos, denying this space out towards the double doors. Now start to feel very claustrophobic. They're gonna try and battle forward. Look to take this space back from Molodoi and Serato, but a backstab out of Yuri. Leaves it only on 1 man. Spinks is in a box here. They're all around him. Molodoi and Yuri holding on to those double doors. Can he find the way out?
With enough time given away, he could be anywhere. FURIA have to check over their shoulder. Spinks' position not revealed. They know about the gap. Which side will he clear? It's coming down to a 50-50. Spinks checking the vent, and Yuri holds strong. So FURIA, pistol in their pocket. A scary one at that, with MOUZ rushing them down with Glocks in secret. Lots of ways that can go wrong. FURIA holds strong, though. They looked great yesterday, did FURIA. Both these teams did. MOUZ beating through Legacy with no problem. FURIA onto bait. And 2 confidence-inspiring wins, I'd say, from 2 squads we have questions on for different reasons. For MOUZ, it's roster-related. For FURIA, it's form-dependent. What do we get from this squad? They were the front-runner coming into the last major after an uptick towards the end of 2025, but obviously disappointed. Since that point, FURIA, a couple more underwhelming performances, punctuated by a good opportunity at Rio, I'd say, a semi-final they could have won against Team Vitality. But for the most part, waiting to see that FURIA form of the latter half of 2025. No better time to do it than a major.
I mean, on the run-up to these major, both these squads were also in Astana. We never got to see them square off on opposite sides of the playoff bracket. MOUZ making it to the semis, going on to win that 3rd place decider. Meanwhile, for FURIA, a journey that ended in the quarters, but what an ending it was. A late pop here. A pretty clean shutdown of these pistols on the push.
FURIA definitely, they do still leave tournaments with a bang, don't they, even in losses? But here in a group stage, in stage 3, looking for playoffs, both these teams very hungry. And while you maybe want to look at the other matchups and say there's extremely clear favorites based on experience or form, this one is more up for debate. We don't know how high MOUZ's ceiling is right now. Double nades avoided. MOUZ reset on the ground outside. Molodoi made his early cross, and MOUZ don't know. available.
Oh, Molodoi dead, burnt out by the util. Gonna try and pad out the yard. Fallen has reclaimed the kill. That's Spinks dead back in the lobby, so the lurk player removed for MOUZ. All they have is this space in yard. Rotate's starting to happen. 2 players already making their way down into lower.
Great reaction. Setup here would be nice. No need to push any further. You've got SMGs and Fall on the AK. Is he going to commit? Kinder's anti. This is very close, though. Zersh might see both players at Molly. Oh, and misses. Disaster. He gets one, but he burns alive. 1G in secret. Not ideal, and they don't know about Yakinda.
Yeah, it just gets overlooked, right? Never got the info from Exertion. Zalex trying to close in on ramp side, give himself a post plant here to play with. FURIA, it's low and slow. Backstab for Zelex, and this could be lucrative. Both players back turn, they line up. Oh, what? No way, K-Serato! 180 connects. And will that be enough here? It's the fangs of FURIA left in this 2v1, and they ice Torshi out. Talk about a way to get the game going. That's a bonus round from FURIA. It requires K-Serato hitting a monster flick.
It requires a lot to go right, doesn't it? The missed Molotov from Exertion that might have trapped those 2 players in this double door. Might have given at least the info to Yakinda's position that finds another frag down there at Secret. And then this, I don't even know how K-Serato had time to hit that flick headshot. It's a beautiful turn from a Zelex who had both kills on a plate. FURIA put MOUZ on pistols. Shaky start here. MOUZ in strong position, unable to convert.
I don't know how you find this sentiment, but I'm going to throw it out there, Hugo, and we can talk about it. Hang on a second. Kindar, let's see if he can milk this.
He's walked right, but he doesn't know. This is going to go wrong for FURIA.
Yeah, they've got good timing, actually. That's K-Serato dead in main, but a readjustment from Yuri, able to keep things in check.
Bomb goes out, that's great, yeah. Plant coming in, no punish available. Molodoi putting pressure on from this top position, but Fallen does stop the planter. They've got this flank to worry about.
Kindar should have this. So does get his reward from that push out in the yard.
It works out.
But yeah, his kind of the thought I've been having is this may be the, you know, I doubt this will be the case with teams as such, but maybe the least we've looked at FURIA coming into one of these majors, because you think of, you know, you talked about Budapest, the idea that they were kind of the front runners for that one after a huge uptick in form. But where now we're looking at other squads in Spirit here, coachless on this insane run. Vitality, you're eyeing up the idea of them taking another major, adding to the trophy cabinet, trying to put the GOAT debate to rest. You're looking at Falcons with their roster change, with Carrigan in the squad now.
FURIA definitely are not in the top 3
it's
of
maybe
those
the
contenders.
Most under the radar they've been in a hot minute.
Yeah, since they made this international switch, sure, they never really were a conversation for a trophy taker when they were full Brazilian, but obviously Budapest was very different for FURIA. Yeah, they're not in that top 3 without a doubt, and it's more kind of the unrealized potential of the Falcons that put them in that 3rd place, but we've also seen recent results here. Second to the Astana, they've had a good run recently, so FURIA, they've not had a great result, and you know, not counting Rio, top 4 is solid, but you know, Krakow, start of the year, coming 2nd place, getting a map off of Team Vitality. That feels like eons ago at this point. It was only a few months. And so, as a result, yeah, FURIA are very much out of that conversation. I think that's good for them. Can come in prepared, come in unnoticed, and surprised. There's a few teams here at this major of different levels, not all contenders for the trophy, that have definitely been under the radar. I think a good example has been 90, a team that I don't think people really prepped for, really thought too much about, and have come in and blown everyone out of the water. The question is, can FURIA find that form when it matters and not just have a clean stage 3 run, but have favorable matches on their side of the bracket? That's what it can come down to a lot of the time, with so many kryptonites available when it comes to these top 5, top 10 teams. You know, like think about Na'Vi. I would put Na'Vi at either 3 over Falcons or 4. probably 3 given their recent performances and their win over Vitality being solid, but we know Falcons can win that matchup as well. At the same time, we look at Na'Vi and we watch them get destroyed by Spirit yesterday. That's one of those kryptonite matchups where even if Na'Vi are the second best team in the world, in theory, they can't beat Spirit. So playoff brackets are so important. If you're FURIA, you're still hoping someone beats Vitality in the quarterfinals. But this is no kryptonite matchup. This is a match that, since FURIA went international, 4 times played, has gone back and forth every single time. And that's without considering these MOUZ roster changes. So we have to see what they look like today. Oh, it's optimistic Molodoi. Jump over the box. MOUZ make it down secret.
Okay, Serato, if he is going to rotate, got to begin very, very quickly because they're already down here. Yuri kind of selling this for K Serato, but dinked out by the Torshi Glock will get rid of him.
Ow.
And Yuri somehow ends up as the sole survivor. His teammate Yakindar still in at the top site, isn't making a move. Not yet anyhow. And Yuri's going to be hard pressed to find your way back into this, low on health. Doesn't look like FURIA believe in pulling back this 2v4. It's too far gone.
Yuri looking to make a late damage play, it looks like. Don't think they'll let him get away with anything sneaky here. Dropping Yorp is great value, especially if he can run away and keep his gun. But they will pick it up. MOUZ survive, get the round, and that's despite very quick rotations for FURIA. Don't know how Torshi gets that Glock kill. Was there a helmet at play? He just knocked out one of the FURIA players who are ahead of timing down the vents. FURIA were very quick to rotate, but in doing so, lost ramp fully. Spinks pushed the Molotov. So Torshi, the MVP, finding massive kills down secret to get that bomb planted. No helmet for K Serato. Ouch. So MOUZ are on the board.
For MOUZ, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Spinks in this matchup. Had a very impressive start to the tournament. Kind of delivered on a bit of what was teased and promised in Atlanta, and I don't really think Atlanta, I mean the PGL event. Astana. They sound so similar.
He had troubles at that event, right? Obviously, there were a lot of position changes across MOUZ, and, well, Spinks is back to his usual tricks, it looks like.
Kind of promised us that we would get a bit more aggro lurking out of the guy, and we didn't necessarily get that, but here on day 1 of the major, I think he delivered on that promise, and he looked fantastic, so keeping a watchful eye on him. But this round, in spite of the opener that Spinks provided, rapidly starting to get a little weird here. Yakindar wide out in the open from heaven.
Ooh.
As for a mad dash in, Brolin puts him down.
Pre-fire was the right idea, but Brolin's quick to the shot, and MOUZ with a bomb plant despite low health. FURIA have the same problem. Both these players under 50. Yuri making a dash up heaven. Molodoi could smoke the T-vent and the door, but it's Yuri yet again just looking for damage or a late drop in. Hope that MOUZ count him out of this round. I don't think they're going to make that mistake. The only question is, does the low health hold them back? If anything, it should be Spinks playing the bomb, because Brolin will have to leave. Yuri, again, just wants to punish. He just wants to take guns away, and it's painful at that. Removing this AWP, something that MOUZ cannot retrieve. So damage is good here for FURIA, but it costs them just as much. And MOUZ can drop an AWP over. FURIA, it's all they have. So back-to-back rounds here for MOUZ.
I think a round like this is always pretty scary. It's Molodoi with a hero orb. He's going to be looking to force fights. Going to be trying to be very active on that AWP.
Talk of active, you mentioned the aggro lurking for Spinks. We have had a couple of those already. I mean, coming out on walking to A in a 5v5, that's not the Spinks I know. Huge entry from him.
Ramp take and Molodoi Zorp is here. MOUZ decide not to commit.
Smoke's down, but this time it's a fake out. K-Serato's already lower. Molodoi has made the right read here, but this is just one AWP. Could it really win the round? He's committed, he believes, and he's onto something. Just needs to stay still. Bomb.
There's that jiggle. Torshi gives away the opening. Now they learn about the AWP. Does that try and force a change of direction here for MOUZ, or are they going to battle right into it? Yakindar on this AK finds the next three. Scavenges it from Zelex out in main and puts it to work straight away. What's Brolin even supposed to do? Yeah, this was meant to be an easy round. It's gotten away from you, and that vent drop is not safe.
Well, if Molodoi didn't have it, I assure you K-Serato would have. He was knife out in vent to secure that round. So perfect reposition from FURIA, putting Molodoi back on that A-bomb site, connects his Yakinda massive triple, and that is eco win here for FURIA. For the most part, just pistols. Yakinda does indeed put that AK-47 to work. And so MOUZ funneled into a trap. Brolin couldn't even find the vent. So MOUZ, this is their last buy before things get very tricky on this T side.
They look to go ramp quickly, but Yakindar's already down at lower, so Fallen can fall on back here. Look to play two players down in this lower position. They're going to link up. Yakindar facing first. Fallen gets overlooked, and that might be the last mistake they make on this ramp hit. Yakindar and Fallen shut it all down. With only exertion left, FURIA rapidly closing in. Clutch shut down with no worries for FURIA.
Unfortunate display of fate for MOUZ. Because of their outside smokes in previous rounds and how much they've been crossing secret, FURIA decide to start one extra player on lower. It just so happens that that's as MOUZ rush ramp. So double setup, perfect bait and switch from Yakinda, and at least a Fallen finding a double here. Excellent work here. Not overcommitting down to B. They know ramp is a choke, and MOUZ can't get through it. So pistols out now for MOUZ. FURIA break them. And FURIA in a strong position to storm ahead in this map. This is the most played map since Zelex joined the roster for MOUZ. 9 times played. One of his more comfortable ones. But at the moment, outside is getting cordoned off. Yakinda's pushed up. So this one is no surprise for MOUZ. Oh.
Molodoi got handed the responsibility of ramp. Brolin breaks through on the Tech 9. Now they make it into lower. Yakindar scrambling down here on a rotate. It's the MP7, the gun for the job, all bearing down upon him from ramp side.
Oh, lurker.
Down low on this lurk.
Good escape. Numbers might decide it.
Yakindar still has this space, so they're lending him a bit of time, seeing if he gets that kill that brings FURIA back in to the conversation. Shut down straight away. And even though K-Serato gets that trade, I don't think him and Yuri are feeling this. Round just feels too far gone after the double entry out of Brolin ramp side.
Just excellent work for Brolin. That is somewhat the Molodoi effect. It was awkward timing for FURIA, shuffling their ramp player out and Molodoi in. And so MOUZ break that timing by rushing the molly, but it's Molodoi's repeat that costs FURIA here. It gives away the gun. Then they feel like they have to chase to stop Brolin picking it up, leads to a double kill. It's because they just got back in position. FURIA aren't ready to concede ramp to B, but it would have been the better option of the two. The alternative is 2 kills off the Tech 9 for Brolin. This repeat that cost them. And what a combo from Brolin. Hands that all right back to Torshi.
Nice boy, sit fucking run. Nice.
But FURIA's rotations have been really good in this map, so it's fine to concede the lower control here from what we've seen in this game. Feels like MOUZ are really game planning for B one way or another. Be it through ramp or secret. Keep trying to break the timings, push the util of Furia, disrespect. But maybe we see something more standard this time, as MOUZ have another opportunity on the rifle round, and they have Torshi on the AWP. Let him work.
These yard smokes again. Zelex getting a play with them. Malloy posted on this AWP, joining up with Yakindar out in the yard. You see that double wall, you know that players can be crossing behind it. Break for Molodoy, but there's still multiple windows here where many players could have made it down into secret. It's Fallen ramp side looking to get tested again.
On his own.
Do they clear this box? So often this position overlooked. And if you forget about it, it can ruin rounds. There's 3 players out there in front of Fallen, and on that swing does big damage, but can't finish the job. Again, a double entry out towards ramp from Brolin.
See, the young veteran showing off his individual prowess in this tournament so far for MOUZ. Showed up against Legacy, doing the same against these Brazilians. Beautiful double entry kill out of Brolin on a whiff chance for Fallen, and because of the smoke, Zelex has full lower control already cleared out. MOUZ feel barely any paranoia about putting that bomb down in the open. Great round here out of MOUZ, put together so cleanly. And FURIA kicking themselves because they know that a couple of better play shots from Fallen would have ruined that whole plan. Sometimes it just comes down to that. Hell of a round to lose for FURIA, but at least they save their guns. They get to fight on in this half.
Terrorists win.
Well, if there's a gap on the map, it's called ramp. 2 doubles from Brolin in this game to single-handedly win the round.
I think when you're starting to feel ramp pressure like this as well, it makes Nuke really, really stressful, doesn't it? Like, you're getting paranoid about lower. It can be really, really hard to know how to kind of balance the checkbook in these situations,
well,
right?
If you try and rotate to make up for it, suddenly they go for the A hit, they walk back off ramp, the map goes quiet, they hit A, you're already down the vent. You know, it's going to affect the whole team in their rotations. Cheeky for Zelex, what's he up to?
Walking ahead of these smokes and looking for fights out towards CT and main. Flash to try and bring him in. Won't get past Yakindar. Smoke will go in to block him off main side. Oh, held for that drop down. Molodoy's got the cover. And so this one looking far better for FURIA, 5v3.
Yeah, and they know there's more. Someone threw that flash, so there's no questions here. FURIA still can remain with eyes outside. They don't feel like they need to stop secret control. They can retake B from ramp, having that locked down with Fallen's second door. So FURIA still in strong positions. Just can't give away free entry kills. That almost comes through. Info is key. K-Serato tucks in after spotting them in main. A split, cordoned off.
Hell of a crossfire. They try to dodge it. They try and make it down the vent. A bomb will survive. And now Exertion and Spinks looking to hold on in a 2v5. Yakindar able to pounce out from the door. And they know they've got Exertion boxed in. Util starts to rain down and the AWPs provide cover. FURIA don't let that get weird. 5v2 sitting so pretty and only 1 kill past that point.
That's a lot better round for Molodoi as well. Just sat back CT outside, able to connect 2 kills on the cross. Stop that main split, that heaven wrap here for MOUZ. Multiple attempts to control outside, but they've been shut down in the majority of them. Best success has come from MOUZ down secret on this B hit or out ramp. But they're still trying to keep FURIA guessing. Questions answered in this round for FURIA. Double orb remains for the last round of the half. MOUZ didn't see it. However, no orb for MOUZ here, so suggesting something quicker.
I think if you're MOUZ, you're almost hoping that FURIA try and solve this ramp gap with numbers. So not knowing about that double orb, wonder if that comes back to haunt them. Because there's a world where you're anticipating kind of slower reactions out towards A. Roland didn't look to solve his ramp issues by bringing more players over. He's just changed the weapon he's fighting it with, going back to his old faithful AWP. And this round, not even playing ramp, just left a huge gap there off the top. Going for secret control to clear the yard early.
Alex lurking main. A pressure coming in. Molodoi connects the shot, but the trading is not there until Zelex lines up a double. Keserato keeps the round alive, but FURIA might have to concede this site. It's going to be a post plant. MOUZ putting it down, fallen in an unorthodox position, but that's exactly why it works.
Kindar closing in quickly, and a backstab that's well timed. It's just Spinks, 2 kills to his name right now. Been quiet here on their T side. And he's the one, a little cold, a little rusty, left in this clutch, just surrounded. FURIA able to lock it down. Game plan for MOUZ seemed to be to abuse ramp, use that to condition FURIA in that first half, and FURIA never fall for it. A winning CT side venture to get this BO3 going.
Oh wow, there's the first for Frag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
FURIA have come to play at this major. An 8-round first half locks MOUZ out of Nuke, and it's going to be an uphill battle here for this mixed team to put it back together. FURIA looking solid, some frustration on their faces, but overall winning the rounds that really matter to storm ahead in this map. This is MOUZ's map pick. It is their most played map since Alex joined the roster. And some nice moments out ramp for Brolin, but for the most part, a slow start for MOUZ.
Yeah, you know, it's both nice, but also a little concerning that the former captain, Brolin, right now, the real difference maker for MOUZ. And on this T side, FURIA don't hang about, do they? Fast pace into the top site. A convincing pistol looking to get leveled against MOUZ.
Got it down.
This is going to make things go from bad to worse as Torshi commits to the save. FURIA onto 9 and looking for a streak to start this second half.
That looked like a brutal set pistol here for FURIA. Just great utility, flashing MOUZ in every position. They try and swing back behind T-Vent to find some cover, and that's when Caserato's lurking door and shoots you in the back of the head. Felt like there was nowhere to hide in that top site for MOUZ. And if Torshi's saving his armor, he better get a move on. Because that bomb's going off. This is FURIA onto 9 rounds, winning both pistols in this map. Terrorists win. Excellent start to the game here for a FURIA who have unfinished business at majors. Certainly struggled finding success on the biggest of stages since bringing in this international component to their roster. Back in Austin, it was a complete fumble, falling to their counterparts in pain in the quarterfinals. Shocking disappearance from Molodoi into Budapest. Same story. All the expectations for FURIA, none of the results. Na'Vi caught them off guard, as they often do in a major playoff. And so will FURIA finish their business in Cologne is the question. There are so many contenders for this trophy, so many teams vying for it. Of course, Vitality as a heavy favorite, but other teams entering that conversation. Spirit, Falcons with questions. Na'Vi knowing they can beat Vitality on the right day. And so FURIA look to find some comfort. A clean stage 3 would be one way to start it.
Potential for FURIA to outbrain themselves here. We're heading into that empty lower site. They changed their mind and now try and pounce on the A play. In doing so, they're going right into the stack. Shut down for Brolin. He's had a couple of key double kills in this. There's one more back for Zelex. Hold on. This is far from over because Brolin's not giving up. Yuri's shut down as Zelex delivers. And the bomb will get planted in it lower, but it's only Akindar. Literally 1 HP. Hell, even a flash grenade hitting this guy kills him and stops the round. He's in no position to long out a gunfight. This has to be clinical. First shot connects. Holding for Spinks. Tries to bait him in. Akindar nails it. No room for error. You couldn't afford a miss, and so he doesn't.
And that's Spinks in the mud at this point. 2 and 10. 1v1 against 1 HP Akindar. He has an HE grenade, Harry. He doesn't throw it. Once the element of surprise, well, surprise, surprise, FURIA convert their pistol in a very difficult round. Akindar bails away from his whole team, but boy, was it worth it. Round of applause from the Professor.
And that is just the ultimate gut punch, isn't it, right?
Yeah.
You get the exact play you're hoping for. They walk into the stack. You've got a guy with 1 health between you and a potential comeback, and you can't close it. Now, you talked about FURIA feeling like they have unfinished business at these majors. I think one of the other things that's cool is obviously, you know, this is a big deal, getting a Cologne major again, 10 years since the last one. And the last champion a Cologne major had was that SK squad with Fallen at the helm. It was actually his best performance at a major ever individually to go alongside that. And so sure, 10 years ago, there's only 4 players from that major still competing in this one, and Fallen is one of those 4.
And are all 4 contenders? Certainly up there. But to know it's his best tournament, and we've still seen some great games out of Fallen in the last 6 months in the FURIA jersey, not going out quietly. Neither's Brolin, man, doing everything he can in this game to keep MOUZ alive, but FURIA are just swimming away. Careful. 2 low players, but only a USP. Yuri is willingly taking this fight, and that is it. 11-4. MOUZ get 1 gun round in this CT side, and without it, we go to the second map of this series. Blink and you miss it. Nuke might be over. Inferno's up next for FURIA. For as good as MOUZ looked yesterday, we're not getting much of that. FURIA staying very calm. Fans less so.
For MOUZ, it just feels like a bit of a failure to launch on a couple of key individuals. It's great that Brolin's playing so well on such short notice. But where the hell is the rest of this team?
Yeah, Torshi looked great yesterday.
Yeah, just for me on the mental side. Let's see if we can get to 7 rounds, okay? Yeah, get to 7 rounds. It's 3 rounds now. Buy rounds are starting. They just have the pistols this game, boys. That's it. In terms of buy rounds, we're winning. Yeah.
It's a fair point. Cyclone trying to bring his team back in with some more success in these rifles. But at the same time, FURIA have wind in their sails. Oh my goodness, Exertion just coming through this smoke. But he will go the safe side into Garage, still allowing the path to Secret if Yakinda wanted it. 17-6.
I think one of the things that's awkward with a game like this, though, is you're all feeling some burden to try and make these hero plays. And as we see from Brolin there, it sometimes just leads to you to, you know, commit to fights maybe you would have shied away from. You would have looked to long out a little bit earlier. Brolin's certainly feeling some pressure to try and be the difference maker. Good clawback for Exertion out in the yard at least. That's going to stop them looking over their shoulder. They've now got info that yard is empty. The one player that was spotted is now accounted for. Ramp take out of FURIA. They'll move in and they get this space for free.
You understand why Zelix gives it up. It was probably the right play, but they just have no one on this lower rotation. Dropping quickly as Exertion. They have to fight for something, though. No nades for this post plan. MOUZ throwing themselves into gunfights. It's all they've got.
I mean, look at Serato closing in. If that bomb goes down, Serato could just be here to clean it all up. They know about the Torshi AWP, and that's his object. Torshi gets eyes on in time. Now it's Yuri, 1v2, boxed in. Tag connects, but Torshi's going to finish the job. It's another low HP clutch for FURIA.
Oh, they had it. MOUZ knew exactly.
Stacking him up.
MOUZ knew exactly where he was. They had him locked in that corner. Torshi called it. Zelix comes out, gives him the free kill with no damage. Comes to Torshi AWP shot, but of course, Yakinda gets it over the line. Yuri, we'll get there. Yuri and Yakinda, 2 low health clutches. before this round starts.
Even when they get something, it quickly goes awry, man. Burning in his Molotov there. Spinks falls in spite of briefly securing you an opening. Now looking for a ramp hit. 2 players here waiting to receive. Brolin and Torshi. Brolin's been the ramp man throughout this whole game. Dead after 1. Heavy ramp rotates, and Yakindar's going to try and come up. Zelex can't afford to give this fight away. Just getting toyed with, getting played with on the ladder. And at this point, it's got to be racing through his mind. Well, why is he drawing my attention? What's Fallen up to? What's he trying to do in this moment? And Zelex going to find out the hard way. Brought down low.
2.
Fallen catching that aggression ramp side. And there's been a number of clutches in this game thus far for FURIA.
Surely not.
Is Fallen really going to throw his hat in the ring? Reposition on Zelex, trying to dodge. Down the vent. Leaves the A-site hold to exertion. Full health Shaw and a more experienced voice to keep an eye on this top site.
You wouldn't expect Heaven to be open. Not this late in the round. Can Fallen piece it together.
He's given a peek there. Molly into Heaven. This might make him feel like he's got the room to go for the plant, but they close in on him quickly. They don't give him that respect. And so finally shutting down one of these clutches on the MOUZ side. And even that, I think, just lets you breathe a sigh of relief. There's been 2 very tense clutch moments coming through for FURIA in this T-half. Could have gone some way to recovering this game for MOUZ. They at least get the jump on FURIA once over in these 2v1s.
Let's go! Still trying to believe here. Trying to get to 7. Then the goal raises. MOUZ already a man down, and Spinks has just been a liability in this game. 3 and 14. Gives up the first kill. Not very Spinks-like. It's weird, we saw that one aggressive round from him early in the half. Early in the game, it looked really nice. He got an entry, he won them the round, but since that point, he has had no impact in this match. And now he's given away advantages back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, and I think it's awkward, right? This is the Spinks trying to kind of reinvent himself a little bit inside of this new look MOUZ squad, but I think that the problem there is, you said it earlier, right? When he went for these aggressive lurks, it's not very Spinks-like. And so the idea that you're trying to play this reinvented version of yourself, the least comfortable version, you don't have a lot to fall back on if you're Spinks, and you saw that attempt at the early fight there. It just looked ugly in the way that he takes it. Gives away the advantage, and FURIA, they're not going to throw this chance away. 5v4 on their force buy.
The reposition, Zerjan clearing outside lets him reinforce this A site. It's going to be needed. FURIA are coming in with an execute.
Can't afford to die here. Nothing done out of exertion. Now FURIA set their sights on that vent drop. Multiple players making it down. Bomb lost to get there, but will survive the crossing. It's Brolin in position. Dead straight away. And with this force, FURIA end up in a post plant. A man up, 3v2, trying to close this here and now.
Should be simple. FURIA fall back into positions. MOUZ pressure on their backs. Kit on, Torshi, smoke on Zelex. They have to combine. They have to both survive if they're in for a chance of this round. Double window. MOUZ flash into the site. They don't realize. Back on Astralis, back hiding in the corner. Keserato spotted. Zelex goes for the fight, but there is a smoke lost, and the kit falls as well. Finish the job by Molodoi. A fantastic game across the board. Bottom to top for FURIA. Everybody shows up, and MOUZ don't even get to play in this map. That is their pick in the series, and FURIA bang them out.
FURIA stand and deliver and give us a first map that leaves some questions answered at the very minimum. Yeah, FURIA in charge here. MOUZ, a couple of the question marks on that side. I've got Ash and Yanko here with me to talk a little bit about this one. What do we see, Ash?
I think we saw a disparity in skill going on quite a lot, to be fair. Like, the rounds were pretty close quite a lot of the time, and it just felt like MOUZ just couldn't win any of these close rounds. I mean, there was 2 clutches, one on 1 HP, one on 4 HP, which were 1v2s. They're kind of inexcusable in this situation. You have to win some of these rounds. You can't just lose all of them. So it was kind of... momentum was going against them, they just didn't break it.
I think we see FURIA get their swagger back.
Okay.
And I think that's an awesome thing for all the fans, right? If they can be in contention, if we can see the FURIA from the second half of last year, that will make for a much more interesting major. And you just see it in the individual level of the players, the confidence, how they're moving around the map, and obviously in some of these clutches, right, with how clean they've been. Ikinder 1 HP, Yuri in the following round also low HP, closes it out, and they are playing with renewed confidence here in Cologne.
Absolutely. Even the 1v2s, like the unbelievable understanding from both of them, the crosshair placement. You can now understanding one person dies when Zelix pushes him, the second person's coming, closing the door, outplaying him. Just incredible from both him and Yuri those rounds.
Let's talk a little bit about some of these rounds in particular. And I think, Yanko, you've got the bulk of the rounds this time around. So perhaps we kick it off with Ash on round number 3, if that's all right.
Yeah, and this is kind of showing how probably the perfect kind of round happened here for MOUZ, and they weren't even able to convert it. So Brolin actually spots Molodai going to Secret at the start, and Brolin, I think, had a great game in this one start off. So they see him, they punish him, instantly get the kill. And 5v4. Very nice situation for them. They're going to go down Secret. Xerxes has a chance to Molotov here, which probably just gets instantly 2 kills, or at least the information. They don't see Ikinder, and then he gets an extra kill. And then because of that, when Jelix comes behind them, another situation, he should make the 2k. There's no doubt about that. But because there's 2 people here rather than 1, his messy spray means it comes down to a 1v2, which comes to a 1v1. And this, I don't think you can really ask for a better opportunity here. The read was, everything was fantastic. The newer player was in Secret from good spotting. They punished the guys in double, but messed up the Molotov, and then Flank comes in behind them as well. What do you think, Yanko? This feels like it is a round that was written in the stars for them to win, and it kind of just didn't go that way.
Yeah, it's just everything going wrong, and especially in the clutch. I was wondering, you know, when I was watching the round on the kill feed, it was Pink's dies, I saw on radar, he was sort of like searching ramp. I don't know if that's maybe trying to do a little bit too much in that lobby position, especially as you said, they knew there was a player, you know, in Secret, in Clay, where they could flush him out. You know, you can just chill a little bit, the pressure is going to be on your opponents. Like, he could have really activated later on in the round, but yeah, that was an unfortunate one for MOUZ.
Yeah, and as far as activations, I mean, this was a FURIA that's starting on the CD side, obviously kind of where you want to be, but in doing so, they set that pace, that presence. Let's talk a little bit about that, Ash. Let's see about that dictation that we had from FURIA early on in the game and controlling what was going on here.
Yeah, they were very aggressive. They were kind of in MOUZ's face. There was one round even on Eco where you can have flanks all of lobby, and these teammates kind of were dying through main, but they were very active all of the time. And Molodai as well, I think he was kind of everywhere. He was pushing, peeking things, kind of showing more confidence that we talked about at the pre-show, like coming back into his game.
Yeah, when he's on, he's very mobile, right? Like, he will start the round in one place. As soon as he has shown himself, he'll change his position, always keeping the opponent on their toes, right? And you just have to be quick about your reactions in that case. It makes it so much more difficult for the caller too. Is like, oh, he's gonna move, where is he gonna go next? Like, what do I do? Where do I call? Like, it's not as easy as it may be seen from the outside.
Yeah, and in our next clip, round number 7, Yanko, we got Malaboy and Yeki.
Well, I actually want to mention this because this comes back to what we just talked about, and I think it kind of shows why Molodai is so special as a player. This is actually, I kind of think it's a hero op, a saved op, I can't quite remember, but our first opportunity outside, sure, he misses a shot, this thing happens. He comes towards ramp, and it seems like MOUZ actually were planning to go ramp. He quickly realizes, I don't think it's going to be ramp. I'm just going to leave and I'll go back towards A, and that's where the entry kill actually comes in, because he comes back and he's just so mobile. 3 opportunities in this round, he has to make a kill with Yanko.
Yeah, and just finds himself in the right place at the right time. He's done this time and time again on Nuke, and also for MOUZ, not ideal, right? Like, they're on an eco, just the saved op from Molodai, and you're not utilizing outside. Like, you're just sort of faking with outside and end up going upper, which is like 2 narrow choke points where you can just get demolished. And this really felt like, you know, MOUZ was able to win back-to-back rounds, and now they forced him on an eco, and they can get some momentum of their own and get a handle on that T side. But this eco win really shut them down.
Yeah, and for the side of MOUZ, you know, you're not winning any pistols doesn't necessarily help. I'd have to say that's pretty obvious when it comes to the map of Nuke, that you want to grab a pistol or 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, and the score wouldn't have been 13-5, but they had an opportunity early in the second half with those clutches, right? If you convert that 2v1, that's on a force buy, like, you're able to still get control of the economy, you're able to get some momentum. I think they're a good CT side team. They would have had a chance, but it's just too much. Like, you lose both pistols, you lose 2 rounds anti-eco / against force buys, you lose 2 2v1 clutches. Like, you can only get away with so much in a game.
Yeah, this is like a match of big moments. It felt like in Fury were there for the big moments, and it felt like MOUZ kind of fumbled it a little bit. They had the chances here. They really could have done something. So yeah, this clutch is just fantastic. The understanding, unbelievable. He understands that one person's coming, that probably the second one is, and closing the door as well. I mean, Spinks played this in a nice way, because even Spinks understands that Yekindao will know potentially a second player's coming. He looks for the timing, but when the door gets closed, that's a cue of, well, probably he's gone onto the bomb site, I have to push, and Yekindao's cross-side placement and 1 HP, instant first bullet and winning that one.
Switching up the angle, like creeping up a little bit to sort of catch Spinks a little bit off guard. Just beautifully played from Yekindao in the clutch, and we don't see him there that often.
Or at least going the way he'd like it to. But if you are a fan of FURIA, you have absolutely found the way that you'd like here on the first map, which sets us up beautifully for a second map if we can get the same FURIA in the driver's seat early on. Let's start that discussion around Inferno and FURIA starting on that T side.
It was strange. Yesterday, they picked Inferno against Bait, and Bait picked to start on the T side. For whatever reason, didn't go so great for them. So FURIA didn't really have to play the T side yesterday much, but here Keiserato is a bit more of a focal point in some of those banana fights, because Yekindao, you think he's going to be there all the time, but he isn't. He's playing a little bit towards second mid and this sort of stuff. So I think it goes without saying, for MOUZ, need to get off to a better start, need to shut down some of those early plays to get some confidence in the series.
Yeah, I always found it strange that you have him in your head of being this map control super aggressive guy, and quite a lot of the maps he's like the lurker, like the second mid taking player. It's kind of strange. But yeah, this is one, when they've played historically, they trade this map all of the time. It's kind of, I win one, now you win one. But like I said before, this is a completely different MOUZ team. Everything's different, so we're kind of, it's like playing them for the first time almost.
Yeah, it almost is. In fact, if you are just joining us over on that B stream, it is Bait and Mongols going in overtime right now currently. So there is a whole bunch of Counter-Strike, but for us, we're looking at Inferno still. Yeah, is that...
Mongols were up by a lot, no?
Yeah, I think they were 10-0 or something.
I just happened to see it over my shoulder right there. We might even be able to get a chance to look at it, but the idea that going into Inferno with a MOUZ that's not quite with us yet, that's not necessarily the feeling you want to have going into the next map. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bad start, but I mean, you can reset. MOUZ are good enough. They have the experience. But I think I kind of liked Brolan was really impactful. He had a lot of multi-kills. It looked like he was kind of showing up. It's not very often that all the MOUZ players like that don't show up at the same time. Usually a couple of them are going to show up here and there. You kind of want to see them bounce back, but I believe they will. They'll talk about it properly outside now. And Inferno's not like one of those maps like Anubis or Overpass or even Nuke where you just get blown out on one half. You can be competitive on both of them.
Yeah, Brolan was keeping them alive really on T side, multi-kills back-to-back rounds on ramp. But I think on Inferno, exertion becomes more important, right? They're going to start on the CT side towards that B bomb side. And he's been lights out for this MOUZ squad ever since he took up IGLing, right? Switched some of his positions around, but has just been very, very good in the group stages. So had a bit of a quiet first map. MOUZ didn't really step up to the plate. So I think on Inferno, you see a better level for them, and at least a competitive map, if not more.
Give me a litmus test on the side of Zelix. Where are we finding he's fitting into this roster of MOUZ?
I mean, he's never really played these anchor positions ever, I believe, and he's been like excelling on the CT side. So this is like, they just have a player who is extremely talented and they want to try and get him into the lineup. And obviously as well, you're jumping up to tier 1 for the first time, like you said with BMAS. It's a big thing to go from in an academy team to the main roster who's established and really good, and that's where he's more struggling. On the T side, he's playing quite a few of his roles, and statistically, compared to where he should be, he's actually around those kind of levels. So it's going to take quite a long time, because when you're playing the rotation positions, you get to do things all the time. You're dictating what you're doing, and when you're playing CT side, you're just adapting constantly to your own team and what the opponents are doing, and this is where he doesn't have any experience, and he's kind of struggling a bit more.
Yanko, you buying into that about Zelix?
Yeah, it's just tough for a guy who likes to be active to sit in one spot and then just keep the focus up, you know, just staring at his crosshair, right? You need to find ways to go about it. But yeah, I think you're spot on. Comes down to he's just a really good player and they want to get him involved somehow. But on the other side, you have to be careful. You know, sometimes the player can only flourish if you give him the position which he's best at.
Yeah, and that's what we kind of have to just sit back and watch. Let's see if Zelix and MOUZ can have a response or perhaps an answer as we look forward to our second map here of the series. Inferno, FURIA is going to be starting on the T side. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about, I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
Welcome to the IEM Cologne Roundtable. We've got FURIA today with us. FURIA, guys, how was practice? Bad. But bad practice, good matches, right?
That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah. What percentage of tournaments do you come in bad practice versus good practice?
100% of the at least on interviews.
Yeah,
I cannot say it's good ever.
Okay. Who's the big surprise from practice? The guys you played against?
I feel like there's a couple. One, I feel like we've played against MOUZ. I think MOUZ were very good. I think also we've played against BetBoom. BetBoom were very, very surprising. So I had both of my stage 1 and stage 2. I got BetBoom correctly 3-0 on stage 1, and then stage 2 I got them going through and kind of saved my pick'ems and whatever because we had the opportunity to actually practice them and see how they're playing. Even with the standing situation, for me, BetBoom is definitely one of the most surprising ones.
Who's your other 3-0 pick?
I'm not doing pick'em.
You're not doing pick'ems?
No.
Some people are doing pick'ems even after they're live already, and you're not doing it at all? No.
I heard about that. It feels like insider trading, right? When you're knowing the information about form and team, and then you put them according. Like if you smash them in practice, they're probably not going through.
Yeah, you kind of have. Sometimes you have some ideas on who is playing good or not, but not every time.
But I don't see any players get diamond coins, so.
Not
so hard, right?
So hard, yeah.
This tournament is the diamond coin. The problem is that you have to put yourself to go through the final.
Yeah. You do have to?
No, like
it's in the contract.
It's in the contract. But yeah, I can put Vitality winning the final, and then like if we win, I'm happy.
Yeah.
If Vitality wins, I'm happy.
Yeah.
So it's like,
hey, who wants a Vitality diamond?
no, I mean, yeah,
Nobody wants.
That is worth. Everyone's gonna get it.
Yeah. So boot camp was not great, but then you learned a lot. Coming into this stage, first time, best of 3 matches. Happy, sad?
I think it's good, yeah. Better, less randomness, I guess. If any team underdog is able to beat a top team 2 maps, and they deserve it. But 1 map can go sometimes.
Yeah.
Weirdly, right? You lose a first buy, or they got two pistol rounds. It can become a harder match instantly.
yeah, I feel like when it was CS:GO, like MR16, then it actually maybe like made sense because it's like, if you just compare MR12, MR16, like there's a lot more like randomness happening or like random winners happening because of like 2 pistol rounds. You win 2 pistols and you lose it, for example, you buy and you lose a buy, and then you eco, it's 3-0, and then both sides 3-0, you're already starting 6-0.
If you lost a force, it's 8. How good do you have to play to make 13-8 in a team that you lost 2 pistols and lost a round that you shouldn't? You have to play perfectly. Everything else, it's hard.
FURIA not missing a beat at the beginning of this series. They come into it switched on. They steal away MOUZ's map pick of Nuke. And now we get ready to head to Inferno, FURIA's pick in this series. They're looking to be the first top 5 squad, first of the big 5, to be 2-0 up on the day.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunities here, right? We have Falcons playing BetBoom, we have Spirits playing Aurora, we have Vitality taking on 90, but FURIA are just looking to get there first, and well, after a map like that versus MOUZ, Inferno certainly sets them up for success. It's a weird map for MOUZ. It's a map that they initially had success on out of the gate back at Astana, but then struggled at CAC against lesser opposition, and of course, none of that with this roster that we have on our screen, so MOUZ are going to have to punch up again. Great opening kill for Torshi ahead of the mid smoke. Finds a 5v4 for MOUZ.
FURIA looked to pick up the pace there, but blocked by this util. Does that give them a second thought? They don't decide to go right through it. And so back to the drawing board on this one. Down banana they go. Torshi deep in the apartments. Wasn't content with just the one opening. Tries to make it another. Now they're up and past him. Zelex also reveals his position in the site with this smoke drop.
They can slow down. Yakinda has long wrap. He has great timing. He's just missed that chance, but there's a player on the site. Spot for Yakinda. He's got everything right now, but he's got to worry about spawn. 3 players rotating in.
Knows where all these guys are, but you got to start connecting some shots. Molodoy and Yuri manage theirs, and that will be a bomb plant secured for FURIA. Now trying to claw back a 2v3 in this post plant. And a wrap for Molodoy. Think down range for Yuri. He'll finish the job twice over. Just left his Spinks coming into this ice cold off the back of a rough performance on Nuke. Double swung does not make it easier. A man down. Having to change the game plan in the mid-round. FURIA still pull through.
Hey, great to see Yuri showing up today. Had that big clutch on Nuke. Finds 4 in this pistol from a disadvantage as well. This is the probably most criticized player for FURIA, the dawn of this year. And he stepped up in Rio massively in the group stages. Was the highest rated player, one of the guys to watch out for. So great to see him still in his stride here in Cologne. FURIA pistol locked in. They've won every single one in this series and converted them too. So Torshi's going to have to do a lot to change that. 2 scout tags is not bad. And as Ash was saying back on the desk, while we expect to see Yakinda front of the pack, a lot of the times you'll see him on his own, up to no good. Even last round, long wrap while his team were up short. He knows when to take the space, find the gaps. And so he leaves B open for his team as Fallen drops utility over for Yakinda to sell. Where will FURIA end?
Oh, MOUZ look like they want to re-clear mid. Spinks and Brolin are moving. Get the info, the players are still hanging around here. And so that just galvanizes this 3-man stack over in A. Util out of the B site. Exertion had to hold on there. Gets past Yakinda.
Bomb is B. This is going wrong.
They're going to try and rejoin him. Link up with Fallen, maybe? Or is
So
this just
unsure.
a save? Feels crazy to call. 20 seconds left, but I don't think they can win this. Bomb's only just going down banana now. It's going to be a last-second hit if they do go for it.
Going for it, they just need clean entries, and there's no one in the pit. So surely FURIA don't clear these positions correctly. They're going to get hung in. 10 seconds, chasing, 5-7, backside, doing damage. Deagle unknown about, and that plant is going to get denied. Off the bomb, off with a chance, all the kills and none of the time. That's a messy round from FURIA, thinking they forced MOUZ's early rotation to B, but they never bulked. Exertion alone on that B bomb site the whole time. And so FURIA can't make their mind up. A very delayed A hit.
Nice set on A, and they're going quickly. Util in, hiding in this top mid smoke. The spam, it does the heavy lifting for MOUZ. So the change of pace from FURIA promptly denied.
You could want to save this AK already, but I don't think MOUZ will let you.
Kindar's handed it off to Keserato. Faith in him to try and recover something from this dire situation.
Long flash, but everyone's safe. No kills available.
To send him in, and an instant swing on the back of it for Brolin.
Nice.
You love that idea. Hear the flash. No, you can throw the timing through a bit of a loop there, right? As Keserato's clearing the deeper angles, you hand him a close swing. And there's no winning this for you, Kindar. So pistol for FURIA, but a 4-spy conversion for this MOUZ squad. And getting through this one, 5 alive. Just a nice boost for MOUZ.
Gonna have a heap of money indeed. They were locked out on T-side Nuke to start this series. So it is a difficult and very technical place to be, but here on CT, Inferno gonna get to go through the motions. Be a lot easier to warm back into this series for sure. So after losing all 3 pistols, it's very reassuring the MOUZ do find a 4-spy. We heard Cyclone in that last map talk about how they're doing great in rifles. Just being down 0-3 at the start of every half makes your map so difficult.
Yeah, a sentiment that was even echoed by FURIA in that podcast they played in between, that round table. Talking about how if you lose both pistols, fall down in a rifle, suddenly, you know, you could be 8 rounds down.
Well, don't lose to the
bomb plant here at bare minimum. Can you sweeten the deal though, FURIA? They've scavenged some guns. Util gonna slow that bomb plant so you don't get it in as fast as you would like. And MOUZ is just gonna try and clamp down on this. Kill back for Yuri. Now he's onto something. Spot for Zelex. Low on ammo, needs to get this reload off. Fresh mag getting put in. Zelex closing the distance on the reload. No armor on Yuri, so we'll get aim punched here. Had to be clinical on that first shot. An important clutch for MOUZ's rookie. Stops that from getting any more awkward.
Yeah, very important for Zelex. That was a scary one against Yuri backside with a better gun, but patience pays off, just holds his line, and Yuri walks right into it. So reassuring for MOUZ, a dangerous decision to rush through the smoke. They had so much utility to exec B. They could have done Molly's back quad, flash Spinks out, but MOUZ just take their timing, and it does work out on the clutch. FURIA still make a good bit of money from the eco plant. So plenty of opportunity to get back in this game. Oh, Yakinda eats 2 grenades in this round, and he doesn't get to play.
Yeah, one of the faster looks you've had out of him in that banana take. And everywhere FURIA have looked for solutions, they've only found more problems. Orb now posted out here in middle. And this shot from Torshi has let one slip the net. Aggression in the downtime out here towards B. Molodoy playing it forward. Quick trade for Brolin. As the former captain and the new guy, the new captain, play in tandem over towards this B site. They never let the pressure off. Oh, and Yuri split up here in this 2v4. Full belt Util still on the back of Fallen. He's just puffing his chest up right now. Trying to keep eyeballs on this B site. Hoping that that gives Yuri some room to work with, but this is not an easy crossfire to get through. Player on balcony, man down in the pit. ready to just swing on contact at a moment's notice.
I feel like Spinks won't swing though, right? He's going to get that clean entry. Spinks, yeah, he just hides out in his position, hoping it's not going to get cleared. It might still work out. It's Spinks after all. The nade is a problem, but he still has unsuspecting players coming his way. Easy pickup for Spinks. Turn back does get the trade, but Fallen 1v2 now. Run down by the pistol. That's enough for Torshi to win this round. And MOUZ breathe easy with a clutch found, or rather denied, and a 4th round on the board. Nice to see Brolin still showing up for MOUZ in Banana.
And this is where, you know, the relative success in your rifle round starts to re-enter MOUZ's minds again. Last time, no pistols back on Nuke. Game decisively goes against them. They able to win out with that force in the second here. And now just going from strength to strength again, bullying Yakindar at Banana with this util.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of that, aren't they? Yakindar not really getting to play these rounds at the moment. 36 health, no kills yet. Has to concede eventually. And MOUZ a triple B, so they're not done with Banana either. Full take comes through with more Molotovs landing. That's a lot of util used by MOUZ, especially now that they don't play it, giving it up completely. FURIA walk right back in.
They're expecting a reaction right now on the other end of the map. So yeah, lob in all that util, kind of overplay your hand down Banana and hope you get the reaction you're looking for.
They want FURIA to jump on this A site, but not biting. Still in their defaults. And so they hedge their bets, but now they can lean back. Torshi hits his in middle. Yuri does get out. Not for long. Why not a third? These rounds are just falling apart at the seams, becoming unstitched for FURIA. And with no smoke down, Xerxia might have more in store.
Even has Spinks nearby to help him out if he needs it. It's 0-5 Yakindar, but on the receiving end of all this Banana util, and not even going to attempt this round. Just out of your hands on this one, that Torshi Orb. Phenomenal sequence over towards mid. Relieving to see he's got that in him after a rough first map for MOUZ.
He didn't miss a shot yesterday against Legacy. Think of that dust too, where you see a lot of AWPers miss on that cross from long or car. Torshi was not the guy. He nailed it every single time, so reassuring that he's back in this BO3. Just making it look easy. And I like the idea for MOUZ, you know, trying to force FURIA's mistake, trying to force them into a full stack, but FURIA don't bite. And it's not like that does them any favors anyway. One by one, dry into this orb. Yakindar's saved AK is all they can muster. And you do wonder if they still want Banana as much as they have, because not only do they not get any kills in this position, MOUZ aren't conceding them, but they are sustaining a lot of damage and just getting up to logs.
Yeah, it feels like in this round with the hero gun, you can't really justify looking for it, right? You've been wrecked by the util. You don't want Yakindar, the one guy with the rifle, brought down low in the first few seconds. Wouldn't surprise me if they omit that early control in this round, again with just that standard util, but don't feel like they can play through, and you see the double nades land there. It's a bloody good thing he didn't.
3B every time recently for MOUZ. That rotate does come through. Yakindar, of course, nothing comes for free. And Molly flash as MOUZ push back out. They are very aggressive.
Oh, we've been seeing him get whittled down by util. Finally a chance to play, but the cover in. More than an Exertion, trading contact. Banana side. Trapped by the util was Exertion.
was always going to struggle to survive for long. Still, the advantage resting with MOUZ. Second player bought over, third on the way. B hit coming through now for FURIA. Fallen hits a blinder to get the ball rolling.
Thought that was going to go very wrong, but Fallen has just bailed them out with a run and gun. Bomb planted and 2 rifles in this post plant puts FURIA in the advantage. We're going to have a handoff as well. Everybody gets a rifle, and MOUZ have a decision to make. It will be opened up by this fight in Banana. Yuri v Zelex coming in on the flank. Yuri tucked in. Zelex has to clear this properly, and he does. It's on.
Fallen and Keserato are playing this one together. Back at the site, Fallen gets info on both and now makes it that much easier for Keserato. Here to close rounds like this, but Torshi rips it from him. Defuse with seconds remaining. And MOUZ just keep racking them up. 6 in a row on this CT side.
How are they doing this? How are they winning these extremely clutch rounds against FURIA after the game we just saw from the Brazilians on last map? MOUZ are shutting out every 1vx, every late round situation. Playing with a lot of confidence at this point. Some nice shots in this round from FURIA, still not enough. This is MOUZ who are pushing smokes, pushing the boat out, and absolutely winning in Banana. FURIA have had nothing reliable in this T side. They have won the pistol, that is it. And there we go, another entry for Torshi. FURIA didn't even realize that was an option. Break on the mid-smoke, punish.
He's got to be expecting this retake util out of MOUZ. He saw there were no double nades down Banana at the start of this, so I don't think you can even chance going to the half wall.
And there they go. Nades everywhere. Yakinda has disappeared. However, that's just more map control for MOUZ. They reblock car. Exertion checks it out. Now they can pre-rotate and pad A. Sooner they go, the better. Leaving a man on the boost is something, but there's only 2 players committed at this point. I feel like MOUZ have unlimited utility. It just keeps coming down. Another smoke molly on this B site, but FURIA, unbothered, are going in.
Torshi even blocking the apartments now at the 30-second mark. That's where Keserato was hoping to play his hand in this round. They have to come through the cards, but 20 seconds left. You've got to come through this util. Spinks is waiting for that exact move. Fallen dead over on the long side, and this one getting shut down convincingly. This Torshi AWP. So often it's just been this double A start, and Torshi has actually thrived in this extra responsibility.
FURIA just don't know where MOUZ are at any point in the round. I thought Fallen could have walked through the front of that moto smoke into the site. He would have actually had a gap there, but Spinks was playing in the corner to deny the safest route. And everywhere FURIA go, they run into MOUZ and have yet to win any integral fights in these rounds. More disasters here for FURIA, as B is a lockout and Torshi is not missing.
He came out a very good spawn in this round. I think this might be the first time he tries to get ahead of some of this Banana util. Gets himself tucked in logs, sees that early onslaught make its way over, and gets some nade damage of his own for a change. He's keen to try and fight this. FURIA feel like they can't operate without first putting the fear in this Banana hold. He's dead straight away. Exertion. The whole team out towards B here, backing him up. Molidoy trying to give chase. Will claw back one of these kills, but for how long?
Can't get through these two. Still here fighting ahead of the smoke. Fallen can't commit. He's got the bomb on his back. Even though FURIA finally get the fight, they lose 2 of them. Yakinda 0 and 8. Banana has just been closed in this CT side. Very nice B holds out of MOUZ. We're not even getting to see FURIA execute. So they just go for a gut punch through the apartments. Torshi's AWP searching, clearing, finding nothing, and that does force a rotation for MOUZ. A bit of paranoia might give FURIA a chance.
Is Torshi going too? Yeah, looks like it. He's beginning his rotation. Zelex is left entirely alone on this A side of the map. This is quite the gamble for MOUZ in the final 30 seconds. They saw FURIA actively looking for that banana control, trying to take it early. It's got them paranoid about B. The mid clear has only sold them on this lie. Contact, walk out. Footsteps heard. Torshi arrives just in time. It's Alex hiding out over at short. Keserato able to get past it. It's the Torshi AWP that just refuses to show mercy.
And this is what we were saying yesterday. If this is the form that Torshi is bringing into Cologne, MOUZ have a shot at doing something special. Torshi not missing a beat, not missing a single click on his mouse. 14-3, not only in the right place, but hitting it every single time.
When you have a guy acting as a one-man army, just a railgun at the A site, I don't know how you beat that. Look at what it's allowing MOUZ to do. They've not been starting with 3 players A ever, even when they've been dealt some of these faster top mid takes. Torshi is just multi-killing his way through.
Yeah.
It's giving you so much freedom. Exertion right now feels like he could call almost anything, and it would still pan out, because you've got this guy and his AWP able to get through the entire FURIA roster if that's a requirement.
Just makes it look so easy here, does Torshi. No one looking his way. Quick picks. And MOUZ making this one efficient. 8-1 CT side.
Starting triple B, but look at the move from Torshi.
This is audacious. If you die here, you open up the whole round on this A site, but FURIA don't want to fight middle. They feel threatened by the presence of that AWP. There is nowhere they can go if they don't want to fight
the
mid.
Last guy thinking, I might die here with the game he's having.
But FURIA literally can't play anything off spawn. They can't go in middle because of the AWP, and they've been seeing Torshi there every round, and they can't go B because the nades have just been nukes.
And that's the advantage of being able to start triple B every round, right? You throw in such a powerful combo that you're not getting banana space. You're not able to take it early. Even the ventures where you've dodged that early util and tried to take it late haven't panned out.
It's also not just triple B. It's the variety of hits we've seen on this B bomb site from MOUZ, right? They've gone for deep nades early, then they go for retake utility. They use 3 or 4 sets of Molotovs to control this position. We're not even seeing this block B, play the bomb site, try and time out FURIA's execute. It's not coming down to that. This is MOUZ initiating. There are 40 seconds on the clock right now, and nothing has happened. They even have a reflash for Banana. As FURIA try and go for this execute, MOUZ are going to be a step ahead.
Again, the Torshi AWP landing the opening damage. Nade to follow up, Fallen brushed aside. They do lose the long control. And so this becomes a problem for the rifles in the bomb site to deal with.
Time.
Zelex dead straight away. 10 seconds in this round. And with Spinks dinged up, Torshi feeling desperate. FURIA will get these breakthrough kills.
Well, finally.
An 8-round hiatus.
Yeah.
They're about to get their second on the board.
Finally, someone else is called upon, and unfortunately for MOUZ, they're not able to step up. Alex and Spinks don't even drop a kill in the bucket, and so FURIA are able to trade their way through. Torshi feeling like he had to play there, and to be honest, with the game he's had, can't really argue against a smoke push and hope for luck to go your way. Sershin saving far from this position as FURIA do convert one more round.
If you're MOUZ here, you just got to be telling yourselves, don't let them back in. 4 rounds might not sound like a hell of a lot, but with a pistol, you're suddenly looking at a 1-round game. This has been an incredibly dominant CT side, and so you don't want FURIA to come in and give themselves a second chance right at the end of a super clean half.
Let's see if FURIA can stay in consideration on this second map. That's only their first gun round all game. Deeper T utility this time. And MOUZ do play 3 inside of the bomb site. Torshi's going for smoke shots. just don't see Furia this passive and Banana very often. Again, random late nade timing here from MOUZ. But they really have conditioned Furia out of this position. We just haven't seen B executes in this game. And now MOUZ gamble again. 4-1. Furia might finally get what they bargained for.
These rotates are starting to arrive ahead of the execute. And Furia make a bit of noise at Banana. They're going to leave Yakindar some util at the back of the pack. He's going to try and set them up for this A play. Only 2 guys here for MOUZ, but it's the 2 that have stopped every one of these A pushes. Torshi and Zelex. Zelex going to open the Torshi AWP. One won't cut it. He's been Mr. Multi-kill down in the pit. Nails that first. Torshi with follow-up damage. And now his teammate joins him. Spinks quick to move in. Molodoy brought down low. And there isn't time to close on this round. The 2-man hold at A is looking more convincing than the stacks.
How is that even possible? Torshi just putting on so much pressure from his position. I love that backup as well. There's 30 seconds on the clock. MOUZ are in deep positions, and Torshi calls all the way back to the safest spot, knowing he can live on this execute. Sends Zelex in for info, goes 1 for 1, tees Torshi up for more damage. 17-4. What a takeover of this game. We haven't even talked about Molodoy. His AWP's not been a factor, but finally pulled in the last round of the half, and it does take Torshi out.
Surely you want to try and pick up the pace on this A play. You've dealt with the big man, you've dealt with the danger man, and you're seeing all this aggression down through Banana.
Pace picked up elsewhere. It's MOUZ pushing down.
I feel like maybe they have to. Furia will set their sights on this A play, but Molodoy is the bomb, and he's holding for this Banana push. You wait too long, you miss the window. You go too soon, the bomb could get cut off.
Scared of Spinks in the pit. That's why K-Serato's not trying to punish Zelex, who he just heard on short. But that passive gives Zelex time to cross. MOUZ stack on this site now. And Banana is so scary to clear alone. Molodoy surely can't do this with the AWP. He's got to wait for Yuri to come in. Reblock at B. A little early here, but with 3 players at A, Surgeon doesn't want to take chances. And so smoke down, Furia turn around, and they again go into the stack. We might have double digits at the half for MOUZ.
Spinks starting to reconsider in the final 20 seconds, makes his move back over to B. You see an A-smoke come in now, and he'll hang around. Crossfire here between Brolin and Zelex. Brolin connects, lines him up, knocks him down, left to K-Serato, and he's got to plug this bomb in. Spinks is going to try and play it forward, charging at him.
Oh no.
K-Serato has a shot at this 1v1, but he's got to nail it, and Spinks takes him down a peg. MOUZ, they get through with double digits on this CT side. That's without a pistol, a turnaround in the force, and Torshi absolutely lighting up the server on this AWP. They want to make this a 3-map series.
here, but look at the time. Look at the time. There's 7 seconds of got the bomb. They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play. Stewie's on the round. We go to overtime. Well, MOUZ may have started slow in this series, but no longer here on Inferno. 10 rounds on their CT side, an absolute shutdown of FURIA's map pick as these two teams look to trade out and go the distance on Overpass. It is a show up from Torshi, a recovery from Spinks, and everybody holding their own here for MOUZ. Whereas Yakinda didn't even get up Banana. He barely got a kill come the end of the half. This might be FURIA getting left alone in the dust.
Yeah, just an incredibly punishing CT side from MOUZ. If you never get Banana, what are you supposed to do on Inferno? With Torshi nailing every multi-kill required of him in those A-holds, the map just felt like FURIA were never in a position to succeed.
They were cowering at ramp multiple gun rounds without mid nor Banana. You don't see that every game. And so they play out the pistol, maybe a formality for FURIA if they lose it. MOUZ have a lot of utility to ensure that does happen. 4-man stack. MOUZ go into it.
One of the 2 rounds FURIA had was the pistol back in that first half. Oh, they don't see this.
Oh, everybody blind.
Towards the balcony, Brolin closing in, won't get past him. This pit hold is working. FURIA holding on, but for how long as all the kills collected for MOUZ?
I've never seen so many blind players. Both teams were fully flashed from their opponent's utility, standing in the open. It's the second recommit for MOUZ that is enough. And, oh, Yakinda, it's not your game, buddy. You're going to have to reset come the third, because this is a wash. You thought Nuke was one-sided. Inferno might be even more so. MOUZ move mountains here in this second map. Look at this. The mice are running up the walls.
Find the play for info, bro. I want that people.
It's a game where nothing can go wrong. Another stack, another hope here for FURIA. It's a lot of eggs in one basket. Let's hope they don't get cracked.
There he is, them. I mean, this has just been a familiar feeling all across this game, hasn't it? They're making the picture-perfect moves. Dodging this stack over in B, and with just one from Yuri, this will be a save, a chance to try and play with these pistols. But I don't think there's any stopping MOUZ at this point. FURIA lost the initiative a long time ago. MOUZ have been in full control all across Inferno.
Very impressive for MOUZ.
A comeback like this after the game we just had on Nuke was, I think, to say the least, unexpected.
Felt like, you know, FURIA came in with great form today. How quickly it can disappear in Counter-Strike. And once again, a game like this kind of justifying the addition of BO3s in this major stage. Quite a bounce back, and may the better team win on Overpass.
Terrorists win.
Because safe to say at this point, no one's thinking about a comeback.
MOUZ finish this one dominantly. Looking towards Banana. It's an area of the map that belonged to them all throughout this game, but they will get turned away.
Banana's closed this game. Didn't you read the papers?
Still, I think if you're MOUZ, you don't feel like any round is impossible.
What are we trying to do here, boys? Boost up. Torshi over the top, and that is a nice little grab onto Fallen. If you were going to win a 3v5, that would be how to begin it. An MTB bomb site with Yekinda playing CT, and he's not had a great time here. So MOUZ with a great chance to win this in a two-man disadvantage.
Toying with getting this smoke in is Serato, but they're ahead of it. They're in the bomb site. Yekinda playing it through that smoke, gives it away. Trade back for Spinks, and this 3v5 is dangerously close to happening. Yuri on the other side of the map. Molidoy, the only man on the scene for FURIA. MOUZ have plenty of time to get comfortable and choose how they want to play this post plant. Both on this line, both on this angle. Molidoy chains them together.
Okay.
It's an important kills. A third round for FURIA, but they're not even treading water. They're fighting against the current right now. MOUZ, just one of these type of rounds, one Hail Mary play, one grouped push, one massive moment from Torshi. Out from winning on Inferno. And you see it's not getting to them whatsoever.
They're just laughing it off. A very winnable 2v2 there, but feeling a bit impatient in their positions, wanting to force the fight, and well handled by Molidoy, but doesn't it just feel like a matter of time? 12-3. Someone give Torshi a gun. Look at the game he's had. He's on a deagle.
You all know the best player gets the deag.
Haha. FURIA looking to take space back. Because if they are going to win, they're not going to do it by being scared. Right down Banana, falling ahead of the smoke. Show some presence before they pull back. And MOUZ actually jump, realizing there's a heavy B setup. They realize there's a gap. Look to try and take it on this A site. Nades do not land. And damage done on the spam. FURIA still threatening in this round, have done a lot the way of MOUZ.
But they burnt a lot of their util early. They're left with next to nothing here, and there's still a minute left on the clock.
At least MOUZ are low. It's going to make a lot of these fights easier.
He's holding for a regress, right? As Molidoy came knocking around this corner, he's peeled off. Rest of MOUZ returning to Banana, but because Molidoy doesn't hear anything in top middle, Yuri will play a bit of a stack here. They say to Fallen, do what you can, don't worry. We've prepped for this. Eyes in the sight to try and hold on. That one kill for Spinks gives you a moment of pause, but 30 seconds, they're gonna try their luck at this B site. Need this trade for Yekinda. He decides to delay it.
No.
Molly goes in, Yekinda still gets it. And Spinks arriving late to the party. No idea where Yekinda's gotten to in this downtime, and he should have it, but Spinks is real quick. Left down to a 1v1. The flanker becomes the flankee. Yuri closing in Banana side. Spinks would have to nail this headshot. First time of asking if he wants to seal the deal on Inferno. Yuri puts him down.
Skin of their teeth, FURIA. That was a centimeter away from a headshot from Spinks. Got a feel for Yekinda. He's just not had the read for the game. I love the reposition, but it's the repeak on Spinks throwing nades, thinking he has the timing. Could have waited for the plant. Very frustrating game for Yekinda, I'm sure. A lot has just not gone his way. Hard to get a read when you are this down and out. And MOUZ, they can shrug off another round loss. It comes down to the wire yet again. But that does put them on pistols. Money is the limiting factor. FURIA's 5th, facing them down. Triple nades. That's all MOUZ have to work with, hoping for this early kill up B. And it might not be a bad shout here. They go dunking in. Big damage. Fallen gets out.
Knows he's done enough at that point, right? No need to hang around, allow that spill over. Instead, just waits for Kesarata to arrive.
Very cool for MOUZ to cheat a kill that way. Just wait till FURIA feel like they have Banana and are playing at the half wall. And with Spinks having armor, it gives this AK intrigue in middle. He's going to get dry fights. He's going to get 1v1s. And with a couple of well-placed headshots, suddenly we're back on. Nice timing from Molodoi. Collects and connects here for 5. FURIA step by step in the right direction. Have now matched MOUZ's output on Nuke. That's something at least after this dominant first half. So it's 12-2. FURIA are still doing what they can.
Serato, dead first and opening.
There we go.
A double entry out of Brolin. He's been full of these across the series. And so is this now the beginning of the end? Handed an aggressive move out of FURIA, 5v3. And no better chance to close than this one. They've been clawing back close moments from man disadvantages. Well, here, everything's meant to be going their way, and Yakindar hangs around to fight this, doesn't get out with more than one. The rest of FURIA on the other end of the map. MOUZ looking for a dominant return to form on FURIA's map pick.
Yeah, Yakindar just had to drop a smoke and get out there. That was the only way FURIA could have won the round. That, or he lines up everybody and gets a multi-kill, but it's only damage done, flank contained. Nade is nice, but I don't know how you win this round. You probably don't now. Fallen 1v4, and MOUZ do not wait long to finish what they started on that CT side. An impressive game out of MOUZ. In fact, a CT side that will need to be studied by future opponents on this map, because MOUZ have come to play on Inferno. FURIA's map pick, and it goes out the window. 13-5 for MOUZ. A statement made back the way of FURIA after an impressive Nuke debut. Overpasses our decider. May the best team win.
The map Inferno, the teams MOUZ and FURIA, and for this one we are going to run it all the way to 3. We're absolutely going to have to, because it is MOUZ that absolutely pummel on FURIA on their own map pick. It is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major. We're in the thick of it now. Yanko, Ash, guys, this one going all the way.
Yeah, complete opposite of what we saw on Nuke, right? The MOUZ with a great first half, winning the clutches, stepping up individually, and honestly, a really toothless T-side from the side of FURIA. A lot of those rounds weren't necessarily close. They were struggling to put any pressure really on MOUZ in these rounds, you know, whether they would try to take mid control and it wouldn't really cause any concern for MOUZ, or in Banana they just couldn't find any sort of opening whatsoever. So somehow feels like an even easier game than a 13-5 scoreline shows.
Yeah, 10-2 CT side by MOUZ. Hard time puncturing from the FURIA T side. What do you diagnose over there, Dr. Ash?
I mean, they had bad openings and bad endings, so that's a big problem. It's a game of cat and mouse, well, literally, with the logos, but 13-5, and it felt like a complete opposite. The star players who showed up in the first map didn't show up in this one, and then the ones that didn't show up in the first map show up in this one. I don't know what else you can take away from this. It felt like FURIA won all the clutches on Nuke, and now decided, MOUZ, your turn, you're going to win them as well. So maybe we're going to get some split ones on Overpass. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, perhaps. Just maybe. In fact, we do have some rounds for you guys, but as it stands for where FURIA is now in this series, we have a full-on series. Just one map to go. Ash, thoughts?
I think I still have FURIA down as the favourites. I mean, what can you even say after 2 maps so far? One map was terrible for one team, one was terrible for the other one. I think I still would go with FURIA because this T-side overpass with changes, it's always difficult. It's probably the hardest maps to play on as well. And FURIA have been very good on this map, so I was still leaning that way, to be fair.
Well, this is why I ask, Ash. We're going to listen to some team comms. Here, let's dive in.
Go. Up mid. Up low. Flashing jump. Go, go, go. I'm low, I'm dead. I'm going short this one.
One arch.
Alright.
Headshot.
I'm holding arch.
I'm holding Yuri.
Headshot. Side top.
Headshot.
Low. Headshot, dead, side, dead. Clear. I'm painting.
Let's look Library.
Maybe they will try, guys. Be careful short.
Let's look Library.
I'm a boiler. I'm clear up.
Being headshot.
Give me flash dinner from it. Smoke mongoose.
Wait.
I'm flashing short.
Smoke.
Flashing short. Let's go short. Dinner.
Tomato flash considerado.
Go. Close short. Dead. One more pit. You need it from pit. Pit top. Bike.
I'm jumping.
Long one. Low.
Long and pit.
Yeah, time.
Wow, very quiet post round. It seems like it's kind of
win or lose.
It is, to be fair, but when you're 8-1 down, you win that round. I kind of want to hear like, "Well done, good job." Or I said, maybe they're always like this. To be fair, I'm not quite sure, but it's nice to see how calm they were. But when you're kind of flat and being calm is very like small margins there, and it felt like their gameplay was very flat. So maybe they need to bring some more energy for this.
The rounds just keep getting away from you, right, in a way, and then you don't have anything to jumpstart really the team with a bit of cheering or anything along those lines. So yeah, it's a tricky situation to be in, but it feels like it all started at the beginning, right? Like they win pistol, and then the second round they end up losing. It isn't even the fact that they lose, is the manner in which they do it, right? Like they're so disjointed on all over the map. It didn't seem like they were quite on the same page of how they wanted to end that round.
Yeah, here's that round 2 you were talking about, Yanko.
Yeah, you're setting off the tempo here, and it just feels like they're very disconnected. I'm not sure if it's a communication thing or something. So Tawzy does a fantastic job. 2 tags, you take that, especially when you get the 1-for-1. So great start from them there. And it feels like the plan of the round was kind of strange. So Xerxes did a good job of keeping that banana control for a long time. He blocks it, and the idea clearly is, guys, we're going to fake B, and we're going to come back towards A. However, things change in life. Sometimes things happen. Sometimes you get hit by a bus, you know? You don't carry on with your day as it is. And it just seems like, well, Yakinda understands. He sees some players towards A. They're probably 3, maybe 4 there. We're going to react here. But it feels like the plan kind of just continued as though almost nothing happened. So it looked ugly because the B player was holding the smoke. And instead of let's just wait out the B smoke, go together, come back to A together, come back to B together, they just stuck with the plan and it looked ugly. And actually, this just carried on with the tempo for the rest of the entire map.
Yeah, the problem is the idea is fake B, go A, right? But as they're faking B, 2 guys in brackets are spotted, and it's like, well, they're not really going B if there's 2 guys in mid, are they? And Yakinda still, I think that's where miscommunication happens. The A guys are playing too early and they get spotted. They don't maybe even communicate that. There's no point in Yakinda to proceed with the fake. Like the fake is already dead. So he just ends up dying. Fallen sticks around trying to sell it even more. You're not selling anything to anyone at that point. And then when they end up going to A, like MOUZ is just there waiting for him. I mean, it's a bad way to lose a round, and that's where it all started going south for FURIA.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that if that was a buy round, I would understand like the risk taking a little bit more. But going through that B smoke, like I understand like the CTs go aggressive. You think, like I said, maybe 3, maybe even 4 players there. The CT smoke is dying in 5 seconds or so. Wait that smoke out. You hear all the rotations on Inferno if you're on the banana position or long, and they had both of those. They can hear it through CTs are going towards B. Wait the smokes out and search, like give yourself a favorable duel, because here there was an easy kill for B, and the A players need to communicate, guys, this plan isn't going to work anymore. We need to make a new plan. It felt like kind of reminiscent of the Falcons game yesterday where they were complaining about jumping out of an apartment smoke which didn't properly communicate. This felt like exactly the same thing, and they just did not bounce back from this.
Let's take a look at round number 7. Well on in that early first half when things were definitely in the MOUZ camp. Yanko, what'd you see?
I think this is where you saw the game was over, really, because it starts off with a saved AK and 4 pistols, right? They lose the early banana fight, but they find a way to bring it back. Fallen with a huge second kill here onto Spink, so 3v3 post plant, not bad. but they don't necessarily play it together. Zelex, great job clearing Yuri here, and they're just going to be eliminated sort of one by one, and you're like, if FURIA isn't winning 3v3 post plants in the B bomb site, right, and obviously Torji ending with the clutch, he's had a great first half, you're like, okay, this game just seems to be the complete opposite of map 1, and then we're going to be seeing Overpass.
Exactly was the exact opposite. I have a question for you, Janko. You mentioned there the game was over at 6-1 or 5-1. Are you the type of guy who loses pistol and instantly types GG in the chat?
Depends on how many kills I got. You know, if I did well, Ash, then I still have faith.
I like it.
We do have some more team comms though, and just in kind of a comparison, sort of a contrasting scenario. So let's take another dive down the rabbit hole here.
Bomb, dummy. I'm blind. Dead on mid. On my mid. Can you push mana? I want an A, boys. Calm down. 5v3. Let's wait.
Someone needs to remind him to calm down. That's not bad. But MOUZ's comms have always been like this. Like whenever you listen to them play, it's just mental.
They speak faster than me on broadcast. Crazy.
All in all, guys, like, yeah, now that we have a flat-out series in front of us where we're going to look at Overpass to decide it, and FURIA starting on a CT side, probably a little bit more comfortable on the CT side now.
Well, this is where we were talking about it. It's kind of OP being the higher seed in these best of threes, right? Because Team B gets to pick the second map and then picks the side on the third map. So when you get into these mind games where a map like Overpass is an option, like you're fine with letting it through, knowing you're going to be starting on the CT side. And I like this for FURIA. I said it because when they were the best team in the world, it was because of Overpass in large part. And I feel like they have to be good on the map if they're going to find success. But how much confidence do you have with how poorly Inferno has gone? And just lastly, Yakinder is such a focal point for them on Overpass, like space taking on T side towards A, being the aggressor on the CT side. We saw him switch back to Banana on Inferno, and he just couldn't get anything done.
Ash, what is the FURIA answer for Torzi? He was a problem for them in the second map.
Well, I think the first answer is going to be, can Torzi do it on T-side Overpass? Probably the worst map for Oppers of any map, but Torzi was absolutely on fire. Like, he's probably started even from that scout round, just tagging 2 people and feeling pretty good about it, winning it. But just his re-aggression in middle was an absolute nightmare. Then in the pit, he was playing the pit anchor quite, I think 2 times in the game. He had multi-frags from the pit, and it's just some position you don't really expect. He has openers. When he gets going, it's fantastic. It just feels like there's quite a bit of a drop-off. Like, there's this huge gaps between his good game and his bad game sometimes, and we've kind of already seen it in this series. But going back to Overpass, I feel like FURIA will feel very good because to be a good Overpass team, you have to pick Overpass a lot. You start on T side, you need so many ideas, but when you get to play a CT side, you're thinking, okay, fantastic, it doesn't matter what your form is right now, you get to be aggressive at the start, and the game can be so over. This is why teams don't like picking Anubis, they don't like picking Overpass, because in the first half of the game, you can be completely dead in the water.
Yeah, and Janko, I'll stop us right here. We do need to go to a break so that we can see Overpass. It's on the other side of it here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne in 2026, Stage 3, Round 2 of this here Swiss bracket. My name is Trace, and we're ready to go to that break. When we come back, it's going to be an answer to our big question here. Is it MOUZ or is it FURIA? We'll be right back.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
You are coming into the tournament with not a good enough form, and you're still trying to find it as the tournament progresses. Is this correct?
Every tournament.
Every tournament. Do you also like add new strats as tournament already began? Because that can be sometimes.
Sometimes we burn the kitchen.
Yeah,
but we
yes.
do. We have to.
Yeah,
almost every game, honestly.
Every game you create something new specific for that opponent. Correct?
Well, it's probably most of the time is based on our fundamentals, fundamentals that we believe in, and like our things that we know how to do many of the things. We have very experienced players. We have like Miko, Srat, and Yuri, like 3 players that are 26 years old. Fallen is like 30, 34, 35.
35 now.
Yeah, and Daniel is like 21, so he's not even that young, or whatever. And we have many players that kind of understand the fundamentals and the basics of the game. So it's very easy to kind of build around on in theory, specifically for some opponent because of how they play, and just use the fundamentals from different other rounds. Yeah. In a way where you just make parallels, and that way you. But sometimes, you burn the kitchen.
Sometimes you burn the kitchen.
So is it common for you that you played a round unofficial in quarterfinal or semifinal that you have never played before in a practice? Does it ever happen?
Yeah.
Because not every team is capable of this, by the way. Like there's so many mistakes all of a sudden.
We are also not. I don't know.
But
sometimes
you have to do it. Yeah.
I think 80% correctly. Sometimes we burn the kitchen, and when we know that we're trying something for the first time, and that detail missed. And it was important. But that's the. If you ask, we have feedback from other. Players that play against us and stuff. We can bring this randomness that it's important. Like you cannot watch a game from us from last match and think it's going to be the same. It can be the same, but it's not necessarily the same.
How do you balance like what you prep? Because you might need a certain amount of. You guys, I would say, bring a lot of creativity to matches. You see new things, but when you do something brand new, everyone steals it right away. So how do you balance how much you put into gimmicks and that one trick on a rifle round versus fundamentals?
Yeah, so the game is 10% about this. Then all other 90 is about being reliable, doing consistent things, and playing situations correctly. There's this power vision round that we did that we never run it again. And people were actually using this strategy a lot. And then we saw these smokes coming, we were like, this is our strategy. It's so specific. We're using a strategy in Inferno that we're putting a guy in library, because we found that against prevision this would work, and it worked. But we never run it again, basically. Because it was specifically meant to be used against the way Parivision was playing. Yeah. And that's one of the things that some teams, they don't really know why we're doing stuff, and then they're just copy-pasting for another match. But then if the opponent's not really having the same characteristics, it's not guaranteed it's going to have the same effect, right?
MOUZ dialed in with a shocking turnaround. Furia, remember one time they were playing against MOUZ, Inferno, and it was 12-2. They were CT. Fallen said, guys, if you think we're good, let's prove it now.
Did they come back?
Of course not. 13-5 turnaround from this MOUZ squad, and taking this series the distance. We're ending things off on Overpass with MOUZ firing on all cylinders, and Torshi really putting himself out there, dominating on Inferno.
Yeah, we've had 2 stompy maps in this series, but let's lock in here because things might just get close. Things might get competitive. MOUZ have not lost this map in 2026. They've won it 10 times straight, even 4 times since Alex joined the roster. For Furia, yes, they've had trouble in 2026, but last year it was one of their go-tos. 15 wins to 3 losses, beating teams like Vitality, beating MOUZ, beating Mongols, taking on everyone who would risk it. And so if Furia can tap back into 2025 and some of the success they've had on Overpass, this could be a banger.
Well, they're only going to get you an opening, a 5v4. Oh, and what if he makes it one better? That's a clean follow-up there.
This is the guy you want showing up on this 3rd map when Torsh has been popping off all tournament long, and now Molodoy gets a chance to shine on CT Overpass of all places.
See Sid trying to hype the gang up. You could tell they were just feeling a little lost on Inferno. The MOUZ game plan working too strong.
Especially when you have Yukinder as such a vocal piece of this team, and his whole game is just getting double-naded or just getting re-peaked, getting flash-peaked, misreading. It doesn't help your comms at all when one of your most vocal players has nothing good to say. FURIA haven't wavered 4 strong on this B site. MOUZ are coming in.
I think even that would just do a lot to cut the tension. Feel like you had a good read. And so, yeah, in come MOUZ right into this stack. Result pretty predictable right now. Looking to be a clean finish for FURIA. You'd love your Kindar to get his one, and there he is delivering it. What should be an impossible clutch for Exertion. 4 players in front of him, ready to swing and peek to assist each other. Exertion will get cut down. Big start for Molodoy.
Absolutely. He is the guy to watch out for on this CT side. Has had so many highlights on the A-bomb side on this map. FURIA put a lot of faith in him, put a lot of resources into getting that AWP, something we didn't even see last map from Molodoy because they had no success. They were just buying, ecoing, getting rifles every time. So Molodoy with a chance to shine in this first half. MOUZ want guns ASAP, full eco now. And sure, MOUZ have had different rosters playing this season, but to think that they're 10-0 on Overpass is shocking. Beating solid Overpass teams as well in that run. Foot, Paravision, even Astralis, who at that point were proving to be a force to be reckoned with on this map. Well, they're boxed in this tunnel. Yakinda makes sure of it. And so MOUZ will pick up the pace. Get him.
I mean, this is a MOUZ who have managed to make a playoff berth at every major in CS2. It was after Budapest that you finally kind of floated the idea of changes. They made it at a weird timing in the season. If there was a major where you were going to give them the kind of benefit of the doubt, be willing to overlook a step down, right? It would be this one with Brolin coming back into the roster on the back of those mid-season changes. The idea that they could be 2-0 up after the first 2 days is crazy to think about.
But this is going to be a difficult half that you have to earn important T gun rounds. Losing the pistol, T-side overpass, it's an uphill battle.
Strength to strength here, an opening as FURIA try and clamp down upon the mid control. Zelex, the sole survivor from this mid take.
Oh, the jump, he can't get out. Runs into the wall. Chaos forced in middle by FURIA. The reset from Yuri is nice. It means that no easy entry granted back to MOUZ in this man-down round. Patiently waiting a mistake Yuri won't give them. MOUZ walk through middle. All these timings open to Yuri, has to consider. Spots the bomb. There's no one in the A site. Oh, what a dink. Spinks can't even get around the corner. FURIA have to think about rotating.
Yeah, you've done good damage, you've kept the pressure on, but this A site, no closer to having players in it to defend.
This is scary.
Down to a retake now, and a chance to play around this bomb for MOUZ. How do they try it? Zelex goes back, plays in the toilets. He's the guy this round is set up for if it comes down to a clutch. You would love Spinks to thin the herd. You would love him to get one. Make Zelex's life that much easier.
Audacious position. Spotted on long, damage done, but Spinks still needs his one kill. It comes through. Spinks falls. Zelex is time to shine.
There's not a lot of time left on this bomb. Zelex, one swing, one fight. That could win you this round. Goes for the bomb planter. Doesn't get him off. FURIA leave it down to the retake. It was a bit touch and go for a second. They get it on the board. 3-0.
Yeah, nice try for Zelex. Like what he's doing there, just trying to kill the the diffuser rather, and hope that FURIA's trade is a little slow. Would mean he'd win the round to the clock. But great cover. Yuri doesn't let it happen. He's been clutch in this series already. And so Furia 3-0, MOUZ back to pistols. And this uphill battle gets a little bit more incline.
You touched upon MOUZ's record here, though, on Overpass and how good it looks. When you're accustomed to playing the map, when you've had good results on it, you know it's a real second half map when you start on this T side. This is about staying in the game, keeping yourselves afloat, giving yourself a tiny bit of breathing room in that second half.
It's also about just, yeah, keeping your head in it. Knowing you might go down 6-0, 7-0 and still have to come back. It's doable. A-pop coming in.
Molodoy loses his teammates, so can't hang around to fight this. Ali's a shot through. It's Zelex playing close. Break on that smoke. They see a truck player. They know about Spinks. Trying to begin this retake. They've been blocked by the util. Are they going to wait for this? Feel like maybe they have to. Don't want to try and force these fights up against the low econ round, so you're going to leave yourself strapped for time, but openings come flooding through. Exertion cut down, and it's only Torshi left. Felt like he couldn't set a foot wrong back on Inferno, but armed only with a P250 here. Should be a quick finish for FURIA. Oh! Gets his on his way out. Makes it an expensive round at least. The thing that's striking a bit of fear into the minds of MOUZ is the 10-1 start on Molodoy.
Yeah, he is hitting hard. It's going to force MOUZ into some B executed coming soon, and we've already seen FURIA's inclination to lean heavy on that B bomb site in these 4 rounds of play. So they've got a lot of trust in Molodoy, and he's got trust in them. It's a solid start for FURIA. It's a standard start on CT side Overpass. And MOUZ's damage only matters if they can capitalize.
MOUZ got to experience what it was like to have an AWPer who doesn't miss. Now it's FURIA's turn.
I mean, these guys were 5B at the start of this round. Yakinda was down connected, throwing utility. Nice shot for Molodoy. New position for the AWP, but the same old results. 2 excellent opening kills. Oh, that smoke fade is crazy. Serato sees right through it. And so this round dead in the water, literally.
Never even began for MOUZ. Waiting to bring the rifles back out. That's what you've been looking forward to, and your round ends in seconds. 2 entries from the Molodoy AWP was already enough. The follow-up from Serato, just insurance. And this has been a save for Torshi since those kills came in. 1.5 minutes, you've written the round off. And Torshi just hoping to survive the night. Molodoy's coming to try and take this AWP away. As are the rest of FURIA. Yuri closing in alongside, Fallen, pincering on this monster push.
Oh, Molodoy loves a repeat, doesn't he?
This will not be an easy save for Torshi. Keeping this AWP in play is the furthest thing from guaranteed. Yakinda also hunting. They know exactly where he is. There is nowhere left for Torshi to be. And as they close in, they might even decide to try and go for this after time. Yakinda just pouncing early, knocks that AWP out of play. Molodoy didn't get to pilot an AWP on that previous map. But look at him go once he gets one on Overpass.
Clinical start here for FURIA. Now's the timeout. It's not too late to recover this T-side, as we've already established. This is commonplace on Overpass. But what is the remedy to this situation for MOUZ? Because very quickly this whole game can disappear in your T side and you never get a chance to come back. It's all about giving yourself enough room to do so.
just been 2 rounds, okay? Yeah. Remember what we worked on. In the moment that they make it tough for us, take a step forwards, okay? Yeah. Stop being lazy now. Put your energy into the game. We're gonna win this game, but I need some fucking fire. Yeah.
All right, trying to get fired up. Let's see something a bit more pacey. What Cyclone said, when FURIA try and make it hard for them, go through, power up. Needing a bit more energy, they fling themselves into these mid-fights, and it's to their dismay. Yakindar, swift to return with a double. Spinks hoping to take some space, trying to play his line out into this B site, goes right in to a waiting Yuri.
And that's the issue with this map. When you lose your opening kill, you lose maybe a double kill, there's nothing, there's no way back in. FURIA have 3 players on crossfire setups in B. Spinks is taking a good timing. He's got a player not looking at him, but Yuri has the cross. There is no easy entry back in. There is no free lunch in this map. And so MOUZ come through with a plan, they come through with aggression, they run into the bulldozer that is Yakindar. What a return. After a poor Inferno, Yakindar is back in business.
Yeah, just a feel-good round, isn't it? Get a double kill straight away to get things going. And a spot of revenge here for Yakindar, who was hard counted at Banana. Guy didn't get to play Inferno as far as he's concerned. But now giving them a taste of their own medicine. This is what it feels like when you're getting shut down. Molodoy now going to take his timing. Peek out in a mid. Been a very active CT side from FURIA. They're not sitting back. Always keen to get involved. This time, a rare opening for MOUZ on their partial. 5v4. Thanks to Zelex. Now, Rookie's provided something for them.
Yeah, you have to win this round. I know it's only pistols at this point, but got to make do with the advantage. Put this gun to use, especially with the setup FURIA are giving you, looking to play post-point on this B-bomb site. So much room given over to MOUZ. Heaven Smoke would leave only 1 player available to fight. That's fallen back at APC. Pop coming in for MOUZ. Xertion long way away. Still trying to keep some presence on this top side.
I mean, you kind of, you know what you're up against. You know FURIA like to hedge their bets on these B plays, and so you feel like you always have to fake something at A. You have to keep 2 players there.
Did he see them? Doesn't look like it. Block comes out though, and MOUZ jumping in.
They're going to try and go ahead of this through the timing, through a loop. Fallen can't control the spray. Serato, one of the dome. Exertion's going to finish the job. So an unlikely round, but you see the advantage of getting that opening kill. MOUZ able to break through this B hold. And now onto the retake. Molodoy, a labored fight there.
Okay, 2v2, but they're low health. This is a decision to make. They got the money if they want to risk it, but the unlikelihood of winning it, that is enough to send them out of this one. MOUZ will get on the board, get in the game, and it was about time. Huge opener for Zelex. Finally, a 5v4 untraded for MOUZ. That is their first opening kill of the game. And boy, do MOUZ use it, popping through that short smoke. Perfect timing, catching Fallen, throwing monster flashes to fake out.
I think if you're FURIA, you tell yourself, we can write that off. It's unfortunate we lose the opening, but I think for MOUZ, a round like that really refocuses you. It puts into perspective just how doable this is. That was a Tech 9 round, 1 entry, shaping everything. And so you tell yourselves, look, if we can get a couple more opening fights, if we can find some of these 5v4s, you can still more than recover this half. We might be 8 rounds deep, but it feels like everything is still to play for. And there's Torshi driving home the importance of exactly that entry kill.
Yeah, I wonder how you can place towards connector now. Will he just be supportive for Molodoy and be a bit more patient here in middle as MOUZ now get this control a lot faster than before?
On the upside, you have conditioned MOUZ to worry about these early mid starts, so they're burning through a lot of their util, taking empty space. Damage done on a Yakindar, knows he can't run the risk of going down early, he'll back off.
This is still a scary position for Molodoy. They can walk the smoke. Can't
hang around forever. So back into a passive setup in A. Even exchanging some blows with the Akindar. Lets you know it's only a triple B start for FURIA. Util now reigns in, finding good chip damage on Keserato.
Molodoi has to do so much in this round because Yakindar's on one shot from death. But Molodoi is 13-1 and he's been waiting all round for this fight.
Plays ahead of that smoke, expects MOUZ to do the same. Missed shot on the follow-up, but Molodoi nails it. Going back in for even more, feeling like he had to be the hero. Molodoi gets cut down, but rotates start to arrive. FURIA plugging these holes in at the A site.
TikTok.
Torshi looking for space. That's what MOUZ desperately need. Feels like he's got a player pinned in at truck, and that only baits him into the crossfire. Exertion, no bomb plant, no chance.
Keserato gets revenge with that nade, eh? Throws it right back in MOUZ's face to deny any bomb plant with seconds remaining. And Yakindar, what a move through the smoke. Pushed up very close, very spammable position, but it's him that adds the chaos. Molodoi 2 kills off the AWP, then Yakindar comes through, walks through his own smoke and finds the bomb. That ruins the MOUZ round, and immediately after winning an eco, broken again. There is no rest for MOUZ in this T side. It is such an uphill battle. FURIA are not making it easy. 15-2 on Molodoi. Absolute rock of this game. This A site feels extremely difficult to get through.
When your AWPs are multi-killing in site holds, the CT side can just get so tricky to break through. MOUZ, they're well aware of that. They just leveled this against FURIA on Inferno. Torshi couldn't set a foot wrong. Now that pleasure goes the way of Molodoi, and you see frustration starting to set in for MOUZ. We were emphasizing how on this T side you only need a handful of rounds. They're running out of opportunities to manage that.
You might feel like you have to go for a gut punch here into this B bomb site. Something faster. Hope you can catch FURIA off guard. But both rounds that MOUZ have started, 4B, have been the rounds that Molodoi is here with the AWP. So another perfect position for Molodoi. That flash hit's fallen. Do they realize? He's going to get a chance to back out, re-smoke. MOUZ still want to come through the second volley. Molodoi off the boost, finds the short player. And so
should
MOUZ
already get you second guessing, committing to this B play, right? You see the AWP there, you're thinking it's a 4B start. And so at bare minimum, you have to slow down. Give time for them to rotate that AWP out. That's exactly what's happening. You can go on a second timing here. That's fine if you're MOUZ. Gives you time to pull in a little gimmick such as this. No one barrels, the boost won't see a thing.
Nothing coming for free. FURIA not offering any entries up, and with this double monster setup, Keserato, he's just confident, peeks in, drops that deagle. Exertion might get a chance to trade out and connects his shot. Fallen also swings, maybe getting ahead of yourself here, FURIA, but it's fine if you find the kills. One rifle remains, and not for long. Flash peek should finish it. It's backside, but 20 seconds, and all of FURIA here to fight.
5 bullets left in this AK, 15 seconds. There's a plethora going against Exertion in that clutch. And a team ace for FURIA as everyone pulls their weight in that site hold.
I mean, FURIA have had enough. They're tired of waiting around. We have both players on the monster setup, peeking one by one. It's a little audacious here for FURIA, but it's absolutely fine. Everybody does their job. And MOUZ, those scraps, they're getting eaten up right now. There's only a couple rounds left of this half. Boost AWP for the aggressive mid-play that Yakindar has done all game long, but even he dodges that shot. And a Torshi miss, feeling impossible to imagine back last map. But he won't get many chances on this AWP. Every miss compounds.
It's a bit of a notable difference in this beatdown compared to the previous, right? Molodoi never really got to don the AWP. He was T-side of Inferno. Really, really struggling to
get anything done on the rifles, but Torshi has had AWPs here on this T-half. Better map for it. After this slow start, has just been unable to provide entries for MOUZ.
This is also a map that Spinks is often masterful at, but I can't tell you where he's even been. 1 and 8. Just been getting massacred alongside his team. No hero in this game. Exertion, the only one even. And MOUZ go for a pop.
Gonna try and get in. Good flashes.
Oh!
Shut down. It's a turnaround for FURIA. They might have been blind. The moment they regain vision, their revenge is swift. Torshi hits a no-scope. Does that give you some faith? He's got Exertion here alongside him. That Torshi finally providing, and they know that Keisarato's boxed in. Quite the turnaround here for MOUZ. They've got to deliver on the promise of this round. Kindar comes through, fires off to try and stop that bomb plant, and that gives up the aim of the game. And MOUZ, unlikely round, comes through the pipeline, and that gets them fired up.
Yeah, that's huge. It gives MOUZ a chance for this 4-round half. That is absolutely enough if they can do it. That's a 2v4 out of MOUZ in the blink of an eye. We have Torshi hitting no scopes in the site. Everyone full blind, including MOUZ, by the way, off their own flashes. No one can see squat. And as it fades, so do FURIA. Some shocking shots out of MOUZ to make that round happen. There is still hope. There is still time. There is still a chance for MOUZ. 2 players with 1 kill. MOUZ are coming through Monster again. Only a probe.
It's a 4-man starter here because Kindar's aggressive out in middle. Torshi's got reinforcements on the way, and so maybe the chance to brave this aggressive player just head on. Torshi dead first. Gotta flush out your Kindar, can't let him get away with the multi-kill. And so Exertion, a must-win fight, an important trade, keeps things even.
Honestly, the flash was terrible. Like, it was so obvious for your Kindar if it's for that position. It bounced wrong. It gave him so much time, he even almost doubted there was a player coming.
Even spotting the bomb there, though, is good info for FURIA. Brings a second player up into this top site.
Hello.
Yuri reinforces. Boost over the top. Molodoi given a freebie.
Uh-oh.
Now eyes on to the toilets. The Molodoi orb just getting fed chances. Oh, and connect on the third. Drive-by for Spinks. Are they ready for Yuri? Same position, same exact place. And as they hand the clutch off to their rookies, not cut out for it. FURIA coming for double digits on this CT side. And every chance MOUZ have had at these breakthroughs, the opportunity to break FURIA's money and go on a bit of a streak on this T side, just getting decisively denied.
And sure, it's CT side overpass, right? Don't be surprised to see FURIA running away. But as I said, coming into this game, expecting something. It was last year that FURIA had a great run on this map. This year it's been shaky. They're in the negative in the win rate. They've lost to some awkward teams. They've had some awkward CT sides. It's not been the FURIA of 2025. So this is a reassuring half of Counter-Strike from FURIA on this go-to map. Versus a MOUZ that have never lost it in 2026. But a new level. And MOUZ just desperate, charging again.
That's all they've really been left with. Go quickly to their doom as FURIA shut it out convincingly. Double digits on the half. Revenge may be a dish, best served ice cold, non-starter for MOUZ. They've now got a CT side. They've got to hope they can fall back on it if they want to recover in this series.
the flash. That's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple. And Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it? FURIA, absolute smoke show on Overpass as they rally together. 10 defensive rounds on this third map. It's a decider, and it's almost decided. MOUZ, nothing to talk about, nothing to show in this third and final on Overpass. After an outstanding Inferno, winning FURIA's map pick, locking them out of Banana. The game plan was great, but there's only so much you can do on the T side of Overpass.
Cool. Let's keep listening to each other, play tight situations, pick together stuff. Don't be afraid to control stuff together. That's it.
Well, compare that to Cyclone, the stress that MOUZ were experiencing in that first half. FURIA feeling none of it. Not out of the woods, of course, but pistol round can essentially decide this game.
Yeah, that's the stressful part of this, right? You've seen some crazy CT comebacks here on this very map. It's one that lends itself a lot to this comeback-heavy style. It's not impossible for MOUZ, but the fact that a pistol could decide your fate, that's the scary part. FURIA grouped 5 players together up through the long side. Spot there for Spinks, got the info at least that there's a bunch of players coming their way. Will that extra few seconds help MOUZ? Let's heat up here with multiple crossfires. Smoke's raining down and Exertion dead first. FURIA come looking for this real estate. They're going to try and take Bank away. Thought about it, but they hear MOUZ rotating up, deciding against it. Now kind of pincered both sides. MOUZ playing it forward, clamping down on this retake. It's only Molodoy. Oh, he might just be enough. 2 quick kills, but Brolin shuts him down. Whew. And a retake for MOUZ. That was a requirement if they wanted any chance at this CT comeback.
Couple P250 shots make you sweat for a second there, but MOUZ do clamp down. An uncomfortable post plant for FURIA where they can find no room in that bomb site, just get stuck out on the SWAT van. So MOUZ able to initiate fast on that post plant and put the pistol down, giving us a game after all. Force buy justified here by FURIA. As MOUZ find their second pistol all series. Oh dear. That's Molodoy dry in Monster, 22 and 5, picking Brolin. Oh, not again.
Follow-up damage.
Poised very well now, our FURIA on this force buy. You'll notice Torshi has an AWP.
I mean, think about that first half, right? One of MOUZ's 2 rounds was a low econ round, not too dissimilar to this, where they forced that opening kill in the connector. Here, Brolin makes an unforced error, a swing out on the Monster side, and gives away that opening to the top performer of FURIA.
If FURIA knew there was an AWP on this A side, they would not be going A.
I mean, the one piece of util you feel kind of flush with in these type of rounds are those flashes. You got 2 of them on Fallen. Can try and knock this AWP off the line. Torshi's even missed that timing as they encroach up through short.
This is not ending A.
Almost left all the way back over here at T-Ramp. So this is nothing more than a ruse. How much is it going to get away with? Torshi, couple of awkward missed timings. Ding down range onto Spinks.
They're leaving.
And the full rotate for MOUZ leaves the B site empty. Exertion, cursory glance down in towards lower as the A side play eases up. AWP here alongside, and they stop that bomb in its tracks. Recovery mission now, Molodoy clawing back another. Is Galil the reason that FURIA are in this round in the first place?
Oh.
And the whole time, you've got to be mindful there were multiple players on this lurk. Yuri playing it forward. K-Serato in with the next. Swift path to redemption for FURIA. They lose the pistol, they win on the force. That's worst case scenario for MOUZ. And Spinks is gonna die to this bomb. There is no way he can escape with this M4. Would have to battle past Yuri in the heavens. You stand to lose everything here.
And I don't think Spinks can put enough distance between himself and this bomb.
Maybe. Oh, it's close. Only because Yuri drops into that site. Furia, though, still win a huge round off the back of Molodoi. But what a great call. You wonder if Furia actually realized that MOUZ could have had an AWP in that round. Torchi got 2 in the pistol, plus a defuse. That's an orb. But yeah, the perfect call. Taking Toilet's control, front sight smoke, eludes MOUZ's vision. Torchi's feeling paranoid. He's only got so many angles. And then MOUZ just full rotate off of the first contact. Furia take the space. If anything, they could have gone quicker out B. It was a really nice set piece here from Furia. What a way to force that round win. Post plant is just theirs. Nothing MOUZ can do. And every little bit that mattered, every bit of damage, every dink, it all impacted MOUZ in this post plant. Even allowing Yuri to flank. That is a disastrous round to lose here for MOUZ. It might just end the map for them.
Oh, Molodoi is Torchi's biggest fan. Thanks him for buying that AWP. Because now he gets to run it up against this force right at the tail end of Overpass.
Oh, 1M4 saved, put to use. Fallen found in middle with no option to trade. Furia are up long. Smoke will force a rotation. Brolin goes back up. We've got double B short with a boost. So MOUZ are hedging their bets in this round, gambling that no one walks out B. It's a good call.
Cannot just miss Torchi on that reposition. We know how strong this 5-7 is up close. Boost got dismantled down towards connector. They have a 1v1 in con. Spinks left here all alone.
Got to clear him out. Timing is everything.
Furia do want to win this. They can't let Spinks milk this for any more than 1 kill. Oh. They'll shut him down straight away. So a 3v4 taking shape. Con control snatched back, and MOUZ suddenly the map gets plunged into darkness. They don't know where this is ending up. Molodoi's killing the AWP only makes you more uncertain. They'll start to scramble bodies down towards B. Exertion can hear this exec coming in. Damage done. He'll finish off Keserato. That Molodoi AWP is closing in quickly, but they need that bomb plant, and Exertion denies it. No winning this for Molodoi. Round snatched back, as MOUZ's force will prevail.
Oh, Exertion absolutely saving them on the B site in this force buy. MOUZ love the gamble, realizing that in a round like this where MOUZ have low money and Furia have 4 guns and an AWP, why would they go out monster? Maybe they'll post the AWP there, but let's just concede this position entirely. It would be a crazy call for Furia to go for a monster pop. So they play for everything else. Boost up on short. Still gives them control towards B. Triple A setup. Desperate 5-7. Overwhelming Yakinda. And the round just crumbles here for Furia. AWP save is a massive victory in the short term, but only if they can use it well.
You got to expect a more passive round here from this MOUZ squad, kind of turtling up. They know that AWP is going to be roaming. They know it's going to be looking for those early peaks. And so it's about giving it as few chances as possible to get involved. You don't have one for this CT side to match it. And you don't have the room for another one of these unforced errors. It was Brolin extending last time around that gave away that opening 5v4 to Molodoi.
So he's going to throw himself right at the forefront. Look for a jump spot. An over peak. Anything. Meanwhile, Furia hunt entries out monster. That flash does catch their team. Got to cancel that one. Molodoi might shuffle into this boost, unsuspecting. Shadow spotted, and this looks like the opening kill. Exertion's got it. AWP out of commission here for Furia. but that's a giveaway.
Just wanted to try and get more damage out of that, and it's ended up handing the advantage back.
Really strange to see the jump. He got the nade in, didn't need to jump for the info. Mistake that might cost MOUZ if their team can't hold this site.
Brolin and Zelex have not been having the best of games here on the turn into map 3. 8 kills between them. We've got 4 players from Furia about to come their way. Flashes kickstart this push. Crossing into the site, hoping the spam nets you an opening, but it won't connect. Yuri on the orb misses his opportunity, and Spinks is quick to shut it down. Clamping down upon that B player's MOUZ. And Torshi, rounds later, gets his orb back.
Oh yeah, he pulled that round 2, and here we go. Another chance to use it, forcing himself into the site with a triple. Can't overstate how important that front sight smoke is, that old Na'Vi smoke, because that absolutely saved 2 blind MOUZ players from getting overwhelmed. Those rifles were getting awfully close, but bailed out by strong utility. MOUZ locked down this B-bomb site. Believing again now, they've finally broken Furia. This back and forth of Eco Force has been put to rest, and it's just Glocks running at you. That's awkward, but it should be fine. It should have been fine. Yuri's got himself an AWP. He is sending it.
Yeah, look at him go, trying to take as much space as he can. Yuri had to hit that flick, and if he does, rounds unraveled. Exertion able to close in on a very aggressive Yuri with hot hands.
Catch your breath. This is an eco after all. Info, though, given over. Now Queserato lost to the hands of time. He's found the gap, but for how long? Brolin gets curious again.
Trying to walk it in the right-hand side. Brolin goes about it the right way. Wide swing, no worries. Little more expensive than you would have liked. They didn't get that AWP, I don't think. But able to buy around it all the same. No AWP for Molodoy. Torshi has his on the MOUZ side. Only 5 rounds the difference. These games, CT Overpass can close up very, very quickly.
Scary spot to be in here for both teams. No one feeling safe. MOUZ with a lot of room to catch up on, and Furia with the hardest part of the map, which is to close it out on the T side of Overpass. No one is safe. You can see from brief moments we're getting on camera from MOUZ how Torshi's trying to bring energy, bring them back into this game. Can Furia pull out a pocket strat similar to their second round in this half that got them in the game?
Oh, if this is fast B, that could be a disaster. It's a triple A lean for MOUZ out of spawn. And so Brolin just brushed aside straight away. This one's going to come down to a retake. Zelex tries to throw himself in there, look for anything to stop the bleeding. That's only made matters worse, and MOUZ have to write this one off.
Love that call for Furia, not insta rush, not just spamming flashes. They wait a few seconds, they let MOUZ get seemingly comfortable. Brolin even pulls a molly out, but they're already beating that timing. And Furia, a couple of flashbangs, find that key entry. Yakinda breaks the front door down, and that is Furia onto match point. Looking for 2-0 here in the Swiss stage. Putting Furia a game away from playoffs in the Lanxess.
That's just rough, isn't it? It feels like MOUZ are expecting a bit more respect in this round, something a bit more standard out of Furia.
I really like it though for Furia because, you know, playing into the default, letting Torshi warm up on the AWP, playing these slow rounds, that's, you know, those are hard. Those are lots of room for error, and we've seen already these hits from Furia come down to 15, 20 seconds where a lot can go wrong. So take matters into their own hands and just go for the B-pop. You have, right now, you have the room to do it. Maybe you don't want to make that call at 11-11, but you will make it at 11-6, and that should just take all the pressure off to close this series. Molodoi 7-1 on opening duels, 24-7. CT masterclass, not wasted yet. Oh, this is late peak for Xerxen. They're walking in.
Able to get gone on in time. Follow up from Brolin, but now they know where he is. Have him trapped at this pillar. And he's living on borrowed time. Zelex, must-needed trade from the back of the site. Rotate's getting scrambled. They'll link up down here at lower. FURIA still just following through, sticking to their guns. They plan for this to be the B hit, and so that's what it's going to be. Orb fires off from the heaven side, and they know that Zelex is here somewhere. They've got him pinned in down in the water. This is not easy for MOUZ's rookie. Torshi's got the cover, and Zelex follows through.
What happened with that flash? It looked dead on. Torshi is shocked. He even got that shot off. They were trying to flash Torshi off just to hunt down Zelex. But Torshi remains with vision, covers his teammate. Zelex capitalizes. Very good save there from MOUZ. FURIA completely caught them off guard on that boost, but Yuri didn't want to trade. He didn't want to swing out on his own and dig that hole deeper. MOUZ saved themselves, and they can break FURIA's money right here.
Now's the time for Fallen to try and take advantage of some of this conditioning. You've got MOUZ very paranoid about the B plays. You're expecting a heavier start there. Still aggression from MOUZ on this CT half. Two players pushed up in middle. Torshi, Orp, and Spinks roaming with him. Torshi will depart, but they'll leave Spinks out towards Party.
You're dead.
Isarato's got the spot here. Closing in on Zelex.
Wow.
All the info for Isarato, but the opener goes the other way.
Late burn on Spinks. He thought he was safe. Torshi smoked off, loses info on A.
That's forced rotations. It's dragged Xerxen in towards the top site, leaving the B hold down to 2. Brolin, this has not been a comfortable spot on the map for him. He has been getting destroyed in these opening fights. A real vulnerability that FURIA have been exploiting down on B.
Yeah, and Zelex, the rookie, Xerxen knows he has to help him out here on this B bomb site. Well, FURIA read that. They look like they'd rather go into this AWP, but it is all alone. So a single missed shot from Torshi can end this series for once and for all.
Nails the first one. Now you've learned about that AWP. Not uncommon to see one player lurking, so Torshi actually hangs around, but they miss their chance to punish. This is info. Xerxen begins his rotate up. How much time can Torshi buy? Nothing more than a couple of seconds. The Kindar now playing it forward. Ices out Xerxen. And for Zelex, an impossible task ahead of him. Rotating in late to the party, all alone, 1v3 versus an entrenched FURIA. Was a good effort to try and recover here out of MOUZ. Zelex has pulled his weight on this CT half, but expecting him to do anything here, well, that's wishful thinking. And as he arrives, he is quickly shut out of it. A recovery from FURIA as Molodoi shines at the tail end of this BO3. Now just a game away from those playoffs. And one hell of a recovery after getting destroyed on their map pick.
Yeah, we said renewed form for FURIA with something to do in this major, with a promise to actually make a run in a major playoff, something they've been unable to accomplish across Austin, across Budapest. FURIA look to go further than ever before, and now a game away from playoffs, as you say, with the former getting out of Molodoi. Good signs across the board.
Yeah, it's a poetic thing, isn't it? Fallen 10 years ago lifted the Cologne major trophy in his twilight year. Now a game away from getting back into those playoffs again for an unexpected chance to defend that major title in Cologne.
Thank you so much, guys. Here with Molodoi. Molodoi, 2 days in Cologne, 2 games, 2-0. Is this what you expected coming into the tournament?
Maybe no, but I would say we understand we have chance to play good, and we are just trying to best.
You won, so I won't ask you about the T side, but what was it that made so easy for you guys today to play on the CT side? You were very good on all 3 maps.
I don't know, first by round, Marix tell me you can go short, and maybe they don't expect, and I say, yeah, let's go, why not? And yeah, he no expects, Spinks just crossed me, and he died, and we already started, it's 6-0, and yeah, it's very fair game when you lose first by round.
Since Astana, we saw you and the rest of the team play much better, similar to the FURIA towards the end of last year. What's the reason for that change?
I think I changed my game at first, and second, we are just feeling. And I think before, when we play before this tournament, Astana or maybe in America, Bust, we just lose a little bit feeling how win these trophies. But now we are just try to your best, and yeah, it's all. It's all what you need in Counter-Strike.
Thank you so much. Good luck in your next game. Trace, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Molodoy and company, for the show. In fact, Molodoy had a hard time missing anything in the first half on his CT side. 18 frags going into the last round of that first half was kind of indicative as to how this one was probably going to break down. Ash, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I've got to say, it was pretty good. I've had a lot of question marks about Molodoy's rifling, but I feel like whenever I see him, his rifling looks pretty sharp. He was getting lots of kills in it, especially in the second half. I remember a couple of rounds we were losing and he was multi-fragging there. So I feel like Molodoy's answering quite a few questions at the moment. He seems like he's back in form. He had that little dip maybe towards the start of the year. Good to see him back kind of showing what he can do.
Yeah, just thinking about the well-oiled machine that FURIA gave us going into this third map of Overpass. I mean, they ran up the score pretty quick there on their CT side. How do you look at that, Ash?
I think they got off to a great start, winning pistol, winning the first, second, and third buy round on T side Overpass. It's very hard to come back from that. But also, MOUZ Sports, they're basically like kind of mixing it out a little bit. Brolin's playing Underground. He's never played there before, and he's also playing Monster Overpass. I don't think he's even played that position either. It's one of the hardest ones to go into anyway, but FURIA are actually a really good Overpass team in general. It's just they've been having to pick it, start on T side and losing sometimes. So I think they're pretty underrated on that lot.
Welcome back, Yanko. Molodoy doesn't necessarily need all the words. I mean, he just puts the performance on paper, which is exactly what we can start to examine here with round number 3. We're talking about some AG CT play.
Yeah, there was a clear game plan, it seems like, kicking off from FURIA to start this one out. And when you have an unstructured T-side that's kind of a little bit messed and a little bit loose, you're thinking there's going to be lots of gaps that you can exploit. And that's exactly kind of what it seemed FURIA were going for with mindset-wise. And this is the first buy round then, so it's an aggressive T-side stairs play from Yukindar. He gets the kill, and in the same moment, FURIA's going to swing here, and Molodoy even going to stay for even longer in connector, and it's just like the way that you don't want to start on T-side because it feels chaotic and hectic. And as we just heard now, Yukindar says, Molodoy, feel like pushing short? And he's like, of course I do. I'm going to do that all day long. Goes through, easy multi kill from him. And then the next buy round, Yukindar goes, I don't care, this isn't aggressive enough for me. I'm back on VP again. And he's pushing around, just fighting everybody. And it's incredible that he can find a multi kill from here. So it's just very hard. When you get off to this start, bad start with the pistol, you lose all of those rounds as well, and the other team's playing aggressive. It feels like at that moment, MOUZ can just play back in their own spawn, and you'll spend the next 1 minute clearing out all the own parts of your map.
Yeah, from the start, FURIA had their foot on MOUZ's throat, right? And it's a bit unfortunate looking back that, you know, Zalex in the first gun round, that sort of 1v2, he was close to winning it. Maybe could have changed the course for MOUZ, but it was a weird series because it was just a game of CT sides. Like the teams weren't able to really do much on their T side once they would fall behind, and it's not even one of those situations where there's a ton of close rounds. Like they're struggling to get into the bomb side, struggling to find openings. So yeah, in the end, FURIA just had enough to close it out on their T side of Overpass.
Yeah, thoroughly in control for FURIA. We can take another listen into some team comps here. I think it's really cool when we get to do this. So let's do just that.
Yuri, jump spot long. Yuri, jump spot long. One walk. Do boost, guys. Do boost over the smoke.
Yeah.
Left side. Boost left side.
Fake short. Just fake short to go away, guys.
Boost. Dead. One more maybe.
Yuri,
one shot. Yuri. One banana.
Banana close. I'm going right. Going truck.
You killed.
One more. Headshot. Close.
Yuri has long.
I have long.
Headshot. Two left side. Two close.
I have left, Yuri.
One more. Up.
Nice, Yura. Big round, bro.
Nice, Daniel.
Big round, bro. Help then.
Lost. That was kind of what was missing a little bit on Inferno. I don't think they're the most hyped team in general, but you could tell in the way they were communicating, it sounded more energetic, and then some celebrating. I can't believe that.
Yeah, just a bit more urgency is always nice to hear, right?
Yeah.
And
you need at the major as well. You need that. We've seen like Foot, for example, screaming every single round. Furia.
Not that that's the recipe.
It's not the recipe, of course, but you need a little bit more energy for this.
Yeah, you need more than just complete calmness all the time, right? To get the comms flowing to play good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and if you're MOUZ, you're going to need some more T-sided rounds. I guess as is for both teams in the series, but overall, if you're MOUZ, probably want to show up a little bit better in that third map. So where did they go wrong?
Well, I don't know where did they go wrong as much as Furia was just in their face and then they didn't have an answer for it early, right? For some of that aggression from both Molodoi and Yakindar. And then unfortunately there were, a couple of clutches in there that you can't say necessarily changed all that much, but I think Ash has just hit the nail on the head with the swapping around of players, probably not just having enough reps to be able to deal with the sort of pressure that Furia was applying all city side long.
Yeah, they were very constricting Ash.
Yeah, they were, and I think I also got it worth noticing as well, because MOUZ have been struggling quite a lot on T-sides in general against the best teams, but you're playing T-side Nuke and T-side Overpass with this kind of mix kind of lineup. It's not really ideal when you're Xerxian in-game leading here, or Brawl and Stick filling in as well, so it's kind of understandable a bit more from them, but we need to see a lot more of this going forward, a lot of improvement anyway from this series.
And sometimes you play to the amount that your opponents allow you to play. Molodoi was just lights out this whole series, as you can see, but especially on the CT side that we mentioned in the pre-game, how that wasn't really on a good enough level up until Astana. That's where we saw a turnaround for the entirety of this Furia squad, and just time and time again, he's able to find openings, play the percentages, and do such a great job of finding advantages for his team.
So just real quickly, gentlemen, because we do have a break in front of us, Monty Paravision going on over that B stream. Looks like it's 10-2 currently. Aside from that, next up for us is Foot versus G2. So that is what we're going to be talking about when we come back here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026, Stage 3, Day 2. And boy, would you look at that. Just ready to get back into it is Lonks & Co. We're going to talk more about it on the other side of the break. The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about. I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
I managed to grab a Hunter from G2 before your game. I want to talk a little bit about this match, because for many people this will be match of the day. What are your thoughts on it? What do you expect from FUT guys?
Yeah, we played recently against them in Stage 2. Yeah. Obviously, there will be some different things comparing to the first game that we played against each other. I expect them to change some things. We'll change definitely some things as well. But nothing crazy will happen. No crazy changes, no positions changes, let's say. But yeah, I think they are a really good team. 0-1 game, it will be a bit more pressure comparing to 2-0 on Stage 2. So yeah, it will be more pressure plus crowd on top of it. But yeah, I think it's an advantage for us because we have more experience, but let's see.
especially the loser of this into 0-2 bracket. I guess none of these teams really deserve it the way you guys been playing, but maybe the yesterday can affect it somewhat. Can you talk a little bit about that Falcons game that happened yesterday? Obviously, we have a rivalry there between you and Nico, but it was a close game. Could have gone either way. What are your comments on that?
Yeah, you said it. It could have gone either way. I think the game was really good. We played good CS. They played good CS. It was pure game of Counter-Strike, and for the first game of Major of Stage 3, I think everybody enjoyed it, and we enjoyed playing as well. I just after the loss last night, I was talking to Nico, and we were both enjoying. And at the end, that's the most important. Like whatever happened. I knew that we gave it all. No regrets from any side. And yeah, it will not affect us that game. We just try to use all of the positives and then try to share it today and for the next games that we'll be playing, because Falcons is a great team with the great players. But yeah, of course, it affected us a bit, but we are already resetted and we are focused on foot.
There was one specific round that really went kind of viral, and even the desk talked about it. I don't think it ever happened at the majors, but you won the round and then you decided to half buy. Can you talk us a little bit through that? Who made this idea? Who made the call? Why did this happen? Because to a lot of viewers it might sound a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from Parivision back then. We did it once in Dallas, the same round. But yeah, I wanted to call Epps Pop, and then our coach took a timeout and he said, no, let's sell all the guns that you bought, just buy half buy, and then let's rush Epps instead. So yeah, even though we lost the round, next round we could have full buy. Yeah. So yeah, that's the main reason. Like, first of all, to surprise the opponent with some fast-paced round, and second thing is to have money for the next rounds.
Without revealing too much, do you have some crazy stuff like this prepared for us today as well?
From what I know, nothing, but let's see with our coach.
Let's see how it goes. Thank you, Andre, and good luck in the best of 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe. June 12th, 2026, Swiss Stage 3, round number 2. We arrive at Foot versus G2, an 0-1 matchup. G2 played the Falcons in a highly anticipated round 1 Stage 3 matchup. Just yesterday, we got Inferno, Dust 2, Ancient, and then obviously G2 with a strong start on the Inferno CT pistol. So, as a top 10 team, Yanko, we look at these two teams coming together in this matchup. What are the implications here?
Yeah, Hunter talked about it. It's a rematch, but this time it's stage 3. There's a crowd here, and I want to give a shout out to the people here. You know, everyone who endured through that first series. Don't worry, the FURIA people are gone. You can enjoy the rest of the day in peace and enjoy the games. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. It sucks that these two teams have to meet in the 0-1 game, because I think they both have playoff potential. I think they've shown that throughout the tournament. They're both exciting teams to watch. G2, I'm sure you will disagree, Ash, a little bit with Hunter's statement that both them and Falcons played good Counter-Strike yesterday, but I think for the most part they did, and it was a good team. And Foot as well in the Vitality game, I think it's just a bad matchup with the maps that they can get outside of their Anubis pick. So this time around, hopefully we get a bit of a closer affair for both teams.
Yeah, and I think that's very likely to happen, to be honest. This could be down as game of the day for me. I think it's two similar level teams, and this is how it's meant to be with the Boosh also. I don't think I massively agree, but these two, as the two most impressive teams, arguably other than Spirit in the last stage, they get the tough opponents, and now they're playing each other. Not quite sure why that is so fast. I don't think they're probably the happiest about this.
We don't talk about those.
We don't talk about those.
Above our pay grade, Ash.
There you go. That's what I want.
The main thing I want to highlight, though, is we did a desk segment on this, and it was Foot were playing extremely aggressive in these mid rounds, and G2 just could not handle it. They were dying over and over and over. On a map like Overpass, it wasn't working for them. Can G2 learn from their mistakes, and which maybe could have a big impact on the result?
Overpass was a weird one because Foot was up 5-0 as CT, and then G2 won 7 rounds in a row on T side, right? We're able to close it out in the second half. And for G2, I'm curious, once we get to it later on, the Veto, do they want to change something for that third map? Because when they played Foot on Ancient, they couldn't get much going on T side. You mentioned the aggression that they struggled with, and then even against Falcons yesterday, had a 4-0 start, ended up being a 7-5 half for Falcons. So perhaps we see them unwillingly, you know, Veto Ancient let Mirage through, which I'm sure Foot would like. It's their most played map, and they're super comfortable on that one.
Let's talk a little about G2 versus some of the top 10 teams in contention here. And by that, I'm talking about also maybe a focus on what's happened since Nerds has come into the picture.
Yeah, well, first of all, Ash referenced this a couple of times, that their record with this newer lineup against contender teams has been pretty abysmal. 3-17, I believe the number was. Well,
so yeah, something like
3-18 now after the Falcons game. But you know, Foot isn't necessarily in that status. They're definitely right on the cusp. I think they're one of the dark horses at this tournament. But since adding Nerds, I think it's just a better fit. He's more vocal than MOUZ was, a bit more natural in those active roles, and then just a guy who can also be a closer for them, depending on how the round goes. Obviously, the familiarity is there with Sampaius and Saw. He feels like a guy who is just a vibe guy, you know? Like, he needs the mood in the team to be good for him to, like, play well, which, seeing how he was in Team Liquid, can understand his numbers.
I mean, it's crazy because, I mean, he gave an interview saying that the connection of the coach and in-game leader is really important to him, which kind of feels strange when you're talking about the last team. So it basically also sounds like this matters now, but it didn't happen before. But weirdly, this guy, when I was watching him on Liquid, he didn't look very good. I'm not going to lie, his mechanics did not look good. And then we play now, and suddenly it feels like he's just headshotting everybody again. How can a change of environment just
sabotaging Team Liquid, you know, just not giving his all?
They're pretty good at doing that themselves, I think. So, yeah, for Team Liquid, unfortunately, not with us, or fortunately, however you want to put it. What is with us right now is the maps that we're going to be playing, potentially 3 for G2 and Foot. So where do we think it's going?
It's got to be the same pitch.
I don't imagine they changed the picks, especially with the success that Foot has had against Vitality 2 yesterday on Anubis. The perma bans are coming in, Nuke Inferno. So I think it's got
to be Overpass, I feel like, for G2.
Yeah.
It has to be. And it is. And to be fair, I don't like the way that Foot play CT Overpass. I've seen this quite a few times. I watched it myself on my own stream. They play so... their style in general is to fight, and they play Overpass like it's deathmatch, and I don't think it really suits the map so much. So they haven't got their head around that so far.
Get the adjustment from Foot, so no Anubis instead, this time going for Ancient. Granted, Anubis was 13-11 last time these two teams played. Ancient was much more dominant for the side of Foot, and then seeing G2 struggle against Falcons as well to close out, switching it up, because I think this is actually pretty good decision, right? Because they get in front of it. They know if they pick Anubis, they won't get Ancient. Now they get Ancient and Mirage, so it really does feel like Foot has won this veto.
Agreed, I agree, but also Mirage has been good for G2 recently, and Foot went from by far the best team in the world statistically on Mirage to suddenly not so good. I think this happens a lot when you're doing too well, that people just watch all of your demos to see kind of what is it exactly you're doing so fantastically. And
also,
wasn't working.
Also, you're putting the focus on other maps, right? Like Mirage is going so well, you're trying to strengthen your weaker maps, and I think just the natural ebb and flow of your map pool.
And not to forget to mention Foot starting CT side if we do make it to Mirage. But as it stands, gentlemen, given the veto, given what we know in this 0-1 game, who wins, Yanko?
Oof, I want to have faith in G2, right? It was a tough game yesterday, a close one. I think they played well. Hunter put it best, like it's a high-stakes game. They have the most experienced players. This is where you need to sort of show that and take care of business.
I think that I am a Foot fan. Sorry, that sounds weird.
All right, and on that note, we're going to be jumping straight into the game, Ash.
I'm a fan of feet.
Okay.
Way better.
That's good to know. All right. Yeah, so I think we're ready to jump into it. Ash, thank you so much. Guys, yeah, it's Foot versus G2. 0-1 here in Stage 3. Let's see how the bounce back might start.
It's getting weird down there on the desk. It might get weirder in the server today. A rematch between FUT and G2 and everything to play for with life on the line. 0-1 game. One of these teams being a spot away from elimination by the end of this series. And it's FUT who sit in favor, not just on Ash, but in this veto as well. Feeling great after their last head-to-head. Even though Anubis got a little bit choppy, Ancient was reliable. And I like that FUT have changed things up and gone for that pick here today. It's Overpass to start though, and that will be G2 on the T side to kick it off.
Yeah, in that stage 2 game, their T-side venture on Overpass proved to be incredibly lucrative. Janko talked about it down on the desk. It was an early lead for FUT, one that G2 quickly took the reins over. And when you're winning out Overpass on your T-side, you kind of feel like you can't set a foot wrong at that point. But play a very aggressive brand of CS. And Ash was worried about how that translates onto this map.
It's a map that FUT have realized they've got to get good on. You know, played it a little bit last year, but have already over doubled their play count in 2026 alone. Of course, late entry to the map pool. But as we're seeing, those extremity maps here in this major are mattering. The Anubises, the Overpasses, getting picked and punished. FUT did the same against Vitality just yesterday. Although they lost the series, it was one hell of a way to kick it off, a 13-5 victory. And I like that they don't go for Anubis again this time, just because G2 managed to pull it back and make it interesting when all was said and done. But we're getting live, we're getting ready. Overpass, T-side start, G2, a lot to do if they want to survive against these underdogs again. At this point, are they even underdogs? FUT don't seem to believe so. G2 making sure no plans are being hatched. Holding off on middle. FUT lean in for a gamble of their own. And G2 look to avoid it.
Yeah, they're departing from that stack and going into the 2-man B hold. You have a block smoke on Jugs, but he would have to get that in sooner rather than later. G2 won't be respecting it. So they're going to use this close. An old Navi smoke dropped on in. Demon backstab, only good for one on the dual Berettas. Jugs trying to hide out in this util. Full blind at the hand of his teammates. Attempting to play it through, will get out with his one. Down to a retake now, bomb yet to go down. G2 scrambled looking for gunfights. No one's yet plugged in these numbers. And Symmetry with a chance to punish. Squeezes one past. Nerds head on a swivel as he's thrust into the clutch. Nails the first two, but pincered as they come from all sides. FUT secure themselves a pistol round. A hard-fought battle down towards B. And a chance to get off to a good start on this CT half.
I love everything about that pistol. That was messy from the get-go. G2 getting deep past FUT. Bomb lost in the site. Nothing they can do. And what a squeeze for Symmetry. Coming in on short. Just runs past the Glock and manages to deny that bomb. It is a ice-cold clutch here from Krabetti to kick off this game. And FUT get loud off the pistol win as G2 with no money still force buy. Delay boost peak, Demon does damage. Ouch. And lots of info here from FUT off the rip. They even find the wallbang. Oof. How monster they go. SMGs should be fine and well contained by Launks. No problems here in this second round to convert.
Going to be keeping a close eye on Nerds in this series because it was versus this first squad at the tail end of stage 2 that, well, sorry, had the chance to go flawless through stage 2. He had his worst performance in at the major thus far by quite some margin, and it felt like a little bit of a fire underneath him. Since that point, he's been super solid, been having high impact moments across all of their games. And so this is, you know, a shot of redemption early on in stage 3. He's the guy to get boosted there. Point to prove as he goes toe-to-toe with Krebeni. Ends in a stalemate. You're just trying to dodge any Deeg picks in this round if you're FUT.
Benny keen to get involved. More than capable rifler. Forced into captaincy. Happy to lead. Nice shot though. Hunter, banger off the Deeg. Back into a 4v4. G2 look to take a gap. Heavy God searching. Lots of noise made on A, which only gives room for Heavy God. Jukes is rotating right now, and Demon luckily clears that position. Smart, head on his shoulders. Will not let G2 exploit. And now just regrouping and hoping they can find that solo player.
Jukes has moved back in to join him. With no smoke to cut off Heaven, he will get to be a part of all of these fights as they try and move into B. Even now he's repositioned. Get himself in the sight, holding for this short walkout. You've seen the bomb monster. No illusion what's happening here. If you're FUT, this should just be a clean sweep finish. 3 from Demon. Most important is that first one, just stopping the Heavy God crawl out through Monster.
All right, G2, this is what it's come down to. First gun round in round 4. Force got them nowhere. And no AWP for Sunpius, who certainly had trouble yesterday against Falcons. Be keeping an eye on him in that second half. Symmetry down on B with his weapon of choice. And G2 make a lot of noise, getting mid-control. Krebeni uses all of his util to slow this push at G2, and that's because we have this quad stack down lower. Eventually, he'll need support. Calling a B push. Util to support.
Going to join up and go for this B play. And Jugs, this aggressive push out towards short, able to grab that first kill. He's got support from Demon close by. Don't need to overextend here. You got a double setup, crossfires established. Jugs not able to get that trade. Heavy God comes through with another opening. And so the B side taken. Lork scrambling for the rotation is whittled down on his Heaven push. And the nade from Nerds deals that killing blow.
That's a big whiff from Jukes as they come out connector there. Really needed to find Nerds. Banger hit by Nerds. Onto the triple kill on low health. Had no business getting that second frag. And G2 well called to slow down after Mattis comes through the smoke and reflash that position, knowing the FUT had numbers there. So kills get offered up and G2 take them willingly. First round on the board. Orb completely lost on the timing as they get out Monster as well. So if Sunpius wants it, they can pick it up. But decides against it for now.
Last time these teams went ahead, 5-0 lead for FUT into a 7-round T-side streak for G2. Main thing for FUT now is, you didn't build up quite the same early momentum. You don't want G2 to begin their streak early on this T-side. That's going to cause you a whole heap of problems. For now, you've got one more buy to try and stave that off.
And with an AWP as well, with a lot of money off those first 3-round wins. So you get to right your wrongs in this 5th round. I wonder if G2 will be ready for an AWP. Quick to mid. Symmetry here. Oh, that's awkward. He just saw them too late.
Makes up for it the second time around, and Symmetry securing that 4-on-4.
Might just send G2 into an early B hit here, just trying to avoid that AWP, but spotting Hunter get into the connector. Look at FUT on the minimap. They've just double dropped down. Lorx has pushed all the way up long. They're going to retake A if they make the wrong call, but it looks like they're on the money.
Yeah, that spot is just massive, isn't it? Positions them that much better here, ready to receive this B play. Util now raiding in, and they know they've made the right read. Lorx picking up some speed on his backstab. How much time can his teammates buy? Demon out in the open, burns alive. Util would be big here. Jugs is the guy with the nade. It gets lobbed in, but doesn't find anything. It's all dependent on this Lorx backstab, offering up a multi-kill. First connects. Pius goes back to try and deal with him. Left to Symmetry. They hand it off to their AWPer. Mattis and Hunter, they haven't got this bomb planted yet. There's 15 seconds, and they're trying to force a fight out of Symmetry. That's exactly what they wanted. Mattis rounds it out with a big old 3K, and G2 take back-to-back rounds, breaking FUT's money.
Yeah, I love that move in the 2v1. They do not prioritize the plant. They know the pressure's on Symmetry, and his best time to go is when one player is busy with the bomb. So tries to isolate, gets his kill, but G2 trade it well. Still, FUT make the right read, right? They make the right rotation. They just get over-committed inside of that Molotov. Would have been fine for Demon to completely give it up. Felt like he had the element of surprise on that swing. A little bit of info given away by G2. Look at what FUT do with it. Surely some familiarity between these teams, having just played the other day. But G2 survive. They weather down this buy, and it's flat pistols in round 6. No problem for G2. Cleanup crew is in, and Coolio calls a timeout. We heard some harsh words from him the other day in that G2 game, requesting a lot of energy.
I mean, there's likely, a bit of frustration. You will have come into this knowing there's a very high likelihood Overpass makes another appearance, what with how decisive the G2 win on it was. So you've likely gone away from that, tried to extrapolate what you can from the demo. So likely know the changes.
Listen, I don't want to see this happen anymore. I don't give a fuck. Don't fucking rotate A for no reason. No one called for rotation. Stay fucking B together. Don't rotate. And Symmetry, if I say hold mid, you are holding middle. You don't need to change con. I can hear the guy connector when he's fucking coming up.
Oh, he has a point though, doesn't he? That timing that the Symmetry looked away from mid. That's what he's talking about. It did get him killed. And FUT, feeling the over-rotations have let them down. It did leave them out of position on B, so understandable situations lost here by FUT, and it might get worse. There's only one man left at this B site.
Juke's able to get gun on, but the challenge is far from over. They're blistering out through short, and he can't stop it. There's a AAA lean, and so save called. We're back to streak territory here for G2. That's 4 in a row.
Oh yeah, they're running away now. Beautiful half already established here from G2, and it's bound to get better. And it's so interesting to hear that calm so early from Foot, the frustration coming in, and understandable because a couple of butchered situations. And now G2 making out like bandits.
And it's frustration coming from the IGL, right? As we were alluding to, you will have combed over the demo, you will have looked at rounds you messed up, things you did wrong last time you played this, and would have come into today thinking you can right your wrongs, right? You've learned a lot, looking to implement that, but it's just not working right now for this Foot squad. You're seeing some harsh words get exchanged, with G2 now pulling into the lead on the far harder half.
Yeah. Great start to the game for G2. Got to be feeling pretty invincible, knowing they've done this before and they're looking to do it again in even better fashion. Only offering up pistol and conversion so far in this map and winning some difficult positions as well. Nice try on the B side for Jukes, but left alone. And now eco around these 3 saved rifles.
Oh, timing for Krabeni. They come right through that. And so that's going to force him down into the connector. No one in A. Krabeni trapped down here in Con, and he's trying to force a fight out of this. Hazmat is trapped, won't get past him.
Love that. Matty just shook his head. No, 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 you're not getting away with that. Mollied him forward. Long control taken here by G2. They're looking very confident. That's the one thing I'll say about G2, right? They were able to take it to the Falcons yesterday, sure, feeling like they fumbled the close, could have won that game, but all in all, they were neck and neck across that entire series. With a nice win on Inferno, with an overtime on Ancient. So G2 are playing confident Counter-Strike at this tournament. And it's a lot of fun when these players are feeling it.
Spotted out here on Long, but you've got to deal with him quickly or else this problem just gets worse. Long now open, Symmetry looking forward, trying to contain the short spillover. The A-hole that just gets picked apart piece by piece.
Man, you get nerds off Liquid and look what you get. This guy's just so reliable. You mentioned his couple of quiet games he has definitely had in G2, but it's the exception to the rule. 2 kills just handed to him on a plate, and he does not miss his shots.
It genuinely feels like after that loss at the hands of Foot on Ancient, the one where he managed, I think it was 2 kills in the entire map.
Yeah.
He kind of just said to himself, like, this is not happening again throughout this major run. I don't think he ever wants to feel that lost in a map of Counter-Strike. He was getting hard countered in mid, used to be his stomping ground on Ancient. Well, and past that point, he's been phenomenal. He's had tremendous impact in these games.
Map 2 is going to be great, and knowing we have Ancient guaranteed in this series and that Foot picking into it, I can't wait to see what that has in store, given how one-sided it was, but it was off of CT last time. The Foot got 9 rounds. It's bound to be more competitive. Oh, careful, bit of leg shown, and Heavy got almost finds a 5v4 for G2. Matt is clearing connector. He's put the fear on Krabeni, not going to be here anymore. Orp on Long. Symmetry has to fall back eventually. Krabeni is tucked into toilet side. And Footer shuffling on B, changing to a passive setup, giving away monster control. Seeming a little shaky right now for Foot. Great timing for Krabeni. Long's almost rotated, but they've learned their lesson.
Heavy got unable to get that opening. And now things do get tricky for G2. 5-round streak getting called into question here. Missed shot from Sampaio. And Hunt unable to break through Monster's side. Leaves you trying to save. Krebeni will not let that happen. The captain gives chase. And 5-round streak broken. Can FUT stumble back into this CT half?
That's at least a clean round, so FUT don't feel the immediate pressure that G2 can add on this T side. The streak broken is something here. Given a lot more room on A. Symmetry and Krebeni go back for more in middle. This is a fake out for G2. They're going for an early B hit. Even mollying Divider, they're really trying to sell a presence at this point. So Krebeni's push is massive. It gives away everything. It tells FUT what's going on. Reblock comes in a B. Does G2 still want to do it?
Looks like it. Smokes go in. Flashes from Hunter. And this B hit taking shape. Mattis entry to get the ball rolling. Trade back for Nerds. It's only Lonks left in the site. Symmetry is closing in. Gonna try and join him around the CT side. But you gotta buy him a couple of seconds. Arriving too late. G2 get in, and now Sampaio on that line shuts the AWP out of it.
It looks like FUT didn't even believe what they saw, right? They saw a full A fake on Divider, Molly, Toilet Smoke, all these flashes coming over. Then they pushed through mid, and they realized no one's home. Symmetry is walking back through Toilets. They were not certain that B hit was coming in, but G2 just jump. FUT, sure, they use their util, they try and block, but G2 no fear on this T side at this point. Just popping out B with flashes off spawn in a gun round. FUT's clean round previously allows the rebuy again, as I said, but G2 are off to the races. 6 T-side rounds, more in store. They could get 8 if they win this one.
And again, just this B charge. Been a real pressure point for G2 throughout this T-side. Never letting these B players get comfortable for even a moment. Mattis up next. Arrives on short, but spotted on the cross. So finally repelling one of these early B hits out of G2.
Double peek is huge.
Krebeni. That's a free kill delivered to Sampaio. Now, Symmetry's also floating around down here in Con. Not really where you'd expect to find him. Sure, he's playing with Krebeni over towards mid. But you certainly could overlook Connector with Krebeni already out of the round.
Yeah, it just means that A is entirely open. If FUT get a triple flank, they need to start moving together. When they clear up B, they need to start getting backup toilets. G2 are gaining massive space. But they have to wait for that bomb on long. That slows the roll. FUT still aren't certain, but 2 players moving in the right direction. And this molly will give it away. G2 will get the bomb plant.
Nerds goes back, holds on to the connector and spots that second player. That is massive info for Nerds. Sampaio now takes that line, and a third player playing it forward. Spam connecting, doesn't matter. Sampaio head on a swivel. Rounds out a strong half on this T side, a winning half, 7-4 up. And a chance at even more.
Yeah, it's great shots for Sampaio, but I can't believe Nerds, after throwing at util, instantly checks his flank. We were wondering if they'd be ready for Connector being corrupted. Well, they certainly are. Instant turnaround for Nerds. All the info, the round-winning info. And G2 are looking extremely comfortable on Overpass.
Just never feeling like they're out of a round. I mean, that's a 2v4 save from G2. I think it all starts with Krebeni, the captain, giving that kill away.
Oh, this one or that one? Another misspray.
Oh man, long side. Might get lulled into a peek here, and that's exactly what Sampaio wants.
Do it. Easy. Sampaio's not missing a beat.
You can tell just G2 feels so comfortable in forcing these reactions, forcing these moves out of FUT. They're almost aware of the moves FUT are going to make before FUT are at this point. That long push kind of hanging around, baited into it by the reload.
Love the patience here in last round of the half, 5v3. This 8th round makes a hell of a lot of difference. So G2 just sit back. They wait for FUT to make another mistake. Oh, again, the info. This time Hunter doesn't know. They spotted him. Symmetry sees him running back to T-spawn. You have to full stack B now. You have no choice. Matt is patient in the connector. Kill's coming his way. Can't connect it. How rushed are they feeling? Oh.
God fires off a little too soon. Wrestling with that AK. It's the presence of a second man catching him off guard. 2 entries down at lower. Still here, spotted and iced out on the short side. G2 with a point to prove in this grudge match from stage 2. They cement one hell of a T side, 8-4 up on their map pick.
Listen quick to what I say. I only say it once, no time to play. When it's face to face and I'm in the game, I'm a different beast in a different state of mind. Cause I took my time and I stuck with the grind. Now the gold is mine, while you're getting left behind. Don't call me son, but watch me shine. One shot is all I had to make it all back. You don't wanna see the aftermath. You don't wanna see the aftermath. One shot is all I had to make it all back. Now I just can't help but laugh, cause you're the one that's coming in last. Every time I hop up on stage, gotta get loose, let out my rage. Spent so much time in that cage, about to break out and go insane. Who wanna get it? Step to me, better bring a medic. Doubted me and I ain't forget it. Didn't start this, but watch me end it. One shot is all I had to make it all back. You don't wanna see the aftermath. You don't wanna see the aftermath. One shot is all I had to make it all back. Now I just can't help but laugh, cause you're the one that's coming in last. Frustrations for FUT. They have a repeat matchup here and a repeat map, hoping to change the result. Well, things actually get worse for them. Last time it was 7-5 at the end of G2's T side. This time they sit even prettier, up 8-4. This is all the while Nerds is topping the charts. Hunter, the captain of G2, in behind him. And a runaway T side puts them in a great place on Overpass.
Listen,
Guy, I can see you were a bit annoyed by some rounds, but fucking let it go, okay? Not everything needs to be said. No, the most important,
Yeah,
okay?
it's fine.
Focus. We need to have good atmosphere, okay? This was near perfect half. It's important. We have good atmosphere. You lift each other up, no matter what happens. No matter.
G2 wanting more, but with an 8-round T side on Overpass, it feels like it's hard to complain. Looking to perfect this map, looking to end it quickly as a pistol round comes charging into A. Nerds has to concede. 4 CTs, all at the door. No one has gone through. They're going to do it together.
Now onto a retake here. Juke's very, very late. Him and Heavy God having a completely separate fight to everyone else in the round. Juke's going to close on that Heavy God backstab. That's what G2 are waiting for before the retake got going. Entries come flying through for Foot as G2 look to get turned away at the door. Demon light on his feet, and it's a bloody good thing too. Some Pius couldn't get his bearings. It's a pistol round for Foot.
All right, let's throw another pistol in the ring for Foot and see if they can actually make this map interesting, because it's been a blowout so far. And that's with 3 rounds off their pistol first time. They want a single buy round in this game, Foot. That'll give them a fighting chance on this T side. Hyped all the same.
And when you do contextualize it like that, it makes you wonder what G2 were even feeling frustrated about at the end of that first half. This would be like winning the second best prize on the lottery. You're still, you know, $1 million up. It's a fantastic place to find yourself.
I think it's
they
also,
wanted even more than that.
I think part of it is G2, like, maybe they're not super worried about Overpass, but they know in this series it's still going to be an uphill battle. Map like Ancient is going to be difficult. Decider on Mirage is bound to be hectic if we get there. And so, got to save your energy. Got to get this map done quick. Well, now G2 left to a force buy and back turn, not blind. Some Pius hits a beautiful headshot.
Oh, and you're so tunnel visioned on him, you're going to overlook the rest of them because there's more than just one man waiting in these toilets. Some Pius, they still don't know about Nerds up close, and that MP7 closes in real fast. This is a force buy 4v1. Jugs trying to turn heads, but he better turn his own because Hunter's hot on his heels with this backstab. Nade nearly finishes the job, and Spam will do it at the hands of Nerds.
Every single time feel like they've cleared the corner, there's another man around the next. Perfect setup from G2. Foot just stumble into 4 players in toilets and get absolutely mopped up. Flushed away. Pistol round in vain as G2 win the force. And it's Foot on their back foot, buying back in, trying to survive in this game. Nerds MP7 before it was cool. Still looking good in this CT side.
Now they'll force buy back with one of their own. Pius hangs around for the spam, and they have closed in up through short as a result. That was the opportunity to catch him on the retreat. Now that's sailed on past. Still, you've closed in pretty quickly on this A play. You got 1 smoke for Jugs. Pistols chomping at the bit to get involved. No flashes can prove to be a bit of a problem in this A play. You won't have a way of knocking these guns off of their long sight lines. And so these crossfires get to maintain for G2. Won't be feeling any pressure.
Oh no.
It's the first to leave the nest here. Goes on a solo venture and catches the perfect window. That's the bomb dropped. Both players dead on short. Leaves all of these 3 guys at long, running in to the waiting guns of G2.
I'm sure the setup was strong on A. It didn't feel like there was ever a hope for Foot anyway, but the fact that they're both holding that corner, then they both turn away, and that's when the push comes in from Matters. That's where frustration brews. And man, it's going to be boiling right now. 10-5. No money left for Foot. Time for G2 to just stomp out this map. And doing it even more one-sided than last time. What a statement from G2. Clocks run amok. And Nerds has earned some ecos, I'd say.
I think for Foot now, the goalposts almost have to move, like hoping that you can come back here on the T side. I think it's just wishful thinking. G2 showing a real mastery on this map. And so I feel like maybe the goal is just feel like you've at least had the chance to play, right? Get a couple of rounds on the board, kind of warm into the series, because it's clear there were frustrations off the rip. We heard as much from the Krebeni comms just a couple of rounds into this game. And so, you know, you're already taking this round by round. Just feel like you were at least in the conversation a little in this second half. Don't get clean swept.
Some pious AWP on this CT side. He was stable on the T half as well, had a couple multi-kills. Foot walking into his crosshair numerous times. And while there was definitely trouble yesterday for some pious, this one is looking like a much stronger start. Foot, more pace, smoke the molly, get that playground control, and they get it quick. G2 throw their default util, but have to play safe because they're heavy B. No, it's in the connector. Demon giving him nothing. Foot taking the space. They could get right past some pious. Look at them go. Oh,
no way!
That's sick.
I mean, that is just a tilter, isn't it? You feel like you've got all this room. You know you have the room. You hear some pious running back to site, and he's able to get the shot off in time. Now, he isn't necessarily ready for his second man, but Hunter certainly is. Eyes on at long. Ooh. Sure doesn't get the kill, but at least it's info for some pious, who now has to pick a battle. Does he go back and look for long, or scrap forward? Teammates in connector going to try and alleviate some of this pressure. Nerds, Mattis, they hear the footsteps in middle. They hear a man coming back through the fountain. They catch Dukes for free, and some pious is still just throwing down the gauntlet. Won't let them into A. Symmetry closed out after one, and there's the crushing blow. Foot's one rifle round on this T side is dealt with ease.
Yeah, Foot are cooked there. The last player coming up mid, Dukes, it doesn't even look at connector. They knew Nerds was there. They'd already scrapped with him earlier in the round. They heard him come up the stairs. Demon was calming that. It looked like they were absolutely aware the connector had opponents in, and Dukes just runs into middle late. So comms are crumbling now for Foot. Mistakes getting made. G2 have every player in the right place, and Foot are just walking into stack after stack. Might get worse here. Another four-man B hold for G2, and Foot right there at the gate. What a beating here from G2, and this might get worse.
Yeah, Heavy God is barely yet to be involved in this game at 5 and 9. But a chance now in what is the likely final round on Overpass. Heavy God, mow down required, dead straight away. That's his followed up onto Duke's double entry. Some pious AWP slows the roll. They got to now drop some util in, try and get him off this line, because that AWP is a problem. He keeps them a little claustrophobic, and Hunt has been able to dart out, finding one in the chaos. Behind here, Lorx gets that spot, but not the kill. That's ludicrous. Out of Hunter. Some pious isn't missing either on this retake, and as they close in, G2 right their wrongs. Retake secured.
You want to believe you learn from your mistakes on the back of losses. Foot lost this map hard last time. Came in hoping a course correct, hoping a day would be different, and it was. Even more dominant win for G2 on Overpass to kickstart this series.
Now that's the G2 that we know to expect. Now for Foot at least, there are a lot of questions that we're going to have about this Overpass game. However, in doing so, that questioning starts with Ash and comes down to Yanko in the middle, and my name being Trace. Guys, right out of the gate, opening map of this best of 3. Ash, what's your take?
I think it's the continued stat of just Foot can't play CT Overpass. They just can't get their head around it. They're now, well, before this map, they're already below 50% win rate on CT side when you should be aiming for 60%, maybe more than this, and they're struggling to win half of the rounds right now, and I probably see why that was as well.
Yeah, just trying to do too much. It feels like in some of these situations, right? Whether they have an advantage and then they push it too far, or sometimes just pushing too much to begin with, and then giving sort of openings to the side of G2. But I think you need to give props to G2 as well. Again, losing pistol, losing the force buy. They didn't get nervous for a second there, just in full control of the T side. The players seem mega comfortable in their roles, and you know, winning 8 rounds after a 3-0 start is impressive.
And I'm pretty sure there are a lot of contributing factors from G2 side for making this happen. Overall, I'm looking statistically, and for impact, I'm seeing Nerds jumping out right out off the page there, Ash.
Yeah, I think they just... The difference for me in this game was that all the G2 players looked comfortable in all of the scenarios. Like we even just saw the last round there. It feels like Foot can't win any round convincingly on this map, which seems very strange. But, I mean, Nerds is continuing his kind of resurgence again back in the Tier 1 scene. He just looks very good. And, I mean, this map... This was pretty easy for them in the end. We'll kind of see how that keeps going for the rest of the series, because I don't think it's going to be this straightforward in the other.
It's really important against Foot that you're concentrated and that you're shooting well, right? Because they're a team that's very aggressive, that's always making plays, always making moves, and they also shoot pretty hard. So you need to match them in that department. And I think we saw both things happen for G2 on this first map, right? Nerds early on with some of those openings and some of the impact that he was able to find. And then also G2 wasn't getting caught off guard by any of the aggressive plays from Foot, any of the mid-round sort of moves. If anything, they were the ones always being one step ahead in these mid-rounds and finding the gaps in their defense.
Yeah, an 8-4 G2 first half. I mean, that was a pretty pesky, I guess, annoying approach they had on their T side.
I actually think they played kind of normal, to be fair. Like, it seemed like lots of A defaulting, regrouping towards B, and they didn't actually even need to finish most of their defaults because Foot just feels so uncomfortable that they just kind of push and die, and this is kind of an example of this. So it's a nice little short take. Fancy little Molotov comes in, 2 guys walking out at the same time. Good short control. Nice. Good job. And actually, G2 hand them a kill. And I think this is one of many situations they have where normally if you get spotted in short now, you would just kind of leave. Come back and reset the round and let them waste their time retaking that position. Even leave one person here, that's fine for this. So 2 people kind of fight to the death, and Symmetry actually before the second player even dies is just smoking a position, which doesn't feel right because you have the AWP. You want them to come to you, just wait for them, kill them, and let them come in. Instead, imagine his teammate gets the kill, you just smoked him off in front of him and you've kind of denied him. And there's so many examples like this where they just seem really uncomfortable in almost every situation and they don't know what to do.
Let me tell you how it should have looked. They get the kill, they pull out, Symmetry smokes Monster for them. They play close Monster with the rifles and he just holds short from Pillar. And G2's already... Like, you also have to think about like the macro of the round. It's 1 minute, like they've been defaulting, now they're coming, so you're sort of getting the read on how they wanted to finish the round. And if G2 is going to change that off of that 1 kill and you falling back, like that's going to be messy, that's not easy. It's more difficult for you to coordinate that round. You're going, if you want to go back to A, you don't know where the players are, like you're going into the unknown, you won't have time to clear everything and use your utility in an ideal way. And players always tend to forget this.
They don't even have to finish half of the rounds. This is the hardest part of Overpass, is finishing the round in a quality way with utility after you've cleared everything. You don't even have to do it against Foot at the moment.
Well, we're talking about getting a read. Perhaps we can get a beat. We're going to go on board with Grabini here for just a second, so let's listen in.
Guys, listen, I don't want to see this happen anymore. I don't give a fuck. Don't fucking rotate A for no reason. No one called for rotation. Stay fucking B together. Don't rotate. And Cementary, if I say hold mid, you're holding middle. You don't need to change con. I can hear the guy connector when he's fucking coming up.
Well, he's a happy camper.
Well, it has to be sometimes, you know, like you have to be harsh with the team if they're not following instructions, if they start doing silly things right on the server, you need to keep them in line. And you were spot on, Ash. Like, a lot of the times they were making it easy for G2, and I think Urbani could see that as well.
Yeah, their setups are falling apart. You can see, like, even with the small details, like, it's the frustration already in map they're uncomfortable on, but we see, like, they're having that example in a second. They're just kind of falling apart in any setup you put them in at the moment on this map. They need to fix this. On the other maps, I'm sure it'll be fine. So, I hope
we got it. We got you. Don't worry, Ash. We got you, buddy.
So this is the example we just heard right now. Symmetry leaves middle. I think he kind of suggested that he just left it kind of without reason. Really kind of got sold here. Hopefully got a good price. And then you see the rotation coming in. Whilst they still have long toilets control, they have the AWP still in middle. Again, I don't know why he's smoking. He has the AWP, whatever. And they're taking long control, and they're still rotating towards A. And then they're like, okay, guys, why are you on A? We don't need you right now. Go back to B. And it's not like the exact reason they lose around, but it's an example of showing that how uncomfortable they are. On a map, you should be just relaxed, controlled, sitting back, understanding what the team is trying to do. Because it's very hard to play any trick or anything because the map is so big and it's so difficult to be like, we're going B now, we're going A now. You feel committed very early on. The CT just find out where you want to go rather than let's just play deathmatch in middle.
Yeah, we could kind of tie that back in with the nerd sentiment. You know, in round 11, we had a G2v3, if you will, Yanko.
Yeah, this is how it looks like when it's on the other side, right? When you're really comfortable on the map and you're playing with a lot of information. I mean, in a 2v3, they're just completely manhandled. For this started as a 2v4 with Karbani going up the ladder, and I think that's just frustration coming through and trying too hard to make a play, and here playing off of each other. Nerd's first contact, then he leaves it out to Sampayas, who even, you know, fakes the plant, gets the final kill, and they just make it look so easy. And, you know, when Foot is even losing 4v2s like this, you feel like the map is getting out beyond their reach.
Yeah, and it's kind of an example of players who feel extremely comfortable on the map versus the ones that feel extremely uncomfortable. And it feels like no matter what situation it is, G2 can win these rounds and Foot can throw these rounds. So this is kind of why we had kind of a little bit of a blowout maybe going on here. But I think this is the only map that this is really going to happen on because actually Foot are way better than this on the other maps.
So round 17, you know, you're down 11-5 here on Overpass and timeout's called. What are you saying in the Foot camp?
Well, I mean, he's probably
over. Ancient is coming next.
I think that
this will all be over soon.
But this is a team that seems to have so much energy and good vibes and everything. Like, I'm thinking, forget this game now, boys. Let's just warm up for the next one, because this is a team that was frustrated, playing horribly, and I think that they are so much better than the other maps. They just need to reset and come back. So I wouldn't even be thinking tactically at that point. I think it's out of your hands. You just like, let's just play the most basic set round game ever. Take individual decision making out of it.
And that's in part to maybe, you know, playing the same team again after only a couple of days. You lost on this map. Maybe you try to change too much in your approach. Maybe everyone is so focused on doing the counter. Maybe your opponents aren't doing what you expected them to, and that's just can be very frustrating, right? Where you anticipate. You have a mental image of one thing and then it's something completely different, like you start losing confidence and all of that. So I think on Ancient, they'll just stick more to what works for them, you know, and what they're good at. So we'll see if G2 will be able to make the necessary adjustments. Their last two Ancients weren't too hot, and if they can maybe surprise Foot here and close out the series straight away.
What sort of approach should we expect from Foot on Ancient?
I think the difference you will see is in the mid-rounds is that they know what to do more in the mid-rounds. They know when they need to take information and when they need to rotate. And Overpass, they don't feel that at all. And also G2, we saw them go into overtime against Falcons, but they lost that game and they had a great start on both halves as well. It's not like G2 are poor though, so Foot will need to be really good here, when in fact it was kind of G2 just need to exploit how poor Foot are at Overpass. The difference is now Foot will have to play high-quality Counter-Strike, but this is where they were playing very aggressive and in G2's face, and G2 were really struggling last time.
And maybe the main weaknesses for this Foot team is map pool a little bit being shallow on some maps, but the second is that they are prone to tilt, you know, with how emotional they can get, right? If things start going wrong, especially against these tier 1 teams that aren't going to give you a lot of ways back into the game, you know, it can just spiral out of control quickly sometimes.
Gentlemen, I'll stop us right there because it is almost time to jump into the game, but not quite yet. Not this second exactly, and just a few more seconds after this perhaps, because we do need to go to the break that does take us into the rest of this best of 3. Right now, G2 are sitting right where they want to be, and FUT are looking to bounce back in what is an 0-1 game here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026, Stage 3, Day 2, FUT versus G2. The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
I'm here with Saul, coach of G2, and today we're looking at Ancient. The blue one's CTs, the yellow one's Ts. These are Molotovs. I know they look like players, but I need you to pretend they're Molotovs. Flashes and smokes. Ancient is a map that has been in the pool for a while now. You've been coaching teams on this for a decent chunk of time. How do you find Ancient?
Generally, I like the map, but I think more recently it's gone a bit more in like the random direction, I feel like.
Okay.
Like teams are having good solutions both sides to like fight middle, and that's kind of the key but it can decide a lot of rounds like really fast, and it can be chaotic, and no matter how much you try to look at it, it can be a bit tough to make like the perfect mid takes in a way, even though you have many, and then it's kind of clash of freeze time calls in many situations, which can be like chaotic and random in that way. So yeah, I think that's the direction it's been going more and more.
Okay. Let's present like a scenario, and then I'll get your theory on what the solutions would be, right? Obviously, some of it needs to be premeditated from spawn, otherwise you're not in a position to do anything. But a standard setup on the T side is one player heading towards B lane to try and make it to heaven, right? You've then got probably a player ready to pounce on elbow, and maybe there's somebody with him, and you're going to go 2 guys. You've got somebody who's throwing the red smoke and the donut smoke and the flashes sitting back, and then this last guy could be anywhere really, right? Like you could have a second guy ready to throw another wave of flashes. You could have him watching the B ramp as the heaven guy goes. But let's just say in this example, he's watching B ramp, this guy's trying to take the heaven control. You've got one player smokes red, smokes donut like we've shown here, there's a cave smoke, and then this guy's ready with flashes, right? They're not going to go on first timing, they're going to throw them, they're going to pop somewhere there above him, right? So don't go on first timing, they allow the CTs. The whole concept of the T play here is we're going to molly close so they can't scale and fight. We're going to give, like we kind of want to channel them up heaven because we want to catch them with flashes and catch them on a timing. The CTs are playing all close A in case of a rush, and they're playing 2 mid. So CT side, red smoke lands, donut smoke lands, what would, right? And you were saying out of spawn, let's fight mid, but then donut smoke comes in.
Yeah, then I mean if it's a spawn call to actually commit to the mid fight, then you're gonna commit no matter the donut smoke.
Okay.
As an example. But yeah, it can be, again, there was the opera.
I put him here, but let's say that let's say even if he started A, he could flash over mid right and help.
Yeah.
It's probably not the best flashes.
If you would have these kind of positions, if the mid guys are committing like the 2 CTs, then you don't really have like early supportive flashes early on in the mid.
Sure.
So you are risking,
Let's put
risking it a tiny bit.
He's flashing here now.
Yeah, I mean this is more like normal where you will commit and you will either fully send it, then the question is gonna be like, are you gonna do like a run boost heaven or something like that? Then again, it might be also instead of AWP, you might have a third rifle in middle. Question is more like if you are gonna do a run boost to heaven, you can cut off the B who is running also there.
Yes.
Because you will get there before if you run boost.
In this grudge match from stage 2 between FUT and G2. G2's sitting a map up, but we've been here before. Overpass in their back pocket. Now we're heading to Ancient. Last time, this is where the series ended, and it ended dominantly. Both pistol rounds for G2 in this map, but they went on to lose it in 13-4 fashion. Super one-sided, absolutely wrecked by the FUT squad. Nerds was getting hard counted out towards middle, was barely a footnote in that game, finishing at 2-14, and since that point, he's been on fire across the tournament. This is his chance at redemption. It's FUT's pick. They're starting things off on the T side.
Going to be a different game today, seeing their offensive half. G2 full armor in this pistol and a gamble call coming out of spawn. Double donut, double main. Retake on B with no kit makes it difficult, and it will be that retake because FUT throwing nades into this site, sneaking through cave. G2 have very good timing, worth noting, and as this util lands, they know they're right on the money. Bomb plot are going to be allowed here, but they check their flank, and Hunter's not even considering it. Does not look around the corner. Duke's double should win this round. You mentioned both pistols for G2 last time they played despite a 13-4 scoreline. Well, it was both against the Falcons yesterday. Still, they lost that game in OT. Shocking shots from Sumpires. Could this really be cause for concern? Yes, it is. Triple headshot from the Spanish Orb, but he moves up as well. Back turn for more.
Demon's now so low. Demon needs help. He's dead straight away. Surely not. G2, that is crazy.
That's impossible. That's a 3v5 with nothing to assist them.
Yeah, Sumpires little glance at the camera, knows this one's all about him. That 3K coming out of nowhere from G2's Orpa.
They were like hesitantly going for that, and then just kills just kept falling into their lap. What shots here from Sumpires. The third down on the door player. Feels like an unnecessary fight. And then Ramp not even turning around, not even looking over his shoulder. Sumpires shocked they made it that easy. And frustrations for FUT that were very much apparent on that previous map look to go on. What on earth? All right, well, FUT got the space. They want it again.
Pop, Heavy God lies in wait, as does Mattis, getting baited for by Heavy God and Sumpires in a long, short crossfire. They will find Sumpires. Oh, and Jukes on the smoke spam brings him in with that double. Been a man down in the retake before, but this time feels different. Krebeni taking long space. Chance to just drive a knife in the back of G2 before this even gets going. Where's the gun gone for Nerds? He had to go and retrieve that. I mean, he's hanging around like he's still interested, but does want to try and slink on out of here. It's a save called out of G2.
Oh.
That double entry from Jukes doing the heavy lifting right into their setup, right into this triple crossfire, and two of them die before they can even see what's happening.
Can you believe that they lose the pistol and then just go right back for a B hit like that and make it look easy? Even looking to hunt this kill at the end as well. Nurse is not guaranteed in this position. Not ready for main. Krebeni takes a second, and FUT on the board early. That is going to make the difference because, yeah, as I mentioned, these two games where these last two games where G2 lose out on Ancient despite pistol wins and conversions. So now losing in the second round, going to throw G2 through a loop.
Don't overthink about our ancient city. It's been good. It was good yesterday.
Just small details.
Yeah,
details.
Let's continue on it, okay? And we don't need to play perfect CS, but what we need to do is keep fighting, okay?
Yeah.
Let's fucking go now. Let's get it.
That is G2 all over, right? Not always perfect CS, but when these players are feeling it, they can make the unwinnable possible. Sampaius in that pistol, the prime example.
I think the thing that does just feel a little rough, though, is there's absolutely no getting away from, like, this drags you back to the memory of the last time you played, doesn't it, right? Where you won the pistol, you would lose the conversions. It's a mirrored start to your CT half. Heavy God trying to change that. Deeg connects.
Well, some of these individuals feeling a lot better than the other day here for G2. Say banging headshots.
And a B-stack promptly taking shape with players closing in out heaven side. They're going to try and pressure Krabeni as well to get out with one. The G2 are collapsing upon this B play. Rush through the smoke out of Sampaius. Never allowed to get too comfortable. Demon wrestling back a kill. Opens up a route into cave. Chance at a safe bomb plant now. It will come down to whether or not Hunter can cover. They're thinking about leaving. It feels like it. They're all looking towards that heaven side. Are they going to try and slink out here? Heavy God, gun on. Can't get the shot off. And they are out of there.
Hunter has good timing. Hunter's pre-rotated. He might be able to stop this. Start shifting soon. And suddenly Foot don't know he's already here.
Oh, there's the first. Can't find the second man. Cemetery with a must-win fight. Keeps this in check for Foot.
A nice try for Hunter. Felt like Heavy God had to take one with him there. Had the right gun for the job, the right read as well. Foot are trying to get cheeky in this game. They've already managed to succeed, breaking G2's money off of that force by putting them on full eco now. So Foot's chance to play their game in this series after a very oppressive overpass. It looks like they know that as well. Oh, timing. Just saw him. And Foot, very keen on this B site, you'll notice. But this round, nobody to stop them. Burning out all the prime positions with Molotovs on the anti-eco.
And you just heard that cave scaling Molly right to clear out the close position. Molly over towards long side as well, so the rotate's starting, but Foot are already in. Might look to do a boost around this smoke long side. But you're just hoping for some chip damage here. If you're G2, it's a Foot round locked and loaded.
I like this deep smoke as well. Makes it harder for CTs to pop through. Boost less likely. And nothing here for G2. They just start pushing middle to get kills on the way out. Sampaius.
Don't do it again.
Not allowed to. Will be stopped. AK up for grabs. Missed shots. Duke's shooting the box, and they will find an AK on their escape. Can they save it?
Just 4 rounds in to this rematch. Nerds has already matched his performance from last time.
Ouch. Well, at least it's a good sign. He was excellent last map.
You want to tell yourself, last time Foot beat us, felt like we were playing 4v5. So how are they going to find a Nerds looking to return to form?
It was also off the back of the CT side, which is obviously, you know, G2 didn't get much chance to play their defense because they won pistol and then immediately lost to the force buy. So now actually getting a gun round.
It's a mid-take attempt. Nerds fall blind. Jukes collects double entry out through middle. His death is fine. Foot are content with that. 4-on-3 secured. And they're going to try and pick up the pace, headed towards A. Sampaius can hear these footsteps. He's been red hot to get this game going. Right position, right time for the Spaniard. Now needs to offer up the goods. Multi-kill required here if he is to stop the spillover. And is this really just a ruse? Because look at Krabeni. Look at the room that the captain of Foot has taken on the other end of the map. Lonks is just selling this. He's kept both players here. And with the backstab closing in, G2 don't know it, but they are living on borrowed time. Whoa. Not even required. Lonks does it all alone.
What an excellent call here from Krebeni. He was in cave. They knew that was going to be a really obvious A push with Sampayas being in towards middle. They give away all the info. G2 full rotate as they really should, and Krebeni just takes that gap. None of this matters when Lonks goes on to find 3 kills in the bomb site. Excellent shutdown on his own. Really sells that fake. And it's G2 in a tailspin. Panic. Timeout comes in. And I see a lot of utility in what is just pistols here for G2. Foot have just been playing very grouped, right? Be it B hits up ramp with 3-4 players or straight out middle. So G2 hoping they can just blow up the pack. The difference here between Ancient and Overpass is Foot have already looked way more comfortable in the mid-round.
Again, looking for this mid-skirmish. It feels important to G2 that they're able to kind of scare Foot out of running this time and time again. Foot are very keen to fight for the mid-control. They'll gladly get stuck in. And so you want to feel like you repel one of them, at least put the fear in it so they're not always going on these first timing mid-takes and winning them out. You at least denied the instant peak. Delayed mid-take on the cards, Demon with an entry. And mid-taken all the same, Sampayas floating around. His Deagle has been fantastic. His pistols across the board have looked good. Bit of aggression down towards the lane. Foot are teeing themselves up for an A play, though, successfully dodging this stack.
Yeah, and Jukes knows they have lane, so he can just worry above him as well. Even with Miss Red Smoke, it's no problem. It's wasting Sampayas' time. A's getting taken. Foot should have already won this round. It's just how clean do they make it? Jukes is going to get pressured here. Nice tap right above. Cover there for the trade. And lock and key. Foot have got this round. Great resilience for a young team that definitely felt frustrated on Overpass. There are a lot of silly rounds, weird mistakes, anger in the comms. But they walk away and they completely reset here for this second map. A shocking 5v3 pistol thrown away by Foot, and now they're 5-1 up. You would never even know.
It's terrifying how comfortable they're looking on this T side, isn't it? Thinking back to that EPL run that really made you sit up and take note of Foot. This was actually a bit of a rough going map for them there. A couple of months ago, clearly put some time and effort into just getting it perfected, and now you get a real sense that everyone feels right at home on Ancient. They've only lost it once since that initial exchange back at EPL.
Oh, missed it.
And getting up into the B site in this round, there is still resistance.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Planting open for long. Heavy God allowed to make an incision. He'll find himself a double on the back of that bomb plant. Demon a shot away from certain death, just hoping to stay alive long enough for Krebeni to play into this round. It's being considered. Spot there for Hunter, gets that info off. A clean finish out of G2, a massive B hold for Heavy God.
Yeah, the key was playing retake on B. You saw how much util got thrown in by Foot there on that execute. All of it for nothing as G2 completely concede the bomb site. Nice setup, but where's the cover on the plant? Krebeni feels like, hey, I have a mid-timing flank here because we're getting no pressure on B, but if anything, it's the bomb plant that lets G2 back into the round, making Krebeni's flank worthless. Really awkward. Long completely open, punished from G2. Messi in middle, getting blocked on each other, but Grabeni still gets up heaven. Fast cave control with a 5v4 through the smoke.
Hunter maybe feeling a bit of a pull to try and go for the info here. He's aggressive in towards A main. For now, going to sit back, waiting for this T-side adjustment, but it's actually going to come from Red, this double up for G2 to try and gain some info back in the round. They're looking for the mid clear. Two players moving in. Long's dead right away. There's one more man at elbow, and this time Nerds able to get gun on in time. Heavy God scales in through the back line. It's another multi-kill for Heavy God as a one-man army arrives for G2.
What a beast. 4 beautiful headshots. Saves that spray as well down ramp. That last player is peeking right into him. Heavy God does not care. 13 and 5. Monster start to this map, and G2 need it. They were in the hole. Heavy God and Nerds lock out middle. And this is just clinical work from Heavy God. That will keep Foot doubting themselves a little bit on this heaven control. They've been going very fast into that position. My God, what a shot. They just keep coming. Sumpires' orb felled in main. And on eco, Foot get a little upgrade.
Yeah, the idea that they're now armed with 2 AKs and this AWP is terrifying. Sat pretty in a 5v4 as well. Juke's looking to put that AWP to work. It's again back in the middle. Spot there on Heavy God. He sticks around to try and fight this. This is a guy who's only dealt in 3 and 4s in the last 2 rounds of play. And so you know when he's on the ball with this first, that's the right time to stop. You don't try and go for that trade. You let him have the space. Mattis has been a real vulnerability thus far over towards Cave, and so again they're coming to pressure him. But this time he puts up a fight.
Now they can't go B. Luckily for them, Heavy God has left this position, reinforced this B side, but Donut completely open. Foot can just walk in. Oh, someone just shot Hunter. Now knows they're coming through Donut. No split to worry about. He can focus on this position.
You're telling him just please get one, because Heavy God, Mattis, the rest of the gang, they're all on their way over.
Uh-oh.
Hunter with this swing, lines them up. And there's the shutdown. It's only this Juke's AWP left. Heavy God in position to stop him in his tracks. And that backstab connects on a perfect timing. 9 kills in the last 3 rounds for Heavy God.
Yeah, not even the plant here for Foot. It's going to pull the AWP into question on this T side as well. Good denial from Hunter. Hides out in plain sight. And Foot timeout now as things are getting tricky. 3 rounds in a row for G2. Felt like we were ready to see a repeat of last game. That Foot stomp over Ancient. G2 are digging deep. And a couple of very strong players carrying them through. Sumpires' pistol impact, Heavy God in middle. And in your head.
Last time they played, the entire team sort of capitulated all at once. Sure, it was Nerds down bottom of the board, but it's not like anyone else had a fantastic game either. Losing that one really was a team effort for G2. Here, though, a hero emerges, and it is Heavy God being very, very active. As the game's gone on, he's no longer reserved to anchoring that B-bomb site. They're using him as a bit of a bandage to fix up this defense, and for now, it's working. For now, Heavy God is holding. But eventually, someone else has to arrive to help him. Can't all just be one man.
No mid control here for G2, and it looks like the right call because we've got late pop flashes out mid. Foot taking control. G2 have to accept that. Orb back on A and pressure from Red, but it leaves Nerds alone, and he's already down to half from the nade, so this could be a vulnerability here for G2. Nerds tries to tuck in, Hunter baiting for him. Need that jiggle because they've walked into Red. Sumpires has it on lock. Oh, everything's going wrong for Foot, and look at the bomb. They may have position, but it is not safe. And the reblock, just forcing them into B. Oh, everything has gone pear-shaped here for Foot, and that's their last bit of utility. They have a single flashbang to get them into this site. I don't see a way you win this. Even if you get these entries and put the bomb down, that post plant is going to be so tricky. It would be a good time to see G2 play retake setup, but they go double cave as well. Orp here in time.
Only the tag. Mattis can't finish the job. And so we're left looking at Heavy God having to provide for G2 once again. He's got 3 players coming his way out the cave side. Only the one from Heavy God. Quick trade. Hunter closing in. Demon on the line and not letting them through to begin this retake.
Ooh, scary, but all eyes on and everyone swings together. Foot do get it over the line. G2, awkward timing, committing to cave like that and only hitting the leg shot does come back to haunt them. Needed more from that hold. Because we've seen them play good retake B already. We've seen them with some, nice positions. So would have been nice to see them completely give it up. Foot could never execute. They would have had really tricky fights coming out into B, but G2 don't know what they have. And so Foot win a crucial round to keep them in this game.
And Foot can kind of move the microscope of where they're homing in on in this game. Last time it was Nertz, a liability out towards middle. He's recovered. This time it's Mattis. Just been a huge problem at this B site. Struggled to get anything done. This round up for recovery. Controls the spray. Leaves G2 in a doable position.
Ollie, run.
Gotta get this bomb down while the util's up, and so Krebeni plugs in those numbers. No, it's a long way out for a backstab, and if you end up waiting for him and then he dies to Jugs back in cave, you've waited for nothing. So he's got to keep his wits about him as he embarks on this wrap round.
He's running it as well. Jukes has heard this coming. Nertz doesn't even clear the corner. That's a free kill, putting it in the 2v2. No util left in the round. It's coming down to the fight, and Krebeni has a powerful position. Sat on the site. He picks his timings, takes another. Some Pius not long for it either. So Krebeni drags him over the line. Captain shows up as he did last time on Ancient, and Foot find a 7-round half at worst case scenario, and it could get better. G2's money is out for the count. So beautiful spray from Mattis, recovering off very blind players, but G2 have lost 2 really awkward man advantage rounds now in a row. And that will cost them. We know how solid Foot's defense is.
Just beelining straight for Donut right into Nertz. Some Pius auto shotgun could be a big problem. Up close, it's done big damage. Now it's on a Hunter to finish what he started.
Oh, that smoke, full short.
That's actually going to smoke off the bomb. That could be used to help out Foot here. Chance to go on a retrieval mission as his mad skirmish in around main.
Yep.
One shot from the Deagle does in Jugs. Heavy God hits his. Now it's on to Mattis. Been struggling in this game. A clutch to try and salvage a round for G2 right at the end of the half. The Demon's got time to work with that. That bomb is still in the open. And so right in to Mattis's hands. G2 able to get by with 5. Heavy God inspiring them a little, sitting top of the board, nearly 20 kills deep. But will that be enough to stop Foot on their map pick?
FUT find their footing by the end of their first half of Ancient. It's a solid start to this map, but they need more if they're going to go on and take the series. Mirage is our decider. This is FUT's pick, and we saw an excellent CT side from them just the other day, a 9-round half over this very team. So what's to say that FUT can't finish the job? G2, some showings of brilliance from Heavy God, and flashes from some Pius, but not much consistency even in man advantages.
Yeah, that's the part that's going to hurt. The idea that you could have been the guys with a 1-out half if you didn't throw away those 2 big man advantage rounds right at the end of it.
Uh-oh.
I should put on to the cave side. Those Doolies dead the moment they round the corner. And so a 5v4 for G2. It's fresh in their mind that they can't let these type of rounds get away from them.
That felt pretty desperate there for FUT. Lonks trying to repeat, Krebeni doing the same. It's left them a man and a half down. And G2 smoke to get them into cave. It's now given them position to execute. Heavy God with all the nades outside B. Nerds on a late lurk. Reclear for FUT is a nice idea, but it could go very wrong. 3 crosshairs in position. Will they overcommit? Yes, Blanc's great cover. Uh-oh. This is the only way it can go wrong, and right now it's looking possible. Can Nerds find a gap to bring them back out?
Demon's going to hear this. Nerds hasn't run yet over towards main, but you're not ready for Dooley sitting in back donut. Oh. Surely this is going to get away from G2. An important pickup for Pius, but the rotates arrive now. Pius has a great pistol round under his belt already. Can he add another one to the tally? It's him and Heavy God, the 2 big boys left in it, and they will seal the deal on that pistol for G2.
I can't believe it even gets that close, but FUT are so fast to rotate. They even clear out the late recommit player in B. They try to lurk through cave after FUT leave the site. That's all over the place. FUT have everyone CT, but Glocks do dirty damage. And G2 do take another pistol. That is never the problem, though, in this game, in this map. Last 2 games winning, 3 games winning all 6 pistols, but not always converting them. Will this be the concern? Looks like it. Into the 5-man hold.
Oh, they're getting wrecked, going right into this B stack. 2 players down already. Heavy God might be required to try and bail them out again. Surely there's a limit to how many times one guy can flash push. They all go. And with FUT fighting together at such an advantage, there was nowhere for G2 to hide.
So slapdash for G2. They're rushing cave off the first timing on an anti-eco against a team you know are going to force buy. Feels like G2 is just handing this round away. Just a bit more poise. It's fine to hit that B execute, but get your util in first. And FUT are able to just fly through those smokes in the advantage and press it further. G2, disastrous second round. I love that FUT continue to press it though. 5v3, charging through the smoke on the plant. Don't let G2 get anything out of this round. Just this saved AK. FUT pick up all the guns.
Feels like for G2, they might want to hear from Saw again. You heard him earlier on, right? Kind of saying, look, we don't have to play perfect CS. All that matters is that we do it together. In that round, they kind of did exactly that. The imperfect move, everyone grouped, hitting that B site. Ruins it for him. Game slipping away from G2. Eco, or Force rather, as they try and bounce back with one of their own, but going to be far harder pressed to do it on this T side. And yeah, there is Saw with that timeout on the back of the fall down to the Force.
Makes sense, but don't know how much strategy you can even employ in a round like this. Might be just trying to keep heads cool, because G2 have nothing to work with. Pistols and bare bones utility. as FUT feel the success start early on this CT side, despite pistol loss. FUT have been here before, they can remind themselves of that. Should be simple now to just clean up.
Demon ready to just drop in this molly. As soon as he sees a shadow, they give chase and get ahead of it. Important entry for Nerds. One kill wrestle back from the spawn side, and now a retake hoping to take shape. Low HP on Heavy God, so he's dead back in the donut. You'll get that bomb down, sure, but survive the post plant, you will not. Nerds getting pincered, can't do a thing. And FUT just move so decisively in these moments. They do it together, they keep the pressure on all sides. Reminiscent of that B-sided force where they just bomb rush the smokes and shut G2 out of it.
Yeah, if they have an advantage, they want a bigger advantage. They are the least scared of going through smokes, pushing utility, and doing it together. Never doubting the calls. That's what's always entertaining about this team. So often do you see one player go for a swing, but then their teammate isn't sure, they don't want to trade, they want to bait a bit. FUT don't do that. They will live and die together. It's why we see such one-sided games for and against them. It either works or it doesn't. And when it works hard. FUT smashing G2 now at the start of this second half. Hero AK for Nerds.
So Pius has earned a bit of respect for these pistols, so they hear it firing off down there in mid, but want nothing to do with it. Now all these deagles, all these pistols spamming, trying to conceal the idea that there's a hero gun even in play here. That's the unorthodox move for G2, having this rifle in the hands of Nerds.
Ouch. One armor as well. Nerds has to keep hold of this AK, doesn't clear his corner. There's the re-swing. Just mopped up. Cave is closed and 20 seconds for G2 to die. FUT give them nothing. 4 blind, 3 rifles spray. It's a great flash, but no kills come behind it. Hunter traded and FUT clean up.
This matchup on this map is proving to be a bit of a kryptonite for G2. Saw him square off against the Falcons the other day. Sure, it was a map that ended up getting away from them. But this is now twice over in this head-to-head. Nerds has really struggled. Mattis not really getting going either. Just seeming like a strong matchup for FUT on Ancient. Compare that to the Falcons game where Nerds finished top of the board for G2.
G2 found the gap here. They've walked silent out mid to Donut. Demon's looking at it, but they're all coming around this corner. Demon, massive kill, even blocks, won't let them trade this for free, but Hunter does catch him on the edge of the molly. 4v4 and G2 with all this space looking to use it. Just holding on, won't let them scale. A hit coming in.
Symmetry on the line, and that orb, unforgiving, won't let the main split come through. They know where Hunter was. They know that bomb is dropped out in the open at main.
And they're going to start closing in on him. He's going to face the same death that G2 have many times over. Just one player up against insurmountable odds, getting rushed from all sides.
Clinical CT side here out of FUT. It's getting slower, it's getting more cautious as well from G2. FUT are fine by that, even though gaps are taken. No one overlooks them. And much as how this half started, it feels like FUT are in the right place every single time. G2 even half buying here up against 11, wanting to maximize their gun rounds. Duke's committing to middle, careful, but they could just run right by. Oh.
Backstab, Hunter trading one back. Won't get the gun out in time to capitalize on all the damage done to Lonks. And that leaves Heavy God at 1v3. Bomb out in the open. Smoke about to bloom. Tries to peek ahead of it, and that's exactly what FUT were waiting for. Domination on this CT half. Again, a map of Ancient for G2 where you say they won both pistols. They converted neither of them and then proceeded to just get blown out the water. This is becoming a worrying trend.
Yeah, against the Falcons, they at least converted their pistols on this map, which may be why the game was so close. It was just finishing the job they couldn't do. Well, this is what happens when you don't even have those conversions. A straight domination. Streaks of 5 at the start of each half after losing the pistol for FUT. And it might be all over off the back of this bomb play up ramp 4v5. FUT again, know the gap. Not worried, Flash peeking together, everybody coming in for the trade. Rifle here, trying to keep this game alive, but some Pyres can't give up the bomb. Krabeni's walking through a smoke, so no respect left in the map for FUT. And Duke spotted him there, that goes both ways.
What I think's interesting here, they see the bomb on some Pyres, they see him waiting behind that ramp smoke, they knew about players out over towards middle, or heaven rather, and they don't jump the gun on a rotate. Even now, Symmetry's still holding for a desperate fallback. You feel like you have all the info needed to have brought everyone over to B. But they're thinking, well, G2 are desperate. This game has not been comfortable. This T-side could do anything in an instant, trying to change their mind. And so just covering that back door, leaving options open. G2 don't look to change their mind. They're going to stick to their guns here. It started off as a B hit. It's ending as a B hit. Jugs, top performer for FUT, lies in wait.
Couple shots can close this map with ease. He connects the first, third kill in the round, and Nertz is alone. He's had a hard game here on Ancient. The flank closing in. Bomb going to get planted, but Symmetry, unrelenting, has just moved forward the entire time, and FUT will finish what they started with ease on this CT side, shutting out G2 and demanding a decider in this repeat matchup. Last time, FUT took it on Ancient just as dominantly, and now we get a new map in this series.
All right. Well, we finally put an end to that one there. The second map of the series, Ancient, definitely goes the way of FUT, so they do keep this series alive. We're going to have Mirage to separate the two. But before we get there, let's try to talk about some of the things that we saw here. And I say we because I'm talking about Ash, Yanko, and myself. Guys, right here out of the gate, what are FUT doing right?
First of all, it ain't looking that hot for all of us best of 3 fans, is it? Like, it's all coming down to the decider anyway. Like, you know, this meeting could have been an email.
Basically a best of
this
one.
best of 3 could have been a best of 1, and there's stomps as well, unfortunately. But yeah, sometimes it goes like that in MR12, right? I think obviously the easy storyline for this one is Foot winning both force buys and just leading to good starts, and G2 having to claw their way back into the game, which they were able to do in the first half, but not in the second half.
Yeah, we highlighted the vulnerability maybe against Falcons, that they did get off to great starts on both sides and it still went to overtime. So when it kind of goes the other way around, I mean, you could see the difference between player quality from Foot in this map. It's kind of been weird that we've kind of seen that in all the games so far, just complete blowouts. Players struggling in one map and they've been fantastic in the others. So it was an interesting one, but maybe Mirage been more balanced.
Yeah, perhaps. But when we get there, round 2, what are we seeing, right, Ash?
Well, I think this, for me, highlights how different it was for the players, because we saw it in Overpass, they have fantastic advantages and they had no chance in most of those rounds. This is 3 players B, and it's smoked, and somehow Jugs finds 1 kill, he finds a 2nd kill. The pathing out of the smoke is fantastic as well, and they even go out and make an extra kill and go deeper. And this on the other map, they would never ever have won this if on the other way around even. So this is an impossible round, they should never win this. And again here in this one, they're going to lose the entry frag, some bias. It's a big advantage here for G2, and they're going into a cave setup, which again, you're thinking if we can get a favor, like a 1-for-1 trade, 2-for-2 trade, that'll be good for them. But actually they play it so well in the end, despite the miss Molotov, that they just completely destroy the setup and walk away with 2 kills and get out of it. And again, like I think on Overpass, they had the situations and they couldn't do anything. So Jug sneaks to the right side of the smoke, he runs through, he realizes the 2-1 setup, crosshair placement's fantastic, they completely destroy it and they go out to the bomb site 3v2. It gets a little bit hairy, I think, towards the end, but again, like on Overpass, I feel like these are the 5v2s they couldn't win, and here it feels like they're not even making good calls in these rounds. They're going into the stacks and they're still coming out because of player quality and just how comfortable they are. The difference there is unbelievable.
And Heavy God may be thinking like, this is how Nico felt yesterday after Inferno, right? Because his teammates just let him down on this one. I mean, even in the anti-force buy, right? Like, he gets the opening kill during a 5v4. 2 of his teammates just die without really contributing in any way whatsoever. So
he gets another one as well, and he's still losing around.
Disappointing. It's very frustrating too when you're playing, right, for it to happen 2 times, because in the second half it was a case of just being absolutely read by the side of Foot. I mean, they had 4, actually even 5 players on B as you're going for that execute, so that's always going to leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, it most certainly will. You're right, Heavy is the hand that holds the mouse, I guess. If you are Heavy God, this was in fact your map, albeit a little bit in vain. Let's look at round 14, Yanko. Is that the one you're alluding to?
Yeah, exactly. The force buy again from the side of Foot, and you can tell this is just, all right, they love to do this. They like to go B fast in these rounds. They're just open for B and see what happens. If nothing had happened, they would have probably pushed. And Krabeni even found Hunter here as the first guy. You can see there's 5 players of Foot are here, and they're not. The smokes haven't even popped. So this was always going to be a very difficult round for G2. And then of course Foot in the 5v3, just a timing push, no funny business, catching G2 completely off guard, and even finding Sanpeyas here in the end. And that's always, you know, a gut punch. You win pistol, you lose the second round, you don't even get that 1900 loss bonus, it's just straight to 1400. Your force buy isn't going to be pretty, your first buy isn't going to be pretty, and it's just a tough task from that point on for G2.
And I think that also highlighted how much they're on the same page on this map. Like on Overpass, we saw an example where the AWP is smoking off his teammates whilst they're fighting, and here the flashbang comes in, one person comes out, gets a free kill, and they come out through the smoke together. And this kind of, it just shows the difference of quality when you can have confidence on one map and not so much on the other.
So we had round 14, and then let's go to that next round, but also let's hear some team comms, this time from Foot.
Out A.
2, 3, 4.
Xbox.
1 HP.
Dead Xbox.
Donut, carry close Donut.
They smoke Donut.
Planting.
Inside, kill Cement.
Grenade him, dead. Grenade is smoke, Krabben.
We can go
enough.
Dead Xbox. Wait, last one. Side. Go together.
Nice!
Nice.
Thank you.
Much more positive, that's for sure. I mean, in the last one, it was kind of Krabeni shouting at his team and being very frustrated. And it's good to see like a young team go away after getting kind of blown out and come back and reset and go again. That's kind of a sign of a team that's maybe more mature than you would perhaps think.
And that might come from some of the reps they've had here. I mean, they've been playing a lot of CS if you're Foot.
Yeah, and on a map like Ancient, they're going to be more comfortable, and especially going into Mirage, right? I don't know where it was 13-6. Like, it felt like it was a little bit closer, but I think that's just the price that G2 has paid by losing those second rounds. And on Mirage, you're hoping for at least an even matchup. Really, in a way, as the casters pointed out, this wasn't played the last time around. It was Overpass, Ancient, and Anubis. So Mirage new to the pool, and G2 shown some prowess already on it. We were doing some of their Mirage games in stage 2, right? And a lot of composure, a lot of poise from the players as well. Good balance of making plays, but also punishing the aggression from their opponents. So this is where, you know, even if they're off to a bad start, I think you can have some higher expectations from them and should still be able to find their footing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is historically a very good map here for FUT as well. So I'm interested to see how this one's kind of going to play out. And when I watched their demos a while ago, they were playing one of the most puggy T-sides I've seen. I wouldn't say it's particularly the fastest thing, but you could tell it's a lot of feeling, contact plays when they feel like the defense is moving around. And on CT, I think they don't play as aggressive as perhaps you would maybe think, but they do it like mid-round together as a team. And they go out and look for these trades and this information when they feel they need it. And when we saw that against Vitality on Anubis, it looked pretty good.
Weirdly enough, it's their most played map, but the last time they actually played it with this 5-man lineup was in Bucharest, like almost 2 months ago. So they played it 2 times with Coolio in the US and lost both times. I wouldn't take too much away from that. So it's been a while since they played it with their actual lineup in a tournament. You'd bet they have some new stuff as well that they've added in the meantime. So let's see if that's something that can maybe give them just the slight edge over G2.
Jugs versus Heavy God. Who you taking?
In a fight?
No, not like actually in a fist fight, so to say, but perhaps like on the third map of Mirage.
Heavy God on and off the server.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
I think after, I mean, they both had a great second map, but, you know, Heavy God, anchor of the year, all that sort of conversation about him. He's had a great year last year, so I think this is where he sort of shows why he's been in that conversation. Just signed an extension with G2. Obviously, they put a lot of faith in him, and this is exactly the sort of a situation where you have to earn the big bucks.
Yeah, I think he's got that extra experience. He's more of a known quantity. He's Heavy God. He's always very reliable. Like we saw here, they lost 13-6, and he's probably the MVP of the entire map. He was there trying to win it. His team, maybe not so much.
And on the other side, you have Jugs, who Coolio said is going to be one of the best players in his role in a couple of years' time, right? So seeing the potential in him, understanding he needs some more reps, some more experience. But I mean, that was just a lot of work he was getting done on Ancient on T side with those openings, you know, really instilled some confidence in the rest of the team as well.
Okay, so the real question on the backside of this would be, which of these two teams makes you feel a type of way about going 0-2?
That's tough, man. I have both of these teams sort of making the playoffs, and one of them facing elimination starting tomorrow. That's kind of crazy. I don't think they will get eliminated tomorrow, whoever it is, but that's just the added pressure of this matchup. No matter who you are, you don't want to be in that 0-2 bracket. So Major is all about handling the pressure, and this is the exact sort of a scenario in which you have to see which team will be better at it. I think the one that does it better will end up with a win today.
I think I'm comfortable with G2 under the pressure. They have that experience. If they do go down to 0-2, both teams have the quality. I'm just worried that maybe one of them runs into Paravision, for example, and Paravision can be a bit... It doesn't really matter how they're playing, they can just beat a team like this. But both teams, for me, I think seem easily going through.
Yeah, speaking of Paravision, that game's in a third map over there on the B stream. So if you are curious about that, don't go too far, because we do have to come back and settle the score here in this series in particular. That's right, when we come back, we're going to see if G2 and FUT can close a deal here, who rather wants it more on that third map, that deciding map, where FUT will be starting on the CT side of Mirage. It's a quick break, and we will be right back on the other side of it. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major in 2026. The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
The best team usually wins, who limits these kind of scenarios, and they win them consistently, I would say, more, which most likely can be right now Vitality.
Welcome everyone, I'm here with Mattis from G2, and today we're going to be talking a little bit about your moments from the game and sharing your thought processes in those. We go into round 7. This one is very important. You're still winning 4v2, but this is the wonderful 1v3 clutch. Can you... I'm sorry for bringing this round up, but it's important to talk about it, right? To learn and...
we lost so many of these kind of moments, so yeah, not even specifically in this tournament, but overall, so of course.
Can you walk us a little bit through this round? What happens here? Because also I will highlight one more thing during the clutch, but I just want to hear your opinions.
Now we understand that he has.
It's also that the kid dropped there and.
He dropped there. We didn't notice for sure. One big mistake from me already. I can tell that I wasn't close enough to Nikita. We should always move as a twin. So even if he swings somehow, because there is a smoke, you see mid side, he can go behind default, he can jump default, he can pick from firebox. You see now he separated the duos pretty decently, like wonderful. But if I was close to Nikita, always like next to each other, the chance of him even killing one would be way less than what happened right now. And now it's full round of what's gonna happen. Am I gonna stick it or not? I'll think I will
That's
go
the
for
thing.
the
I think with a kid you would actually get the.
Possibly, yeah. I think so.
You're definitely getting.
He sees me through the bullets because he's shooting, but yeah, I didn't notice, for example, that last kit, or I didn't even have a kit, for example. Yeah, you'll see it's about details. He played it good for sure, but we let him basically do what he wants, kinda. You know, this is still hard scenario for him in the moment. Like we are shooting through the box, and when he swinged, I should have been close to Nikita, and basically that would make it like 0 sense almost for him to win the round.
What is your take on when the T's are playing these 1v3 clutches and Zaivu winning that 1v5 against Paravision again? He used like this crafty smoke on site to his advantage.
I remember him.
Do you always want to wait out those smokes? Because here you clearly didn't. You decided to swing from jungle, you saw the smoke, but you still decided to play the after plant. Kind of creates non-existent angles, right? For Wonderful. So would you think maybe just waiting in jungle for the smoke to fade is a good play, or?
Would be fine, I would say, but I'm not sure when we went out of jungle if we already saw the smoke. I don't think we did, because I think I saw the smoke when we went closer, you know, from jungle to pick side, because I think, as I remember, I also said to swing, because Alvar was having fight, so let's say we all 3 pro, most likely now we will connect, and then when I swinged, I saw the smoke, I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be funny scenario, you know, what's gonna happen now? While I also this, I didn't communicate properly, or I didn't stand the chance like to be next to Nikita, you know, in the moment. So yeah, I think that's as much as I can say to them.
It's unfortunate, but these rounds happen, right? They happen to you, but against you as well. So
it happens every time, I would say. It doesn't mean tier 1 like teams like this, there are always gonna be mistakes like this. Obviously, some games is gonna be more cleaner, some games are gonna be more tough when it comes to scenarios like this. But obviously, the best team usually wins, who limits these kind of scenarios, and they win them consistently, I would say, more, which most likely can be right now Vitality.
Oh wow, there's the first Falcon frag. Higo gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Higo do it again?
We've been touting this as the grudge match from Stage 2. Shot at redemption for the G2 squad, as FUT did take them down last time around. This is our departure, though, from that series. A new map lobbed in at the 3rd. It's Mirage as a decider. FUT have momentum behind them after a dominant win on Ancient. The desk at the top of the series said they thought FUT won the veto, had the edge in that regard. How are you feeling about this one, Hugo, ahead of this new addition to the matchup?
Feels like a perfect 3rd map decider, right? G2 learned their lesson from Ancient, not letting it float out to the 3rd. At least FUT just get it out of the way. Both these teams win their map pick, and now we go to a map that they've both played plenty of times this year. It's a decent success as well, both in the positive win rates, both teams looking confident as we get into Mirage.
Remind yourself about the focus points, guys. Good start. Good start.
G2CS.
With energy, with initiative, communication. We need confidence, guys.
We do.
Don't let this ancient take your confidence.
G2 looking to reset after getting shut out of last map. Nerds nice crawl underneath. They still clear him though. Flash comes in, Nerds is ahead of it. It's going to get messy.
And he's now giving chase. Knows about one player trapped underneath the palace. They'll even move to try and clear Symmetry. Gets out with his double. Can't make it any more than that. Pistols run down the A-bomb site, and now it's just Demon. Dahl Beretta's out towards the spawn. Caught peeking wide, but goes unpunished. Won't be able to stop that bomb plant. Missed opportunity at bringing this into a 1v2. The G2 just try and face him together here. Waiting for contact to get taken. Been given some room to work with. No swing yet. Dink down range. Heavy guard finishes the job. G2 winning pistols is a familiarity. Converting them is a whole other conversation.
Yeah, and it's a negative conversation. G2 win both pistols back on Ancient. They just get absolutely knocked out in the second. It's been a problem for them. Weird enough with how clean these pistols are, running into stacks and just getting it done. It's a nice round out of G2, but here comes the buy. Scout in the window. 4 rifles for G2, and the difference is just stop rushing it on this T side. So nice to see them spread out and play default. They have weapon advantage. They're going to get a lot of map control as a result. Mid not being threatened by Foot. Mattis can go where he wants. A execute on the cards. Jukes can block.
And they don't have an HE to break it, so this is actually a big block for Jukes.
It's actually nice that at least Hunter got that smoke out of him before Sumpires threw the exec. So G2 can wait 20 seconds, one guy making noise. Foot don't really know much. They bought a few seconds short, but no one's moved.
A re-smoke.
And now that's a problem. G2 though, they're committed. They just have to wait and pray. And that freedom gives the rotation time. Snares Molly. Here they go.
Just a blanket of fire to clear anyone playing close to this ramp smoke. Opening kill belongs to Symmetry.
No.
The trade's back for G2 as this one is a roller coaster of a round. Heavy guard doesn't know where to look. He's getting whittled down from both sides, and the Symmetry scout provides the cover. Another disaster versus this force for G2.
A familiar, painful feeling here for G2. And hey, the difference is they went for the execute. They threw everything in. They had mollies perfectly placed. G2 even found the mid kills, but it's Symmetry scout back in spawn that just picks bodies out. 3 kills from the sniper. Can't account for that. G2 just wondering how they can get a break. Let's look at Symmetry's 3 perfect headshots coming in to find that force for Foot.
Mid-brawl. Tech9 opens Mattis. Trying to go and snatch a force fire their own for a change. That's a keen double kill. But the job's not done. Heavy God tries to make it so. And that's the round. G2 do enough. 3 sets of entries, seconds apart. It's a game, set, and match. Hopefully this can be the return to a bit of form for Mattis. Really struggled to get going on the second map. Ancient, they were exploiting him a hell of a lot over towards the cave, but he's just brought G2 back into the early game with that double opener on the Tech9.
We can do it too, say G2. Going to keep this riff-raff going on. So back and forth early in this third map. Just what we wanted here. As Foot forced to buy back in. Crazy to imagine those are Tech 9 headshots from that far. And Heavy God, perfect swing out of Palace to confirm the round when Mattis gets that info. G2 maybe thinking, screw it, let's just bring the pace. Looking to once again abuse this A site.
I mean, it's nearly a carbon copy setup for Foot. Players aggressive over towards ramp, smokes to try and block this angle, and a triple B setup. G2 weren't able to deal with this last time around. How are they going to fare this time?
Again, no nade. But that Lurk Smoke lets you up Tetris at least. Will G2 take that path? They just fly out of Palace. Scout is a little late to the party here. And player hiding in the site, they don't know. Checked, good check. Saves G2 from devastation. And it should just be fine now. Dumping everything they've got in spawn.
Well, he fell a little short to actually block Symmetry in there. Allows him to peek over the top. Pick up for Longs. This is starting to get away from them. It takes Heavy God to restore some normality.
He could have punished the plant. Now his opportunity's gone.
As Longs plays it forward. No idea where Sampius has gotten to, but now he's got that info. Longs unable to finish. Heavy God, monstrous 3K and a hulking individual effort. G2 with their conversion. Better late than never.
Heavy God's had some incredible rounds across this series, so it's reassuring to see he keeps them in this. Would have been more back and forth at the start of this map if Heavy God doesn't win that clutch. 6-0 at the start of Mirage. And a frustrating round to lose because Foot would have happily kept that ping pong going. But now G2 get the opportunity to run away on the T side. And Foot, after all these A attacks, are just going to gamble it. G2 might meet them there.
Heard them flash into the ramp, so you're expecting resistance here. Not a position that's going to get overlooked with Heavy God out of Palace. Only man that does have the element of surprise is Symmetry, but he's 1v5 with a USP behind enemy lines.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Takes his time, deals with Nerds. Hunter is swift to deal with him. 4-1 lead, guns on the approach now for Foot. Symmetry Orb coming out straight away, had that phenomenal scout round in the second. Now upgraded onto the big green, sitting at the top of the board for Foot.
Yeah, zooming out and looking at the tournament as a whole, it'd be a real shame to see Foot down 0-2. Obviously, one of these teams is going to be there, but this is a team that many had high expectations of at the major, peaking at the right time, coming off of trophies this year, leveling up, graduating these young players, and widening their map pool while they do it. So to imagine that they could be down 0-2 because of vitality, and then G2 in a revenge matchup would be a real shame for Foot. But someone's got to lose. And at that point, would have to show some serious resilience in battling back if they still want playoffs. With 3 BO3s in a row.
And I think for a squad who embrace chaos and aggression the way Foot do, that is the most dreaded position to be in. You feel a lot more restricted down in that 0-2 matchup.
Yeah, is that where the pressure hits? You don't want to make mistakes. You don't want to play your game. You start doubting things because it hasn't worked, but they played the world's best team. It's not been an easy run here for Foot. It's also not over. CT side of Mirage, just got to be careful. Caught in the open. Heavy God even turns back for the second on the bench. High damage done. Puts Demon in danger. Krabeni comes in to assist. Demon still holding position, but mollied out. Low health, no ammo, and nowhere to go. A 2v2 ensues. G2 need to get that bomb.
Nerds is coming in on a big flank. If Mattis can stay alive, Nerds can try and win this round with the backstab. You won't be expecting this. We're just going to take his one while it's available. Jukes, what's it going to be? Going Gonna try find this window to battle forward, maybe. Bomb still out in the open. Nerds, he heard him land the cat jump, knows that both players now have to cross into this bomb site.
He lets him.
Gonna wait for that bomb plant, but Nerds on the line, on the angle. Him and Mattis able to keep that one in check for G2.
Yeah, what a nice play for Nerds. Sneaky right behind, doesn't overplay it, still groups with his teammate to play that package. They had very low time, and any error would give that round to Foot. Demon, admirable hold. But G2 throw everything they've got at him. A couple of players caught out of position in the CT side so far are Foot as G2 keep changing the pace. Hunter calling a great game. When you consider they did again lose to the Force Buy, still G2 are up 5-1. Now that's not a bad timing for Krebeni.
Hunter surely dead to this. No, Krebeni not looking.
Oh.
So Hunter able to sniff him out. Felt like he found the golden timing window out through that abs push. They lose their captain very early in the round, and now it is just this A stack for Foot.
You just feel forced to play these stacks because how many rounds G2 have come to this bomb site. But Hunter still pushing the boat out after Krebeni's info play in abs. Not overcommitting. And in fact, G2, they want to keep doing what's been working, which is back into this A site.
I mean, you see a guy pushing like that through the apartments, you're thinking, no way they risk this if he's the solo B player. And so are going to commit into the stack unknowingly. Spot for Heavy God as they try and challenge him. Knows he's got to steal himself away because these pistols are closing in. He tries to play the range game. One more man up here in Palace, and the flash is good. Heavy God, quick on his feet there. AK picked up for Cemetery. But with Lonks dead, they're closing in on this lone defender. Massis able to bail them out, giving us a far better game come the turn of Mirage.
Yeah, he stepped up on this scoreboard, hasn't he? Even exceeding Heavy God on the T side now, finding a lot of impact. Won that force right back on the Tech 9s out middle. Has been a nuisance and connector on this T side. Great to see in this deciding map. And Heavy God, all the pressure, it's not pretty, but he has no time for it to be pretty. Just dumps a molly, dumps a flash, makes Foot very uncomfortable on that Palace push. Shame to see. If Foot had a little bit more patience, they might have been able to find something. Instead, this gun round is everything for Foot. First timeout from Coolio.
What are you saying, Dima? Speak something, bro. We are not playing CCT. No, you didn't see anyone. And I say, are you sure too? You don't say 5 seconds. Speak for 5 seconds if you want to play.
Krebeni demanding a lot from his team in this series. In some frustrating lost rounds, dating back to Overpass.
I mean, yeah, you played a great game on Ancient. You want to get back to that. You don't want to feel like this third map came down to some slow starts, some missed comms, players going quiet at the worst possible time. Oh! That's an opening and a half. Demon, after getting chewed out, gets spat out by some Pius.
And what's he meant to say after that?
One apps. That's the comm down the line.
Ouch. No info either. Foot are playing in the dark. And G2 encroaching on this bomb site. Even the nade finds nothing. They spot con. They don't see the G2 are right there ready to pounce, but jump up denied. Krebeni keeps it interesting. Oh, they're just walking in. G2 hit the wall, and it's got hands. Sampaio's 5v4 for nothing. But it's nice to see Foot not going down without a fight left in this half. opportunity to keep it even.
Yeah, you got to make something of this, right? Getting out with 4 players alive, all well and good, makes you a little bit harder to dislodge on this CT half, start to build up the framework for a comeback and making some money. You're just glad you've stopped the streak at this point. 5 in a row for the G2 squad. Finally, a response out of Foot, and they do so in a 4v5. They do so a man down. So I think a good bit to feel good about there if you're the Foot squad, but this is where the CT side has to start building. That can't just be a one and done. It's a team full of major rookies. Now with the most experience is Lonks.
It's been 4 years since he played a major.
So you don't want to find yourself with your backs against the wall for the rest of your run, especially when there were expectations on this team. It's rare that a kind of rookie squad come into their first major with this much attention.
What a baller move for Heavy God. It's a great reaction to hit all the util mid. They realize that Foot are going for the mid take, and Heavy God just takes the space. He takes the face off 2 players in this site. He has won the round with this hero play, so much so the Hunter is lurking B-apps. G2 suffering from success.
Yeah, out of desperation here, though, Foot are going to hang around, and this lurk, player being away from the action, maybe gives rise to something. Mattis in a fight out here in middle wins his.
G2 can slow down. They don't need to commit the bomb. They've actually lost the A site in the process, so Hunter taking this abs control is massive. It provides a route for the bomb to rotate round. Mattis might get caught on this timing and window, but he lives the fight.
I wonder if you're going to think that that's the player meant to hold on to B, though. You see Mattis in the window, you completely overlook Hunter. And they know that Symmetry AWP was out towards CT. So Hunter just drops this smoke, the final middle finger in a round that G2 nearly threw away.
I just love that from Hunter. The gap taken, it was... Oh, okay. Maybe we're on. But Symmetry doesn't like his odds, and yeah, Mattis has window locked off. Should be a definite walking, but we're back on indeed. Smoke kit, Symmetry too deep, and Hunter could be anywhere. Will he clear his corners? Symmetry runs in loud about this position, forcing the repeat, but Hunter hits the headshot and absolutely saves this round for G2.
We'll see no celebrations at the end of that one from Hunter or the G2 squad, though. Never needed to get that close. That's what they're telling themselves.
But it's Hunter who's on a backstab to stop the save more than anything is what gives the doorway back to G2. They lost everyone in that A site after Heavy God finds a 5v3. So Hunter gives them an option and goes on to win out that clutch. A nice try for Symmetry, but G2 playing fast and loose. Oh, careful. AWP was found in window 2. Mattis is up short.
They lose Heavy God out of the apartments. That's going to bring the bomb back round towards this B site, and everyone just falls seconds apart. G2 go from being in a doable position to a sudden, abrupt 2v4 attempt.
Yeah, they almost win 3 fights, but that doesn't cut it. 3 players sub 50.
Have done a lot of damage. It's not the most impossible 2v4 you've ever seen. It's the presence of Jukes very far forward in Palace. That could come as a bit of a surprise. Heavy God was cleaned up in this position.
Do you clear this?
So Hunter will be checking his corners, but this is a tight angle, a tight fight. Hunter had gun on, but Jukes is just quicker off the trigger.
Yeah, G2 maybe around where they feel a little bit looser because they get the AWP in window and everyone feels like they have more space. Heavy God walks out the Palace smoke, falls in the A site. Matt is awkward timing up Cat after finding the 5v4. Player walks out Tetris, they die. Everything kind of comes unraveled here for G2. So maybe a slap on the wrist, maybe a timeout from Saw, not to overplay these situations, because Mattis gave them a great opportunity, and G2 throw it away. Careful. After time, no. Demon still gets that AK, though, and Foot have armed themselves to recover on this late CT side.
Yeah, I think if you're G2 now, the objective is just don't let them in. Don't let that required clutch from Hunter, the 3v1 you nearly throw away, into this, failed 5v4. Don't let it get in your head or change what's been working in this game. The last thing you want is for FUT to be looking so downtrodden. There's all this inner conflict on the team, and then they break away with a couple of rounds at the end of the half to give themselves something to fight for. It's a partial buy from G2 as finally their money reaches its limits. Eyes set on a fast A play. Utel to bring them in. Cemetery Orp has missed the timing. They're already up in the bomb site itself. Spam does good damage, but doesn't find a kill. It's Cemetery's Orp. First incision. There's a follow-up. Nerds battling forward. Wasn't accounting, wasn't banking on two players back in the spawn.
And not falling for this. And so they don't. It's rounds like that where the first entry is so integral for the T side if they're going to win it. They need to get that 5v4, get armed, get further position, but not able to break into spawn. Symmetry holds very strong indeed. So here we go. Last round of the half. G2 trying to put a bow on it. FUT just trying to survive. Pace out middle for Mattis. He has been non-stop in this position. And on the break, they don't see him either. Trying to set Mattis up to force another opener. Heavy got reactive in Palace. G2 slow under. And all in the meantime, that all back a ticket. Compete connector at a moment's notice.
As you get this mid control, you want to go back and get this bomb. Just see you have the option to pick up the pace if you get these opening kills.
Uh-oh.
Molly at least keeps mid in check. Oh, spam onto Mattis is how the opening kill is found for FUT, and now they're going to start aggressing into mid on the back of it. A probe from short. Now it's her down there in lower. They're expecting a duel for this mid control. Nerds is a dead man as he tries to scale into the window. Some Pious clawing back one, but it's a losing battle out here in mid. Molly forcing a reaction, forcing a swing. Bomb still lost out in top middle. 30 seconds left as some Pious makes a mad dash for it. Double swung and a put down from FUT as they chain together a final stretch of 3 on this CT side. They are no longer without hope on this deciding map of Mirage.
again. First base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double from Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is saved Luminosity with the on play.
G2 leveling up here on this third deciding match. A 0-1 game between FUT and G2. Neither of these teams feeling like they deserve to go down to the bottom of the barrel, but one will sink and one will swim come the end of Mirage. 7-5 half. See these pistol woes continue for FUT. Not being able to win them, only being able to win forces. It's a curse. And this time G2 at least took a streak after that. Can FUT finally break in with a pistol round win? Because they need it.
High-low CT setup. Heavy got in some Pius. 2 heroes of pistol rounds gone by. They're the 2 you're running into here. Util reining in. Not going to cut off too many eyeballs from this A play as the CT players get all the fights they're looking for and then some. G2 barreling through these defensive smokes and they shut FUT out of that pistol convincingly.
It's a nice position from Pius because he has his head blocked by the top of Ticket, but also those flashes completely miss him as a result. They're off his screen. So Pius, easy double. He has been the pistol man today. Shut down on this CT side as FUT come in with a force buy, and there's not even a bomb plant behind it. This is going to be difficult.
We all know really this comes down to G2. Do they want to try and do this the easy way or the hard way?
Yeah, it's up to them.
Slow mid-take for FUT. Flash primed, bound for the connector.
Oh, short flash will get them into window. No, it's if he's ready for 1 short, is he ready for 2? This is a pocket strap for FUT. Let's see what they're cooking on this B hit. Who plays first? Oh, well, they spot it now. G2 know what's coming.
Matt is dead on that swing. Hunter, the only hope, and he's overran. Krabeni midair on the Tech-9 nails it.
Okay, yeah, you can say it's down to G2, but I gotta say, I really like that second round for FUT. That is so naughty. They do everything very purposefully. Getting a player, 2 players into window, boosting ladder without short control so they can B split. I will say Mattis swinging out feels wholly unnecessary, but G2 are feeling the pressure of that short split, maybe expecting FUT would be closer and hoping Heavy God baiting for him, or the B player baiting for him was going to be enough. But none of it works here for G2, and FUT's force comes up with an easy round. No matter how you slice it, G2 suck at these second rounds. Mid-air.
That's going to trigger the timeout for G2.
First one.
Because you've got to be getting frustrated at this now, right? You're making a very, you know, what could have been an easy task, a sprint towards the finish line here. You've made it that much harder for yourselves and letting multiple of these pistols slip away from you. All the conversions, rather. Hunter's always been a captain to put a lot of emphasis on there. I think every IGL does, but there's so much stock in those rounds, and winning it is supposed to guarantee you a good start. The fact that 4 times in a row they've won pistol and lost to the Force. Sure, they course-corrected 1 of them here in that first half of Mirage, but now they're tasked with doing it all over again. If you end up losing this series, they're the rounds you're going to think back to.
Straight up A execute with no lurkers. No way for G2 to pick up free guns. Just Heavy God here. He's got the rifle at least, but what can one man do on the balcony? Rough. Full blind. Dropped on. Denied.
So that's it. You call the save. You try and operate with this force buy again in the next. It's a one-round game. Only thing standing between you and Foot, tying it up, is 257s, an MP9, and a scout on some Pius. It's not even like there's loads of bells and whistles on that round. It's just an A set piece, dodging the stack. Foot never even investigated the other half of the map. It was just their go-to call out of spawn, go and exec into A.
Terrorists win. Stalemate for G2. Gonna try and do it again. Try and get the right gamble. That is the hope in a round like this. The Foot just come charging into your four-man bomb site.
There are some mind games at play here, right? Foot know you just stacked B. They know that's why they didn't find anyone else on that A play. So what's it going to be in this round? You know, do you adjust to what you just learned? I think for Foot this time, they're aware there's going to have to be a bit more pushing and prodding before they pick an end destination. As again, Heavy God are left alone over at the A site, and that quad B stack is ran back by G2.
All right, why not? So it'd be a very impressive round for Foot to win. Scout needs to hit some tags here from the bench. They've gotten awfully close without Mattis connecting info on the jump spot. Execute getting thrown in on the other side of the map. Do G2 waver, or do they hold position?
They don't move a muscle. Heavy God put the fear in Krebeni, just sprinting a little out towards the apartments. Krebeni's trying to keep a back door open here. Make this feel like a bad A fake. In reality, he's walked all the way out, and he's going to catch Heavy God. That is so smart from Krebeni.
What a check.
And now he's called the rest of the troops back. Hunter out on the catwalk as a teammate with him to try and turn the tide in this round. Lork shuts them both out of it. And so Foot saved themselves. They were going to walk right into that stack, but Krebeni never bought it, not for a second.
This guy calls blinders. I love the layers to that. A, smoke, execute, hoping that either keeps a stack in A and he goes in, dies, sees multiple players, sends his team into B. Meanwhile, Foot are throwing B nades to make it look like the B hit, but then they bail, keeping G2 in the wrong place, and as soon as G2 realize it's too late, they're already up connector looking for fights.
And dude, you know, we talked about the mind games of these type of rounds. Heavy God was trying to wage more of them. He'd pushed all the way through Palace, and when he hears that util, he actually starts running the flank, making it seem like they pushed all the way up. Krebeni, though, in the instant he hears those footsteps, just calls his bluff, doesn't believe it for even a second that there's multiple players. And then ends up getting that timing, gets past Heavy God and holds him on the fallback. That was just so masterfully handled by Foot's captain.
Yeah, really enjoying watching this guy play, not just because he calls a great game, but he is super sharp on these T sides as well. Not shy of talent is this Foot team. And from 7-5 down, 8-5 with the pistol, Foot have pulled their way back up in this game. G2 with limited util want to fight together, but Foot are being awfully quiet. G2 aren't sure yet what that could mean. They look eager to get involved.
Aggro, well timed on this mid push. Now they uncover the truth of this round, and Mattis, big damage, makes life easy for Hunter on this rotation. Quite the way to find yourself back in this game. A 4 alive round after a shutdown of this B split.
Yeah, G2 patience there, really well timed on the mid push. They do it right as FURIA throwing in smokes to window and con. So nades are in hand, players aren't ready for fights. 2 at once. Really good timing for G2. 5v3, and they make no meal of that B hold. Set call doesn't work here for Foot, so Coolio again comes in.
Not a team to mince words. He's been hearing some of these frustrations, but now recognizing the spot that they're in, the idea that this is doable, feels like now is the time to weigh in. Still only a round apart. Still achievable for Foot. So moving away from the set pieces, this time attention on these mid fights. 2 players out there in top middle, 2 more walking in through lower. They see nothing on their check and they move out of there. They're posturing like they wanted to go for that mid hit. And is it really just going to be a set-piece finish in towards this A bomb site? There's 4 players leaning in this direction for G2, 2 in the site itself. Nerds floating around at the connector, and then you've got Hunter keeping his eyes on mid and this window position. This is going to feel like a real uphill battle.
Smoke's a problem. They do have nades to break. Got to do that if they want to keep their timing of this execute. Ollie lands in front. G2 doing everything they can to buy time to burn this out. Some Pius has an angle, can't connect the headshot. It's heavy God who has too many targets on his screen. Longs gets in deep. Nerd's gonna try and make a hero play, but through the smoke, his head pops out. Foot put him down, as well as the bomb with spawn control. They are in a powerful position now.
Mattis has flashes, but it all comes down to whether or not they get this kill at CT. Longs actually starts to give up the space. Flash goes in, but that Molotov stops the peek from Hunter, and with it stops the retake in its tracks. But with a breakthrough. A simple one into this A split. Doing it together and able to out crossfire G2.
Yeah, we're back to Nerds having another rough map here and at the worst possible time in this decider. Much as he did on Ancient, the last time these 2 teams played, he had a decent enough series, but just disappeared come that 3rd and final map. Look at this, just poking through the smoke, gives it up completely. That was the 3v3. And his death put Foot in advantage, put G2 on the save. Not the best time to go missing here. G2 need him now.
Not at all. And I mean, he's got a very important part to play in this CT side. You feel like you can't do it if he's having a rough game. He's going to be the guy taking a lot of these mid engagements, floating around the connector, first responder when the A players need help. You can't have Nerds feeling like he's struggling, feeling like he's destined to lose these fights even before he takes them. It's such a key part of the map that he's responsible for.
Didn't even get the fight that time. No, it's looking for it, break on window, but FURIA in no hurry again, waiting for that under control. Missed block, but not much you can do about FUT's control right now. Middle is lost. G2 hedging their bets on this A site. They might be onto something.
I mean, usually if you lose control over middle, you make a play for the extremities. G2 just aren't in a position to do that. Instead, it's a bit more of a gamble in this round. Just 4 players in the site, hiding out, hoping that FUT play into the stack. There's a catch for Hunter. Nerds with one more, does his part in the round. Not able to stop the rest of FUT getting out through Con. Mattis remains tucked. He's the Joker, the man that might get overlooked. Has a lot to do there and only gets out with one of them. Pious Orb up next, and he nails it. Him and Heavy God have been the big threats here for G2, and they will combine for a winning round.
Finally, Pious gets to play into this, right? With all these execute heavy rounds, he's just been locked behind utility for most of the half, so gets a big opportunity and does not miss it. G2, a much needed round to keep trading them back and forth here on this CT side. A B player does definitely catch FUT off guard, hiding out on default on A. But it's the Orb to close out and Coach to come in for the final time here for FUT, their last time out of regulation. This is a very tense game with everything on the line.
I mean, I think Coolio knows that really this is where this game could be won or lost. Because G2 have been getting diminishing returns from trading these rounds back and forth. Their money has started to become an issue. Same can be said for FUT, and this late in the day, having your money broken can decide games.
Yeah, we put FUT 12-9 down if they lose this round, more than likely, unless they decide to reforce to punish G2. And if I know FUT, they would likely do that. So here we go. This is what it all comes down to for FUT to stay in this series.
Again, the slow presence out towards mid. Seen them do this in times gone by and then just completely fall back, giving it up, letting the paranoia do the work for them. But this time it looks like they want to follow through with this control. Re-smoke in the window. Players at lower. Not uncommon to see them go for this boost up into the window. It's been a backbone strap for FUT in a couple of these T rounds. And so in goes Demon. Nerds eyes on at the connector, dead right away.
What?
And so there's your opener. There's your 5v4. Missed shot from Pious, and with it the chance to equalize. Feeling some pressure, tries to throw himself back in for another. And here with Heavy God, that crossfire proven to be too strong. These 2 individuals doing all they can to keep G2 in this round. Demon, the guy, boosted in the window, having to be loud on this approach, and Heavy God moves in to silence him. With their demons exercised, it leaves it on Symmetry. Scope heard at the top of the stairs, and now they know. Wits about them here, just tucked in, playing around that bomb. Not wanting to give any line to this Orb. Pious fires off one. But Symmetry's looking for Heavy God, looking for that lone rifle. And Heavy God with a Hulk in 4K. That is massive work to break FUT's money and put G2 on a fast track to match in series point.
He just doesn't stop this guy. Heavy God damn, another multi-kill to keep G2 in the lead, to keep them in this matchup. Him and Pious have been so paramount in this series. A huge step up from Heavy God here, right when FUT are coming in with the advantage. It was a brutal entry onto Nerds. Felt like that would have killed G2 right then and there, but look at what FUT are left with. Absolutely nothing. They don't force up. They play for later. They hand over match points.
And here's the thing. G2 don't exactly have a fantastic track record up against the Pistols, but this is one that you shouldn't have to worry about. Heavy God, aggression in the top mid. And that is very, very quickly unraveled where this play was hoping to end up. Stack here in at the B site. And so the rest should just be a formality. Locking out these Pistols, leaving it to a streak of 3 needed to force overtime for Foot.
Yeah, it really hurts for Foot, who back and forth for a few rounds, had G2 on the ropes, had the chance to break the money, had the 5v4. Now they lose it. Now G2 are buying up for the rest of this regulation. Foot just have to win 3 straight gun rounds to stay in this game. G2 in the perfect position to close this out. We know they've had trouble in some of these matches. They did against Falcons yesterday, but this one feels tailor-made for G2. Even with Nerds going absolutely missing in this 3rd map, G2 still have the firepower to get them there. Grabeni faking mid, putting a lot of pressure on, but G2 have swung through these smokes. They've cleared this out entirely. They know it's a fake. Even Mattis is rotating. They leave some Pius on the B bomb site and back to Mattis, gambling in stack.
Makes it out onto triple. You've heard a lot of players in mid. It could lead you to overlook this position. And so Mattis in place to try and rip this away from Foot at the 11th hour. Set up with that flash from some Pius. And oh, how quickly it all comes unraveled. Demon does what he can, but he's fighting a losing battle, surrounded by G2. And what a performance this was. Heavy God keeping them in it throughout this series. Him and some Pius emerge as MVPs at the end of this one. Every step of the way, every round that looked to elude G2 recovered by those names. For Foot now, a tall task ahead of them. This is a team full of major rookies. They find themselves with their backs against the wall, down 0-2.
Yeah, a team that we expected to maybe even surprise some, make it to playoffs. They took down G2 last time they fought back in the previous stage, but this time, backs indeed against the wall, bottom of the barrel. Foot are going to have to show the best resilience we've seen from this young squad yet. A team that have even gone to pick up a trophy this year and graduate to a major stage. 4 major rookies with nothing to lose now, 0-2, and a hell of a comeback to pull if they want to fight for the playoffs. Admirable game here from Foot, showing resilience, but also showing some frustration at key moments. And G2 show that they are the stronger team, capitalizing and getting revenge from that previous stage.
Thank you guys. Here with Heavy God from G2. Heavy God, what an intense series. How important was it to avoid that 0-2 bracket?
I don't think we thought about it anything. We just wanted to fight on our terms. And it was important for us to revenge them. Like, they won us on stage 2 when it was 2-0 game and maybe less pressure. Now it's 0-1 game, it's a bit more pressure. So I think we held the lead good, and I'm happy from the work of our boys.
Like you said, you played them a couple of days ago. Foot, uncomfortable team, right, to go up against. So what was the focus coming into this rematch today?
I think we just wanted to focus on our stuff. It doesn't really matter what they do, we just need to punish them. This is the most important thing, to be focused on the crosser. Like, everyone knows they know how to shoot, they shoot hard, but we just need to kill them. And this is what we did, and I'm really happy, and yeah.
You individually had a good series against them last time. Today didn't have to do much on the first map, but after that you stepped up a lot. Is there something about their style that makes it comfortable for you to go up against, or was it just a good day at the office?
I don't know, to be honest. I think just a good day, I would say. I trust myself, I trust my routines, I do everything the same, and I just don't want to disappoint my boys. And this is really important for me. That I'm staying on my level and maintaining on myself, and I'm happy that, from the support that I get around me, and yeah, I'm really happy that we won.
All right, here we go. Thank you so much. Congrats on the win. We'll send it over to Trace.
Huge battle there for the side of G2, and it looks like they're going to prevail, at least for today. They do push themselves forward in our stage 3, putting themselves up 1-1. Definitely a better scenario than it was when they came into the building today at just 0-1. So yes, positive trends for the side of G2. Even for the side of Foot, you have to give commiserations in what is a hard-fought battle overall, but does end on the 3rd map, and it does end in the favor of G2. So I'm looking at this one, big picture, Ash. What's your takeaway, buddy?
GT did a really good job today, but I've got to shout out Heavy God. Heavy God was absolutely incredible. And so far, the maps we've seen him, and he just looks another level. So by far the best player on the server. Huge moments from him, but he's also doing it from the lurker and the anchor position. So very, very impressed. Mattis had a good showing as well, and Hunter's calls on T-side. I like the way they were called.
Yeah, it looks like they've put it all together. Welcome back, Yanko. G2, Heavy God had some words for you up there. 4th attempt at a major, it seems.
Yeah, I think it was a really good game from him. I think he found a ton of impact. I'm not sure how many kills exactly he ended up with, but on H and even on Mirage, on T side, he was very decisive, sometimes as the sole player towards that A bomb side, still looking for fights, still finding openings. And yeah, it did seem like G2 wasn't too stressed, wasn't too nervous in this game, which I think it's really important, because going up against Foot was a tough team to go up against. And, you know, if you lose, you're in the 0-2 bracket. So props to them for handling it really well.
Round 6 and 9. Let's jump right off into it, Ash.
Yes, I kind of want to shout out the importance that Heavy God kind of had in this game, and it just is lurking. It just felt like he had a feeling maybe for this. I'm not quite sure what it was. The AWP gets spotted here, and he's running around loudly. The smoke comes in from Demon. Maybe it's just because it's a little bit too deep. He thinks, you know what, I'm feeling confident. I'll get ahead of this and try and peek. Then he hears Symmetry running backwards, and that just means that, I mean, this is the way that Heavy God takes his jewels. It feels like he has an ugly spray that always lands in headshots. I'm not quite sure how it is, but that kind of turns it into a 2v2. Eventually, we'll get this one just about over the line, but it all starts with a round that could be pretty messy there. He goes out and he gets the entry frag from the lurker position, who usually would play last in the B split. It's not normally you'd play that one position first anyway. And it also happens here in round 9. So this is a pretty early gun round in the game because the money was in such a mess. See Foot are playing very aggressively middle. There isn't that much of indication that it's happening, but Heavy God again, feeling confident. He's straight out into the A-bomb site. He finds his kill nice and quickly. That puts his team in a great position. But if you want another one, there you go. There's a second frag from him. So the impact frags from positions that have like low resources around them, I feel like he's just very efficient, and that's getting them over the line for now.
Yeah, these sort of kills are worth their weight in gold, really, just out of default. And you have to have players who are willing to go for them, right? Like sometimes it will go horribly wrong. There's going to be an AWP sitting there, and you're just going to die and look a little bit foolish. But you need to trust the call, you need to trust your teammates, and I think that's one of the strengths of G2. They all trust each other in that team.
Yeah, for Heavy God and company, it feels pretty good to be a G2 fan today. And obviously for our next matchup in Falcons and BetBoom, that's next, guys. We got to go to a break. We've got to make some space. We've got to make it happen here for the next best of 3 in the Swiss stage at 3. Hey, thank you both very much. Let's do just that. So a break it is. On the other side of it, more Counter-Strike. That much I can assure you. Falcons back in the server. Had a little prowess yesterday. We're going to see if they can pick up where they left off. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Bro, you're baiting every round. What are you talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
It's Falcons, it's Kerrigan here with me. Congratulations to your successful campaign of the major so far with the win yesterday. I spoke to Hunter actually earlier today. He said that game could have gone either way. Do you share the same sentiment, same feeling?
I mean, when you go on all-time third map, it can go both ways, right? But I think both teams didn't play their best yesterday. For us, it was probably getting some rust and some jitters out of the system. The first map was crazy, back and forth. No momentum at all on CD side, and we lost some anti-forces. And yeah, not the best day yesterday, but in the end, we are happy we got the win. For us, it's all about that. at the major. It doesn't matter how you freaking win those games. You just need to win them.
Win is a win, but there's one heavy talking point which I wanted to talk to you about, and is obviously your individual performance coming into the lineup. You as an IGL, you need to implement a lot of protocols, systems, tactics, vision. So I understand that this is taking a back foot for you probably, but yesterday we've had like 3 pretty bad halves from you. Where on your priority list is your form or working on your individual form?
I mean, it's always higher, right? But obviously, being on the road for 20 days without practice, without having more comfortable in my positions and getting targeted a lot. Not gonna lie, I've been a lot targeted during those 2 tournaments. Coming in the last few days before we went here, I started feeling better individually, but I think I showed it some moments yesterday on the Ancient City side. I had a good City side there. But on T side, those 2 was also decent, but then there were some awkward moments on the City side, those 2. So in the end, I look at it as I just look overall, I'm not happy, but that's also why I think we could be even better. Because to be honest, the level I'm showing now is not the level. I'm not the best fracking IGL, let's just put it out there, but my level right now is unacceptable and I'm still working on it, but I'm also trying not to think too much about it because it just put extra pressure on me. I have already enough pressure with the team and where we want to be as a team. So right now I'm trying to focus more on the team because rest will come, but I need to put less pressure on myself as well.
It's interesting that you mentioned this because BetBoom is the matchup that awaits you, and this team, obviously with the stand-ins, they tend to lean into this puggier playstyle. Do you think this could be actually your benefit because you have probably one of 2 best puggers in the world, Kyosuke, Monesi? How comfortable are you with this matchup?
I mean, if they want to go the Chaos way, I'm always comfortable playing Chaos. I think I made my whole career about it. So we just need to be sharp, right? And I need to be sharp as well. Everybody on the team needs to be able to communicate and shoot good in this game. And then when play the mid-runs, play them smart. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to a good game. They played really good. Also, every game they play without pressure, right? And we just have to face that. We had a better team on paper. We will have to win this matchup 9 out of 10 times. And we have to just make sure that it's not 1 out of 10 times today.
I usually end the interview with words towards fans. Let's spin that. Any words to the haters?
Watch and enjoy.
Watch and enjoy. Let's get this best of 3 started. Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
Our third best of 3 of the day as that 2-0 pool beckons at the Intel Extreme Masters. On one side of the stage, Falcons make their return after just about putting G2 away in their Cologne debut yesterday. On the other, none other than BetBoom, led by Boomage, the very man who stopped Nico from getting a major back in Stockholm, was where he earned his first. And I'm sure he is hungry to secure playoffs in Cologne as quickly as possible. Today offers that one step closer as it's day 2 of stage 3, and this is where myself, Freya Spears, Jacob and Peter get to set the stakes for this one. Jacob, give me a quick temperature check coming into this match.
I think it's going to be a cool game for different reasons. Obviously, we saw Falcons really had to fight for it yesterday. Maybe not off to the best possible start for them, but at the end of the day, a win is a win. And, you know, I think that's okay when in the Falcons camp. Whereas for BetBoom, Peter, I don't know about you, we've been there since stage 1. To me, one of the most impressive teams and impressive feats that we've seen throughout the major. Boomage playing well, BetBoom playing well. They find themselves 1-0 here at the stage 3 as well. So I think there's only positives to be said about BetBoom. So a game that on paper shouldn't be close, I think it will be.
Yeah, and I was so lucky to get to cover the BetBoom game yesterday, and we did have a talk on the desk, and Janko, he said that BetBoom, they hadn't really been tested yet, but then they beat the Mongols. I guess that's a test. You know, I know that the Mongols is maybe not looking as sharp as that they probably want to, but I mean, taking down the Mongols and taking another team of that caliber, that's kind of sets the pace for stage 3.
That's an interesting take from Janko. Okay, maybe haven't been tested by, you know, the top quality of teams, but they've been here here literally since stage 1, Jacob. So they've had to withstand that test of endurance, right?
Yes, and they've shown, you know, a quality that a lot of different teams would probably be a bit jealous of. And one of the words that I hear being said the most about individual players, teams, etc., consistency, right? We all speak about consistency. We all want teams to be consistent. We want players to be consistent. So when we finally have a team who's consistently showing up, and the only team they've ever lost to so far this tournament is Spirit, and, you know,
everyone has.
That's fair enough.
The most rounds off of them in the process of anybody as well, by the way.
Well, 5 at the time didn't seem like a lot, you know, but now knowing how well Donk is playing, that was indeed a lot, you know. But the point being, they've consistently shown up in every single game apart the one from Spirit, and there's a good reason why you don't beat Spirit at the moment. And I think that's something we need to highlight, Peter, and something they need to be credited for, because there's a lot of teams right now doing the major and in the lead up to the major who showed the opposite of consistency.
It's just very important that you don't underestimate what you see on the BetBoom side, because I think it would be very easy also for a team like Falcons looking at them thinking, okay, it's not their full roster, you know, they're playing with a stand-in, but what they're doing right now, you know, even if they're playing with a stand-in, they still play like a team, and it's actually hilariously fun to see that a guy like Flamish just, you know, he just picks up a new position once in a while, and he still gets to work. I mean, he gets in a couple of reps and he feels really good, and, you know, the matchup against the Mongols also just showed that BetBoom, you know, even on those 2, they looked really flat coming into the game, but they managed to claw their way back. They did lose out those 2, but the last 2 matches were very competitive. They really saw a team, you know, that just believes so much in what they're doing, and some phenomenal calling for Boomage as well, who also carried them over the finishing line.
I think a lot of the conversation has been centered around Boomage for good reason, but Flamis, the way he's been playing so far in this tournament, the tenacity he's coming in with, we had the pleasure of having him on the desk a couple of times. He speaks with a lot of confidence. Yes. People may forget a couple of years ago, he was a hot prospect, you know, when he was in VP, when he was rumored to G2. I feel like we rediscovered Flamis the same way we rediscovered Boomage.
I was going to say, and then he went to VP.
And then we know what happens, right?
Yesterday, though, not a disaster for the side of BetBoom. You mentioned it, the game versus Mongols. You picked out a moment for us, Peter. What are we looking at?
I just wanted to show what BetBoom does well with what they have to do with it. And I think that Boomage in this situation just has this one smoke where he just wants to put out a small fake. And it's going to be funny because it's the same kind of style that Kerrigan is going to bring to the table. It is this one smoke that just causes the distraction of 2 players having to rotate into spawn, try and get information. But the thrust is actually happening on the opposite side of the map. It is this surge of the pack of 3 players then diving into the B bombs and sneaking in. And as soon as they get contact, they don't hesitate for a moment. They scale up, they play well. And then Boomage understands that the one thing that needs to be worried about is Cave, because if you can scale up on the B bombs up, Cave is the most obvious place that you're going to find an opponent. So it is not like super brain power, but it's just very simple structured counter that you can pull off, even if you're a little bit of a mixed team that BetBoom maybe have shown to be at this team.
Unfortunately, I think we're also highlighting the biggest issue for BetBoom in this game, and that is if you play Counter-Strike on Falcons terms, which I agree with, BetBoom have a similar style, especially playing with a stand-in, you know, being sometimes simplifying the game to a point where you don't have to take too many decisions individual based. That's not going to work out against Falcons. That's exactly what they want when you have Kiyusuke, when you have Monesi, when you have Niku. They're going to pick you apart one by one. So I'm curious if BetBoom is going to change their approach in this game just a little bit to make sure you don't play it in the hands of Falcons.
It's a very good point, and I imagine Boomage, I mean, he's a man with a lot of experience, obviously a major under his belt from back in the day as well. It's nice to see him having, I guess, a bit of a redemption arc, Peter, would you call it that?
Yeah, he's been extremely annoying to play against in my time as well. He was always such an annoying player when he was playing in Navi, and I think he created so much space, and he was not afraid of going first, and had always like a really good idea what to do in the rounds. He was really good in the mid round, so, and then he would just throw in a couple of you know, set strats in the mix as well, and you know, he just sets his team up for so much success, at the same time having a relatively high firepower, which also is a really important trait in Counter-Strike nowadays. And he specifically said himself that he thinks that in Counter-Strike 2, firepower is a big trait that you need to have, and it's good to see that he at least puts up with that, because on the other side, you do have a player like Kerrigan who has had a bit of a struggle individually. So even in terms of, you know, leadership, they look alike, but where they probably stand the most apart is in their firepower department.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like if you're Kerrigan, you would be looking towards Boom and thinking to yourself, okay, if he can come back like that and have that impact as an individual, so could I. Because you're right, Peter. There's a lot of conversations, a lot of speculation going around Kerrigan, and we have this, you know, whole discussion whether or not there's a limitation to how bad you can be as an individual before it is a problem when you're an in-game leader. And I think he's flirting with that line right now. As much as I love Kerrigan, as much as I really praise him, you know, a lot for all the good stuff that he's doing, fact of the matter is he's individual individually speaking, right now having the roughest period he's ever had in his career. And there is a conversation to be had whether or not that's going to be an issue when you're playing Vitality, when you're playing Spirit. In this game, in isolation against BetBoom, I don't think it's going to be an issue.
Is that a problem overall? Peter, I mean, you can attest to that probably better than both of us here. Is it an issue when you've got someone like Karrigan with such a mind for the game that maybe he isn't fragging out? Would they even bring him into the mix in the first place if they kind of knew that?
I do think that Karrigan, in terms of the play style for the team, is a better fit than Kixen is, but mechanically speaking and firepower speaking, I do think that Kixen was a step above Karrigan. And now the big question is that, sure, Karrigan has led the Falcons to 2 grand finals so far, which is good, you know, that's really impressive. But at the same time, as Jacob mentioned, if you go up against the best teams in the world, Spirit, Vitality, is it going to make the cut? I'm not sure, and that also puts a target on his back, and he's aware of that. And it's a place where when you go and prepare for the games, you're going to be looking, okay, we have a bomb site where that's probably Kyusuga and Manisi holding, and we have one with Tessus and for the likes of Karrigan. Which one are you going to be targeting?
I wish we could continue this conversation, but as you can see from the ticker, we only have a couple of minutes until the game gets underway, and we need to talk about the map pool. Peter, what have you kind of noticed about Falcons? Obviously, you said they played back-to-back grand finals, both of them being best of 5s. What have you noticed about the maps played?
Namely speaking about the best of 5, I think the issue for them is just that they haven't had enough practice together as a team, and also bringing in new Ingebrigtsen to be competitive in best of 5s, because you only get to remove one map, and that just leaves your maps so thin that it's going to be hard for them to find a ground where they can be very comfortable. And I think at the same time, looking at their map pool overall, it's like they don't have a map that they just pick and feel extremely comfortable on, because all the wins that they get, it's like it's in double digits every single time, and that's whether it's against Spirit or if it's against Legacy or it's a team called Magic, right? So it's for them as a team, it's hard to not have a map pick that they're so comfortable, and it goes very back and forth. They have some upsets, they have some losses here and there. Right now, it just seems like, I wouldn't say they've lost their identity, but they definitely had some hard time figuring out what map is actually the one they really like to play.
And I feel like that makes sense with Karrigan kind of newly still coming into the fray, all those sort of questions that we have. Big question to you though, Jacob, where are they going in this? I
mean, I think Dust 2 is up for the taking right here, and I think both teams would be happy to play it, to be completely honest. Ancient as well, a map that has been picked a lot by Falcons. I think the reason they're steering away from Dust 2 is that they get it as a third deciding map right here, right now, right? If you're Falcons, you are very happy about this map pool. Can they play Nuke? Yes, they can. Is it one of the strongholds? No. But Ancient has always been a map that they like to play, and Dust 2 is the perfect third map should we need it for Falcons. So as much as I agree with you, Peter, we gotta give Karrigan a bit of time with the team, a bit of practice. They've now had that time, so we're gonna see that map pool develop throughout this tournament, whether that's gonna be in the group stage, in the playoff, etc., etc. But having Dust 2 as a decider, that's pretty much perfect for Falcons in this matchup.
Just excited to see the one that they go for Anch. You know, I think it's the map that probably would have made the most sense. It's been their bread and butter for a while, even though it's been a bit up and down. But you know, you gotta believe in what you at least have to work with, and I think Ancient is probably the best one off.
And we've got to believe that the game is indeed ready to get underway. We've got BetBoom, we have got Falcons, and we've got an opportunity for one of these two teams to go 2-0 in Stage 3 here in Cologne.
Ooh, I hope this game's ready, because I know I am FURIA. Thank you to Pri and Pimp for your thoughts, and it is time to get this one underway. Both teams sitting pretty at 1-0. Had a good first outing yesterday, a first best of 3 in Stage 3, but now head-to-head, and someone's got to lose. It's Falcons versus BetBoom, and it's a Falcons that I think some people, Mohan, had higher expectations for, in contrast to the gameplay they gave us yesterday.
I think everything was good, but obviously Karrigan having 0 kill halves, that really stood out a lot. That's something they need to get in front of. Karrigan's already acknowledged it, obviously, but he's also referenced that it's because he's got to focus a lot on micro with his new lineup. So we'll see if that matters now.
We are wasting no time in the pistol. BetBoom already throwing themselves down that vent and ready to hit this B site, 4 members strong. One of the 4 in that pack sits back just to deal with the vents. Sorte gets popped immediately here from Monacy, so the retake very quickly underway. It's a Magnajez response. Numbers evened as Karrigan gets toppled. That's that late activation out of Flamis. Now single door becomes a bit of a problem. Tessus can see the shadows, but the smoke is going to force it. He has to make this happen, or so he tries to. 4v2 looks comfortable for BetBoom. It was a rapid pace in the pistol, and just as quickly a redirection from the CTs to head towards control instead. But you can see BetBoom readying themselves for this redirection, and BetBoom will take this pistol with conviction to start off Nuke.
They've done a fantastic job. It was quick, it was decisive, and they went down to B, got the bomb planted. Absolutely no problems about every little bit of that. So nice shots all around. We're going to have a high-level nuke here because both these teams are looking, they love to play it. Falcons have a good win rate on it. BetBoom have won their 3 games they've played so far here between stage 1 and stage 2. And they look like they are still sipping from that fountain of youth. They look energized. Also to kick off with a T-pistol on this map. It's pretty massive for the program. It's something they're going to need to beat their averages.
Nade's going to expose Magnetjez. Sitting duck. Blasted open, scouted out of the round. We've got this secret pop ready to go as well. This is looking dangerous all of a sudden for BetBoom. And if Sorte thinks he's going to get away with this on his own, he does drop the bottom of that boost. With Kyosuke dead, Nico kind of awkwardly just gets some damage in for his efforts. Look at the health bar here of half of what's left of BetBoom. Insta headshot on one of the full bars. m0NESY is not playing games with this scout at the moment, and it causes BetBoom to pause.
He's still swinging it, and he has a lot of places he can peek. Kerrigan at opposite vent is in a position late round where it can be very powerful as long as they hold on to hell.
Obviously, this close CT is going to hear the scout of m0NESY. So he's going to get the blind side wrapped around. Flummus giving that audio is going to get this back to the 3v3. Do they think they can go back down secret? Do they believe Nico would have left? He's kind of making a move here with a teammate right behind. It's the double 5-7. TeSS connects both. We're down to 25 seconds, and it's a recoverable round here from Flummus. He is not one of the players that took damage at the start of this.
This has changed everything. I don't know if he wants to go back downstairs once he gets this bomb, no, especially not being alone. So running back into the spot again where Kerrigan is.
He's going to Molotov the vent.
Made position for Kerrigan.
He's got to check it. Flummus, falls to the 5-7, and it's a force buy victory from Falcons. Beautiful scout shots out of m0NESY, and clean 5-7 kills to close.
Yeah, I hate applauding 5-7 kills. You see how strong those were from TeSS? Had to be headshots, so I'll give him credit for that, but insane. Stopped the entire secret push. Is a second guy who got caught off. Nico is coming in clearing a higher angle, so not totally prepared for the timing here. But he came in with an extra teammate, a guy to rely on. So 5-7s remain king. After you lose the pistol here, this round will be better. That's nice. That's something nice to hear. It was a very call an ambulance, but not for me moment.
Such a tough one for BetBoom to have to stomach. They instantly take a knee here, come in with Glocks, not a single tool for the job, not even one flashbang. You said that was going to be an important pistol because just T-side nuke versus a very hungry Falcons.
Both their T-side stats are quite, it's a stark contrast to the defense. So it's a pretty huge steal from Falcons.
And a very likely conversion for the CTs. But never say never with the Falcons.
Yeah, do the screenshot noise. I mean, they've actually been doing a great job of avoiding them.
BetBoom remains silent in this one. Bomb over towards that trophy. We go down to 35 seconds. They really haven't made anything happen. Haven't really tested the waters. They're met by another smoke towards ramp. That's really going to just neutralize Sorte. Whether he's supposed to be a distraction or whatever. I mean, it is Glocks, and Glocks purely here for BetBoom. Down to 15 seconds. So the smoke fades. Kerrigan's going to make some money. More right there for the taking. And if you get one Glock kill in a round like this, you take what you can get. Damn near a second on TeSS. Would have been a little too much considering no investment. But as you expect it, Falcons move forward here to the 2-1 lead early.
So the joke is, if Kerrigan has such a mind for the game, why doesn't he think about fragging more? But if he actually does get over the hump of figuring out a little bit more of the micro on this team. Now, we had Yanko uploaded a video about Kyosuke's mistakes, and, even though they're just brief and small in moments that, and in games where he played well, it does show you there will be Kerrigan stepping in to try to make sure that you get the best out of the players that we have on the team.
It's another APOP setup. Flash is underhanded through, but a lot of damage to be stomached here from BetBoom. They were hoping they would catch the defense off with those flashes, but they eat immense utility on their push through. Diladez gets tucked in behind the first vent, but I mean, look in contrast to the BetBoom HP, Falcons are fine. They haven't taken a lick of damage. I mean, there was sprays through that, there was nades at feet, and this was Falcons just surviving, not an immediate rush, but a kind of sudden pop.
It was pretty fast, yeah.
BetBoom just delayed any potential nades out of spawn and then went for it. And, well, now it's a matter of catch-up. We'll see if they can achieve anything, because what they really don't want is for Falcons to start racking up tons of money this early into the CT side.
It's true. With a minute left to search, it's really worth it to see if they can try to get something. But also with majority alive, they're going to be half thinking about how many guns they get to keep into the next round. And you should always put yourself first in CS. But Zorte wins his duel, stays alive. They keep 3 for now.
What does that do to pull on the defense? Monacy's in CT spawn, but he's also worried about the ramp push.
They're actually going for this.
Monacy spots Zorte. Obviously the one piece that was still known to Falcons. There's a good chance they double up on Squeaky in a second, but Nico's gonna lose his angle. Magnajez trying to press that SMG around. The outer player's dead. All that's left is this unknown BetBoom walkout. Nico catching wind of it, and the top hut position now known because of the util usage. Tesses quick end to that one. It's Diladez dead, and a 3-player surviving situation here for Falcons.
That looked like a death trap from when it was a 3v5 until the end where they started to exact. Even when they got the kill into secret, you could see Falcon structure didn't really break apart. So I don't feel like they actually worked the map in a way to scare Falcons or pull the upper rotations they were looking for to make this site weaker. And Falcons this late into the round are not going to be worried about a secret play either. So I feel like, yeah, maybe you don't save when you 30 seconds 3v4, but that looked like a moment where you make the rare choice.
One pistol to secret, one pistol spotted top main, but it's Diladez who just takes a straight bullet to the face. There's a good chance for Kerrigan to just flex the advantage he has, gun over a pistol. Don't be that liability that could let the bomb go down, as Boomich still sitting with the bomb, floats around top secret. Feels like until Magnajez really gets something going, he's just gonna make sure there's not this instant flank behind him. But by the time Magnajez gets the single, now we're talking about double defenders downstairs for Falcons. And another moment where they are still sitting comfortably on 500 health.
You think there should be like a bonus prize?
No, I think all the money they get is enough.
Perfect round. Yeah, that's true.
On top of a 4-1 lead with the CT side.
Still no
Doors to
damage.
swing, and
No
they're
damage.
good. Not 1 point of damage done to Falcons as they will take over the start of this game with a 4-1 score.
All you have to buy are the consumables. They come in with all the guns they need. They won't be going on to, I mean, their M4s are turning into AKs. They won't get the op that they might have bought normally. They'll have so much in the tank to fight. BetBoom really fumbled on that second round. So you see how much this slows them down, kind of ruins their half entirely. Again, a half where they're normally, what are they getting? 40%? Less than that on T-side Nuke.
Oh, there we go. Kerrigan eating that grenade. The Falcons have been pretty proactive with this secret prod.
Yeah, I do love it.
They're going to do it once again, and this is a round where Magnajez operating alone, takes the peak, wins the duel, not ready for a second. You can see him there of 2 mines, kind of gun unprepared, but in this instant transition, it's BetBoom to hit the ramp. Meet no hesitation, meet no resistance until Kerrigan spotted on that open floor. Kyosuke's going to have his hands full. Multiple players committing here, crawling in over construct.
Oh, damn, Flawless.
Insta headshot. And so these 2 B defenders just drop with nothing to show for their efforts.
Yeah, the rotations, they felt fast for Falcons, but they were even faster in for BetBoom. Taking ramp control, dropping instantly at full commitment. They didn't let Kerrigan sneak up to Astralis or go behind the site just to chill with his teammate in control side. Would have been a fine position for Falcons in that moment, but that's 2 seconds away, and BetBoom just don't want to I think BetBoom are in a spot where, you know, they feel their own weaknesses on T side. They feel Falcon's strength. They want to make sure that if they have any advantage, they just capitalize on it as soon as possible. And you cannot hate that idea.
It's not the first time we've seen ramp played lightly by Falcons. It's just the first time we've seen BetBoom capitalize on that lack of defense.
Yeah, so then they saw the double secret push. They knew that something was off.
Yep.
No, Kyosuke's not home.
Maybe it could have gone better had we not seen Kerrigan kind of caught out on the open floor, but he was just trying to fight to put up some sort of defense. BetBoom really vacuum seal that one. From the moment they take over ramp, that round win in their pocket.
I feel it's the perfect time to take a pause. This is Falcons pause, right? One round deep into it. It's a good read of the map here for BetBoom. It's just really active play to, again, take a small advantage and just punish super quickly. I think that win was a little too clean for Falcons' liking.
Ooh, Kerrigan again starting around, taking a bunch of damage.
Oh, that molly actually might kill, huh?
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, nicely done for him to go back at that. Even though he's low, right? You're always worried about just the random spam coming out through Squeaky along that wall, but Kerrigan willing to risk it pays off for the 5v4. And then you put Monacy on the line as the smoke fades. This will give him a chance to maybe clip somebody in lobby. Curious to see how deep he goes.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to be, he's got Tessus right behind him as well.
Falcons not content with just the 5v4 advantage.
And this ends up as a spot that you can kind of stay in forever. And if they start ending, if they like fake upper at all, like this is just going to be worse for them because Monacy's got this really early info. Nobody's setting up anything. And they're going to spot these crosses outside. Nico's talking about it.
Yep. I like that. You know, you don't have your opera here because Monacy goes lobby. He's able to just turn down, knows with absolute certainty there are 3 players working their way down secret. And BetBoom decides to take their time here, going for the boost, looking for the clear. This is a great way for the defense to have gotten into position. Then you get this perfect tether off the open rifle. Boomich can't survive that 2-pronged assault. And so Nico, hyper passive, because I was worried with the opera not on that long distance that outside's going to go unnoticed, or they just take it so quickly Falcons can't keep up. But a very passive, very safe decision from Nico to just play for info, and it puts the Falcons into the positions they need to close this round. Now, this save is not a guarantee. We'll see if Kerrigan decides to make a move.
He's just so low.
Main peak.
Yeah, it's a little clandestine operation there for Nico to just spot and let them take it. I mean, if you fought back, then it could affect their next choice. So instead, he just says, let's get everyone into place. See, when you take lower control, BetBoom, you have gone and committed to it.
It's also a small timing here that really works out for Falcons in that we get the BetBoom boost to check the control stairs. Nico's not there yet. The moment they disassemble, walk into Monacy is when he also slips in. So add to that the info Falcons had. Timing on their side back in round 7. They go up 5-2 and put the pressure right back on BetBoom to find consecutive rounds. You lose this one, money's in shambles. They're going to try that silent cross again. Spam's found it. Opera's exposed one. Magnajez returns the kill to Nico. And that missed shot from Monacy opens a door. I love this push. Magnajez, instead of diving stairs, decides to try to wrap around in heaven instead.
Monacy's already leaning control side, and Kyosuke's coming down too. Again, they've made pragmatic rotations to the attacks that BetBoom have put into place. Last time, it was just a little bit too slow for how quickly BetBoom moved. But right now, BetBoom are starting to crawl.
Magnajez is going to catch Monacy at this rate. Unless, yeah, okay.
Yeah, missed that shot. And that was Magnajez, who he legged earlier, ending up killing him.
Who decided not to go secret, but instead...
Kyosuke doesn't even think.
The wide swing comes out. Sorte's got it cleared. Magnajez opting not to go secret and instead wrap heaven. You compromise Falcons backline. You secure this 4v2. but it is just gonna be one down already. Kerrigan fast to play into that ramp. You've got a player back behind Silo. Flawless picks up the position Kyosuke had at the start of this. And as Kerrigan tries to get closer, it's TeSeS to go down with nothing. Kerrigan's gonna get turned around. He'll save m0NESY's op. BetBoom with a nice recovery, and I think very much secured here by that MagnaJez flank.
Yeah, I think this round's a little bit... Oh, Kerrigan dies too, but they still have lots of money. It's more for BetBoom, who are worried, teetering, spending everything that they had. But that round's a little bit closer than it looks. I think if you see how this leg shot ends up being he takes damage, or it's Nico who does a lot of damage to him, but m0NESY backs up out of ramp looking for MagnaJez, doesn't get that kill, doesn't get the kill earlier while Nico tries to take it. The rotations again and the knowledge that Falcons have of the position is correct. The rotations are actually sufficient, but they just come up short on both fronts.
Main players flash back. This is a move outside on the outer floor. We've already got Flawless behind the vents. He's hoping for someone to back into him. No, he's going to take the vent control instead. m0NESY goes hunting into the lobby with this op. And a rifler in front of him. TeSeS extending beyond. Got a duel queued up versus Sorte. Back turn, easy execute. And now if the trophy player doubles back, m0NESY's got this surely.
And it's a moment where you know that Flawless has slipped the net. They tried to shoot at him. But you can let someone sit down here if window's not broken. Still the op inside of Hut.
Falcons signing back up to a dangerous game. Get this 5v3.
You can see Flawless just has nothing to do. He's going to time up a nice double peek, though.
Ooh, trade's good for m0NESY, but MagnaJez brings it back. It's still just a single-man advantage here for Falcons.
You know what? I mean, at this moment, like if they go for their commitment lower, they have the utility to do it. They can definitely get one side of the site. I don't know if you go decon totally silent and then just throw your connection smoke, get that bomb planted. But there's a chance that Falcons don't respond in time. They're clearing out lobby. We'll see how successful they are. They'll soon see that there are no Falcons inside of the vent. And that bomb is now starting to scale across to decon. It's kind of an interesting spot because when Boomage starts to throw his utility, they might forget about control. Oh, these nades come out actually. He's not gonna smoke that.
His chance. That's Boomage now, dangerously low, fast flank to singles, gonna flush that bomb around, and MagnaJez also popped, so 2 up for Falcons as they secure this 6-3 CT lead.
What I thought they would do, that might have been cool, is have the Smoko decon, smoke to cross to the site, get the rifler on ramp to shoot at it, and have MagnaJez wait to see if he scales out.
Blindside
because
him.
Why would you have control side too? But tough position to synthesize. Didn't know where all the Falcons players were, and Falcons, they stayed in a man advantage situation the whole time.
Also, just respectable from BetBoom to claw back what was that 3v5 essentially at the start of the round. Very quickly taking over the lobby, poised a real test to the BetBoom squad.
There goes their money.
Oh yeah, we've got an AK on Flawless, Tech 9 on Sorte, and Diladez.
I'll say though, BetBoom are still on pace. Still 3 rounds T-side. It's not terrible. The odds of winning this round, though, very low.
Yeah, m0NESY really starting to take over this defensive half. He's 11-5 and just constantly prodding with this op. It's a supported reposition outer as MagnaJez will be the only player towards Secret. They attempt to get this ramp hit going, and now that one AK has revealed itself. So it's going to be Falcons to know that there is this looming threat on the field. But Nico's got this well-timed flank behind MagnaJez, who had just considered his back, but a moment too late. So AK still in play. M4 now in the hands of Sorte. And Flom is hoping to just blindside the single door open. Sorte just straight up wins the head-to-head. And so this round's suddenly back underway.
Yeah, they're playing without any map control, no utility. So one more bad peek at a Falcons, maybe there's a round.
m0NESY slow burn over towards that ramp. TeSeS could inadvertently sign up to the duel versus Flawless. Now we're talking about 2 of the 3 CTs at half HP. And they hear the rumblings of the control door. Flawless tries to dive into it. He'll be popped. Sorte, back sight, 1 kill answer. It's an op from the ramp. Slow pressure, but m0NESY's not missing these important shots, whether it's at the start or the end of these rounds. It is a Falcons 7th secured.
They kind of had a slow play that one. Got a little bit scary for the Falcons, but again, stayed ahead on trades. Had a good amount of pressure, had the map control they're looking for. So when you take a shot at some before the round's over, a lot of these positions, they just look very good for Falcons. They just haven't closed every single one of them. But To be honest, I think BetBoom most of the time are playing a little bit from behind. That round, though, they just didn't have many guns to work with. They'll come in with a full buy now. And even if they're on pace in terms of their T side, they're used to not scoring that well. These two closing rounds could make all the difference.
This is a half whereby Falcons have 9 of the 10 opening kills. BetBoom on this constant clawback situation, and you can see why, as this time it's not the op, but Kyosuke to press into the lobby and damn near kill Flamus out the gate. Just this.
Oh, that was a squeaky spam. He's just, yeah, he's unnoticed. Oh my goodness, walking. Oh, what is that?
Asking you shall receive. Nico, blind as a bat, dead to Diladez. Man advantage here for BetBoom. Unaccustomed to having an advantage like this, can Falcons jump back into it?
Yeah, it means their floor guys are gone, so it's time to go plant.
It's an open A site for the taking. A soon-to-be heaven presence here from Falcons. But a retake demanded of the CTs. And TessS is going to announce himself by dropping that nade back sight. It's barely any chip damage dealt.
Kind of crazy, but money's not incredibly good
Off
here.
to the save.
Yeah, even though Falcons have won all these rounds, again, like, BetBoom have been shaving down numbers, so that's a pretty big win. Going outside into their frags and not wasting any time when they get into advantage to pick the site. It's been really lower-centric this half for BetBoom, but this was an opportunity you couldn't turn down.
So there it is, 4th round secured. No consecutive round wins for BetBoom. Looking to do that in the final round of the half. But par for the course. And present in a lot of these attempts.
Again, everyone looks like a genius on CT side, and Falcons know that as well here on Nuke, so...
Love this for Magnetjez.
Next one pretty seriously, yeah.
Takes a bit of damage, fights right back. A little underhanded flash here. Quick trick to get Nico done. And everything you could hope for, barring an op, for BetBoom's final attempt on the attack. There's a lot of bodies lobby this round for BetBoom.
Looks like they just want to run back another upper hit. This is a double up on ramp, so a little light up here might be the right idea. Yeah.
Just softens up Kerrigan enough. Opera, though, in Monacy here and willing to sign up for more fights. Diladez catches the headshot. Boomage, dead man, as Nico's boost pays off. Keeps it even 3v3. Magnetjez low. Zorte's the only player outside. This double up inside of the hut, though. It's going to get caught by TessS. Clean shooting for the back-to-back headshot. It's a need-be clutch attempt from Zorte. Final round of the half. Nothing to lose and everything to fight for. On the brink of a 5th in this T-side. Zorte hits that pause button. It's Nico up top. Nade announces the retake direction from Zorte. And he's hoping somebody gives him something to shoot at. There it is, but so swiftly, Falcons ready. TessS with a triple to put this on ice. It's a commendable attack from BetBoom, but their work still lies ahead.
remember the enjoyment, guys. Okay, 8-4, lost
Yeah.
pistol. Yeah, okay, we won 4 spies, but it's okay. Good.
I agree.
And I really fucking love you, Ilya, for taking these fucking peaks, man. Go indoor, man, twice. What the fuck is going on, man?
Zonic with the praise for m0NESY off of those aggressive op openings. And you know what? I'm going to give him the praise he deserves too. Some aggressive openings out of m0NESY that really stamped Falcons across BetBoom in some of their attempts to set up for that A hit. We saw them try it one final time in the closing T attack, but BetBoom end their assault with 4 rounds, and now their defense begins on their map pick here of Nuke. So let's see what else they've got up their sleeves. Right now it's the double Berettas and a ramp push getting going. m0NESY will be stuffed in the second pistol of this one. It was BetBoom to win the first pistol, lose to the force buy, and then claw their way into 4 T round wins. Will Falcons have as easy as a start? Pistol falls silent as the Falcons take over outside.
They're going above, and actually the CTs don't have control of this.
It's going to be Zorte along the wall. This is
really
going to be
far
straight
back.
up duels.
So, yeah, he's going to be nervous. Oh no, he might have to fall.
Yeah, he wants out of this fight. He falls onto the boxes, looking for cover. He's got it. Looking for a teammate. He's got it. And now with another kill coming in between the two of them, Dilladez trying to slip the net up and behind. Ladder gets covered. Kyosuke hits headshots.
Another one.
Thomas is going to try his hand and slammed shut by Nico. Perfect attack from the upper hit into the A site. It is Falcons now on the brink of double digits.
They found the gap. They got the heaven control when Zorte was not ready to scale back into it. Caught him walking forward on a tightrope like that. Obviously, he's at a huge disadvantage. So first kill, obviously, goes towards BetBoom, but it's a quick and great shot from Nico to answer back. And they had every right to do this at this point. I mean, even just watching their flank, Dilladez really just needed someone else to delay a little longer so no one would turn around on him. But as soon as that kill came down, he knew he was taking a risk. Flawless all the same.
So force buy for BetBoom with a scout and an SMG. But a very quick move from Falcons off the pistol to get this position for Kyosuke in secret immediately.
This will be about Kerrigan keeping things decisive. He talked about how m0NESY's been extremely proactive, but he's even tried to stop him from going for peaks if he just felt like it wasn't the round for it. That's kind of a great sign that he knows his opera is willing and proactive to do that, but it also means they need a lot more direction if they want to be aggressive. And here they find their idea fast.
Zorte missed first scout shot, doesn't really pull the trigger in the middle of that pack, and a very swift movement down the vents. Ooh, covered by Nico, straight up into the B play. The only curious thing is that Dilladez does have the flank, but we've already got Nico with eyes on it, kind of. Takes a look away, Tesses the victim for that.
I take the fight.
This is Nico with the bomb backside. Has Dilladez really created any actual threat?
No.
And Zorte's still up towards Hell. He's looking to just get this scout maybe into the next one.
He's all bark for now. I mean, they can just play containment if they want to, take him out whenever they want to.
And he could just threaten to keep them down here with the bomb, I suppose. We'll see if any damage can be racked up thanks to Dilladez. Finish him off, and he's out of here. See ya! m0NESY's MP5 finds a second kill this round. And that's going to secure all the exits Falcons need, not only for their 10th round win, but to do it cost-effective.
You know, some IGLs out there that don't have an opera that goes, this is what I want to do this round, and they have to be pushed and told or, you know, encouraged. And this is not the problem with m0NESY, which is awesome. It's the opposite, which means that if the only thing you have to do is rein him in once in a while, Kerrigan said he felt bad about telling him not to peek some on one round. So he said he didn't want to give a frag away, and he didn't mean it that he thought m0NESY would die. He just thought this is an important round of the match where if you take this risk, is it worth the squeeze?
Yep.
And you know, being able to see m0NESY activate like this, take opening duels, come away with a really positive scoreline. So you know, still be himself. I think that's the sweet spot that Kerrigan's looking for.
m0NESY given an easy one at the start. And he's going to chase you down here, Boomich. A Boomich who does at least get a bit of damage in off that picked up scout from Zorte's corpse, the gun saved from last round. But it's looking like another moment where that force buy a round ago really hasn't gotten the value BetBoom would have hoped for.
It's a dream start. I mean, lose no money, come away with a quick second.
And be sitting 2 rounds from victory on your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, it takes the edge off, too, that you win this round decisively, because, like, let's say CTs bounce back next round, they close it. Then you don't have to save and think anymore. Just go right back into another buy. So let's see if Flawless can do a little damage before it's all over. But the frag disparity is pretty huge at this point. And Falcons are dotting every I, crossing every T before they get that bomb planted.
You know, BetBoom's only match lost so far here in Cologne, that best of 1 versus Spirit, where they just didn't look of the same caliber. A 13-5 loss on Mirage that Spirit just absolutely stormed through. You know, we've seen BetBoom play 3 best of 3s now, this being the 3rd. And they've lost the map to Monty, to Mongols, but have always pulled out the victories. This is starting to feel like one where, unfortunately, their T-side kind of betrayed them. Those one-off round wins, never really giving them a streak of victory, and if Falcons can just stomp this out now.
It's a bit of a better team now.
Yeah, it's going to look back to kind of that Spirit best of 1, and we'll think to ourselves, okay, maybe we are sort of seeing the ceiling of BetBoom when games don't start off hot.
And this is, you know, so far, you know, Kerrigan's on single, well, yeah, he's got 10 kills now, so he broke his streak of single-digit frags. He got 15 last map, but he went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 maps in a row. And the last time that even had a positive scoreline was versus MOUZ at CAC.
I'll call it progress, day to day.
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson on for 1, and Boomich under pressure's got Dilladez to work with. They took their time, they set up the hit. It's a 3v5 recovery thanks to an MP5 2K. But the bomb stopped in the lobby. It's a very active flank out of BetBoom. 2 members here. Nico, he knows you're there, Flawless. And he's going to try to unroot him, but it's just going to fall back to this TSS MP5. Remember, this was yet another bonus moment for Falcons.
And he's like, why do I have this silly gun to work with in a very winnable clutch situation? Lots of time left over for BetBoom to move around. And
he flanks this correctly right now. Flawless isn't even considering his flank. He's not thinking about this timing.
Again, very winnable clutch.
This one's for 12, and Flawless only now thinks about it. MP5 at this range could still win this duel. Flawless on the fallback. It goes empty, 5-7's out. Arguably better. Flawless stops.
Oh,
by the
still
headshot.
winnable, by the way. 30 seconds. TSS needed some time to reload anyways. Gets a little bit sweaty now for Magnajez.
Nade comes in, no damage. He's got a flash. He underhands it.
Oh, not the MP5.
And it's an M4 to win the duel. Not the right weapon for the job, but still immense amounts of damage and a very real threat to have secured a 12th off that one.
Oh, he's like, why'd I have to pick today to play paintball?
I think hilariously as well, it's not even his MP5, it's Monacy's.
Right.
He just took it from him so Monacy could upgrade.
Honestly, 5-7 finishes the job there. Tell me I'm wrong.
Guttural Danish noise.
Is that Harambe?
Still dangerously close. Considering it was a freebie, but now Zorte freed up himself. And kind of looking like a bit of Monacy with that forward peek into the lobby. Op finds a 5v4 for BetBoom's CT endeavors.
This is where it can get interesting, because here was a surplus of cash coming into this round. Successful start to T side. Oh my goodness, what in the world?
Damn.
Did that hit, who was that? That didn't hit him at all?
Didn't hit him at all. That whole
I'm going to call it. That's Kyosuke's worst spray ever, because his spray is usually amazing. Ooh.
Nico's got a
gap. Yeah, still spotted though.
Ooh,
confident
the
Pete.
duel.
Yeah, Magno just takes him out.
On 6 HP.
To be honest, they've done a great job despite Kyosuke. Really, really slow start so far this game.
Zorte remains on the angle. His counterpart about to step in. Well, it's Kyosuke with the op, of course. So Zorte finding it. Trying to be tricky with the jump spot, but it's bombed down on Hut and Monacy in a 1v5. Denied. BetBoom closed that gap to 5 rounds now, keeping again in this one, majority alive with all 5 players standing.
What's the buy here?
They're making this happen. Falcons.
I would think about it. Yeah, Kerrigan's going to...
Really? All right.
Yeah, they have enough for a couple players to buy, and then they're going to go into full loss soon. If they... Or wait. They win the last one? No, 2 rounds now, right? Yeah. Let's see what they invest. It might... Honestly, I don't mind this. It looks like it's actually just 1 buy. Again, we see that on a couple teams. Okay. Taking a pause to think about it. Do some math here. TeSeS and Kerrigan so far with guns. I think this is a moment where it really is just all about math. Got a nice 5-round gap as it stands versus BetBoom.
They decide to buy.
And what's... Oh, okay.
All in.
2 MAC-10s.
All in.
I'll tell you, I don't know if this is going to be a longer round, but they're going to be low on nades. BetBoom are going to be crystal clear that if they buy, they won't have that much, and they're going to be highly suspect knowing that just comes off attack pause.
Falcons push the chips to the center of the table with a 5-round lead.
Yeah, this is going to be a no frills. Try to pull the mini guy out a little bit while they set up for inside.
Op's not here this time, it's just the MP9. Kerrigan supported by Kyosuke, but Dilladez back sight's been good for multi-frags. And as he eats those flashbangs from over top, it's a man advantage established. A forward spot from Magnajez and good wallbang damage here as well for Dilladez to just kind of get Nico down to 70. That is not the certain explosiveness that I think Falcons were hoping to get away with. And so now it's a round recovery at a man disadvantage. Boomage kind of gets ahead of that pop that Falcons were hoping to weaponize.
Right now, it is just Flamus alone. They're suspicious.
All he needs.
Wow, that's a good peek out of Flamus.
Good angle onto Monacy. We go 4 versus 2 BetBoom. It's 2 rounds of loss bonus for Falcons, and they opt to go all in on this one. We've got 1 smoke grenade left here for Nico. Do they block off main and try to just walk out into the site? Looks like it, but in that smoke usage, Magnajez strikes to perfection on the first, trades out the second via Dilladez, who does his job this time, hanging on to the back of the site, closing out with that, and sending Falcons into a spiral that is most certainly going to give BetBoom a chance to catch up now.
So no one's saved. They'll just wait till next round to buy. They won't see an op unless they steal one away from Zorte. This round will be all deagles for Falcons. Great little spray out of Flamus. When some teams deco, it's not really a concern, but obviously that's not the case with these guys.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that was a ding. That was a headshot for 96 damage.
Oh, followed up by the Monacy connection. Tries to find the kill up into heaven, but now it's TeSeS and Monacy low. Won't stop him. You're giving these guys fights. Very narrow duels where deagles can be deadly, but the bomb did get dropped right here on the exit of the main. Nico waiting for this exact peek. You gave him a warning sign, showed him a little skin. It's a 3v3 gun advantage to the CTs. TeSeS gets found out. And while Monacy's looking to go work downstairs, wrap around through the vents or get up into something, it's BetBoom to clear out or put Nico to bed. And so this 43 HP Monacy Desert Eagle is tasked with an unthinkable clutch. 30 seconds and a deagle. BetBoom played appropriately, leaning as far back as possible to just put this one in. It's 3 players alive for BetBoom. Maybe they sign up for 1 too many fights. But it's a 3-round gap that seems very doable for BetBoom, surely.
Yeah, they were pissed off because they lost the second pistol, and they know what they can do on CT side if given the chance. But in spite of that, they still have started to crawl back slightly, even with clean conversions from Falcons. Lots of money made for multiple buy rounds as soon as they lost their first rifle. BetBoom have chewed through all of that.
It's 4 consecutive rounds for BetBoom's defense. Sorte reveals the op positioning at the start of the round. Does that transition Falcons closer to the ramp? We saw that very clean sequence from Flawless to find m0NESY from this position. But now on the reload, here comes the volley. Flashes onto Sorte, but it's a fast rotation from this op to get the opening kill into BetBoom's favor. Flawless doubles back, unprepared for TeSeS. And so there is this threat of the immediate B drop, and you can see all of the Falcons moving down, or at least 3 of them. Kyosuke remaining up towards lobby. A second option left open for Falcons.
No, this is just for a lurk, honestly. They're really going to commit down here.
Kyosuke on the jump. He's going to be found out. This is going to soften up the tease for the retake. 3 players downstairs, and BetBoom should know it. Boomich trying to find contact. Nade to pop it open, looking to flush these T's into a line, or just finish one off. But instead, it's TeSeS with the next one. 3 kills to TeSeS. That's where he falls. MagnaJez and Boomich now 2v1 in the retake. It's m0NESY. And right there is the 12th round for Falcons.
He has to read who's out first.
Flash comes wide.
Get spotted.
There's the second. He knows both positions. They try to push. He dodges them. And with just enough health, Boomich onto the bomb for BetBoom's 9th round win.
Oh, he put on his cape for that attempt. A really, close to impossible effort there for m0NESY. 3 kills from TeSeS, who's on 20, by the way, and it's still not enough. This is a spot, a rare position where they planted knowing they didn't have control or decon, and that CTs that were there as well with their smoke still available. Everybody was in an off angle, but no one delivered except for TeSeS until that m0NESY attempt. So Falcons, I don't know why they rushed their upper lurk in that spot and why they didn't want to fight a little bit harder to take one side or the other when it came to lower.
I think it was Sorte jumping onto the site silos that Kyosuke just couldn't help but try to pounce on. It's him giving away audio. You know exactly where Sorte is. He thinks he's going to get that kill, but a second A-floor defender still there, and Kyosuke outnumbered goes down free. BetBoom make this a 2-round game. Falcons now flailing around on this attack. 5 rounds straight for BetBoom. First time they've had to defuse a bomb in that sequence. And this very mobile op in Sorte is not going to be found outside. He's playing the A floor. Rifler's outer. Get a good amount of damage to start this.
Might be a little more, too. Yeah, that's chipping Kerrigan. 3 players tagged, a lot.
There is an op edge here for Falcons outer at the moment. m0NESY sending flashes over. The trajectory spotted beyond that smoke, so MagnaJez gets it.
It's an expensive investment, and MagnaJez is going to be able to calm that up. He's still in a very active position.
It's feeling like they're giving Falcons the outer floor. Thing is, that op has got an advantage, and so it's meant to. Dillades sets it up, and MagnaJez tethered to perfection, cut through 3. 2v5 denied. As it's just going to be TeSeS yet again to have to go massive, no bomb possession, clean from BetBoom to make this now a 1-round difference.
That's the best round so far. The fact is they got the info outside. MagnaJez never was actually in danger. When they were ready for Falcons to start to continue from outside to wrapping, they had the counter flash to start the peak, so they were never sort of reacting the entire time. They were in control of the situation once again. And they got to be very happy about the way that pans out. It's not one individual who makes some sick play to save them. It's team effort, a great tactic, and a call out.
Working with scraps, but getting aggressive. Defense under pressure, or are they? Dillades on his own. Blocks down the hut door. Tech9s can't puncture through. Quad kill Dillades.
Yeah, now we're all tied up.
11 rounds all. And a CT side that has shown no weakness ever since the pistol and conversions for Falcons.
It's a snap by. The closest thing they had to what was going to be a victory is that m0NESY 1v2 attempt. When they had lower control, it was looking very solid. But outside of that, BetBoom have had control of the rounds, just like Falcons did back in the first half. We knew this was going to be a CT-sided affair, but it was BetBoom with all the pressure after starting down so much and losing the second pistol. Remember that Falcons stole the second round, converted against them, and had a huge jump start in both halves.
Only one bomb planted in the last 7 attacks out of Falcons to really hammer home how far they've been from catching these rounds. Kyosuke's got a duel versus Sorte in a moment. Oh, but they both get picked up to BetBoom's favor. Just another convincing opening move from BetBoom where individually they deliver.
Way too easy. They knew exactly how he was going to walk into that, just like BetBoomich knew Nico was going to walk into Big Garage. m0NESY on his own outside holding the bomb. He goes down easily. This was BetBoom securing overtime unless Kerrigan can 1-on-5, and that's not happening. The full comeback is nearly complete within regulation for BetBoom.
What a rock-solid CT side BetBoom put forward versus the favorites of Falcons in this matchup. Falcons who were forced to buy into this next one with quadruple Galils in hand. You would have thought that maybe Sorte gets caught by that push into top secret, but no sir. Ready and delivers. BetBoom looking for the 9-round streak to win this in regulation.
I'm not sure who besides m0NESY and Tessus have even got a kill here on T side.
Nico looking to overtake Secret. He gets downstairs before they can pop that smoke open. This is no hesitation from Nico. Again, just charging through the util. And he's gone unnoticed. What a move! Nico at least getting first blood.
And that's a guy looking up. That was the only one they had to lower, holding on. And now he can start to torment them a little bit. Opening doors, he can put pressure lower, try to scare them into rotating. BetBoom choose not to respond. Kerrigan, he was 10-8 at one point. Oh, he goes down 10-17 now as MagnoJez evens out this round.
Instant headshot from the MagnoJez outer push. Equalizing kill. But still that looming threat downstairs, and Nico with the AK. m0NESY spotted him versus MagnoJez. And it's the defense to come out on top of another duel. The only thing that's caught them off was that aggressive opening. Another push, taking control of this round. Despite the 4v5, despite having Falcons on 11 at the start of this, Kyosuke has been absent all map long. Time to turn it around. He at the very least gets a second, but it was Nico to start this. It'll need to be Nico to end this. If only he had the bomb. Has to go running up. Flawless tucked in. Nico looking to get blindsided by it. What an absolutely convincing turnaround. BetBoom looking immovable on the CT side Nuke comeback.
Falcons, you had me in the first half, I'm not going to lie, but then the comeback of comebacks brought in from the side of BetBoom. We're talking an 11-4 lead for Falcons, and Peter, I don't really want to reveal too much about what you say in the green room, but I've got to give it to you. You called the choke when it was happening, and it did, in fact, come to fruition.
I don't know, I hate to say it, I did mention that if you've ever seen a Falcons choke, you're going to be witnessing one right now, and unfortunately that one happened, and it's just like, it just seems to keep happening, like it just keeps piling up, you know. Looking at the first half, the Falcons looked like so in sync. They made so many good decisions. They were firing on all cylinders when they're individuals. I think they played so well as a team, which is one of the critique points that we have been witnessing with Falcons in late. But then when they turn their attention to the T side, it just looked, again, it looks flat. But then again, you also just don't want to take too much away from BetBoom. I think they played a phenomenal CT side, and you could just definitely feel that Falcons couldn't close it out, and BetBoom, they took advantage of it.
I think we got to tip our hat to BetBoom for showing up, you know, on a clinical way on that CT side. Because as you said, 11-4, they end up winning 13-11, so they absolutely shut down everything Falcons were trying to do. And it's not like Falcons weren't trying different things. There was a couple of inside hits, there was a couple of late ramp hits, there was a couple of, you know, going a lot of people outside in the beginning of the round. Even in the very last round, we see Nico, you know, playing fast towards Secret, getting an opening kill and playing a 5v4. So it wasn't like Falcons applied a lot of pressure and did everything they could in order to finally get around on that T side, but BetBoom just shut them down. And again, we got to highlight some of those individuals in Delidus and Flamos, and every single one of them stepping up when they were needed the most.
100%. I mean, if you look at the round distributions, right, it kind of was a tale of two halves, but there were moments which obviously pay off in dividends when you look at the final scoreline, Dupree, where BetBoom did manage to do something on that T side. You've got an example. What are we looking at here?
I do. This is actually just, obviously this is another map, but this is exactly the same kind of example that I've been showing on Ancient. It's just this, you know, very simple, you know, tactic that BetBoom seems to be throwing out the smokes coming out yards, causes distraction of also being able to sneak into garage. And then the second line of smokes coming in to set up Magnus to try and go secret here. And I think what he gets a lot of info of this play, right? Because obviously he wants to go secret here, but he gets a fight on killing Monisi here, which is then obviously know that the AWP is not going to be around, so they want to scale up to ramp, and they have no hesitation. Also the fact that Kyusuke is the one trading Magnus and just playing by names that they know that is the ramp player. And despite a very fast rotation down to the lower bomb side by Falcons, then they even just keep going. I think Kerrigan has a little bit of a fumble here. Like, he goes out fighting without playing with his teammate, and from here on it's just BetBoom once again just make it a simple plan, executing it, and then just sticking to prowess and just scaling in such a good manner that they don't overcomplicate it. They just go with what they're good at.
And as you said, they did just about enough in that first half to stay alive for the second. Because had they not won this round, again, had it been a 12-3, it's likely to think that Falcons would have found a way to win. Or if anything, going into overtime, which they've been successful with. So I agree with you. BetBoom didn't necessarily play a good T side in the first half, but they just got about enough done in order to stay in it.
Just about a hair's breadth done, right? Because, as you were saying, for Falcons, completely different face than what we saw in the second back in the first on that CT side, right? You've got round 9 to show us.
Almost feels silly to give Falcons a bit of credit here, but I like the CT side, and I like the start of the aggression coming in right here from Tessus and Monisi. You have Monisi coming in with the AWP covering Tessus, and instead of waiting here, he's actually going for the duel, catching off a player completely off guard, and then Monisi stays with the AWP. At this point, hasn't been spotted. You kill the guy in lobby pretty far back, so Monisi hasn't been hurt, hasn't been seen, and he gets another easy kill. And at this point, you're playing a 5v3, and all you really had to do was just place 2 players inside hot from the beginning. Then in true Falcons way, of course, double peeking in yard from Kerrigan and Monisi. No reason to do that when you're playing a 5v3 at that point. Nico gets in a bit of an awkward position, but also played well on the CT side and finally gets the kill, which then allowed Tessus to come out and get it done. But I like the initial reaction from Falcons on the CT side. They were proactive, they were moving in, they were taking calculated risks sometimes, and I thought Falcons had done enough in that first half, but I guess we were all wrong at the end of the day.
That was a clear game plan. I think it was very, very good to see from the Falcons. I think they structured things very well. Not only Monisi, he was being very proactive, both peeking hard, he was peeking door, but also Kyusuke had multiple rounds where he would push up radio like in the beginning of the round. And I think there was a clear game plan from the Falcons that they wanted to try and disrupt the game plan of BetBoom, because you know that if you always have to deal with a guy that's aggressive, losing a first pick here and there, you have to come up with like a big plan. And I think they really succeeded with their being disruptive in the first half.
And it sounds like, we're ready to put a bow on this one. It ends out the half 8-4. They win the pistol, they convert, they're up 11-4. But it feels like, Peter, with every single time we see Falcons in the server, there's 2 sides to every story. BetBoom, I want to give them credit. They really come up trumps with a great game plan on the CT side. Round 21, though, this is a head scratcher, and I think this epitomizes the struggles of the T side for Falcons.
Yeah, the funny part is actually coming into this round, they actually take a timeout, and there's not much to break down other than just wondering what they're actually trying to do here, because in the timeout they were actually saying that if they're stacking outside, we just need to put more numbers out there, and then we will beat them, and they end up losing 5-0. They don't even get a single kill. And it's also a great timing that they decide to go for the flash peek outside. But in hindsight, in such an important round 21, and you haven't managed to get around yet, you're still looking to find that breakthrough, and this is what you come up with. I mean, I really wanted to see something a little bit different. Like, I think that last round was a good example of what I wanted to see, where they get Nico down fast, the secret, be a little bit disruptive, then play out, where you get the individuals to work off what you have, instead of this, where it just seemingly becomes like a brawl.
If I may just pose one more question to you, Peter, because you obviously have a great relationship with Zonic, played with him for so many years. Do you think that's a weird kind of call for him to be saying in that freeze time? Is that kind of classic from him? Did you expect something a little bit more thought out?
I mean, you could probably have wished for something a little bit more tactical, but up until that point, I think they had approached, going into the game with a lot of tactics, and it seemed like they were just losing out the trading games. Like, they were not really being reactive enough when they got the information if they would be pushed on the extremities of the map. So, I mean, obviously it's a little bit of a gamble in such an important round, but I mean, if Sonic believes and the team believes that is the call to go to, also looking at how the game has been unfolding, then I'm fine with it. But they just seem to look silly, because when the execution happens in this round, that is where I think it gets weird, because it's just like once he gets shot in the side, no one is covering him. Then the guy that swings behind blue doesn't even seem to be, you know, contributing to the team, and they're not covering each other, and that's probably my issue.
This is what happens when you rely a lot on your individuals, which, you know, in most cases is a good thing to do for Falcons because they have the best individuals in more cases than not. Hyusuke had a rough game, didn't really get anything done. Monesi lacked a lot of impact on the T side, found a lot on the CT side, and Nico, even when he got the opening in the, you know, last round, they weren't able to convert of it. I think this is where Falcons are trying to figure out what kind of playstyle do they want. You're asking, is it a weird call from Sonic? That's also him trying to cater to the player material he's working with now, where when you were in Astralis with Peter, Sibnix and Glaive, you had to maybe approach it in a different way. My issue is that Kerrigan was brought in to fix the T sides. He's not brought in to be a menace on the CT side, because that's always going to be great. That's always going to be strong for Falcons. This was not a great one for Kerrigan. That's one you take to the heart. That's one that he has to wipe off his face and then hopefully come into second map and do better.
You pose a very good point. Obviously, we've been focusing a lot on the failure of Falcons to close out for good reason when you have that many rounds in your favor. But I don't want to end this segment without talking about BetBoom, right? And the resilience they had to show. What stood out most for you, Peter, in terms of that comeback?
I think they just, like, the reactions was just so good. They were always seemed to be one step ahead, and then whether that was Boomich just understanding how the Falcons were playing or their prep were really good, you know, it was their map pick for a reason, right? But they always seemed to be one step ahead, and they had the rotation scoring for them. And even in the clutch situation, I think they played them really well, you know. Even in the 3-3 they had on the lower bomb side, they were just really good at understanding when to peek and when not to peek. And it's actually impressive to see a team that has been hurt by so many stand-ins and everything, that they seemingly seem to be playing so well off each other with so limited practice. And it's just good to see that you can play really good fundamental Counter-Strike regardless.
I really want to give a lot of credit to Dillidis. It's a name we haven't spoken too much about within BetBoom. It's a player that didn't show up for Atlanta, you know, visa stuff and whatnot. We weren't sure whether or not he was going to be part of the major or not. He's had a fantastic tournament so far. He's a major rookie as well. He's sharp on the server, always doing a good job, finds an awful lot of impact, and he's been thrown into the deep end, you know. Imagine not going to Atlanta, not practicing with the team, then coming back into it. Siren goes out, you know, Flemmis comes back. It's just been a very rocky season, so to speak, for BetBoom, and a very rocky period, yet they don't seem affected by it, you know, and that's class from a player like Dillidis, from a player like Flemmis as well, who we highlighted throughout the tournament, that they're able to still play consistently well despite nothing really working around him. Because let's not forget that that's an excuse we give to a lot of other teams, you know. We give it to Foot, okay, you didn't have a great bootcamp in Atlanta, we excuse you for your performances. We kind of use that excuse for a lot of different teams, but we don't get to do that with BetBoom because they actually deliver regardless.
And also just fairly confident that throughout this, you know, since BetBoom showed up at the match, you know, they've just, you know, been playing good Counter-Strike, and they've been very resilient throughout the tournament. If this would have been the first time that BetBoom were to play this tournament, I don't think they would have made this comeback, because I honestly believe that with the history that they've had so far in the tournament, that also just sets them up to believe, and they believe in the comeback, and it once again showcases that in today's Counter-Strike, it doesn't take much than just playing good fundamental Counter to bounce back.
Don't worry about it, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it, because Dust 2 is going to go the way of Falcons, no doubt about that, so we're heading to a third.
Well, we do have to get Ancient obviously underway as a second map in this series. It's all right, Jacob. It's all right. It's been a confusing day already. Let's see if Falcons can right the wrongs. Of course, an incredible comeback from BetBoom on their choice of Nuke, but Ancient lays in wait. It's going down after this break.
Bro, you're baiting every round talking about, I had so many trades. Trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me game. One round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to pull this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
Guys, I will kill down, okay? Listen to me. 1 T-spawn and 3 down, okay?
Yeah, he's T-roof, he's T-roof.
I smoke main.
100%
I see Ilya, I'm coming to you, okay? I'm gonna pick on you.
I'm going back up behind outside. I'm Joke outside.
Secret sound. They want to boost. They're close, 2 guys.
I left the guy in, guys.
I'm nading, Nico, you can pick. I one, Ilya.
Care, he's being in on now. Care, should be being in.
Yes, I'm holding fence, holding fence.
Nobody fence, guys. He's not most likely. Lurker.
Okay.
Or hat.
Yeah, I'm walking door. Don't see him. I'm just sitting back door.
Can someone come and take the op? Who doesn't have AK? Or
I'll
take the AK, I will take the op.
I have AK.
Where is the op? Single.
Break
Nice,
down
good
as well,
job.
guys. Nice, easy info.
Nice,
Let's
Nico,
go.
good job.
Good decision. Fucking nice, guys.
Nice
work, Julia. Good job.
You've had a few IGLs. You got a new one now. He's the GOAT.
GOAT.
What's he brought to you?
Yeah, I feel very comfortable in his system. I like how we play the rounds. I like how we think during the round, that everyone is vocal and active. Everyone can give ideas and whatever he sees. So our communication is very important in our system. So we have to be always on point.
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering also, we've seen, in these two events, Kyosuke playing, much better in some of these playoff games than it has been before. What is it? What do you feel like is the reason for that?
I just think he has a man to follow now and trade. I think Finn gives him a lot of space and a lot of directions in the rounds, and I think he's just feeling more comfortable, like going in and just trading, because before it was a bit of mixed roles when Damian was on the team, but I think now it's very, very clear that Finn is the guy up front. You just follow him and you get the trade. And I think with this now he got the confidence, so now it's going to be much easier for him to also be the front guy when he needs to be. So I was really happy to see him performing the way he did in Astana and also in the CAC.
And I have to ask you, Finn, over the course of your career, and especially in FaZe, like you've been a fan favorite everywhere you go. Obviously, with the Falcons organization, there's a lot of people out there hate watching. I've never seen an anniversary of a round that's been lost, being talked about. So it takes it to a new level. Like, has that been, difficult to adjust to? Has it, have you even noticed it to some point? Like,
now I think the expectation everybody had of us in FaZe was unfair with the team we had. So every tournament we had very high expectations of ourselves, and for the team we were, there was always disappointment. And I don't think it's much more different. Of course, there's a lot of more things on social media with Falcons, but it's funny when you go into the arena, it's just like everybody's kind of a Falcons fan suddenly. They just don't have the jersey on, which I think is showcasing what's being built. There's a lot of fans of the players, and I think when you have a Falcons jersey on the fans, you probably have things to explain and stuff like that. But in my opinion, we are here to win trophies. We're all on the same page, and I think it's no different to other organizations. There is just high expectation of us, and this is the player I want to be.
Expectations most certainly high for Falcons, as we heard from Kerrigan in that sit-down interview, and we thought the expectations had been met within that first half of Nuke mode, but a fall apart in the second half, whereby BetBoom showed their defense is going to be rock solid. Whether that transfers forward onto the Falcons map pick or of Ancient, we're about to find out. But we know now already that these matches in Stage 3 have not been easy for the Falcons.
Not at all, and is very confident about BetBoom after seeing some of their reads as the CT side progressed. And they had it hard. Again, jump starts in both halves from the Falcons. I don't care they lost the first pistol. They won the 3 rounds to convert to start their CT side off right. And yet still, BetBoom climbed all the way back. Now we go to Ancient. Anything is possible. I don't expect Kyosuke to have 2 bad maps in a row, so we can call that a one-off and see what happens here.
B defense is in the form of Diladez leaning back on long. Flamus moves over. We'll see what that frag grenade is worth. He hangs on to it for a second, waiting for the bomb plant. m0NESY starts to punch in those numbers. Here goes the nade. That's m0NESY down to 71. So what? It's going to come down to the headshots, as the pistol rounds do. Flank in position, slowly working forward, and it's going to be this short emphasis from BetBoom on the site. First blood goes to Magnajez. He'll also collect the second. m0NESY's going to put him to rest. There comes Dilladez with the damage to get it done. Kerrigan killed by... Dude, Dilladez bending bullets around the corner as we've got BetBoom with the retake and a CT pistol starts.
It's crazy because we look back at that last map and we go, who was the hero for BetBoom? It wasn't just one player. There were so many answers. We didn't have a Zorte total takeover game. We had a couple of good kills in for Flamis, for Magnajez, for Dilladez. It was really exchanging hands. So they're just a well-oiled machine right now, hitting all their shots. And it doesn't feel like this time... it doesn't feel like this time there's going to be much of a chance for Falcons to steal one away on the second round. They'll get the plant off. No full investment.
Boomich pounces as Kyosuke's fully blind, so easy does it versus the Deagle. And Kerrigan dead right after. Always going to be a difficult round, all the more difficult with 2 dead and the health low. There's a lot of rounds back on Nuke where BetBoom are getting away unscathed.
Did they see him?
I want to say no.
No, it looks like no.
Yeah, not the way the Donut players are approaching, but crouch wide like that, yeah. Gonna get spotted, gonna get mopped up, and gonna give BetBoom a perfect conversion. 3 kills off of Boomich makes some money, and that is a flawless pistol and round 2.
So what now? We get full strength BetBoom with a good start in the game. That's going to be the scariest possible situation. But it's not like Nuke where, you know, BetBoom, they come in with their map pick, but it's not a punish because Falcons want to go there. That's the hard part of the video for them. But it's also, you know, it also can get even harder. They have to come in now to Ancient and try to steal one away. This nade is so good. It's really quiet after that little bout inside of Elbow. No CTs are here now. Just Flamis spotting. Make sure that no one crosses through Donut. But I think even, yeah, he doesn't even have the full line on the mid-cross. They'll smoke window in front of him.
Nico's just looking to walk in contact and gets a duel versus Dilladez.
Even just doing this without actually prodding is a great way to bait utility out. They're going to throw some in his direction as this starts to organize towards the other side of the map.
Whoa, what about this push through smoke? Yeah, time to perfection.
But now they're going to jump on this. There's so much info.
Kerrigan's going to catch you in the rotate, unprepared. Flamis finds his. Looks to take over position of A main, but as he starts to just look back towards site, he may not consider m0NESY.
Bomb's coming in, but Flamis is incentivized to slow down a little bit. He can't deal with this alone. CT is moving in slowly. That molly does delay things. Oh, and Flamis is not a position m0NESY expects.
m0NESY kind of rushes it slightly. That gives away the audio cue. That gives Flamis a chance to react fast. Had to react fast with his low health and does so.
They don't know what to do about this. Flamis is still alive. They are going to recede into Donut. They are now a slave to the nades, but again, because Nico prodded into B earlier, he drew a lot of retake utility out of the map.
Still got a kit, but that's on Boomich. That's Boomich
aggro angle,
Flamis.
man. Kerrigan just has to deliver. He's got the HP.
Oh, he considers box and snaps it down. The headshot to Flamis, excellent. Boomich reveals it with throwing the flashbang. They know there's another to the left, and now Boomich runs through. Excellent shooting from Kerrigan and Kyosuke.
And that's a moment where Kerrigan has to put himself in a position he believes in. He's the guy who has more HP. He might not be the best fragger on the team, but if they're going to win this round, it's not going to be by playing totally passive inside of Donut. He would have loved to have taken a kill at A main and then gone into a position that was a little bit more safe, but here he understood the assignment, believed in himself, hit his shots.
That's a conversation we're going to have to keep on having as he dons this Falcons jersey. Doesn't need to be the best. We'll never expect to be versus the 4 teammates he has. But there also has to be a standard. Needs to raise the floor. And in that round, we get a reminder that he can hit those headshots.
It's not 2020 anymore where we had the scout IGL meta and people were just throwing themselves out to die to get info, and that just is not viable with the amount of good players there are with, you know, Even on the other side, and Zorte's hitting this shot with Boomich. Perusing around, very active. I mean, this is like, what, a 1-for-1 position, if that. They're going to phase this. Oh, and he does get his kill, but it's actually 2 deaths on the side of the CTs.
Quick move in here. Zorte gives it the jump spot. Yeah, right. He's down to 19 health off that. Dilladez will find Kerrigan in a head-to-head duel. Bests him with the FAMAS. Opera serves up a distraction that Dilladez capitalizes on. Kyosuke sliding out. If Kerrigan delivered the kills he did last round, time for Kyosuke to do it. But he falls with nothing, and the retake comes out of BetBoom. They'll stick the landing. They'll stick the defuse.
And it all happened so fast, but like, honestly, has to get that kill right away. Then Kyosuke's in a much stronger spot. The wide swing works out well. Dilladez knows that he has to take a really big risk into a player who knows he just spotted him, and he still wins that duel. This can get even worse for the Falcons. They come in. Nico's going to buy a Galil. And again, I am a big fan of the one-gun buys on T side. But still,
ouch.
They're vulnerable.
Nice nade from Dilladez.
Oh, full map control.
Yep.
Oh, what a clean pickoff, dude.
Perfect finish to what he started. Oh, Magnajez with the back-to-back headshots, and it is pressure out of BetBoom CT side. Straight up in your grill. They shaved 4 players off the approach quickly. Tesses, highest rated player back on Nuke, went 21-13. He's got a P250 to work with versus an entire BetBoom squad. All of them just stationed on top of this bomb. I mean, they know you're here. They know what you're up to. We'll see how long Tesses is willing to try to milk this for a P250 kill.
No knee spotted. Just patience there. BetBoom. 4-1 start. Falcons will get back onto another bye. And that's, you know, real full court press outside of B. They haven't really had to do that. I mean, I liked when they attacked Nico when he was alone in that rifle round previously. But, and when they did that, Falcons actually, it's the 1 round they closed, obviously, with Kerrigan's 3K over towards A. But BetBoom know what they're getting into when they show 3 guys on the other side of the map. They're quick to both attack and also rotate. Some real good CS from BetBoom versus tough competition.
This is a BetBoom that's been gearing up all major. Joining us back in stage 1. Powering up the entire time versus a quick speed bump over Spirit. You take your beatings, you learn from your lessons, you move it forward, and now look to wallop Falcons in this best of 3.
Yeah, when they lost to Spirit, double nade. FAMAS taking out Nico with the help of Magnajez.
And CT sides for BetBoom turning out to be fantastic.
Dude, this is rough. Nico's a 0-6 start. Kerrigan only has a Tech 9.
Magnajez gets there.
Kyosuke also not hot right now.
Oh, man. Oh, no. How did... Oh, no.
I mean, okay, it's one thing if, you know...
He's one shot. He's one shot. Shoot him once with the Tech 9. Magnajez is dead.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if Kerrigan isn't going to have a great day, but like, this is a team where 4 players can all take over at the exact same time, not getting the consistency out of the individuals.
Yeah, I mean, Kerrigan's still out fragging Tesses, Kyosuke, and Nico at the moment.
That's a screenshot. He can't carry these bums forever, Connor.
God damn it, he'll try. Not much left to this one. 30 seconds. All of BetBoom alive. Put down the util. Perfect reaction from Dylan. I mean, he has been rock solid at this B site.
Monster, man.
Hail Mary bomb plant attempt from TSS gets shut down. 4 up, strong for BetBoom as they lead this game 5-1.
Again, the nature of these Falcons rounds are so explosive. Like some of the micro, if you don't like pause and like rewind, it goes by so quickly. You don't really see the missed shots as much because everyone's so sharp. But there are moments where I'm like, oh wait, that kill was easy. That kill was necessary. You know, another day he would have hit this and. Definitely want to give some credence to the team play, but. Ash put it this way the other day. He said you can be in bad positions and you still have to be able to multi-frag once in a while. That's the level of game that we're playing.
Smart guy, that Ash. Gonna catch you with your nade out. TSS goes wide. Lucky to still be up right now, as that AK could have just killed him. There's quite a bit to work with here for Falcons. You've got 2 defenders on the B side out of BetBoom, and 1 presses in.
Just so like satiated with the amount of info that BetBoom always have at their disposal. How active they are is still safe. And whenever they've gone super aggro, it's been 2 or 3 players, never one getting caught on alert, ever. Look at their confidence about the B play that's about to come in.
It's a well-placed crosshair for Kyosuke, but doesn't get a shot off. It's MagnaJez quicker to the trigger. Nice shoulder peek in for Nico to get the answer back. That pulls 1 defender off the site, but that also did show bomb inside of Cave.
Man, 2 committed. This is a lot of space made for the rotations.
They put the flash out. They try to jump past. We've got 2 rifles just pressing into the cave here. Dyladez recommits to it, and as m0NESY's Glock goes running into the site on the burst, he'll fumble. It's the USP headshot to close out and put BetBoom up 6-1.
How's this the easier map, man? Whoa. The buy is going to come back. m0NESY's going to get an op in play. T-side Ancient's definitely a grind. But it's actually only going to get like the amount of money that BetBoom have after this start.
In the last 2 halves from Nuke to now, it is 15-4 BetBoom over Falcons.
I love they don't just fall back to spots they would have got smoked out of and just played passive retake. They play 2 active positions, lots of freedom for everyone who's coming in. Kyosuke is going to have a ton of pressure. Flashes are excellent. TSS with 1 trade.
Yep. m0NESY sets up that re-aggression. Nico wide, finding Boomich, coming back from Donut.
They know Nico's up here.
They know Dyladez is in there. They'll soften him up with the nade. Nico goes in and will find a multi-frag.
MagnaJez making a push. m0NESY watching this, but will he give up the line?
Nico's first multi-kill of the second map.
Oh, he's actually hit that. Right into m0NESY's line.
Ortiz, quick scope denied. You know where MagnaJez is at.
They have to go back and get this bomb. This is going to kill the clock a little bit. MagnaJez got a kill, but it was a while ago. What's his next move? And what's the final site that Falcons want to take? They're worried about his push still from A main.
Oh, my God.
He is not even close to that. Nico's leaning towards B. MagnaJez, he doesn't realize it, but there's a chance that they run back into this site. Yes, but he's overthinking. And I mean, how could he know? Kerrigan's coming back to mid. Wait a second.
MagnaJez versus 2, and they're both here.
Oh, wait a second. He already
took no damage. 30 seconds.
Oh, Kerrigan, he's got to be sweating. Full kit of utility here for Kerrigan as he has to make the 1v1 clutch happen.
And MagnaJez keeps options open, remains close to the CT spawn. He can head either way off of the utility that surely Kerrigan's going to use just to make sure he doesn't get dove. Fire's going to burn out. Kerrigan tries to get back into the donut. Smoke in front of it. MagnaJez is going to pop that wide. Kerrigan right there, primed to die. MagnaJez peeks into the op and pulls Falcons apart.
It's the A push into m0NESY's crosshairs to get that kill. Into the 1v2 for MagnaJez. Barely a lick of damage, a defuse for him, denying Falcons their best attempt at a round so far. Crazy, the awareness he had that m0NESY was going to be on this line to hit the shot as a whole. Another can of worms. And he saved his own utility for this special moment as well.
Immense impact out of MagnaJez so far here on Ancient. 12-3. We're talking about the Rifler.
Yo.
Second highest rated player at stage 2 of IEM Cologne. Now looking to leave his mark on Falcons.
Wow, Boomage gets shut down early. Nice to get a frictionless entry like that, along with mid at the same time. Here comes the walk up.
CT's jostled a bit of utility, so now MagnaJez preoccupied with that. Dilladez, you think he'd get caught by this, but no, he reacts.
Careful now.
Trying to give himself a flash to work with. They do find both the defenders. Zorte's up, looks for contact, finds none. Spam through smokes, got Zorte low. And a nade on the chase almost kills him, but Falcons put the squeeze on a B site that finally looks a little unprepared.
That's a great decisive call to sneak into B after 1 kill in mid from Kioske, and it just gets Falcons back in order. I mean, honestly, after losing that clutch, they were probably scratching their heads. They do have to worry about their money here. Oh, okay. Monacy wins his. 4 saved for Falcons.
This round is importantly sprinkled in at a point where you could still walk away with that 5-round half.
Yep.
They have enough surviving in this round as well, where like this could be that turning point. But I can't say I've seen enough of a T-side to have me convinced that they'll be able to easily replicate what just happened.
No, definitely not. Not yet, but CS does come at you fast. And I think Falcons are mentally comfortable with the idea that this is going to be kind of a grind. A lot of teams here are great. No. There's Kioske getting shut down once again in middle.
Zorte looks to reopen that smoke.
I don't want to call it haphazard, but they have sent him out so many times. And to be honest, most of the time, BetBoom's counter utility has been better.
Fire touches Nico. 3-player Red Room push queued up here for Falcons, but you can see this B player coming back. MagnaJez cuts audio.
Oh, he's
gonna hear them running around. It's gonna be Boomage on the CT spawn. Just mows down 1.5.
Oh,
push
man.
to perfection.
Move, dude.
Another quadruple survivor round here for BetBoom. Rock solid CT sides are gonna be the name of the game if BetBoom keep this up. Now leading 8-2.
MagnaJez is ready to swing, has his nade before that, but when they start to make noise, decides there's no reason to do this. Boomage gets a kill and a half. MagnaJez does the rest. You actually just can't ask for more from BetBoom. They're currently passing this test with flying colors. Could be a match of CT sides, but for now, it's a match of Falcons with back-to-back bad T sides. And it'll be BetBoom with an opportunity to try to close. Kioske out again, but they see him again.
Oh, not everybody's got AKs, and already Falcons fall off of the top of ledge.
3 for Kioske.
And 3 for MagnaJez.
He just had to watch everybody die around him.
Put an end to MagnaJez, but Kioske could still go further.
What a crazy, crazy spot here for Dilladez.
What a clash this round was. I mean, look at the radar. Just a massive murder. Both sides.
Yep.
Kioske almost rounds that corner.
Who do you think comes out better here? This is a spot that's like so unlikely to be cleared with 2 players alive and time just bleeding down as a teaser waiting for a push. But this is as far as BetBoom want to go. Zorte's got an op. He wants to stay passive on a line. If this is going to be an A play, Dilladez knows he's got to rotate over. If they come out towards B, Dilladez is going to have to clue into the timing. As we get later into the round, he will start checking. And whether it's the first or the second player, or if they use any bit of utility and don't expect someone to have pushed cave, this will be the checkmate position.
His move, though.
Oh.
He was in a position where he would have gone unnoticed. Now he's going to get spotted.
Oh, wow. He actually didn't
It's him who starts to consider that maybe they had walked out middle, but the way he was crouched and not watching elbow.
It's actually a little scary now for Falcons.
Sure.
Because they couldn't just go into beat, knowing that Zorte could rotate over.
15 on the clock, and it's going to be Cave. They're going to try to jump this past Zorte. Do they have the nades for this?
No flash.
Zorte in the fire.
He'll get a free shot.
8 seconds. They've got to get this bomb in.
What?
Oh, he goes for the nade instead of holding. Monacy's going to jump on it, win the op duel, and I think both players in this 2v2 for BetBoom get a little frazzled.
Yeah, that definitely is. So that's 4 for Kioske. You can just call that a great round for Falcons in an absolutely chaotic situation in mid. That was hard to distill. They get the kills they need to. They play the 2v2 perfectly. They beat the timing. There are obviously winning chances for both Diladez and Zorte to at least get a kill. I honestly think going cave was crazy considering how they used their utility to try to exit. They didn't know where Zorte was going to come in from, but that would have been the most expected spot.
Nade damage out of the gate here in the final round of Falcons attack. Another well-placed nade to keep Nico 4-10 and sitting on 50 health, but damage both directions. BetBoom also wounded. We saw how quickly that last round had frags, this time jumping Mac 10's the distraction, and Diladez burns them back. This trio of Falcons players turned away. Nico lingers, sees just a bit of skin.
Oh, Diladez won't give it to him. Is he going to peek this?
Right there.
Oh, he still wins.
Loses.
He played that like a violin.
Nico thinking he was ready for the swing. Ultimately, the equalizing kill. Diladez then presses forward. Kerrigan's Mac 10 popped, and further damage onto Kioske. Zorte freed up, aggressive with the wallbang. Takes the 3v2, but there's 70 health for Zorte and Flamis to share. And so as Flamis sits out in red room, gets spotted here by Tesses, this will be the string, the thread that Falcons look to pull on to make this 4th round happen.
Umish walking forward into this.
E9, easy. Both players just jumping around these corners haphazardly. A 3-round T-side as it is back-to-back CT defenses from BetBoom that leave us convinced. Consistency in the CT sides from BetBoom, map to map, and individually simply looking better. Falcons are going to have to be playing catch-up in a best-of-3 where they already trail by a map. This was their pick. It is their CT side up next. But at the current moment, this is just one where it feels like BetBoom are a step ahead.
I can foresee them definitely closing this game. Again, it could be a match that ends up being a CT-sided affair, but you never want to start this far down. There are too many questions for me to feel confident that this will be a real excellent story for the Falcons. They're on death's doorstep as it stands. BetBoom just looks so powerful.
Across of all of the Falcons, there are 5 multi-kills in that entire first half.
Wow.
Monacy's Berettas in the back of the site. No, it's wild, but he gets there. Yeah, gets the 2 headshots. Now we've got the rebuttal. A 2v5 shut down. Falls on Zorte with the smoke in front of him, and Falcons just flush into the bomb site, take over possession. That was looking scary for a second.
Yeah.
But Monacy recovers it.
I know, just a few bullets, and if he had got headshotted, who knows? But to be honest, the rotations were very quick for Falcons. They had a lot of players there. Kerrigan put up 2 kills for himself, and they also deny a bomb plant here, which will accelerate things.
Zorte unable, so Falcons kick it off with a CT pistol. Give themselves the best chance possible at making this a 3-map affair.
Got BetBoom thinking, and this will be a real test. I mean, honestly, sometimes you can't see that much on CT side as to, how well a team is going to play from a team perspective, but like the setups and the counters that they had ready for Ancient, they just come in so well prepared. It felt like Boomich was calling a lot of great ideas, and obviously MagnoJez as an individual had such a good beat on Falcons. I do wonder what this is going to look like.
There we go. Monacy finds the kill as the A main walkout happens. We watch Nico as he barely sees through the smoke. Bunch of bodies all mopped up. Nico quad kill spray down. This one nice and easy. We'll cut that lead down to 4 before the BetBoom guns come through for the first time on the attack in this next round.
Yeah, Nico's also had a very slow start in this game. That one definitely props up his scoreline in a big way. Kyosuke was a total renegade in the first half. Sent out to either die or just take as many players down as he could with him on those mid hits. CT shot should be a little bit more fun.
It's a costly opening move here from BetBoom. Zorte and Flamis down to half.
Careful about reloading. Oh man, he just straight up dies. And that is Kyosuke. No one behind him, no one inside of Donut. Flamis can walk free and he knows it.
Massive timing because of this.
And also this kill was not from Flamis.
Here we go.
Monacy walking in with his knife out. Oh my goodness.
How lucky is Monacy?
Yeah.
Flamis looks the other direction. Monacy just with enough time. This is a hell of a recovery, but you take the openings you can get, and you also got this simultaneous A main push for Nico. So at least with Monacy falling back and catching that, they were also pushing the perimeter on the other side. There's a world where BetBoom decide to just pounce this B site. And if they do it, it's a 4v2 if they do it right now.
Even Monacy walking back, they knew that they're getting organized to hold over here.
They're still considering another red room push, Falcons. So Kerrigan confirming towards that ramp. There's another body. Now Nico's going to just tiptoe in, drop that bomb, and try to figure out where these last 2 BetBoom members have gotten off to.
They grabbed the bomb so quickly. 40 seconds, and will they turn the corner? Yes.
Trying to get away, trying to get out towards middle. Monacy doubles back from Donut. He hears them drop into the mud in mid, and so this round has really fallen apart for BetBoom. What felt like such an advantageous spot. And it did have Falcons scratching their head as to what exactly got behind them, but good on Falcons for catching it thanks to Monacy, and also getting Nico into a position where BetBoom don't have any antics to get back into the round.
It's just straight up really lucky there for Falcons, because the play that BetBoom make, again, with the guy who wasn't up close going for the lurk, they would have not been, there's no way they could have been ready for this timing. Flamis was sitting there in front of the smoke, his teammate gets a kill, he doesn't have to contribute with some spray of his own. And so, but they take that, and it's still a position that could be lost, but Kerrigan puts up a decent hold as well.
Tech9's come through from BetBoom. They'll be fighting for double digits. Three B defenders out the gate. And just enough utility for BetBoom to blanket this bomb site if they think that they can just push through.
But I mean, full exact. I mean, that would be so risky to try to do. I know there's like, yeah, they did feel that they've left this a little bit of vision on mid. They're wondering why they haven't seen anybody. Moments like this, the first kill is everything. They're blocking vision in the right spots, actually.
It's just as Kyosuke left.
They have to be worried about this.
And a fresh CT smoke in the front of Cave as well, in front of Kerrigan.
Kyosuke wisely watching in a passive spot.
But making sure he's still close enough to the B site to stave off this. Three-player commitment on the ramp. They eat a flash on the way in. Kyosuke's got the first one, Kerrigan takes the second, and now all that remains for BetBoom is to try to just push through the top of this ramp. M4's massive advantage, and unfortunately here for BetBoom, they'll find nothing.
No kills.
99 damage on Kyosuke, the closest they get. It's a TESS triple kill, and Falcons now within 2.
They didn't get too nervous. They trusted their A players to stay inside of Donut, doubled up, and again, Kyosuke was very ready to trade anybody over on the right side of the map. Investment comes through. This game comes down to 2. Lots of money made for Falcons, just like BetBoom did when they started out the map. And now we're here to find out if Magnajez is going to be a two-way player.
Nico about to have his hands full. There is no support near this A site. Sure, Falcons have taken over outside B.
Yeah.
Forces them to pause. You're going to have one scramble in Monacy, but BetBoom still feeling like they want to pounce on this. Flash doesn't go wide enough. Not the first one any. And as Kyosuke kills Magnajez, it's just going to really prime for this retake. A 2v5 demanded of BetBoom. Molotov on Nico. He's going to try to jump the bomb, but it's great cover. Flawless didn't see that player close left.
He gets away with this. TESS will he try to walk out. Timing.
Trying to catch him. Starts to chew through Flawless's HP. Down to 2
Got
points.
another kill.
Ow! And as he hangs on with the reload, now he's been found. It's Dilatez.
Oh, in the smoke.
Close. So close to the 2v5. Falcons emerge victorious. A 1-round game.
No sweat. Nico held his ground enough to get that kill. Delayed with his utility, broke that smoke open and CT spawn. Everyone was there in time.
Flawless just got so much value.
I know, that's Flawless. That was his 6th. Not gonna say it.
Now
a very nice 2 kills. Wow, and Kyosuke's. Yeah, this could be the map that just makes up for everything we saw on Nuke. Obviously, he struggled so much, and in the first half, he had it hard. Start basically at 50 HP every round, trying to break out in the middle. Now again, he'll have some more advantages to go off of on CT side. Could be a takeover.
It's the first time in this series BetBoom have had to stomach losing their lead. It's all fun and games when you're the one playing catch-up. Back on Nuke, felt like they had a bit of house money. What was the 9-3 CT side has all but evaporated here for BetBoom. They're going to poise themselves for another A commitment. Monacy, fully blind, has to give up this angle, which...
It's actually rough.
No.
Oh, that's rough. Man.
Flawless comes through, and now Boomich takes the lead. Nico wants the mow down. Flum is toying with it. Goes wide. Catches a second to miss it. It's man advantage. BetBoom. But the bomb yet to be planted. And the CTs kind of jumble up in the smoke.
Oh, they're just getting ground down. I mean, they're playing from behind here. They want to be able to push out behind default. Kerrigan, as a last stand, is going to try to walk out and find a timing. Can he find it? No, Dilladez has him.
Great cover from inside sight. It's BetBoom right back to that A site, and this time getting past m0NESY, leaving him empty-handed and stopping Nico with only the single kill.
They didn't take any baggage into that A play. They weren't worried about the fact that that signpost was being held. They had better flashes this time. When they were trying to scale last time, Nico was not blind. They've made some audacious peeks into m0NESY and been successful.
Yes, sir.
Terrorists win.
Staying on the ball and touching double digits first. 10-8 BetBoom.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and that's Flamus, who just is suddenly popping up after a 5-kill half.
And then they really got jumbled there in that smoke, huh?
It's a crazy extra gear to have on this lineup for T-sides.
Still a healthy buy for the Falcons, but it was 4 survivors for BetBoom. Easy rebuy for them, and they'll try to take over mid control. There's nobody up towards Cave to really challenge Boomich, so they are free to make this opening out middle. Red Room smoke about to fade, and Zorte's on the line. He is welcoming the challenge, but Kyosuke remains tucked into the left.
Man, he's going to be glued in the spot for a while, hoping that they eventually walk out towards him. If this ended up being an A play again, obviously it's terrible for Falcons. Nico, he's stuck having to watch a little bit of Donut, a little bit of A main. But it feels like they've game planned correctly. The bomb gets collected. But still, Kerrigan's looking at this 1-minute timing to come and try to help Kyosuke maybe clear things out. Oh, actually just an active rotation over to the other side of the map. Oh, this push doesn't always work. Like, m0NESY behind it.
It's got to be big.
Oh, what a no-scope.
All of a sudden towards Red Room, Kyosuke's dead, and we get this very fast move instead over towards Cave, back into middle. Nico's got to be the hero, dead, as Dilladez hits the ground.
Totally
Magnajez executes. This round boils down to a damn near perfect hit.
Oh,
all 5 up.
Yeah, it's perfect.
BetBoom on the brink of 2-0 in stage 3. As they flush Falcons in that last round, sending them spiraling into Zonic's final timeout.
When we see how crazy kills at this level are almost necessary. Zorte getting boosted up.
I mean, that no-scope?
He's getting boosted up to peek into m0NESY and then ends up clearing TeSeS and hits a no-scope flick down, drops the hammer on him, and totally activates the attack. And obviously, after that, they could have won going B or A, but that's why Nico had pushed out a donut to come and try to help.
What does that no-scope look like? Boosted up, dealing with sight. TeSeS obliterated.
And I'm not going to lie, I like how BetBoom played B aggressively better than that. That kind of tucked in setup down the ramp can be a victim of boosts like that. It can get a little bit dangerous. When BetBoom did it, they went all out.
Yes.
They went and pushed and took over, and then they disappeared. Yes. I much prefer that, to be honest.
And you could sit here and say, sure, TeSeS just gets a bit unlucky, but there was no trade potential on that. And when the no-scope hits, it hits. BetBoom not gonna approach this A site silently.
Man, kind of love it. If m0NESY's not on this line towards A main, I think they're going to suddenly just feel a ton of relief. They know that Falcons are at the end of the rope. They don't have a lot of money.
They do have 2 M4s here. Falcons at least have that going for them. Nico's found Sanctuary right between the util. Oh, it's almost a double. Tries to track Flamus, who just looks to avoid the Kyosuke spam back. It's a bomb plant attempt in a second. Boomich starting to activate the flank. He's going to find everybody. Boomich He's got his, but then he instantly peels back off, and the bomb dropped in the middle of all that because of Kyosuke's smoke spam.
This is kind of wild because they know CTs are everywhere on the A site.
Another flank. Boomich taking the long road around. Monacy's on the line. Best Zorte.
But Flamus is actually getting a backdoor exit now as Boomich is going to clear everything out. It's possible that they go in this direction.
Can he cross? It's being held by Kyosuke. Tries it. Jumps over. Hail Mary exit attempt. Boomich can scoop up that bomb and just sprint it over to B. You'd think. But he takes that line, gets cross, tagged in the process. You'd think that tag makes this impossible.
Yeah.
You'd think.
This one just gives him time to put the bomb down. No health to work with. And HE, CT's coming in from everywhere. Good luck.
TSS wounded. There it is already.
Great round out of Monacy.
Massive recovery.
Scary round, but it's excellent for Monacy in terms of just hitting those important shots, 3 back-to-back.
You said BetBoom would be relieved that he wasn't on the line. The Rifles both put up their end of the bargain, right? Nico a kill and a half. Kyosuke stopping the bomb as it tries to go down as he's playing close smoke, which is very susceptible to the BetBoom spam back.
Yeah, it did look like Nico was going to get 2 kills as well. He got the first one so quickly.
Huge. But there's Monacy clipping Zorte, and here to end it as well. Nice! Falcons find fight here on Ancient. 2-round game, but the BetBoom buys keep coming.
Still rough for Falcons that they had a 5 alive rifle round victory. Now they buy with some extra money left over.
Oh, man. No resistance out middle. Falcons get off the site, but this could just transition into a B slam.
Perfect counter util into this heaven walk up from Kyosuke, taking nades damage no matter where he stands. B site is primed.
SS is running over. Kerrigan's gonna have to deliver though. Oh, and he's dead. Boomich finds the headshot. SS. Oh, tap is just perfect. Flamus.
Oh, he's burning. He's burning so much.
Down to 16 HP thanks to the flames. Bomb to be planted on the other side of pillar. Magnajez solo cave. It's a short walk up here from Nico. Diladez trying to get into the action. Wants to tether off Magnajez. They could spray them all down. It's a good amount of damage. It's a 2v4. A nade goes deep. To dead sight. Magnajez has been a master as this game goes on. And that Tess has 3 HP. All that's left for Falcons.
Has to be an ace.
BetBoom can taste that 12th round. Tesses wrecked as the 2 players hold strong.
Walking up short, they got completely confused about how to keep scaling. They had a rough idea of how that would hold. 1 player on default, 1 player in cape, but they just couldn't manage the fights. Magnajez gets his reload off. They could have pushed up against the wall at default, held for his second peek. Maybe didn't know exactly if he went to the left or right. And they got left in the dust. They come in with 1 rifle on Tesses.
A failed 4 versus 2 retake. But they find the opening kill. They fluster them in elbow. Flum is blind spam back, catching Nico. Just looking to deny control of this. A massive moment for Magnajez. 25 kills off that last round. You've got Falcons on the brink of bleeding out, and BetBoom fall silent.
Going for mid there. That's exactly what Falcons wanted. But they don't get an all-out commitment. Tessus was razor sharp back on Nuke. Razor sharp last round. But they won't even come in here to fight him. It's the second last bit of utility that Falcons have to work with. But it lands in the right spot. They're really prepped for cave. And they're really prepped for B. This should be a sealed position.
Oh, catches him off. Trade's good. That's double kill. Oh, and he'll tap out the last one.
He didn't clear Kerrigan properly, and that was enough to cost them. An excellent round again from TSS. Comes out with an op to gift over to Monacy. They go into round 23 looking very good, but again, BetBoom had a very clean rifle to just save enough to buy here. Zorte on an op once again. It's a great call and setup. However they figured it out. They knew that it was going to be cave late. I think the number one thing I would be wondering if I'm Boomich is how do I make this a move out of A main again? Will they put Monacy on this line this time? Not from Donut, but into A main. Or is it worth it just to default into that mid control? Some of their nades that they've thrown from safety as they've taken outside of B have been super effective, and they haven't had to do any risks at all. So yeah, they are going for the safe approach. Yeah, they are walking back and getting ready on this, but look who's there. Monacy is on the line. It's a pragmatic setup based on what we've seen. And surely they know Falcons would be scared about this play.
Monacy will need to deliver, and the flash goes beyond. Oh, he pushes in, but that's going to expose him to the trade because he overextends.
Why did he do that?
Tries to force his way into it instead. It's going to be man advantage, but damn near taken back. Flawless sits on 9. Bomb plant down.
Oh, they got it quick, man.
Flash goes through. Kosuke dead.
That's it.
It is only Tesses. Only Tesses versus 4, burning on the CT lane.
Wow.
Every rifler plays from the shadows of Donk, but MagnaJez fuels this victory over Falcons. Second highest rated player back in stage 2, making a name for himself, as this is BetBoom now 1 match away from playoffs at the major.
It's incredible. They closed, they did the job, they denied the comeback. We had moments there for Falcons that absolutely looked like they could have taken it to overtime, but maybe they should have had done the job on Nuke so we could have seen a third map. This is better than you could expect from BetBoom. An incredible performance for them. Tons of credit to be given to each of their players for what they showed us versus their stiffest competition yet.
It is a rare treat when we get to watch a team start their major run in the first stage and progress to the third, let alone find themselves this close to the playoffs. That is the final hurdle for BetBoom before they lock in the Lanxess.
Totally correct, Connor. Now just one series separates BetBoom from making it to the playoffs of the major. I've got Boomich to give me a few words after that one. I've got to ask about Nuke, the comeback in the second half. Talk to me about that from your perspective. What went right for you?
Something goes wrong on T side. We lost the anti-force in second round and can't follow our plan. But on CT side, we lost the pistol, take first by round. And after this, we just was like following the plan and doing our job. And I think the communication on CT was much better on D side. So this is all.
I've also got to ask about on that Ancient, right? Towards the tail end, round 21, you're in a 2v4 post-plant. You're watching from the sidelines. You're already dead. Tell me about the guys getting away with that one.
Yeah, in Tier 1 tournaments, it's all about the clutches, and the strongest teams in the world, they're playing some clutches and win this in the crucial moments. So it's happened.
I think what's been so impressive about your run so far is you began in stage 1, right? And the results have been the same despite the teams being better in terms of their rating, right? Do you feel like you're improving game by game?
Yeah, of course, we're improving game by game. And I think it's unexpected to be at 2-0 in the third stage for us. But we're just trying our best. That's all.
It's obviously been a while since we've seen you in that major playoffs as well. Now you're just one game away. Talk to me about the emotions, knowing that it's so close for you guys.
I know. I'm just happy right now. We got 2-0, and it was 2 best-of-3 matches, and we're playing with stand-in, so it's a lot of opportunity. We have 3 more matches, and we should do it in once. That's
incredible form, Boomich. Congratulations. That is BetBoom 2-0 taking down Falcons.
In all honesty, not the result that anyone would have expected coming into this game, Peter, but I think it's a deserving win for BetBoom. They were the better team tonight. Coming back on Nuke after being down 11-4, that's one thing, but here on Ancient, they were at the front foot from the beginning of the game. It took Falcons an almost comeback to make the game even competitive, but I feel like a 2-0 is a fair result here.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want, but in regards to how good BetBoom played, this is still quite a disappointment for the Falcons side. It's one of the teams that we have expectations for, also battling for the trophy here. So losing it out to BetBoom in this fashion is obviously not what they've been looking to, right? I'm still confident they're going to be making it, but you just gotta give the credit to the guys over the BetBooms. Like, you know, Boomich calling in a phenomenal round. Like, it's just like the set execution is just like rock solid. They seem to be covering each other so well, and they're just playing really, really well. And I really think it's very deserved, because throughout the tournament they have risen to this occasion, and it just seems to be a team that you just need to be looking out for.
Yeah, we have to say, Ryan, we have to explain that for the new viewers at home as well. It's a team that came from stage 1 into stage 2. Now they find themselves in stage 3, and they're just one win away from making it into the playoff. And I think, as you said as well, this game against Falcons, that was totally deserved, but some of those individuals as well. McNajas having a fantastic showing. Dilladis, as we spoke about as well. Boomich, the resurgence of him. Maybe we're getting to a point now where we need to have the discussion and the conversation about, okay, BetBoom at this level, how good are they, and what kind of damage can they do in a potential playoff?
I mean, what's your take on that, Peter? Because we were just speaking to Boomage about, right? Like, the results stay the same, but the opponents only get stronger and stronger. That's what makes it so impressive.
Yeah, believing is just such an important tool, that you believe in what you can do in the server. And, you know, Counter-Strike is just this game where magic can happen out of nowhere. You know, if you just show up individually and you play out the situation correct as a team, you can get very far. And as long as you believe in the comeback or just like your game plan, then that will take you very far. And at this point, you know, for me, it's not just them believing in it, but it's actually them showing better Counter-Strike than a top-class Counter-Strike team. And it's phenomenal, and it's very cool to see that Boomich is bouncing back in the way that he's doing it.
Who would you give the MVP to for this series?
I think McNajas needs to get it from his individual display. Dilladis as well, you know, having a great series and a great impact overall in the game. But McNajas really has turned it up, you know, and played incredible well here on Ancient as well. As Connor said, and Mohan during the cast, he was the second highest rated player in stage 2. So he's bringing that form from stage 2 into stage 3. And as you also said, you know, the competition only gets harder and harder. You beat the Mongols, now you beat Falcons as well, and you produce the same kind of impact if you're McNajas and Dilladis for that matter. I think those two are players to look out for. And then, as we spoke about, Peter, as well, Flemmis has been kind of the X factor when he's into the mix as well. Then all of a sudden you have a trio of players who seemingly could do the dirty stuff to QC, Nico and Manesi.
Should we put the show on the other foot then? Obviously praising BetBoom through and through for a fantastic performance, incredible resilience to be coming back on that map #1 as well. But with a winner also comes a loser. That's Falcons big time in this one, right? A really, really poor first half on this Ancient as well. It was just too much for them to come back to.
Yeah, it's like the T-side is just lacking so much, and I just think that the Falcons players, they're thinking the same thing as we are whenever we're watching the game. Like, when is it gonna be, you know, when is it gonna go wrong? Like, even in, like, there's so many situations where the guys they look so comfortable, they have an advantage, but then you just see, like, I don't know if it's a bit of hesitation and losing 2v4s and losing after plan situation. I don't know if it's a lack of communication or it's just poor decision making, but something just seems to be lacking, and I think that's a massive mental blockade that they have right now. I think that it's always, as of right now, in the back of their heads thinking, we can still lose this game. And I think that they need to start getting some comfortable wins under their belt to try and get out of this bad habit of, hey, we have this massive lead, we have a situation that we're supposed to be winning, but they still seem to be fumbling.
But is that really the case when you've brought in a new endgame leader who's meant to be implementing a new system? Surely this is the fresh start, right? Like, you can't have those kind of ghosts taunting you in the back of your head.
No, you can't, but there's always going to be a bit of it. You know, you come in with baggage, you know. Karrigan is coming in with baggage from FaZe Clan, and the players in Falcons, you know, are having the baggage they've had, you know, by being part of that team for such a long time. So over time, yeah, I think the longer we get to see Falcons play with Karrigan, the less we can kind of use that excuse. It's something they have to overcome. But as Peter said, you know, that's why I find Falcons to be the most entertaining team to watch in Counter-Strike, because you're always watching them and you're just waiting for the moment that they implode. You're waiting for the moment that everything is going south.
Yeah, you're right about
Even
it.
on Ancient, you know, you think, okay, this game is over, it's 9-3, there's no way they come back here, and yet they still make the game competitive. So it goes in both directions in that regard. But I'll be honest, you know, after having watched him play against G2 yesterday, having watched him play today, this is not a Falcons that is in anywhere near shape or form to win the major. I was hoping they would come in, you know, and be the group stage warriors that we've seen before, and at least, you know, make us think and make us curious to the degree that, oh, maybe if they hit the mark, they can beat Vitality, maybe they can beat Spirit. But what we've seen so far, whether they make the playoff or not, if this is the level, then there's no way.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a tall order coming out of Falcons. They do find themselves in that 1-1 category for now, but one more game awaits us, and we're looking at a 1-0 bracket with Aurora and Team Spirit, one of which has been making a speed run of basically every single opponent they have faced here in Cologne. We're going to see them clashing after this break.
He's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to throw this deagle, and that's exactly what happens. Katowice! We are back!
I see you've been playing with 10-year-olds again.
Was? Dona, that's crazy.
What? The 1v1 versus that kid?
Clapped him.
Alter, but it was close.
How am I losing? I'm thrice as old as him.
Tell me though, you were clip farming, or?
I wish I was. Dona, I don't think I'll ever be good at CS.
Nah, come on.
Nah, for real. Dima invited me to one of his pro versus bots videos.
That's good content, or?
Dona, I was one of the bots.
Well, I'll always be there to carry in show matches.
Man, you know it's bad when you're getting carried by your manager.
Ohne. Not everything comes with an instant dopamine hit.
Quick open!
See? Even I don't know if you're clip farming right now, or if your brain is actually this fried.
Had you opened the case after that? Well, what if I fucking did?
Alter, seriously. You're gonna relapse and jail's just gonna overtake you. Ohne!
It's not what you think.
One last thing though. There have been rumors that you're selling fentanyl on Cathedral grounds.
You too? NIP paper, Mectin heat, ohne told me fan. I'm fucking done. Any more of this? We're doing co-streams, Minecraft, and that's it. That for me was a culture shock. Not Valorant.gg, HLTV. Who missed this, bro?
Vaikedia is with me here ahead of the best of 3 against Spirit. I want to talk to you honestly about this matchup because they have insane form, they have this little demon called Donk. What's going on?
I mean, they are always a hard team to beat, but right now I think they're playing like really close to their prime, and Donk is obviously really good, so it's going to be hard, but we will do our best and hopefully win.
Yep. I checked some statistics, and I think Team Spirit is personally the worst matchup ever, or like in top 10, top 20 teams. Why is that? You played them quite some time, obviously not for the past year. Last time you met them was IEM Cologne 2025. But why is it such a hard time for you guys and for you specifically against Spirit?
I think against Spirit, like we couldn't perform individually. I think we only beat them on Anubis, I guess.
Yes.
Like if you want to be a contender for trophies, I think we need to beat Spirit, Vitality, these kind of teams. So hopefully today we will break the curse.
They didn't even show any real weakness yet this tournament. So what's the winning condition? What needs to happen today so Aurora will take this home?
Shoot hard and fight until the end.
Shoot hard, fight until the end. Thank you, Vaikedia, for this. See you on the server. Thank you.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Zoe.
There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out, they're going to push on through, MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down, he gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
Match tonight at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne comes down to Spirit and Aurora, both currently sitting in that 1-0 pool. The Turkish squad seal their place here by taking down Monty yesterday in 2-0 fashion. But if you thought Aurora's game was quick, then maybe take a look at any one of Spirit. Stage 2 never even felt like a worry for them, and even their series versus Na'Vi yesterday only had a few minor hiccups. Pimp, they have come in here with a point to prove this major.
There's no doubt that Spirit have been the best playing team we've seen so far at the Major. Now, Vitality obviously have only played one game. They're currently playing on the B stream, so that could change as we go along and we go deeper into the tournament. But having watched stage 1, 2, and now a bit of stage 3, Spirit is on something, Peter. You know, it's not just Donk, it's the entire team who just looks to come in to, I guess, with a point to prove. And let's not forget, they're also the defending champions of Cologne from last year, you know, and they're acting like it, they're playing like it, and they look super, super solid.
Yeah, they're just playing so massive. Like, it's not as individuals, you know, you have Donk, he will win you a couple of rounds here and there, but as a team, you know, they're just incredibly strong. And even looking at, you know, how Spirit's win streak looking, you know, in this one in best of 3s, like, it's 554 days since they've actually lost a Swiss match, and that was back at, you know, Perfect World Shanghai back in 24. We're in 26 right now. You imagine that is that long time ago?
Which they went on to win anyway, by the way. So that's insane. This is an insane feat.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Even with the best of ones in mind, right? Winning 8 best of ones in a row. Well, Vitality could never. We saw that. So I feel, to be completely honest, this is one of the most underrated stat line that's come out of this Major now.
Such a ridiculous graph.
Even the teams in this one looking, like, it's not like it's good teams as well. It's not like, you know, plumbers from around the world that they have to face against, right? They're beating all the good teams in the Swiss format, so they're probably the king of Swiss as of right now for a good reason.
And the king with the biggest crown right now is Donk. Now, we've seen all the stats, but how does that kind of line up with historic, you know, major MVPs, the people that are front runners in terms of these events?
Well, he's currently, you know, having one of the most insane performances an individual player has ever had. Now, naturally, the tournament is not over, so that could change with time, you know, but being a 2.16 average rating so far at this Major is ridiculous. And his last 3 months has also been ridiculous. 1.41, you're not supposed to do that, Peter. You know that yourself. If you had a tournament where your rating were anywhere near 1.4, you were playing your best game of Counter-Strike.
It's never happened to me.
Well, there we go.
He's on a different level, right? You know, that's the thing. Like, he's a talent that above my, you know, capabilities. And I look at the ADR on this one, 94.5 ADRs the last 3 months. That is not like, it's almost 1 kill every single round he'd played the last 3 months. And this guy has played a phenomenal amount of Counter-Strike. You know, it's whatever he brings, like, he just gets so much done for this team, and it's incredible that you can find yourself to be so good at a game. Like, it's just on a completely different level.
The cool thing as well, you know, when you put him to the eye test, you know, which is a very, I guess, cerebral term at the moment, he just exceeds that. You know, I feel like when you're watching him play, he's even better than that rating. He's even finding more impact, you know, that you could possibly cook together if you're HLTV into a rating 4.0. You know, it just feels like he's always there to get multi-kills or get a double kill or get a double entry when it seems the most unlikely. You cannot really express that by stats, even though his stats are unheard of. It does feel like when you're watching him play, he finds even more impact that any stat could ever come up with.
He passes the stats test and the eye test at the same time every time. If we look on the other side of the server, though, of course, we have Aurora. They played Monty over on the B stream yesterday. So let's kind of summarize maybe for people that missed out on that action. What happened in that game?
I mean, it was a good game for them to start off with. Now, Monty were one of the, I guess, main candidates to go 0-3. So in that essence, they got I wouldn't say an easy way into the Major, but they got a game where they could take control and when they could show that they can still play Counter-Strike at a high level. Now, coming into this tournament, in all honesty, I had no idea where to put Aurora. I made a bit of a mistake, so to speak, to put him 0-3 in my pick'ems with a gamble here, but it's one of those teams, Peter, that throughout the years, we've seen them do well in group stage. We've seen them do well at moments where you're like doubting them a little bit, but they never exceed expectations. And I guess in order to win this game, they have to.
Yeah, it's a bit of the same story that just seems to be repeating for the team. Then they surprise you a little bit, then they do good and they go into playoffs, then they fumble a little bit, and then they stagnate for a while, and that's where we're at again. You know, I feel like that's happened throughout the majority of the times that I've been talking about Aurora. You get a bit excited, and then when they're about, you know, turn on the lights and become like this great team that they hope to be, then they turn the lights off again, and that's where we are right now.
Maps rolling in, we see Dust to Anubis, and we will indeed get that nuke to decide. Expected, Jacob?
Yeah, sort of. You know, Dust 2 coming out from Spirit, that's been a stronghold throughout this tournament and also historically for the team. Anubis, historically speaking, for Aurora, you know, probably one of the greatest thing that happened to that team was when they were underway down, Anubis was reintroduced into the map pool, giving a bit of life to this team, and Nuke should we need it. So no big surprise in the map.
Yeah, Dust 2 yesterday, Spirit versus Na'Vi. There was a lot you could dive into, but there was one moment, that 2v5, Jacob, this should be illegal, basically.
Should be illegal, you know, and that's just to showcase people who didn't didn't necessarily see the game against Na'Vi yesterday, that even when they were put in situations that were unwinnable, they still find a way back. This is a 2v5, and it's Tenea and Sontix doing the dirty stuff to Na'Vi. It's just fantastic to see that it can come from everyone else, you know, also but Donk. And I think, you know, just to showcase this and to reiterate this, if you're Aurora and you are putting yourself in a 4v2 and a 5v2, you have to capitalize. This is one of those games that if it even has to be competitive, you cannot make foot mistakes. You cannot make mistakes like that. You got to do better than Na'Vi did yesterday.
Yeah, you definitely have to. And looking at those two, it's a map that Aurora, at least from the past, has been looking very solid on. And it's a map that they also would have liked to play outside of Anubis. So I think the fact that they get to play it here is good for them. But it hasn't really been looking at the same kind of level that they've usually been putting up. I'm a little bit worried for Aurora here, and there's a clear picture that, you know, Spirit, they feel comfortable going to those two. It's the map that they always been having such a good time on, and even with how the history has been unfolding throughout this tournament, it's a very solid pick for them, and it just speaks very big trouble for Aurora.
I'm not gonna lie, it's not to piss off the Turkish fans, and I know there's a lot of them, you know, they're very supportive of the teams, but this game almost feels like a game of Among Us. There's one team on the server that's supposed to win, there's one team we know about, and the other one, let's be honest, it's not going to be today.
Safe to say, Aurora have got a tall task ahead of them. Time to see if they can put up anything versus Team Spirit.
In Team Spirit's last 17 outings between Rio, Astana, and now the Major, they have only lost 2 games. And that is why I think the desk seems so adamant that today's not the day. Those 2 losses versus Falcons, versus Vitality, trophy contenders, as opposed to an Aurora who, yes, began their major journey with a victory over Monty, but an Aurora that, as we talk about their season, is still yet to get into the gear they need to be in to swing upwards at a Team Spirit who, even in this head-to-head, have them dominated 10-3. Everything points the direction of Team Spirit towards the playoffs in the Lanxess. Can Aurora upend all of that tonight?
Everyone they've beaten, including BetBoom and 9Z, went on to show that they're actually super solid teams. It was just Spirit that totally crushed them. So right now, they're in rare form. Somehow I can say Donk's in rare form too. Incredible stuff. Yet to be tested.
Badger unable to catch one here. Woxic will get first blood and the second kill in the pistol. Everything else from Spirit starts to scramble back as they go flashing around this long edge, really trying to force the fight, not allowing Spirit to just get away for free. They'll whittle Shiro's HP down low, that P250 sitting on 16 health. But that is a great way for Aurora to just kind of turn Spirit the other direction. I'm not saying they can't win this. I'm saying the odds are very much stacked against them coming into the game.
Oh, dude, I mean, after watching the Na'Vi game, like, I just don't even know, like, if this stage, if there's anything anyone can do, really. This draw is tough for Aurora, absolutely. But they had a good last match, at least, to get here. Woxic takes another dome.
Oh, yeah. Woxic,
Donks
3 kills into the pistol.
And as well, 5 up for Aurora. It's just Shiro, low HP.
Low from that press out through long. So Woxic going to be the hero of the pistol round. Triple kill starts things off very nicely for Aurora. It's a matter of converting that pistol now and trying to get Spirit off to a slow start, because nobody's been able to even slow Spirit down, let alone beat them.
Again, not tested. At least Anubis yesterday with Na'Vi was it was interesting to watch, but like, I don't know. I don't know how to put it. Like, and the thing was yesterday was like Shiro also was so nuts. It was like every time he was alive in a late round, Zontix was alive. Like there was way more than just Donk, and Donk had a 2 rating. You know, like what? How have they achieved this level with a team that it's been doubted for the leadership change? Yeah. I think there'd be it's so much more of a rough patch. It's not happened at all.
You put Donk down to a 0-2 start. The reason I bring up slow starts is because we don't know what Spirit looks like in terms of getting themselves out of those rocky beginnings to a game, right? Yeah. You've got a frog behind you, not a coach. And so...
How dare you? He has 100% win rate.
If anybody is, you know, to try to pull you out of those moments...
See him mogging Blade yesterday?
Wicadia and Woxic mow down the doorway. Nice and easy on the conversion. That's a quad kill to Wicadia. Just a comfortable start for Aurora off the pistol. 2 SMGs still featured in this next one, but a force buy that Spirit really get nothing out of.
I mean, this is great, and Aurora are going to be like, okay, you know, this is the thing. Okay, we win the pistol. We convert. Everyone's shooting for the head. We know we had to bring our A game mechanically to even stand a chance. Obviously, they look for it, and first pick does too all the time. They want to be here. They know it's a tough challenge. It looks like they're believing in themselves.
You get Donk out long. Molly lands on him, and he buys an extra second waiting for the flash. Those flashes announce a bit of presence. CT peels away. Madger doesn't want to be the guy that dies and gives an M4 over. With or without Kevlar, in this case, on Team Spirit.
And Donk jocks for position. Gets himself into a very fine spot. And force CTs to scramble a little bit. Moxa coming in on the flank, gets spotted. But he's got a gun that can really chew him up.
Just one more time to reiterate how lopsided this exact head-to-head is. This core has never defeated Team Spirit in a best-of-3. They have a map win in a best-of-5 grand finals in overtime, and an overtime victory as well in a best-of-1 back in 2023. That is the only thing Aurora can say they do versus Team Spirit. Today would be a hell of a time to change that. It's kind of a same damning stat versus Na'Vi yesterday, and we saw how that one boiled down. As they put the squeeze on this long setup at a Spirit, we're in the final 20 seconds of the round. M4 is just looking to get it over with, and sure enough, back behind that smoke grenade, Shiro's Glock will catch a kill.
I do appreciate how they have to get just a little bit if they can, and they are. So 2 kills in the end as Aurora fight hard to clean that one up. They make it happen, and a 3-0 start. I think that's the best start for anyone so far versus Spirit.
I think so.
I don't think there's anyone's won the first pistol even.
Donk still without a kill in these first 3 rounds. Same can be said for Zontix. Same can be said for Tanir.
He's getting older every day.
AK's and an op up in Shiro's hands. Doesn't pull the trigger on the cross.
This is such a cheaty move here from Madger right in front of the smoke so early, and he really does feel like he has the timing. Doesn't want to overcook the situation, but he really could push if he wanted to. Spirit looked to sneak right by. And if he waits the full amount of time, then he potentially could get watched. The second smoke comes out behind him, and they at least know that it's not long.
Flash through doors, Donk activates, meets no resistance as he's operating entirely on his own. And we get this activation out of Madger now. He'll find Magic's back turn, pulls the trigger. The tunnel player's also trying to puncture through, but they'll have to do it with no mid control as both those kills come out for Aurora. This first gun round is getting stuffed. Tanir finally collecting one. Flashes continue, bullets through doors. Shiro waiting for a chance to strike one off. Oh, he turns on the flank! And then Xanterra's in the doorway, collects the kill right back. It's gonna fall to Tanir, now needing 4 kills in this round. He's got 15 seconds, needs to scoop up bomb and somehow deal with both of these CTs.
Can't do it.
Chance, 4 rounds straight out of Aurora as we sit here on our hands, waiting for Spirit to answer.
It's an inspirited start. I mean, this is so awesome from Aurora. This rifle round is the best one so far, and the move from Madger, it's done early. It looks like, okay, he doesn't want to go the extra extent of pushing out long early and losing the round, but it also still becomes a valid push. He comes in just late enough to still flank them as they're coming up for the mid B. They never push him back at any point in the round. Info is on their side the whole time, and the shots look great.
Donk fans holding their breath as we wait for him to get his first kill this game. Tanir finally got into the action last round trying to crack open that site, but all for naught in the 3 versus 5.
Oh man, I kind of love it, man. He's made that push last round. They didn't even know he did this so early. Huge game plan win here for Aurora. And Shiro's looking to pop the door, but there's no one here. So it's a total fake in terms of them coming out for long control. They're trying to pull someone off, and that's Woxic. He won't have to turn around, though. Major is going to be able to calm this.
Sitting in front of it, Woxic, eyes locked on Catwalk. It's announced by the utility.
Nice shot.
Snapped over to Magix. Donk's got his first. Now the game can begin. As he looks to press into that Opera, goes under the line. Woxic catching the top of his head. Looking for thirds. It's going to be Tanir to get his. 25, a missed Molotov. It comes up a little bit short. Doesn't deny Zontix this bomb plant.
Major misses Shiro.
And we've got this 3v3 retake inbound for Aurora. It's going to be the flank for Major, sure, around middle. Does Shiro, what's he want? Tries to get a better gun, still just the Tech 9, flashbang. And Major is going to be set up. Players not blind, still able to catch the kill. Wicadia next, cleanups clean, and with it, Aurora 5-0.
I mean, going 1 for 1 of those positions, pretty fine for Aurora. They kept numbers the whole time. And again, it's Major's info to know that they can stay in their active spots towards Cat and fight with 2 guys. A great shot in for Woxic, and in fact 2 when he tries to hold. He's 9-1 on this 5-0 start.
Hands
and this is Donk, who is ready to pop up and peek. And it's Woxic, who on a pixel is ready to shoot. So that's the kind of opera he is, really.
Hands down heaviest hitter at the moment in the server is Woxic. Donk finally gets his first kill. You shut him down immediately, and Major has already found value out of this move twice. This time, reconsiders the push. Yes, good. Tanir hanging on to it just in case Major was feeling frisky yet again.
Looks like he got the value that he was looking for out of this move.
Now there's some conditioning that's going to keep Tanir allocated to it.
I wonder if they'll be suspicious because Shiro had thrown that long flash last time that no one really responded to it. They didn't get Woxic to pull back to hold the long doors.
Yep. You get him on the move. Major loses a quarter of the health. Here's Woxic pulling away to help out. Smoke grenade lands on the long corner, thrown out from middle. That's meant to be the assist to Tanir, but instead he gets bested by Major.
Major shooting hard.
That's a key piece of this defense. Xantera's at bat. Great trade out of Donk, but he doesn't want to follow through. Major running top middle. Oh, but a missed shot from Shiro. Major gives away the audio, and now just this back and forth between the CTs pulling Spirit apart.
This is impressive, man. Every single move is being countered. Can you believe that Major even tries that push after Tanir mollies him back? Takes that fight, and Major's sitting out there fighting 1 as they're going for the split. It's a complete call out. We saw Aurora yesterday was the T sides, you know, where they started to kind of let Monty back in, and then it was like, ooh, okay. Whoa, Donk actually could die. He will die after time. Not often you see that happen.
Ouch.
He doesn't even have enough money for head armor. Wow, this is a picturesque moment for Aurora. Magic's coming in to try to undo all of the great ideas that Aurora have brought into this to give them the confidence to go for some of their brazen-looking pushes. But everything's been calculated to perfection. And on top of that, Major has a team that's shooting extremely hard. Again, with a start like this from Woxic.
Nice of them. This is most certainly the best start anybody's had versus Spirit at the Major. Previously, the BetBoom 4-2 in the best of 1. A 4-2 start that would find them only one more round after that.
Whoa, off the tack pause. Looks like Jabbage had a great idea. Somehow they've actually called out an empty long after all of the rounds that Madra has pushed. And even though they don't have a lot to work with, Madra's going to go high over this. Throw a flash, and if will they see too much? No, a little bit of damage on Magix, but that's it.
Ooh, takes a tag though. Now it's Madra operating on a third of his health, and there's no dive through here from Spirit, but we've also got this move out of Xantares to take over the tunnels. Really affords Aurora this heavier A stack, and as Magix is looking to go back at it, Bomb still just through the long doors. Arcadia, she's not waiting for your terms. Puts the M4 through the smoke. Collects Spirit's in-game leader's head. And now Donk given a duel versus Woxic over towards Catwalk as the riflers within A continue to just peel this round apart, piece by piece. This is damage on the third member of Aurora at 35 seconds. They're clambering up over those boxes, trying to position on sight. Madra survives more damage, comes out with a second, and Soulfly's there to stuff this. All 5 up for Aurora, a flawless CT side so far.
I mean, of all the tier 1 teams that exist in the stage, I feel like Aurora, I'd be the most surprised. Obviously, you mentioned how lopsided this head-to-head is in the first place. You factor in the fact that Spirit have already proved in this stage, played against Na'Vi, played against all these other teams that ended up being good afterwards. Aurora would be one of their favorite picks of all those tough teams to try to beat. And yet, here we stand. A 7-0 start from Aurora. No luck involved. Great gameplay, great counterplay. An excellent individual level. Wacadia somehow takes to the top of the board, 11-2.
Missed chance at an opening kill is just gonna force pistols down. Magix didn't waste a moment, didn't try to hide it either, so Xantares given wind of what's up. Understands there's more players coming, so he'll just buy his time instead of shooting.
Oh, that's a mistake. What the?
Now they're really gonna start sprinting this forward, and Woxic has taken one to the face. Great grenade damage. We've got a rifle to try to stop it. Zontic's into that A case, cleared out the B players. Bomb is free to move back.
Oh, what a nightmare. He had a kill in the bag, maybe even 2, if he just played it a little bit faster, and instead it's turning into a situation Spirit could close. Will they get across the door safely? Madra not totally ready for it just yet. Woxic gets an up kill on the other side of the map. But it looks like the plant's going down. No, Madra, what a kill.
1 versus 3 technically in this site. Second teammate trying to run over, still very far removed. There's an AK for Magix, Tech9 on Tanier, who plays close under the window. And we're just waiting for Woxic to get over. He can pick up tools for the job. Swapping out to the rifle, picking up a flash. Surely that flash is meant to get them in the sight. There's a kid on either CT right now, and Madra's decided to quietly close in this gap. Finds the kill under the window. Now it falls to Magix, and he's ahead of the flashbang.
Madra!
Looking for the bomb, jumping on top with just enough time. Aurora, keep this going.
That's insane out of Madra. This is one of the best maps he's ever played. 4 kills with the retake. Perfect support, knew exactly how he wanted to play it. The creep up was immaculate. He can see right through Spirit at the moment. This is with a massive mistake out of Xantares and lower. The whole map structure goes wrong when he dies. No peek from the tunnels when he got his kill.
Whoa. What an unexpected turn of events. Spirit no longer looking immortal.
Straight up insane CS out of Aurora.
Lovely stuff.
And double credit for Madra for both the game plan and the individual stuff.
No round feels unwinnable for Aurora at the moment. You had to wait a long time for that support for Madger. Think about it. Op kill at the door of Long. Has to wait for his buddy to come running over to the other side of the map, and they still get away with it in the final second.
Yeah, that player at Long was basically in a spot just to punish exits. Right, he was going to wrap out of Long as they were falling back into CT spawn and then get the kill.
They realized the chance at hand and seized it. Another catwalk grouping here for Spirit. 4 rounds, best case on this T side. Oh. Dead again. This remains to be a half where Spirit have 1 opening kill. Madger plays out on an aisle, happy to just gun him down, gets his damage in. Oh, out of nowhere. Tanir and Magix slay 3. It's a Woxic and Soulfly 2 versus 3 that gets equaled instantly.
Woxic, no, I mean, he's got pressure coming at him Long.
Up the off. AK contact towards Long makes the difference. Soulfly in a very difficult retake now versus full bars of health. He will have to pull this off with 13 HP. Goes for the Long reposition. He's got a player towards car, watching this direction already. Swings into it, falters, and there we go. 9 rounds into this best-of-3 series. We have Team Spirit winning their first round, and it is an instant timeout for Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Why not? Let's just get ahead of it. It comes close on that previous round, of course, when they make that Xanteris push into lower. It's just all compounded, where it feels like there's no chance for Spirit up until that moment, but they did get close, and now they close. Still, it's a 2-9 start from Donk, 2-8 for Shiro. And it's not just because they've been simply losing gun duels. They've been out-rotated. They've been completely out-called, to be honest. That's the first thing they need to address. But it'll feel pretty good that they bring it to, you know, the 2v1 into closing around and actually put a dent in the economy of Aurora. I think this is the kind of moment where it's either going to be full tilt or okay, we believe for Spirit. Depending on or not on if they go back to losing.
Xanteris falls off the perch.
Oh, they shoot him back into the 3-2 setup. There's no one inside of mid. I think Magix is fine to eat that utility damage as long as they keep playing his game.
4 players tunnels, gonna try to pounce this site, but that flash interrupts it.
They're going to get in front of this.
Yep. Soulfly on top, blinded, dead. Wicadia's double makes up for it, but it's only 2 kills on the hold. And you've got Magix out middle right now, about to meet Xanteris, as him and Woxic are inside of the CT spawn, looking to couple up with Madger. And you can see Magix considering this, and they're clearly considering him. He has lost all this health to utility. Didn't even get to see anybody this round. So a man advantage for a retake. Retakes that have stuck the landings for Aurora. And you can see Shiro's hesitation with eyes over towards the tunnels. Still, utility comes through. Flash about to be sent over. Madger lets it fly. Opper behind the plat play. Sontix revealed. Shiro kills 1. Into the clutch now. P250 in hand. Oh, and they got it again.
Wait, the time is getting close.
Very close. Dangerously close. Madger by the skin of his teeth.
He's got another clutch.
And Aurora up 9-1.
Oh, Shiro definitely does the right thing. Switching to the pistol, playing around the box a little bit, but he has to fight when Madger goes above.
This is Madger now sitting pretty, 16-3 versus an untouchable-looking Spirit before this game went live.
By the way, it's another long push, and this time he even nades Magix as he's flanking from the top of mid, telling him, I know exactly where you're standing after you threw that setup smoke on Cat. And 2 kills on the hold. Ashiro opens up out mid versus one of the B players. I think, yeah, this is going to be Spirit now thinking, how do we just make the most of this. Xantares wins out versus Donk straight up.
Donk is 3-11. About to go into this second half looking like a shell of himself. Walk out through that B smoke though. Tanir sends a bullet into Soulfly. And that's going to be an open door for the bomb plant. We've seen Aurora get away with the retakes, but this is one of the better positions for Spirit.
And Shiro going back to check on Madger, who was pushing long once again.
Despite all the rounds Aurora have, their money's actually quite low, so you would understand if they try to go into the save, but you get this second kill in middle and it feels like it's on.
You still got a playground player. It would end up getting you both killed, I think, if they had tried this.
Hard-fought battle on this T side. Team Spirit take a second round win. They just swarm into a B site. Tanir sends a bullet through the smoke to crack it open, and Aurora can't hang on this time around.
Well, it'll be a second round for Spirit. They definitely left some on the table. The clutches that were won by Aurora were insane. Madger, you know, is already looking like one of his best maps that he's played. And now I don't even know what to compare it to. It's been just pure impact out of him. But it's still a very decent response.
When we go back to Aurora's best ever major in that Copenhagen run, the very start of CS2, it was actually Madger who on an individual level overperformed and was a driving force to get them there. And he said, sometimes I've got to look down the line and think, this team needs it, I'll do it. Oof. This is one of those games tonight where we somehow get the best version of Madger at the major.
Try to get in front of this long push. There's been so much activity from the CT side. Oh, and even though they get the leg tag on Woxic, Madger still gets a bit back for his friend.
Shot Woxic, low HP still.
And Madger gets hurt. They're going to run after him.
He's into the pit.
They have no long corners? Oh, they do, yeah.
Two players out, nades go sailing onto him, and Donk's got him with the util. This is now Wicadia also wounded. But we're talking about 30 seconds, and this bomb remains floating around top middle.
Yeah, they want to take it back. So far, there hasn't been time trouble in for Spirit. It's mostly just been them losing to the better setups of Aurora, but this is where it gets a little bit scarier.
Bomb's starting to go through tunnels as Xantares will bring Donk down with him.
It looks like a fake that works. Open site.
They're going to find that vacant B bomb site for the bomb plant in a moment. CT's still preoccupied on A because of Zontix, but he'll go down with nothing. And so low HP Wicadia, low HP on Woxic, and now the confirmation that Spirit slipped your net. Oh, damn near collateral. It was.
Yeah, just low HP.
For so little damage. Collateral op shot wall bang has Wicadia still a part of this, but look how close they are to dying.
I mean, Madger is dead, so there might be a chance Spirit win this.
Shiro and Magix in a 2 versus 3. Easy kill to Woxic as he tries to get closer to the window. The double up into the doorway. And Soulfly's got Shiro dead. Now just Magix trying to play the time, trying to draw him in. But he dies.
I think.
Soulfly gets onto this bomb, and we're looking at maybe back-to-back last-second defense.
No way, did it again.
Untouchable are Aurora. Talk about upending expectations. A Team Spirit that have looked just deniable coming into this game today with a massive head-to-head over Aurora, with Donk looking phenomenal, and it's Major that suddenly finds himself the highest rated player in the server.
Again, I thought it was a clutch that potentially Spirit could win holding on to the B site because Major was dead. But no, he even had teammates as if he needed them today. Woxic with a stellar performance, and Wicadia, and I think they all shined because the game plan was so good. Yes. Everyone was always in a really good spot. Oh, whoa, all right.
Well, how about we bring you back down to earth for a second? Shiro very quickly, top middle, finds the bomb carrier and slows Aurora down.
Might be a crazy thing to say, but you know, Spirit CT side on Dust too, that's absolutely terrifying. I think Aurora knew coming out of the break, like we, again, talk about pistols so much, but Spirit only need a little bit of confidence. They lost 3 clutches that they could have closed. The half could have been much closer because of it. So
also, I don't want to be that guy, but I will be.
Yeah, go for it.
I've seen Aurora throw leads just as convincing as that.
Yeah, sure, definitely. A lot can happen in a break, even that break in momentum. But
I don't think I've seen Aurora throw a lead like this while Donk only has 4 kills.
Yeah, that can also change.
But
so they just got to hit them while they're vulnerable.
This is already the best result on any map from any team versus Spirit at the Major.
Oh yeah, before yesterday, no, it was 10 rounds in total over 4 maps versus Spirit.
Oh, we got 8. Aurora that's Antares. He's got the headshot onto Donk, so Donk's struggles will continue. Luckily for Donk, even in these recent games, he's had teammates to work around him. Zontix collects, Woxic is done for, and it's a Major 1v3. As he had 50 HP, it gets whittled down lower. Now he's just running for the hills. That bomb belongs to Team Spirit. This pistol's got their name stamped on it.
And yeah, he's just...
Does he come at this from a different direction? 15 seconds. Go ahead, send it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in walking.
Let's go, Major, get crazy. 10 seconds to find all 3 of these headshots. You'd think it's impossible. And it is. There's a 3rd round for Team Spirit. At the very least, they'll have that, a pistol in their back pocket to try to at least get this map to an even respectable scoreline.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for right now. Whew. Pressure's on Aurora. It's crazy to have to say that. I mean, it looks ridiculous at the moment, but you have to understand what we've seen in the last few days.
Always.
That's the good guy to hit. Yeah, he's amazing.
Always. Woxic finds that damage, man.
Might be the best of all time at that. Damage on the door cross, hitting people while crossing. And for a guy who's as fast as Woxic is, who can consistently pick through the door, oftentimes sets himself up to pick not through the gap, but through the door just for wallbang damage, and can still hit headshots doing that. Dust to Demon.
Honestly, if you're Aurora here, just keep bullying Donk while you've got him off his game, right? He's currently off kilter. 4 and 13. He's the guy that gets tagged by the scout. I mean, per Donk standards, he's going to feel like he has contributed quite literally nothing to this game so far. The least kills on all of Spirit.
I mean, his standards are a 2 rating, so yeah. Definitely.
Map goes quiet at 45 seconds. Magic's to pick it up, and as they extend around through the catwalk, it's just going to be the cleanup. 1 piece left in Major on the scout, just looking for a kill. He's not being too greedy, only wants the 1. And with 3 players tagged up on Spirit's camp, it could have been there, but all 5 will survive this. And, well, it's still a 6-round lead for Aurora as they'll buy in with their first set of AKs.
Yeah, and they're quick to do it as well. They know exactly what they want to get into. I'm sure they've already talked through this start of this T-half. Man, they'll get hype if they close this one out. Bring 11. But it's a pretty full strength buy. They've got 2 Famuses here between Donk and Magix and an op on Shiro. Actually, Donk gets given the M4. Shout out to Zontix. Whoa, this is kind of crazy. It's a crawl-up cat. It's a total fake here. They bite on it. Shiro's in CT spawn. Molly comes out early.
Yep, they run through.
Nice kill, my goodness.
Hell of a headshot there. Magix just bends a bullet up and over. Starts dumping that utility. Finds more value out of it with Wicadia dropped to 58. Terrace finds the headshot. Shiro's Desert Eagle catches a wall bang.
Why does he have a deagle?
Man advantage goes forward. And a Spirit try to keep this Wicadia locking on the catwalk. Now you've got Aurora scrambling backwards, but they're doing so without the bomb. They flee. Shiro with the sidearm took life out of that cat hit, swaps over to the op to end it, and now Spirit are going to start to gain strength. This is them still trailing by 5 rounds, but it's also going to be Aurora back without the best of buys. And like you said, you start giving Spirit a chance to gain confidence, this game could suddenly be right back on.
Yeah, totally. And it's also just, I mean, it's very prude of Magix to throws his molly down. This is a moment where they're probably half thinking, do we need the full rotation after all of the B exact nades come out, but no one moves. I love the thought of trying to sell a fake early after a very dominant first half.
Fire goes too far, 2 players in front of it. A defense is just Shiro at the moment.
What?
Magix just pulls back the long, gets here in time. Smoke goes over, sudden pop. Magix and Shiro, 2 kills. So you slow it down. Whew. Get the Tech-9 answer back for Aurora.
Kind of just want to make sure they can't get over there, get the plant. No, they won't even get it.
Clean quad kill for Magix. Ow. He is rocketing up the leaderboard.
Yeah, that evens up his score line.
I thought maybe Aurora were moving fast enough to catch off the defense, but Spirit very quick to just pull back and get in front of it. All of a sudden, this is only a 4-round gap.
I mean, now it's, yeah, it's, again, it's the lead from the beginning looks terrifying. The start is crazy. The amount that they brought into all those clutches, but a lot of those things were because of CT side. It's a game where you have to prove yourself in both halves. We did see Aurora struggle a little bit on T side yesterday.
We're starting to see that again. But the gun rounds have been few.
Yeah. It's only been 1, to be honest.
It's not yet time to panic if you're cheering for Aurora, but this gun round, depending on how close they can get it, could really start to make you worry. Lower tunnel presence here by Donk. And even with these round wins coming through for Spirit, can't say it's been him that's fueled them. Shiro lets the top T go wide, takes damage, goes for the bank nade. Donk staying on this angle is locked in now.
A lot of support for him.
2 players in front, Madger in the fire, still finds half of Donk's health bar, and Donk wants out. He gets away through mid and tucks back in around the cover.
Yeah, 3 guys up there, they don't even spam for him, and he could fall back. And Wicadia putting pressure in lower as well. That might be a lost chance. Why didn't they try to catch him? He was already low.
Maybe because they wanted to go quiet so that they could walk out mid and catch you off. But Magix plays wide.
Oh, won't get spotted on the first.
Yep. Now it's been seen. Magix does extend.
I mean, dude, they walked by the entirety of mid, didn't smoke at all. That was a little bit crazy. I mean, none of the A players have anything to look at. Nobody, they just assumed nobody's playing in CT spawn, and they thought that Spirit would leave.
They had the smoke.
Yeah, they left a gap open. It was a Greek gift to have all that space in middle. I mean, truly, like, it would have had to be Spirit watching absolutely nothing on the map at all, right? Like,
yeah. I do think maybe that is why they didn't spam on Donk, but I would say in contrast, spamming Donk on the fallback and actually smoking CT surely would have been 2 better options.
Right, like the gift was getting out mid control quietly.
Yeah.
And go into something.
Don't get greedy,
yeah,
you know?
A little bit for sure.
3-round game.
Yeah, very much is. They tried to play this T half tricky.
And a scary sight on the other side with Team Spirit currently holding 4 AK-47s.
Meanwhile, Aurora have 2.
Donk right back to it. Same post as last round. Shiro once again here on middle, and this time Tanir is going to extend beyond the Opper. Now, one of the AKs that Aurora does have is sitting ready for this duel. Do Spirit need to continue to press? Looking to push the envelope as this is being held. Oh, the AK just turned as Tanir goes in, but nobody dead because of that either way. Shiro will get one drawn in. Donk on the fallback, nails the double kill. Oh, the answer's good for Xantares. A nice sequence from his Galil, but it leaves Major 1v3 regardless.
Oh, that double spray out from Donk, a hold from Cat. Exactly like where they stand is exactly where Spirit want to fight them. They're coaxed into running it down mid. Got stopped before they even got to the doors. It's a crazy spread out position across the map here for Spirit. So there is some weird world where Major, nails a shot right away. And potentially scores a plant.
Zontic's jumping around backside. Yep. Tucks his head down as the Molotov sails by him. He's trying to find a safe spot as the CT rotates coming over. Major not able to get it fast enough, and Zontic's just straight up wins the head-to-head. We are now talking about a T side that has still yet to even plant the bomb, let alone win a round.
Damn, no bomb plants?
Nothing.
They had a chance for one at least, didn't go for it. Fought into Magic's and CT spawn, and he got 4 kills.
I'll make it worse. No terrorist round wins, no bomb plants, and every single round Spirit have had at least 3 players alive.
Yeah, well, it's reflected in the economy. Another tag from Woxic, always good for those.
We find flashes on Long catching Magic's, and it's not just Zontic's on the brink of death, but Magic's dead already. They did so much good work in the first half that Aurora are quite literally knocking on the end of this game. Even with giving up as many as they have on the attack, you start this round very strong.
So Major holding on to long control in a position where the CTs are already down a player. Now they have to make a blind gamble to the other side of the map. And if Major throws any pieces of utility, then he's just hoping, well, you have to respect the fact that I could be here. But you know what? Tanir starting to walk back over, and Shiro said, I'll play risky on this side of the map. Let's actually assume it's B. And they actually are putting himself in a really good spot to hold this somehow.
This Zontic's nade followed by a Donk mow down, and what if they don't clear it? Oh, Donk goes down with nothing. That's what they're looking for.
Nothing.
Yes, sir. Major from top middle catches the back turn. And Aurora, who, as I just mentioned, all those negatives on this T side, suddenly busts through with what could be 5 players alive on their first terrorist round win.
All right, that's that might be the first weak round of the major officially for Donk. In the first half, it was a lot of the whole team getting outplayed, him not missing any really bad sprays. Here's one, and it's also a moment where they are not clearing him. That Spirit, they played aggro with their 1 player towards A, but they really did feel like it was going to be B. They had a nade in hand, ready to land inside of a group that was going to try to contact explode B and put Donk in the perfect spot to get a multi-kill.
The utility doesn't find its value, and Donk doesn't find a kill. Terrorists win. Shiro given space, brings the AK over instead of the op. Donk will buy Shiro's op back. That damage immediately. Almost looked like a collat. But he hits Zontic's in the background. Here's Donk close left, failing to get anything of value. No damage this time. Aurora on the hunt for their 12th.
So many group up rounds and attacks out of Aurora. do have to be careful about well-placed utility. Lurk smoke out B with nothing behind it. Nade coming out a little early towards Cat. They're just not scared about it, are they? There are mollies here. We'll see if one lands on default. Kind of need themselves. Oh, and Shiro goes down with nothing.
We get damage out of Tenier, but he's blind. He's kind of scrambled here, running back. Nobody for Aurora really pushes into him. Wicadia hears this rotation. It's a heavy CT presence and a back turn to Wicadia. But with 2 CTs on the other side of smoke, it's going to have to be the Donk 1v4. Not going to happen. Aurora string them together. 2 rounds consecutive after the Spirit comeback felt real. Now 4 map points.
Yeah, they're about to do the job. So this one's dead simple. I mean, they avoided all the util damage off Cat. That was Magic's responsibility to try to punish them for coming up slowly. Didn't seem like they totally fell for any kind of mid-B after they saw the right and left side smokes. They got the lurk out in place. And just the dead simple Cat exec works out beautifully. Shiro can't see anything while they're crossing. And then as soon as he does, it's a player ready for him and not anything on the long corner.
Nice nade. Spam that's just off the money. It's another strong clumping of Aurora players up catwalk. But this time really not with anything else for Aurora to work with.
You know how Magic calls. If it worked previously, they want to try it again. Right and left side smokes come out.
CT smoke in front of the Cat commitment. After that, nade finds more damage. So there's been great value out of Magic's utility so far. What kind of position does he want to pick up? Madra, the bomb carrier, still lingering on catwalk as we get 3 Aurora players out through the mid doors now. Zontic's about to have his hands full. Eats the flashbang. Gets a bit more on Xanteras. It's got to be Donks op. Donks op versus all of Aurora. Shiro sends out one shot to help out. That gap over top of it is a way to keep this even 3v3. The bomb does make its journey through the tunnels into the site. And as Woxic looks to fire back, he actually takes a little bit of damage. This is Aurora. All 3 members softened up.
Yep, time to get the bomb plant. Actually, Xanteras, is he watching this? No.
Easy. Tenier strikes Xanteras off it. No quick scope out for Woxic. It's a Tenier double down and a Magic clutch. He's been lights out so far this map. Tenier is the guy that gets the majority of Aurora swept under the rug to keep this comeback going.
That's crazy. Tenier running through that molly and Magic just thinking, no way he'd try that. Almost a chance. They can win retakes versus B as well. This one on a knife's edge. It's actually a change of plans when they're grouped up on Cat.
You know, you never really expect this Tenier flank because it's Madger who with the bomb comes late off Cat through tunnels. But Tenier slips the net, moves all the way through the T entrance and blindsides Aurora in the one real gap that post plant was hanging on to. 3 rounds to overtime. And a fast peek here for Woxic. Oh, the fire's not good.
They know it, though. Flash coming to the corner. Oh, right as they try to exit. The timing's insane there.
Well pressed by Tenier. 6 sticks over towards long. He just missed his smoke, though. So they just burned an additional smoke, Team Spirit, over towards the long doors.
I mean, it'll be a retake smoke, if anything. This one's looking like it's going to be a tunnels hit. We'll see if they end up trying to change up. I mean, it's still early in the round, a minute 10.
Molly out middle to try to keep him back, but it's really a pretty thinly veiled defense, and Aurora more than happy to test the waters. Oh,
just
get
spotted.
a glimpse of one another, so both teams know what's up. A bit of presence out middle. We've also got still bomb on Wicadia towards those catwalk stairs. He hangs on, tucked in.
Is he just believing that he hasn't been seen?
This is trying to flush Magic's out, but he can fall away. It would take a huge extension here from the Opper. And Donk right there on the brink of peeking into Soulfly. They're trying to get Woxic to overstep, trying to get him into those nades.
Tanir's not working on the flank. They got to move.
Cat commitment comes through. Shiro missed up shot. They're going to try to press up Catwalk at 20 seconds. It's Donk with the answer back. Santera's trying to smoke it off. Tanir's flank activation kills Woxic 4v2. Aurora, though, still with a bomb down, are going to try to stave off the retake for the map win.
Let's slow this down. Wait for Tanir to get into play. Santeras at the front of the attack.
Flashes for Shiro on the retake. The only utility Team Spirit will have to work with. Two separate Aurora players. But Santeras, now with a molly in front of Zontix, has got this retake cut off. His teammate stays tucked in the site, and those players have yet to cross. Santera's given another. Wicadia collects his. This 2v4, one kill from a close. Zontix onto the 5 HP, and Wicadia's gonna just keep this stuck. How many close rounds for Aurora? They push Spirit to the absolute limit. Time expires, and they find it. That much-needed 13th round so that the first half's no waste. Aurora proved that here in Cologne, Spirit can bleed.
The first team to even take a map off of Team Spirit, and that 2v4 is a crazy way for Aurora to be closing things out. But of course, it comes off the back of such a brutal first half for them. We were worried they might not be able to handle what Spirit have showed so far, but Magic clearly had other ideas, not only in terms of the game plan, Peter, but in terms of the fragging department too.
Phenomenal series by Major and the guys on the Aurora side. I think this was a clear example of what prep can really give you, because that CT side, that was like the homework was definitely done by Major in this one, because he had the game plan, he had the reads, but he also had the individual to back up whatever he had been studying at home. That was very clear, and I think it was important for Aurora to also get to a point where they got that many rounds of the C side, because they did find a little bit of a struggle on the T side, but once they returned to their classic 5-man death ball, that's where things started turning again a little bit more sour for Spirit.
Yeah, I very much agree. You know, they came in well prepared, and I'll be honest, you know, I was not familiar with this kind of game coming out from Aurora. I did not expect this whatsoever. Truly, I guess everyone was proven wrong by that. I will also say what makes it even more impressive to me is Aurora's ability to win all the close rounds. I feel like throughout the years when you watch Aurora play, as we spoke about, Peter, they've excited you. They've had times where they were playing well, and then they get into the playoff, and it's almost, you know, it's that feeling of, oh, if only they won that round, if they won that map, then maybe. This time around on Dust 2, all the close rounds, all the rounds they normally would lose, you know, against a team like Spirit, they ended up winning. So credit for actually involving and getting into I guess a mind space where you're willing to take charge over those rounds and get it done.
Let's dive into one of those moments, Dupree, that you picked up very early on that was very clear that Aurora had done their homework versus Spirit, right?
Yeah, I think it's namely, I had to name out Major here, because what he's doing on this long position is just phenomenal. You know, everything that was thrown at him was just really, really good. And you can see this frag that he gets off of long. He exactly understands that that is the distraction to you know, get the rotation off the A side. He just flanks out long. He's even so calm, he just rushes knifing mid-air, then catches the guy sitting on catwalk, you know. this was one of, and then even you say Soulfly just reacts off this really, really great by also getting the frag into mid here. And at this point, no, Spirit have no business. Like, they stressed them out so much. And I think this specific like round was just one of many where you could see that Major had done so much of the homework. I think it really came down to that he constantly pushed himself into Longhouse in front of his own smoke, where he could get like so much information. He could really listen for that one rotation. And he'd also clearly found a gap in Spirit's game plan, that whenever they went for like a B-split or a cat execute, he knew exactly when he could flank. And there was multiple times he got a frag off of a catwalk, or when they did the B-split, he knew exactly where that lurk was going to be outside mid. So this is a clear example of how prep can get you.
But also exactly the approach you need to take if you're Aurora. It's high risk, high reward, you know, even though you've done your prep and you have a good idea of, you know, Matja in this instance being able to run out long, knife in hand. Sure, he may have done the prep right, but it comes at a high risk. But if you look at this game, you're Aurora, you're playing on Spirit's map pick, Dust 2, you're playing against a team who so far has lost, on average, 2.5 rounds per game they played. So you gotta play high risk, high reward game of Counter-Strike. So again, credit to Aurora for daring to play and getting it done.
If I could just poke you from a professional standpoint, Peter, is this obviously incredibly well played from Aurora, amazing preparation coming into it. Is it also a bit of a punish because Spirit have maybe not the most vocal coach behind them right now to identify these things?
That's definitely a case that, if they would have had Sotfig or Halley behind them, they would have realized a little bit earlier that we're actually getting punished because he's up front, like playing so much up front right now and gets a lot of info, but also namely the flanks, because he did it like 3 or 4 times in that entire CT side, and it was either catwalk, mid, or even behind tunnels whenever they went B. So that's a downside of not having a coach. He gets like the bigger perspective where the players maybe just start thinking, why is this guy pushing all the time? Like, has he figured something out? Maybe he's just being stupid.
Yeah, you need someone to kind of reset you in that moment as well. Do you want to talk about a crazy, stupid, amazing play coming out? Let's fast forward to round 8. This is that 2v4 that Aurora managed to pull off.
Once again, Aurora find themselves in a situation where they need to have the individual stepping up, and this time around, I'm a little bit questioned to why Shiro wanted to go for this frag. Probably because he wanted and expected them to save, and I think that is the kind of idea for this round. And you see Major catching another frag here. Then this is getting very interesting. I was watching Major's player cam right now. He was being vocal all the time when he did this. He was probably setting up that Spirit thought that they were saving, but Major knows exactly where the guy on side is hiding, and then he waits for the flashbang from Voxic here, and he catches this guy as well. It's a very well played 2v2 situation where Major just takes full control of the situation. He knows exactly what to do, and he's being extremely vocal. I think Voxic coming into this round was even considered saving. That's also why he finds a frag on Shiro. So to go for these type of rounds also just shows the confidence that Major and Aurora has built up throughout the series.
It's the perfect storm, a round like that, to be completely honest. Had Shiro stayed alive just for a little bit longer, odds are Voxic would have saved, or Shiro would have gotten the kill. We wouldn't be in this position. But that's, again, it was a game where everything went in the direction of Aurora. A lot of it, as you said, Peter, done by prep, done by forcing it, Major walking in here as well. It's high risk, high reward once more, and it's very cool to see that it works out, and we have to praise it when we see it. The only thing that I'm questioning is it repeatable? Is it something you can continue to do map after map, game after game? And maybe that's a conversation for another time, right? But in this isolated moment, if you're Aurora, you're playing Spirit and Dust 2, you have to take gambles. Like we're asking for it every time. How do Aurora win? By really playing risky Counter-Strike, by playing Wolfpack mentality, as you described it, as well as a death ball. They did everything that we could ask them to do, and they did it with quality.
And even just to put it into Sarah, like that last clutch, that you couldn't do that by prep. That is basically that he's feeling the game, he understands the situation, and that's just, that's high tier Counter-Strike. And you can say whatever you want to be saying about Major's level in terms of firepower, right? But he has brain power, that's for sure, and that one was really coming to show in this game.
How did that translate then when we move into the second half and Spirit, they start to mount that comeback, they get 6 CT rounds in a row? What was kind of the key for Aurora to swing things back in their favor?
It would be disingenuous of me to say that Spirit also did not play a good game of Counter-Strike, and there was one person in particular that we highlighted throughout the entirety of the tournament that has been playing incredibly well, and obviously that is Donk. Donk was not donking in this game. There were a couple of moments where you're like, normally he gets a kill here, normally he gets a double here. There was round 19 as well, where he's being baited for in a prime position. Spirit have already made a bit of a comeback. Look at it right here. It's 10-8. If Spirit is winning this round, you bet that Aurora right now are thinking to themselves, uh-oh, we're gonna let this one slip out of our hands. Starts pretty well with Santeros finding an aggressive kill towards A-Long. They walk over towards the B-bomb side. You think for yourself, okay, well read, well played. Major again playing the 4-1 mentality. We're talking Wolfpack mentality. Sontic low HP, baiting for Donk. Look at this position. You can't tell me that Donk is supposed to do that, Pierre, right? Normally he gets 2, maybe even 3 kills in a situation like that, but it all just falls apart. So as much as I want to give Aurora all the credit in the world, because they truly deserve it, part of the story is also that Donk didn't play a good game of Counter-Strike and Spirit didn't play a good game of Counter-Strike. Because at this point, Peter, it's 10-8. It should probably have been 10-9, and there were 2 rounds in the first half where Aurora defuses the bomb with 0.01 second left, right? So it was maybe a little bit closer than the scoreline suggests.
I think there was a clear turn. This round was a clear turnaround for Aurora on their T side, because coming into the T side, I think that Major, he felt so prepared for. He clearly saw like what he had done on the C side worked out so well, right? So why not just stick to the game plan, stick to the counter that you've been doing, because it's been working out well for you so far. But they did all get off to a pretty bad start on the T side. But then when they turned around and turned into their more like tradition game plan, 5-man death balling, just playing off each other, playing the trading game, that's when they started racking rounds up, and that also just paints the picture of an in-game leader that at least one, and also coach that understands that, okay, okay, we are relying too much on our, our preparations right now. Even though it worked, we gotta turn things around to what we usually do.
Let's bring up your question back again from earlier, Jacob. Can Aurora replicate this on their map pick of Anubis? The odds are looking pretty favorable for them.
I'll be completely honest. I think Connor referenced it in the cast as well. This core of Aurora players have never beaten Spirit ever in history of Counter-Strike, and this has to be the best chance they'll ever get at doing so. We're talking Anubis coming into the second map, right? Aurora playing well on Dust 2, getting fired up. You also saw the body language coming out from Voxic and the players in the first half, really truly believing in what they're doing. And Anubis has been a staple for this lineup. Before it was picked out of the map pool, there was a case to be made that they were the best teams in the world at times on Anubis. Then it came back into the map pool and they instantly picked it up and played well on it. So yeah, I think there's a realistic chance right now that Aurora could win this 2-0. I'll be completely honest. I don't think Donk is going to have 2 bad maps in a row, and I think Spirit is going to come in with something to prove here.
Is that a case of like lightning not striking twice?
Something does happen once in a while.
Something like that. Yeah, it's unlikely, right? But I think if you were to describe it, this is the best chance Aurora will ever have of beating Spirit's core.
Exactly my thought. I don't think they don't get a better chance than this. And the fact that they do get to play Anubis, that's their home turf, right? That's the one they've always been known for. Like Anubis and Aurora just go hand in hand. So please make this one count, guys.
I was just looking at the game yesterday versus Na'Vi though, and they tried to punish Spirit on Anubis yesterday. Yeah. That didn't work. Is this a different looking Spirit today though?
Maybe. It depends on what comes in and plays here. I think Donk yesterday as well actually had a pretty not bad performance on Anubis, but the first 15 rounds he didn't find that much impact, and then he had 2 or 3 rounds where he got, I think, 6 or 7 kills, and he kind of turned it around, right? So I think a lot, as much as we don't like saying it relies on one player, when it comes to Anubis, Donk is the spearhead for Spirit, as he is on a lot of different maps. So if we get an 11-18 Donk, then yes, Aurora can win. If we get the normal Donk, then I think we're going to
It just doesn't feel likely though. With Donk's performance thus far at the Cologne Major, it looks like things might be turning around, but no doubt Anubis is going to be a tough ground. As a desk we're just talking about, of course, for Aurora, this is a staple pick, but for Spirit, a chance to right their wrongs of map number 1. It's coming up after this break.
The best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
Bro, you're baiting every round. Talking about? I had so many trades. You're trading anything. You're miles away. I carried you. Tell me one round. Hold on. Let me pull up CS stats. Oh, wait. My bad.
You suck. Settle your debates. Search your profile on CS Stats and turn on tracking to see all your games.
The Dispatch is back and looking better than ever.
Oi! Get a move on, you know who we are!
This season, it's bigger deliveries.
It's alive, Hugo.
Bigger personalities.
Efficient way of working.
And bigger problems.
Trace!
Featuring special guests.
Alex, what the hell is happening?
And of course, the team you know and love.
Is this really necessary? There it is! $100,000! I've had enough of you! Be careful what you wish for.
The Dispatch. The all-new season premieres February.
Voxic needs to save them here, and Jewel Beretta's running out of ammo. Icy gets another. Oh, got this safe pair of hands. Flicks up! Oh, he's just an animal! robotic from Xantares. He welcomes the duel, controls the spray. It's Xantares, it's his playground right now, and ace.
Again, in first base is a Dren. He's going to hit the ground there. Oh, what a jumping double for Cole! What is going on right now? How does he do this? Cole is save luminosity with the all-play.
Major's 7th best map at a big event in his entire career fuels that victory back on Dust 2. His average is 0.9, that Dust 2 a 1.82, but you don't want to waste those moments, and they didn't. They got it over the line. And we saw what Aurora had to offer Monty on Anubis yesterday. This is a map that we know Aurora have played in the past, kind of fell out of favor for some time, but they're getting back to it when they need to call on it. And there was a lot of very front-facing, aggressive openings for Aurora versus Monty. Now the question is, was that because it was versus Monty, they thought they could get away with it, etc.? Is that something we're going to see them try to throw versus a Spirit who we know can bite back once you've got them in a cage? And feeling caged for the first time at this major surely is this Team Spirit. Down a map, their first map loss in Cologne.
I think there's so much credit to Aurora, first of all, for being able to enact their game plan, to show a level of individual skill that no other team has been able to show versus Spirit. I think towards the end of the game, they did start to, I want to say, get a little bit shakier, but Spirit just continued to be shaky as well. Now that we get on to Anubis, it is at the bottom of Spirit's map pool, but their most recent win was versus Na'Vi, where they just continued to look unstoppable. We'll see if they come in prepped. Wow.
Okay, Thinier's dead.
Yep. One bullet, one kill. Good night.
Tap of the left mouse button, and Buddy's dead. But still willing to go for this long A play. Thing is, 4 defenders already here for Aurora. They show a little bit of skin, and then they decide to double back. And in that moment, it's a fast move from Aurora to also vacate. But the thing is, Spirit don't fully depart.
Pause and play maybe here into A. So they take their time. Oh, Zontix gets found out. Magix is starting to work on the flank towards B.
And in a 5v3, Xantares is freed up enough to just confirm where they're at. He finds a back turn, sees 2 players, Donk included, who just killed Woxic over Xantares' shoulder. Then he gets the second. There's a 3rd piece here in Soulfly. He's been found out. Donk and Shiro try to swing into it. Donk's now got 3 kills. He's done everything they needed to get the man advantage to take over the site. He's got the quad on for the ace.
Has to be the one-on-one victory. Oh, no, sorry. He's got Magix in support. Will come in, and oh, it'll be Magic to finish it off.
Of course.
Just turns and takes the final piece of credit, but damn, Donk.
There we go. That's more like it.
As a one-man train.
Aurora finding those kills with some very beautiful one-taps to start it all off. Then it gets a little squirrely towards this B site. Donk gets his hands on the round. And the quad kill fuels Team Spirit's T-side win.
See Donk running on a warm-up. I don't think anyone was trying harder than him. Definitely pissed off about what just transpired.
Yeah, because it's not even just like a map loss that should piss him off. It's an individual play that's going to piss him off.
Yeah, it was that spray when he was...
Yep.
Had their backs
tucked outside of tunnels.
Yeah, he was set up so well. I mean, honestly, everything else, it was kind of like we weren't really looking at Spirit's stat lines because we were looking at Major getting ready to flank long every round, or like the amount of weight. It looked like they won before any kills had taken place. That's how good of a map it started was for Aurora. Only towards the end of the game did we start shining a light on like the individual, discrepancies or issues with Spirit.
Woxic wants somebody to blow up with this bomb. Not gonna happen. Five alive comfortably for Team Spirit. T-side pistol nets them an easy conversion. We get an immediate op buy here for Woxic in the first gun round for Aurora.
Yesterday's game was a 9-3 T-side from Spirit when they played against Na'Vi. Another opponent who they beat a lot.
Which is why our expectations were so heavily against Aurora in this best of 3. And yet here we are. Map up and Madger trying to get away with it, but Donk just sprays through, catching Madger, opening kill, open bomb sites.
Yeah, that was just standard protocols right there. Running in, no other pressure in the site, and now no CTs around. Oh, and a fight back. This is dangerous. Soulfly goes down with a good gun that he could have saved. That's an upgrade for Zontix, if he wants it.
To think that that last map of Dust 2 is the first map this Aurora team wins over Spirit since March 2025.
And the first map that Spirit have lost at this event.
That's why it was an impressive feat, but that doesn't shock me to kind of see Spirit upend it at the beginning of this one. You kind of, you slap them upside the head when they've been winning so many rounds and so many maps as convincingly as they have. That's the first wake-up call that Spirit have had to endure, and it feels like 3 rounds in, I mean, they've woken up.
Yeah, I mean, all due respect to Aurora, but also some of the moments, like the amount of last half-second clutches that they pulled off also contributed to just being able to close it then and there.
And still, that game got close by the end of things.
It did, but I think will prove that more than a good performance on Anubis, where Aurora are happy to be.
Nicely done, Madger. He was a victim of a smoke spam last round, gives it back this time. Donk underhanded nade doesn't really give him the line of sight he would have hoped for, and we get a scramble out of Aurora to try to come and stack the site. More and more utility being burned by both teams. As Soulfly dropped to 73 health, but a minute 15 and we get this bridge cross from Zontix, the only member of Spirit not towards B.
Such a nice find early for Madger. Oh. I think he must have got seen, right? I think Xanteris, if he gets around this corner and there's nobody holding from far back, he can actually just come and clear this.
Yeah, hard clear. Zontix. Yeah, gets found out, does decent damage, but Xanteras winning the duel, ready for the position, extends into the 5v3. And then it's going to be a 3-player defense over towards A site. If you peek, though, into E-Box, you could open the road for Spirit to take this half of the map.
Donk's coming in closer. They don't have a flash behind him.
Oh, he loud steps.
Doesn't matter.
Fine. Soulfly gets blasted. Now that A push starts to happen towards Long. Donk's going to get shot in the back. The bomb is still just standing at the top of stairs at 25 seconds. Tanir is really selling that this is going to be the B play, but now the bomb can actually get into A for free.
Missed the op shot. Uh-oh.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is real bad. Shiro activates, catches the flank, and now Wicadia knows what's gone on, and that is somebody has slipped the net. They win straight up with kills.
Oh, because I think that whiff from Woxic, right? Surely that was an easy shot. I don't know if he was looking the wrong direction, turned, saw him, and then freaked out, but Tanir wasn't looking at him in that moment.
Uh-oh.
Whoa. That becomes 4-0. They started that out right. They were dealing with things perfectly. It's a big mistake. They kind of just want to shake that off and move on. Because to be like in terms of where they put themselves, the opening kill, like you don't want to change any of that. It was just, okay, I missed a really key shot right here. Yeah, that had to be the one. They take him out. No one's looking at this site. You check the flank. I mean, totally changes the round.
Great recovery for Spirit within it. What?
Or 4 MP9s and an M4 for Xanteris.
Certainly not ideal, Aurora.
Some of the best MP9ers out there, though.
E-Box smoke's about to go up, but before it does, Woxic peeks. You know, they were waiting for this timing before they had to disassemble the boost.
Donk was wreaking havoc yesterday, sneaking up to the that smoke outside E-Box. Looks like Madger is somewhat surrounded, and Zontix is just making sure that they're preoccupied with a potential threat on the other side of the map. They'll even bring over Xanteris. Zontix has a ton of vision. If they walk up to try to throw a deep grenade, Madger dies. That's an open sight.
Madger now 2 and 5, Woxic 1 and 4. Both dead this round, and Zontix just peels another one off. Spirit absolutely having their way left, right, and center across this map. They'll find that vacant B bomb site off of the walkout and insta-kill from Magix. This goes down as Spirit's 5th consecutive round win. Talk about a shift in tone from map 1 to map 2, huh?
Yeah, totally. But it was looking at Spirit trying to fight back into a half, and they couldn't do it. Yep. They actually, it only got worse. So, always great to be able to play from ahead, but can't always guarantee those pistol rounds.
Xanteris could go unnoticed, even though his head was actually over top of the rock.
He's not even he's not looking at all.
Yep, see ya.
He's got an A4, I mean, sorry, an A1S sneaking
Good
out.
player dies.
Yeah, this is just, oops.
Careful.
Oh, won't even get a chance to find that kill. Okay.
Gotta let it go. One survivor for Aurora, as Spirit, nice and easy across the map. Find control round after round.
It's kind of crazy. Xanteris had his A1S sticking out, and he was facing an angle that would have been way harder to defend instead of watching into middle, but at least he kept the gun.
Insta kill here for Magix really puts the round on ice for Aurora. Sorry, bro. Kind of let you die there.
Looked like he was kind of mad at him, though.
Nice splash out through E-Box. Soulfly sets up Madger. Can't just sit back on bomb sites and expect Spirit to let you win these rounds. So I like that Aurora still finds some action, proactive play to make. And it nets the man advantage for now.
That's actually such a key tactic again. Donk is not shy about just constantly repeating this sing play, getting out to E-Box in front of the smoke, waiting for his chance.
But from that one kill, they don't really move a muscle. And that's the hope that Spirit can't get back into it. Bomb sitting at the top of stairs by T-Spawn. So this round's still going to take some time before it can really, truly commit to anything.
2 mollies each.
Playing the same game, Shiro.
Oh, that's insane.
Lovely. And now Soulfly has no support. Xanteris, quick glance out middle. He's sprinting over to try to help from Temple. They're sending utility in. Spirit already with a good bit of positioning. Okay, has to go running in. And Xanteris from behind Obelisk gets damaged by Zontix, sprayed down through the smoke. Wicadia sees the bomb jump over. He's gonna try to dive it, gets the kill on Pillar. Zontix with just enough for the plant. 2v2 we go. Shiro's up, about to walk into Woxic if he peeks left here. Wicadia nade out.
Oh, and now he doesn't have to, but he still gets the kill.
Catches the op kill. Zontix quick slide left. That's a Zontix 3K, an op saved, and a 6th straight for Spirit.
Couple things to say. As much as we had Aurora prepared to kill Donk with the tactic to flash out and get him outside E-Box, Shiro also knew exactly what Aurora were going to try to do when they lost it. When they were fighting with those 2 mollies, he used his own. The molly that Donk had in hand, he used it to counter the second molly that Madger had after pooling them. when they were handed over by Soulfly, acting as if he had 2 players there himself. Then he extinguished them all, he went in for the kill, knew exactly when and where and how Aurora would try to take that back.
They're still not going to start 3 here, even though we've got Spirit yet again collecting numbers outside sight. This time, no canals play. No E-box threat, just a straight-up walk-in from Tenier. Oh, him and Doc straight up rip them apart, and it is an instant save call from Aurora as they are watching their map lead disappear. Very quickly, Anubis could be done. Very quickly, Anubis could be done.
And again, you mentioned it like on Dust 2 is Aurora. We've seen them blow big leads. Spirit, when they're in the lead, they've had a really easy time just closing clean.
Yep. And no lead feels worse to throw away than a map lead in a best of 3. Oh, maybe a 2-map lead in a best of 5, but
yeah, it happens.
We'll wait for next Sunday for that one. They hang on to their guns here just to keep the 2 players up, but it is still 7-0 Spirit. And some of these rounds looking easier and easier as the game goes on. This last one's just a simplified walkout into the B site, 2 defenders there, neither of which can find any kind of defense to really hold on.
Yeah, that one's really about the micro holding on that pillar and Tenier just ducking right underneath the crosshairs. Rough buy here for Aurora.
Oh yeah.
But it's not bad considering it's just a half investment.
So ready, Tenier, as he walks in, and then Donk, given a millisecond, finds the headshot. Yeah. It's hard not to feel deflated, but you just got to dig in your heels and try to stop this free fall. Round after round, Aurora limp into them with lesser guns. It's 2 MP9s this time. They try to get hyper-aggressive. First real aggressive move they try to make. And that's the kind of moves they were making versus Monty when they were playing with a bit of disrespect. Magic does get the jump on one, but if you can't finish that kill, what's it worth? You've just given yourself away.
Yeah, again, a partial investment on most players here, though Woxic is one that's bought in full. He comes in half armor and no utility. Won't see anything and fall back. Again, no nades to counter. The map control being taken safely.
Careful what you ask for, spamming that door. Unfortunately, they finally overstack a B site, and well, Spirit are going A.
Yeah, it's just full control. They pushed him out of information, and just off the back of good utility. Even with this kill, it's going to be hard. Okay, yeah, just walk right into that.
Running even, right? Running, giving Shiro the audio that peek's about to happen.
I mean, let's see if Aurora take a sniff at this. I mean, Soulfly's coming in on the flank. It would take another huge mistake, but the bomb is only now getting planted.
Right? You heard that scope at least. If they want to try to throw a boost up, they could do it. They know Shiro's op still floating around. He seems worried about it, but it's a matter of timing.
It is, yeah. It's crazy how often he's checking, but like also how briefly. I keep hearing that scope.
Crickets in mid, yeah, nicely done. Well-timed jump up. Bomb at the halfway point. Not enough for Aurora to actually give this a retake attempt, but hey, free op for the next one. Considering Woxic full invested, they'll need that. Every bit helps. And hearing the exit is gonna punish economically on the side of Spirit. You put a small dent in a very wealthy group of players. Shiro 16,000 after this round win. And that's majority alive for Aurora at least, but 4 rounds from a flawless T side.
And not enough money to get you through 4 rounds, so at least they've gotten started with some of these exit kills. This is push from Madger, just an errant spray from the MT9 that lets him down. I feel you. But here comes the full buy.
Fighting for 1. Best case 4.
Aurora, how much fun are you having?
Xanteris has loved sitting in this window. We talked about it a lot versus Monty. This time a nade finds him before he even sees anybody. So that'll be Xanteris down if he's oofing and awing already last round. Suck on that. Rough go of it. Feeling like you can just do nothing without Spirit knowing what you're up to.
Magic's really kind of dominating the map control here, but they come into this now with just a single smoke, couple HEs, a molly, and the kills are everything. Xanteris wins his duel.
Even after that nade damage, still just enough to catch a kill. Goes out wide, finding a second. Barely any health to work with, and finally this overplayed B stack is working. Madger chipped away by the nade. We've got a Zontix and Shiro 2v5 recovery happening right in front of us. Oh, Xanteris, I mean, huge performance already considering that nade damage. They're going to chuck the bomb into the fire. It'll get scooped up with still enough time to plant, but this 2v5 has come down to the 2v2 now.
Interesting. They're planning for E-Box side where Woxic is watching this, so there will be action soon. Shiro getting full flanked. Will time tick in his head that he needs to turn around?
Doesn't look like it. We got a blindside incoming by Wicadia. He's just going to milk this for all it's worth. Knows the Opera's up close. He's going to let the E-Box player come through, help him out with the flashbang. Tech9 pressured into the push.
Done.
9 rounds into this CT side. Aurora find their first. And props to Xanteris, because he was at half health at the start of that, and he still picks up his sequence.
Yeah, I mean, the second kill is because the flash they used to get him to push out, which was the perfect use of a guy who had been tagged down low. So excellent... excellent trade kill here, and Aurora. I mean, it's Spirit who work excellent map control the entire round. They take things over, but the kills and the sight hold happens are beautiful. And I mean, in the end, it's the first round they win, and it's to deny a 2v5. So not super exciting for them, but
when you put it that way,
I mean, I don't mean to.
Really raining on their parade here.
A little bit, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
nice shot, Shiro. Fortunately, it's a tough adjustment for Woxic if he had any chance at holding that back. You got Madger down to 22 health.
He's hurting bad. They don't even know about it.
That was him over towards E-Box. Good dink. Big commitment here from Xanteris, but that op's going to encroach. Oh, nice nade. Just gets through the doorway enough to finish off Magic's.
I wonder if it's nice for Shiro, because he didn't have to shoot, now he can actually push, and they think that they've actually dispelled the threat that was there.
Wicadia, though. Oh, I think this timing from the long push is ahead of Wicadia's ticker. He's thinking about it, but they've already extended past. He threw the smoke down. They were in front of all this utility.
Not even thinking about it.
They're throwing nades out. He's going to catch him. Donk, though, good adjustment. Finds the headshot. We go 3v3, post-plant on the A site. And still Shiro just floating out middle, trying to lock it down. No threat of a counter boost through window this time as they go into CT spawn. And this walkout from Xanteris in a moment.
Yeah, he'll just have to be perfect.
Not good
That's
enough.
too much to ask.
Donk goes deep into Soulfly, finds another headshot this round, and that damage that Madger had to stomach towards E-Box is going to really take the wind out of his sails. It is a one-off round win for Aurora so far on the defense.
And now the money that they have left over will definitely last them until the end of the half. Aurora, on the other hand, really want to keep this gun if they can.
tell that they expected somebody to still be around, but Acadia fast enough to drop one at least. Really just trying to grab onto silver linings in this quickly fizzling CT side of Aurora.
Actually talking to Navi, and I was asking him about what it would be like for Spirit without their coach, and he said on attack pause he expected Shiro to be the one to, you know, really talk a lot, and that makes sense. It's he's a guy that we've always seen very active in comms. But we've also seen Magic's talking a ton, and it seems like taking control of the situation. He's really put himself, the Sinister of map control on T side, controlling middle, pushing everyone back, using his nade sets very effectively. Oh my.
You want to talk about pushes and nade sets?
Yeah.
They're already down through Canal for Madger, and the frag grenades almost killed Xanterez.
And fighting for Canals is so tough. Yep. Like it's a very promising area. There's so many places where you can start to get kills if players aren't watching for you on T side, but at the same time, it's so hard to hang out here.
It's also made more difficult when Xanterez eats those nades, and it's not like Madger can really bail out of this spot very easily.
They've just replaced him.
Yep, they throw Woxic at it instead, so there is still a chance for both Woxic and Madger to come together with the Canal control, but you can already see Madger just constantly checking over this mid window.
Their only goal here was to take time off the clock. They do that.
We hit a minute. Xanterez with 6 health and an AWP is meant to hang on to the mid doors. One bullet kills him. He goes for the track shot.
That was crazy to attempt.
Yeah, but he does. Ooh, Doc gets caught off guard by this angle here from Woxic.
You know what? Yeah, fair enough.
However, Wicadia comes flying through the mid smoke. A good amount of bodies out middle for Team Spirit. 3v5 recovery underway with 30 seconds. Missed off for Xanterez.
Don't let him back in again.
They have.
I was going to say Xanterez, took that shot early, but at the same time, it served as a great bait. He had 2 players there waiting to catch the rest of the aggro.
I like this push off site.
I mean, hell of an off angle here for Madger.
He's going to have to deliver and Soulfly towards Temple to offer up a distraction and utility damage. Madger finishes up. Him and Woxic combine for 3, and Aurora take a second.
That's lovely, and that's because they delayed so much in Canals. You might see that and say, well, they haven't actually got the kill they're looking for. They end up having to go full passive without information. Well, information comes when there's not enough time to change your mind. And at that point in the round, after they killed past a minute, and Spirit tried to prod into middle, they were clearly only left with one choice.
A fast scramble back to a well-prepared Madger. One that tethers off Woxic.
Very good round as a team, Aurora.
It's a tough battle from here on out, no matter what for Aurora, but a 3rd round gives you a little more runway. Ever so slightly more likely. This is a first. Woxic boost up, trying to get over smoke. Sontix, okay, sure, dude. Stays crouched under the line, puts a nade perfectly onto the 2 of them.
Knows exactly what kind of vision they can grab, and they've been so good actually at getting T-side nade damage. That's more.
Soulfly down to 80.
Bomb and the op outside of...
While Madger's down inside of E-Box, preoccupied, Soulfly's dropping utility, and they're confirming more and more of these positions clear. It's going to start to really feel like this forward wall lean.
Wait, but they're trying to sell a fake on the other side of the map. It's turning into some kind of double fake.
Oh, there you go.
They get the kill. The CTs will leave. They'll scramble.
Pop it open.
Die
Find the leg shot on Madger. Now he's suddenly feeling like a liability. They've got E-Box control, but this is 15 seconds left. Donk doubles back, kills Madger. Soulfly reveals himself. Great 2K from him. Double up in Canals, 5 seconds to spare. Bomb gets picked up. The Temple player's got a rush. He won't be able to stop this.
He didn't even peek yet.
Woxic barely around the corner.
Dude,
blasted away into the second half. He'll go.
Did you see that? He flickered the scope as he came around the corner.
And Santerez, a 1v3 clutch to try to give Aurora that third. And no, sir, not on Donc's watch. It's a quad kill from him. Huge recovery out of Spirit on a map-to-map basis. Double digits secured on the T side alone.
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Hiko gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no help on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does Hiko do it again?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your regularly scheduled programming of Team Spirit mopping the floor with everybody here in Cologne. Now, first map, absolute masterclass. Props to Aurora. This second one, though, just couldn't get their hands on Team Spirit. You know, unlike the first map, it's Spirit out of the gate, and even as Aurora tried to adapt, take over Canal's control, which I thought they got value out of, at that point, the half is so far gone, you get this. 2 rounds as you take to the T side of your map pick. Let's see what you're made of, Aurora, having to play off the back foot on map 2.
It's a good veto for them. They're looking forward to Anubis. They very well know how to play the map. They know how to play this T side as well. But Spirit after not really looking back to Anubis, even though they've always had a good time playing it, come in versus Na'Vi with a win, clearly very well prepared for the Cologne Major to run into this. Looking to dominate again here versus Aurora. It's kind of a catch-all lean, watching every choke point.
Retta's ready though. Flash really interrupts that. Soulfly turned away, can't get any value out of this. We do get the mid walkout from 2 Aurora members. At the same time, it's going to be camera checked by Tanir. Madger kills Shiro right behind him. They're not ready for a second. Tanir is in the middle of a reload. And so they get back into this A site with the 2 players having been passive on long. Zontix is going to be found out, but that's fine. He signs up to the gunfight.
Still fighting, crazy.
Just keeps on ripping those Berettas as he waits for Wicadia to come back from middle. He's looking to dive the bomb. He's going to catch him, hands busy. Wicadia now 1v1. Oh. He goes flying into Donk, who's going to pick up the clutch. An 11th round for Spirit, and now a very likely 3rd map in the series.
It is indeed. Donk with a clutch. Don't always need that to happen, but always welcome for Spirit. A nice try from Wicadia with his 3 frags. And Aurora kind of spread the map, but Spirit weren't really stacking here. They were more lean towards this side of the map, but they were really watching everything. Put themselves in a nice, good flex position where they could make it over to help out in case things went wrong. Aurora come into this map, or this round, excuse me. 3 MAC-10s, Tech 9, and an AK on Wicadia.
You know, just the nature of this loss at this rate, very deflating for an Aurora that just came off of a map win. They could feel that first map slipping. This map, they're going to say we never were in it. Team Spirit are going to feel the momentum moving forward on this, and MP9s do eventually finish off Soulfly. USP kill.
Okay.
Ouch. Magix, 3 frags into this one, finds an AK. Not bad of a reward for his efforts. Frag's going to kill Woxic. He's on for the ace now. Turns it over towards the last man left.
Oh, he's giving it to him.
Tanir wants him to have it. Magic's going to walk into this. Oh, an ace delivered.
Tanir locked him down like Magneto, held him in place. Just so Mag could clean that up. There's a lot of style on that one, too.
Hilarious that Magix gets given the ace, but stole donks in the first half.
That's true. That's awesome.
Said, come and get it, brother. Yeah. Magix goes from 3 and 8.
Just like the content piece. Anything for the graffiti.
Anything for the graffiti.
Anything for the graffiti.
Good position here for Magix. Makes the most of it. USP push.
He switches to every gun. It really is like that content piece.
2 MP9s, a USP, an AK, and a nade kill. If only the score wasn't 11-2 when it happened. Having a field day on Anubis, our Spirit at this point. Obviously hands tied behind their back. Aurora forced to buy over and over, still come into this with only the 1 AK. It's going to be a real 180 in the mood between maps 1 and 2 for Aurora. This series destined for Nuke now.
Actually, look at a decent walkout, to be honest. They didn't have anything smoked.
Frag just banked up into it. Santeres making the most of that AK. He's got himself the 3rd. 1 AK-47, all you need apparently for Aurora. Free upgrades into the M4s. Whoa. And it's all 5 standing. So still something to play for here, Aurora. A nice convincing round to try and get you to believe in what would be an astronomical comeback.
It would compete with Big's comeback, even though it wasn't straight 16 rounds in a row. I think it would be up there. It'd be somehow even more impressive. Still excellent here for Santeres, showing off. Now let's see if one big gun is good enough for Spirit, as Donk is the only one with an M4. Haystack's not going to do much. And MP9s aren't likely to retake. Aurora are only going to run into a late smoke if they take too much time to make any presence. I see the camera smoke. Looks like they're ready to go.
Still just being extra cautious as to not fall into that trap.
They're just ready to save, I think. Over on the other side of the map. Re-smoke, surely that's no problem.
Yeah, this one you got to go through.
Oh, 30 seconds. I mean, they're a little bit scared about it. They're actually out of AGs. Oh, they don't want to make a mistake. They'll regret, but it's fine.
Xantares is wrapping around through Temple now. He will find it totally free. Yeah, you got to come through that one, giving yourself time to spare just in case it is stacked.
Every little bit of util.
Stressful, huh? You know they're just kind of sitting on edge that entire time. At the end of the day, looking to get away from this unscathed, all 5 players up.
And they went through all the right protocols. They brought it down to 20 seconds. They did have 2 smokes to wait out. And they still had time to spare on the plant. Yeah. 5 up, it's clean.
It's better to look scared on an empty bomb site than to rush in and look like chomps and lose your second map like that. So take all the time you need in the world, Aurora, to try to make this one commendable. Winning second pistol surely would have had Aurora's hopes all the more real, but it's going to be 4 rounds regardless at the very least. And still no full buy out through Spirit. That's why that save's so critical. MP9s for the camp around Donk's M4.
Yeah, just a round to really not put much into. You're just going to Groundhog Day it, try again. With 2 smokes, it looks like they're actually going to set up in a similar way. I wonder if Donk drops this off and leaves, or if he's going to stick around with Magics and see if Aurora try to repeat what they just tried. That will always be a tendency of Aurora. If something works really well, you know it's coming in again.
Two belts of utility held onto by Aurora, and with no flash to go for this push, they've just got to try to walk out on the right timing. But yeah, they get a glimpse of the stairs players and run. Donk's M4 has been revealed.
Oh, they're going to be terrified.
But remember that Donk's sitemate has nothing to play with. That USP on Magics is now the only B defender because Donk has to come and deal with this potential Xantares push through Temple.
This is 2 heavy hitters about to go head to head.
While everybody else for Aurora gears up to go and hit that A site, which does feature a double MP9. Woxic Op walking in, hopes that somebody oversteps, and Zontix is right there on the edge of it.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He does extend just a little too far. Xantares now going to be a part of this push. MP9 finds damage. The long players are still a little disjointed, so there's nobody to actually clear out Shiro yet. He's still hanging on. Now he's gotten around towards that box. These A players a little too late. They're going to try to get back down through that E-box. It's an up on Shiro. Tags Wicadia down to 19. Madger's the guy to give cover.
Oh, he let them out.
They're trying to press down into the site. Not like this, Aurora.
Gotten loose.
Magic's and Shiro. Now the 2v1. And as Madger just hangs on to the fountain pillar. Oh, he loses his shots, and that's the round they lose.
Okay.
10-second defuse, they'll secure it. A 13-4 victory on Aurora's map pick. It was an excellent first map, but this one, not quite comparable.
Yeah, it felt like Spirit were eager to prove that Dust 2 was just a faux pas, and they put forward a compelling case on map number 2. 10 rounds on T side of Anubis if you're Spirit, Donk backfiring on all cylinders, and it felt like Pimp order was kind of restored, for now at least, for the Spirit camp.
Yeah, that's kind of what you would have expected coming into this matchup, that Spirit would take charge of the game, that Spirit would be the force that we saw on Anubis. As we spoke about, coming into Anubis, arguably the best chance Aurora has ever had of beating Spirit in a best-of-3 series up until this point. It's never happened in the history of Counter-Strike before, but this time around they let it slip out of their hands. This game was unfortunately not competitive. However, good to see Spirit back on their game and good to see Spirit back at their best. And man in the screen right here, Donk as well. Lightning doesn't strike twice. Of course, he had a good map.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Spirit, Donk now back in action. We can take a look at what is coming up on the cards, though, because we do have some more exciting things yet to come. Of course, it's going to be Nuke later on to be deciding the winner of this very series. Next, a new skit is going to be dropping in this little break as well. But right now, we're going to be summarizing what was Anubis. If you're looking at the side of Spirit, excellent stuff. If you're looking at Aurora, though, Dupree, I mean, we were talking about it coming into this. This is a staple map for them. Obviously hard starting on the CT side of things, but I expected more from them.
Yeah, I can't help to be a little bit disappointed in the showing of Aurora. I mean, mainly the way that they managed to throw away so many rounds, because I still feel like even in the pistol round, in the first buy round, they looked pretty good. They had good ideas, but they managed to throw away the advantageous situation so many times, and then it just felt like they lost themselves throughout this map and lost a little bit of confidence, and it just felt like they gave up a little bit, which makes me a little bit sad coming into this map, because I know how good they can be on Anubis, and I'm also a little bit disappointed that with what they showed and specifically how prepared they looked in Dust 2, it just felt a little bit flat. And if this is the best you can bring in when you go up against Spirit on your map pick, that's just not really going to cut it. And if you decide to throw away and give Spirit so many opportunities to bring it back into the game, I mean, it's just not going to cut it for you.
Is flat the right word to describe this for Aurora, do you think?
I think so, to be completely honest. It was a bit of a flat experience from Aurora. Also a sign of what happens when everything is not going your way, as we spoke about in Dust 2. Sure, they played great and played good, came in well prepared, but every single key round in the game, every single close defuse, every single clutch, every single 2v4, it all went their way, whereas this time around, it was the other way around. So it's two very one-sided maps we had so far, and unfortunately, it doesn't really bound for the most exciting Counter-Strike, but hopefully it gets better on Nuke.
And as you picked out, Jacob, happened literally from the word go, right? We've got round 4. What's happening here?
To me, that was when I knew this game was over, to be completely honest. And it may sound a bit rich to say that in round 4, but it's the way they lose this round. We get an opening kill here from Matcha, maybe a bit lucky. It is what it is, spraying through the smoke. Santaris as well, known to be a guy that always likes to fight middle and actually be proactive in it, gets another kill. It's a 5v3 at this point. You're supposed to win the round, no doubt about it. Donk by himself walks up here. There's no flash, no utility, no nothing. Santaris trades him, so we have a 5v3, we have a 4v2. You think to yourself, this is going to be over, it's going to be a round for Aurora, and maybe we have a game. But Tenair comes into play, Vox6 has a bit of a weird one, missing the shot, Shiro coming in with a bit of a backstab, and all of a sudden, Aurora are the ones to be picked apart one by one, making it 4-0 for Spirit. I don't know about you, Peter. I was sitting in the green room. I was watching this game. I said it out loud. That's it. Game over. They're not coming back.
Yeah, you were right, and that's probably why you're having this job, Jacob. You're very smart at times.
I know nothing.
No, this is a great example, right? I think this is also the beginning as to where they start losing themselves, because you can't really afford to lose a 4v2 like that, and it just comes down to the lack of decision making, and it's to me it really spirals out of control when I think it's Major peeking out from cave on his own, right? At least have your teammate come with you, or you coordinate the attack from the guy coming from A, man. It is just this lack of decision making that kind of haunted them through, and the B bomb site was just that main villain for Aurora this time around. It's not this round specific, but also all the B pops that just kept flying in, and it even happened in the pistol round, where they even get the opening frags, and Santaris had plenty of opportunities of catching the frags, but it's like whenever they lose control of the side, the rotator that keeps coming into the bombs always wants to be the hero of the round. And you can see like even the B pops here, like Donk and Tenair was firing on all cylinders. They just found all the openings all the time, and I've been on the receiving end of a lot of these B pops, and the B side is very difficult when it comes to Anubis, and it is a lot about making the right decisions and peeking at the same time, peeking together, saving utility so you can isolate fights. And I just didn't see that from the side of Aurora. It just got too individual, and when they had the opportunity to seize it, they just really didn't capitalize it. And it's just disappointing to see when you've set yourself up such a great
You took the words right out of my mouth, Dupree. Disappointing. It is totally the way I would frame this, particularly when you're coming off a Dust 2 that you were so dominant on, right? You had in-game leader popping off, the strats were clearly there. Did you think it was just a case of having to start on that CT side that was really just too much to handle for them?
No, that's not not an excuse I want to use for Aurora at all. Anubis has been their map pick for such a long time. We spoke about them being so experienced on the map. When you pick the map, you start on the CT side. That's just the way it goes. So they tried that a million times before. So no, I don't think that's a defining factor for this game. I also slightly disagree with both of you. And again, I'm sorry to all the Aurora fans out there. I'm not trying to make you mad, but in order for me to be disappointed, that means that I would have expected something else. This is what I expected coming into the game. The only thing that would make me think otherwise was what happened on Dust 2, but then as we spoke about already, that's not happening twice. That's not happening 2 games in a row for a guy like Dunk. So I'm not disappointed because this is kind of what I expected with the way Spirit has been playing so far in this tournament. Dust 2 was the outlier, and Anubis was the expectation.
No, and that's the thing, right? When you look at the stats, particularly on the side of Donk, that first map was an anomaly. You can't put 2 bones about it, right, Peter? Like, this isn't something that we ever see happening to Donk, and he proved that coming back onto this Anubis.
It's all about the bounce back, right? And that also what makes a really great star player is that, you know, he can have a map that he just doesn't show up, but then the next one he's just gonna go like nothing happened. I think Donk showcased this, Saiwu did that yesterday. It's like, you think the star player is having an off day, and in theory he's just having an off map, but then he decides to turn on his monitor for the second one, right? And that's you know, that's the beauty of having these players that you can always be relying on, and even if they have a bad start to a series, it is so rare that players like Donk, Saiwu, manage to have 2 bad maps back to back, and that was also just a showcasing this time around. It's good to see that Donk, you know, has the mentality of bouncing back, and I think that Spirit also thought they could make the comeback on Dust 2. They were just not being as sharp, but this time around they warmed up, they looked sharp, they had everything in store, and I think this is what they also expected going into Dust 2, but the game plan of Aurora was just too good, and now moving into a third one, you know, I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Aurora to bounce back because Spirit has now found themselves inside the series once more.
I'm going to ask for forgiveness for all of you. Jacob, I kind of wish I had your eyesight right now because I am keeping an eye on the other game going down on the B stream. That is 90 versus Vitality. Let's bring it up because 90 now up 9-7. And this, Peter, is off the back of Vitality winning that second pistol and then 90 stopping that conversion. Is it actually going to happen?
There's the case. I mean, when I saw they were going to be playing Dust 2 as a third one, I kind of felt bad for 9C because Dust 2, as with Spirit, with Vitality on Dust 2, they are just looking so sharp. It's such a comfortable pick. So having that as a third one, that's a massive one. So far, so good. I mean, 9C is really proving everyone wrong that, you know, everyone at this major can seem to be putting up a fight, and that's fantastic. And I'm excited to see where that one's going to end.
Mezzy really trying to keep Vitality in this one as well. Just to contextualize as well for any of the viewers at home that aren't keeping up on it. First map was Inferno. That went 13-4 on the side of Vitality. Mirage was where 9C bounced back. That was actually Vitality's pick coming into the series. That's where we find ourselves on this Dust 2. Jacob, surely it's not happening.
It shouldn't, but there's a will. I've been very impressed with the way 9C has played so far. Vitality have seemed human so far to beginning here in the tournament. That's a Vitality thing they've done a couple of times now where they start out a little bit more human and then once they get into the playoff, they blow everyone out of the water. So if there was a time for 9C, now's the time. Aurora, they had a time here against Team Spirit. We spoke about that. Didn't really capitalize. Maybe it's time that someone will, and 9C very well could.
As you can see, clock ticking down to the third and final decider in this series, which is going to be Nuke. Jacob, do you have any hope for Aurora on this one? Be honest.
No, not to be completely honest with you. I have hopes of a competitive game, you know, and I hope Aurora will show up and give us a bit to
hope or likely.
I don't think it's likely, to be completely honest. Again, I really do feel, you know, from the bottom of my heart that we're looking at a team that I think can win the major if everything is going according to their plan, and a team that should be grateful if they can make it into the playoff. You know, that would be impressive if Aurora could do that. So we're looking at 2 teams who are not playing on the same level, have different goals, different achievements. So no, I would be lying if I said that I had any hopes of Aurora beating Spirit.
See, you are a little bit smart. That is an interesting take and a good one. And I think you're right. It's going to be tough, right? You know, Aurora is sitting at 27% win rate in 11 maps. You know, it's not really that the statistic isn't really speaking for them. And I do think that also, like, Spirit has just warmed up. Like, Donk is just warmed up, and I think that Spirit is just gonna, you know, put their foot on the gas pedal here and then just roll it home.
Double digits, hopefully. On both sides.
You reckon or you hope?
I hope. I don't think it's going to happen, but I hope.
Let's see exactly how this one is going to be going down. It's the third map to decide who goes 2-0 between Aurora versus Spirit. But don't go anywhere. New skit incoming during this break.
Skit.
the best of Counter-Strike 2. Available now on shop.esl.com.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here at Katowice.
They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Katowice! We are back!
You all know why you're here. Vitality reigns supreme, and we cannot anti-strat alone.
Vitality have violated the Geneva Convention and must be punished.
Dennis, I know you've been through a lot, but it's still only Counter-Strike. Gentlemen, please. Our combined resources. Where language is a barrier, strategy is not.
Well, apparently language is a barrier.
Sorry, no English. You were supposed to translate.
Question. Here is MOUZ playoffs anti-strat. Nobody asked for that.
Speak for yourself.
Hey Dennis, do you have any group stage prep? I might be needing that.
Wasn't it MOUZ who beat Vitality last Cologne? Hope lies on their shoulders.
And now, I effectively have two stand-ins. But that's his weakness.
900 IQ.
All we need now is the fans to rally behind us.
We are in the mud.
Guys, why we don't smash them? I was Kassisha. Dream Shaman, we do it many times.
At this point, I'm in.
What we need is a system.
Oh yeah, we fucking go. You wanna know about a system? I'll tell you about a system.
And that system is right here. Look, we play to each of our strengths. First up, MOUZ preps group stage.
Okay.
They've graduated. Aurora and the Mongols will prep quarterfinals.
Yes.
FURIA and Parivision, semis.
Jam prep. Insane.
Falcons is down to you to prepare
the third place decider.
Bro, there is no third place decider on the major.
No, you bring that 5-time major winner experience and we get this shit done.
Let's go, boys!
Vamos, caralho. Vambora.
Let's go, boys.
Counter-Strike unites.
Fuck you, Apex. Fucking idiots.
Oh, a little collective power goes a long way. And Aurora will know that as well in this game. We've got them versus Spirit going into a third map on Nuke.
Hey, where was 9Z in that video?
On the brink of defeating, huh? Catching them off guard. 1-1 games. Inbound, it seems. 2-0 for who? Spirits or Aurora? If you had only watched the first map in this best of 3, you'd be thinking to yourself, yeah, it's a bad day for Spirits, but they've recovered, and that Anubis was nothing short of a smashing Mohan.
Yeah, it was what you expected on the bounce back. Again, a lot of credit to go to Aurora for what they showed us in map 1, but it also felt like Spirit had many winning chances. They let go. Close clutches, slow start for Donk, his first bad map of the tournament. Really well earned from Aurora to get them to this position. but I'm sure they were looking forward to Anubis and left disappointed. Ended on a very sour note on that last round. Just no chance at all at any kind of comeback. Let's see if the story changes here on Nuke.
Santerra's quick fallback behind blue as Tanir takes over main with the flash, hits the ground, and more than one way. Santerra's nice headshots. Back to back, Donk, P250 at a distance.
Get rid of him now.
Whittles Woxic low. We've still got 3 members of Team Spirit up.
Yeah, careful when you're perusing outside like this, and Badger's gonna get a chance. Oh no, shoots a bit early.
Shiro's got a chance to kill him, or the low health Woxic in the background. Woxic goes wide, takes a bullet to the face. 3v3 now, and you've got Madger locked in. Shiro just distracting him, taking the fight on his terms. Madger tries to go wide and wins the head-to-head.
Donk's outside, going back now from Secret. Has the bomb on his back.
At a minute. He'll be looking to try and join up inside of lobby.
Zontics unspotted. No damage. No bullets out.
Here's a fight.
Oh,
that's the Beretta's
First
dead.
one to the head.
Your upgraded pistols mean nothing.
And Madger's made a big move.
Two players towards this ramp.
They hear somebody else, so they might not clear this properly. Yep.
Exactly. And now Donk's got that info. He's got Madger on the line. P250 to try to best him.
But he knows where both are. Now, there's a quick rotation up to heaven. Donk sees an opportunity to actually drop down.
Looking to take over the vents. Soulfly remains tucked in. Donk doesn't drop. Instead, walks forward. Commits to this. Soulfly biting down. Donk hands busy. And there we have it. Aurora with a nice rebound in this pistol. Madger's 2 kills quite key.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and playing from ramp, I guess, you know, Donk's walking back and he's thinking Madger can drop if he wants to, but I thought he would drop because he knew that someone had already pushed around through heaven. Either way, securing a plant is a small success. Aurora know they're going to have a little bit of trouble coming into round 2. But they start with a pistol. That's what they were looking for. And 2 great kills from Xanteris to kick off.
I like that Madger extends in there. Gets around the corner and catches you off. Now hang on for dear life as Madger rolls the eyes. We've got a force buy out of Spirit, 2 Galils, Mac 10, Tech 9s, plenty of nades. And an opening move out of Donk towards outer where Woxic and Xanteris eat that flashbang. Here it comes. Donk unleashed.
He
missed it, but he'll find the player blue. Knows that somebody's up here. Woxic tries to get into it. He's kind of slipped the net.
I think they still know he's around here.
They don't want to let their guard down. Donk doesn't believe that this is clear. Not at all. Gets wind of you, and now it's a 5v3 from the force buy of Spirit already.
Only a little bit of damage on Shiro. They have outside control. Crazy long-range duel. Shiro helps out.
Ooh, loud stomp by Madger. Low health Donk on the cross. Damn, and it's actually Zontix's Tech 9 to connect it. He'll push out through Squeaky.
And a pistol. They win the pistol, and they haven't got a single kill yet in round 2.
Ouch. You can hear Magic's clearing out downstairs as Bomb still floats in secret. They don't want to fall victim to this Wicadia 1v5. And in fact, they want to keep as many players up as they can. Wicadia could actually cut the bomb off. We get this drop inside of main for the M4 swap. Little ladder climb for Magix. Still just buying his time.
They're really going to have a flawless round. Let's see, Wicadia, if you can get a pick off. This is a free flank.
Okay, 2-player sight. Okay. Molotov for the main guy. M4 swap. Taps it to try and fluster them. Oh, there's the heaven kill. 3 into it.
And Nade's gonna work.
Catch it. Oh, that's the force.
He can make it a 1-on-5 right now.
Oh, the blind side. So cost effective, but so sweet. Valiant effort and a round of applause as Wicadia pushes that one to the limits.
That was a good try. Wow. Yep. That was that was one hell of a try. And that's a round where they don't get any kills until he gets 4. So even if those were exits, that's the job done in the second round despite losing. It was just to save it after picking up the pistol. That's a cortisol spike for Spirit.
Keeps the money on an edge. Obviously another chance to grow the economy, but we get this force buy in for Aurora. They like their odds.
They're pulling the goalie here on ramp. Woxic's going to come in a little bit later. Scout in hand. Needs to be a headshot.
Looking to get lucky with a wall bang too, but missing the timing as ramp gets overtaken by Team Spirit. Wicadia sent downstairs with that M4. If there's anybody that's going to stop it, it's the guy who is just on the brink of a 1v5. And as Spirit collect themselves between the ramp doors, it's Wicadia to get off site.
They're kind of worried about everything, but they're curdled up on upper at the moment. And Wicadia just has to look around and pray for the best.
It's a great way to circumvent the single threat. Move up and over to the Astralis plant and let Donk try to go wide in a second. It's going to cost Magix his life at least.
Let's see if they can keep the chaos going. This is what Aurora are looking for. With control side, doors open on both ends.
20 seconds, the bomb only gets scooped up now. Donk hands busy, nobody jumps on him. We've got one towards control, we got one on the stairs, and now Woxic looking to lead the charge here into single. Shiro catching the kill and having Soulfly chase him down. There was a bit of pressure here, but no chaos, no carnage. Oh. Nothing from that point on.
Oh, 9Z beat Vitality.
No way.
They actually did it.
9Z 2-0, huh? Best of threes would save them, they said.
I mean, not just 2-0, they just beat the tournament favorite.
We've got a hell of a script for you guys in Cologne, and it always starts with a little bit of suspense.
Oh my goodness. So, Spirit lose a map today. Falcons lost their series. Vitality lose their series. There's one more big upset. What was the other one? G2 beat Foot as well.
Monty beat Paravision.
Monty beat Paravision.
That's legit.
Spirit are kind of the last chance to hold it down for the favorites.
Well, here's an easy one for Spirit. 5-7 for Xantares, guy who's got Kevlar too. Couldn't help but just get a little. Wants to be the hero. There's a lot of bodies here for Shiro to have to deal with, but he approaches it with caution and a teammate to try to help. And Madger just kind of stuck halfway up that ramp, doesn't even have an angle on this walkout. Madger's going to wind up being the third piece of this ramp hold. They come flying down onto him. No way, Magic's just
a little left click right there.
Sure, just a quick little shank, a stab inside the ribs.
$1,500, boom.
Talk about making money. Buddy brought the Mac 10 to try to make some cash, finds a knife kill in the middle of it all instead. And now he'll go sprinting around the rest of the map trying to find Xantares, who's just looking to get that Kevlar 5-7 to the next one. 3-1 the T-side start for Spirit. There we go. It's a very fruitful round for Magix economically.
You know, if Valve really cared about the better teams in stage 3, we'd be playing best of 5s.
Okay. Oh, no, he wasn't.
What?
It's just the backstab, the knife kill happened over towards Vans.
Oh, okay.
It just was the exact same moment as the ramp death. That was trippy.
Gnarly, dude.
It's a good perch for Woxic.
Yeah, a lot of elevation.
There's also a lot of bodies for Spirit behind that. Donk, love that. Comes out wide, back into cover, gets the info, finds the kill. Luckily for Aurora, they can rebound. At the top, putt player caught off. Madger not ready for the Zontics walkout. We go back even 3v3.
What did he actually go to look for? There wasn't any pressure in mini, was there? And they had Wicadia still alive.
Well, Wicadia barely alive as he almost gets caught climbing down the ladder. Tanir's presence downstairs gets Soulfly distracted. 2 players over towards the ramp. Soulfly, big kill. Shiro, goes back into the stream of bullets and leaves Zontics to try to clutch out in a 1v3. They're just gonna look to get off of the ramp, go take that bomb possession. This is a tall order for Zontics to try to get through this smoke now. So good on Soulfly to really cut down those 2 players out through double doors.
That's all he'll do to try to attempt this. A little shooting and he'll fall out. So it's the 2 kills back. It's a very impressive shoulder peek into frag from Woxic, who doesn't even let drop off. And it feels like there's so many eyes outside from Aurora, but with those smokes still fresh, that was the only vision they got. And then 2 smoke spams in response. Perfect.
How smooth was that donk kill, though? Really? Yeah, don't do that.
Take the elevator back up. Water's a little bit cold.
Counter-terrorists win.
That one slide. Majority alive for Aurora as they survive round 5. Keeping that bomb from going down with Soulfly lower. This just moment of hesitation here from Madger costs him. Made it feel like it was doable again.
It's just, to be honest, he doesn't really have a... I don't know why he was pulling off with Wicadia still alive, so...
He'll be relieved it doesn't cost them the round. We get Woxic walking forward on the ramp. We've got Magic's close right already. Rifler going forward. Soulfly, draws him in. Misses. Here come the trades. Shiro's got you against the wall. It's a quick vent rotate down for Xantares. And Donk outside of main. He gets clipped by Wicadia, still remaining top hut. Shiro's got the bomb here again. Tanir now knows about the control player. Xantares throwing utility, gets tagged down to 58.
Yeah, and he broke both sides of the glass as they were about to exit. A chance to catch one off guard. Very aggressive about how they're approaching these fights. It's working out pretty well. Smoke is bad here for Tanir, and now it's just him in a 1-on-2.
Stuck behind it. This is weird. He still picks up the first one. He's got 100 health. Okay. Let's call it abnormal, but still able to play around that smoke grenade and get both.
Yeah. All right. It locks down that 1-on-2. Again, Aurora, I do appreciate like how aggressive that they're attempting to come in for these trades. We saw Soulfly earlier prod from the ramp, take his fights into the lower site, take out 2 players, punish Shiro for trying to re-peek. But Spirit still withstand the pressure.
I mean, that smoke actually worked perfectly. It even waterfalled down.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
My goodness.
I'm pretty sure in the 3rd-person replay, that smoke was... I mean, he gets away with it.
Well, we never asked him if he missed it.
True. Just really looked. I don't know. Let's watch that one back. What the hell?
Katie's got a good timing, right? Oh, my goodness, man.
See ya. Timing doesn't mean much with Donk on the hunt. Already
you just can't miss a damn bullet.
His pistol's gonna dry up in the face of a Spirit full buy.
Magic's doing a little housekeeping, clearing out some angles for his teammates, walking into another knife kill if he wants it. No, okay, Xantares will sense that he's being watched.
There we go.
2 remaining here for Aurora.
Yeah, feeling hunted down surely, and nowhere to escape. Spirit gonna make sure they go for the jugular in this one. Even your unarmored pistols not allowed to live. They keep 5 players up. They're now leading 5-2 on the T side. If you're only joining us after the 9Z upset, well, this series began with a beautiful outing on Dust 2 for Aurora, a first half where they looked untouchable.
One of the best Aurora halves ever. One of the best major performances ever.
Yep, his 7th best map at any big event in his entire career today. And yet the rebound from Team Spirit on both Anubis and now the first 7 rounds of Nuke just looks of a different caliber than what they had to offer us on Dust 2.
Yeah, Woxic starting out 0-7 already.
Ouch.
But he'll be on the op. I don't know if he had another attempt at it. I think he was rifling the last rifle attempt. He'll be very key. Was so solid on Dust 2.
Soulfly's got a challenge coming. First one's clean. It's an immediate evacuation down ramp. And also one to drop off vent. So its numbers slightly thinned on this A site. Woxic's op really only watching for the red cross.
There's no donk lurk out here. That's, I think, what he's looking for. Sometimes he peeks that corner.
Cadia trying to come clear. Shiro, survives that duel, but Donko kills Antares. Oh, he gets the second.
He gets everyone.
Madger's brain splattered on the bridge.
And now there's 2 guys who are stranded outside. Did they know about Woxic? Did he get a chance to shoot?
Oh, the nade.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, when Cadia tries to escape it. Woxic watches as his teammate gets blown to smithereens. Man advantage. This is all made possible by Donk. His triple kill on this A floor has opened the door for Zontix to plant comfortably. It's heaven control. It's lobby presence.
Yeah.
It's another moment where Team Spirit looked to get away with the win.
That was just a one-man army round from Donk out of Squeaky. No support. Got caught off by a hut peek, but literally just punished any missed bullet. And Tanir looks to punish the save. Soulfly should be looking up here as he backs away. We'll see if Tanir checks on him. I think Soulfly's trying to assist his teammate to get out and ends up costing him his life. And now Tanir is going to be quite suspicious. Now Woxic again looking for his first and trying to guard the op at the same time.
Beautiful. Wow. That was like a nasty little hell pre-fire into the frag grenade.
Yeah, that's crazy close. That had to be perfect nade.
Oh, Spirit having a field day now here on map 3 as well. Long gone is their memory of Dust 2.
I mean, look at this. It's just like no chance.
2 frag grenade kills this round.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not all aim.
Delightful. Triple MP9. Aurora have just been trying to play catch up. They'll be freed up to get aggressive this round by the looks of it. Into hut go 2. Looking to couple with the trophy push. Tanir top ladder. Soulfly's about to jump on Shiro, but he's covered off by Donk. And where Donk goes, Aurora's body's stacked. Woxic still without a kill here on the decider.
Did they invest like a little awkwardly here? Just a little Okadi on 900 bucks, Antares on 8.
Well, maybe worth it, at least for Wicadia. 2 kills to his way, back into the even 3v3. And everybody for Aurora is still grouped up.
They got a $600 rebate off that. And actually, I don't want to say winning chances, but even numbers. Walking downstairs could be fine. As this gets later, those MP9s grow with strength. Antares on a very good line to get a kill. Any kind of sloppiness here could cost both of them. No, wow, won't be any. My goodness.
Yeah, the drop on him. How is that fair?
The drop on
How is it fair, Longers? How is that fair? He had the drop on him.
No.
And Tanir's first bullet before the gun comes around the corner just slams Antares in the head.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Antares, he'd do that too.
Sure.
He has to respect. Game is game.
The hell was that?
He had the drop on them.
Look at this. Look at I mean, come on.
That was the mother of all drops for sure.
Jiminy Crickets.
Jumping J-Host effects.
A lot of damage offered up by the utility, but feels like Spirit are playing with blood in the water. Yeah, a tenacity and a lack of fear of Aurora now. They feel like
everywhere.
They've just done everything they wanted.
Minute 34. They're climbing up into heaven. They have secret control. They're out squeaky at the same time.
This is 2 maps in a row where Spirit have just been having a field day. A little too much fun for Aurora to be able to handle. Tanir's barrel, what?
We didn't see that. No, Soulfly ran right by a chance.
Well, at least Woxic's on the recovery in this 2v4,
bomb
turn 2v3.
is still in their spot.
That's what I'm saying, brother. It's a little too much fun. But Zontic's through the ramp. It's going to get blasted out by Madger.
He had the drop on him.
Recover this bomb. You're in B site.
What's really funny, the CTs have no idea. So, and Spirit are probably pretty confident they have no idea. So they're just...
Well, down he goes. Woxic.
Uh-oh.
Why the hell are you in the lobby? Your player...
Okay. That'll get you the bomb back.
Knocks on for it. Go ahead,
What
take that
is
A
this?
site. You know
What
A
is this?
site's clear. You get a little cache utility, you refresh your grenades, put a molly on the vent, or make sure the flank stays fine.
What is this round?
Yeah, you know, just...
How could the round be so aggressive that they took map control?
Dude, Howley would be losing his mind. You get the footsteps up in heaven, a frag grenade to soften the opper, but it's a good pull back from Woxic. Now Donk actually goes lower. As Madger has wrapped back up the ramp into the hell play, Donk's gonna swing the single door open, give the rafters a headbutt.
Ollie's coming.
He's gonna go into the duel now, kills Madger instantly because this is Donk.
It's Donk. Of course it is.
And Woxic, his last victim, is 1 in 9.
They've used every part of the map to make this happen. Every second of the round. Visited both sites, and Woxic,
Quick reposition from Donk. No, opts to stay on single doors. He doesn't have a defuse kit. Woxic, no kit, but he wins the aim duel. Jumps on top of the bomb with time, and Aurora will find a third. But that round, you'll never see that one again. Probably for the best.
It's such a ridiculous round because everything's amazing out of Spirit in terms of how much map control they get. They get their first 2 kills so quickly. They're down B, faking it at 50 seconds while they go back to get the bomb. Lots of time to make up for their mistakes. Aurora, by the way, have no idea what's happened to kick off this round. But they don't have to know. Sometimes ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, but they'll still be wondering, like, how do you evolve from there? You know, you want to find some continuity between rounds.
Yeah,
you have no clue what just happened. But hey, it's on the scoreboard. And it feels like at this rate, Aurora will take what they can get.
They're like, we just want you to know we could have won easily.
In fact, he finds another Molotov even.
Yeah. My favorite part was Shiro faking lower and then had the smoke blown open in front of him when he didn't even have the bomb.
Shit. Done for. Just gonna try to pounce onto the upper hit.
Oh, I cannot believe that.
Nasty. Woxic's off back sight, trying to power up from that last round. Santera is in the middle of all this, but 2 players heaven, 1 peels back. They've still got 2 sets of eyes on that vent.
As
they peel away.
It would be so weird to use it, but you might want to.
Oh, they're stopping this consideration of the vent play. They were so layered, ready for it for a second. This pause from Spirit. Scott Aurora scratching their head. Still Woxic lands the shot. Xanteras from in the rafters hits Magix with damage. Hero's gonna straight up kill him. And they've lost track of Soulfly in the middle of all this. He's going for the trophy flank.
A bit of a sloppy approach there for Xanteras dropping off. That gave Shiro the drop on him. Now Soulfly in the 1-on-2. Unbeknownst to Spirit, exactly where he'll come in from.
On ramp site.
Has a real chance. But they're playing top of hut. He's not going to clear this at all.
Soulfly in between the 2. He's got a weird amount of cover to the player on hut. A nade off his face.
What in the world?
Okay, he tries to 180 up onto hut. I mean,
that was impressive still. I don't know how what's happening out here.
This game's got it all.
It's a Glock to end it. Round 12 begins.
I had for a moment lost track of which player had low health. I thought the nade was going to bounce off his face and kill the guy on HUD. Imagine. It feels like in this current game, right? That could have been lethal if that was the low player.
True.
Instead, it was Magic's low HP backside playing in cover, and Spirit taking 8th round off of it. It's a unique outing here on Nuke. But what's undeniable is the round count at the top of the screen. Well, bottom in this picture. 8-3 Team Spirit, comfortable T-side. Actually, comfortable is not the right word. Winning T-side.
It's a hard game to cast. No op coming into play here for Aurora.